Royale.
Well, why
What
would it
I
have to
think,
be
how I
Star
would
Wars?
do
It could
it
just be
is I
Lego,
would
right?
have it be you don't get like knocked out of the game. What you do is if you damage other players, they drop studs, and the person who has the most studs at the end wins. So you attack players, they
That'd be
drop some
fun.
of their studs when they take damage, and you can
How
gather
would you
them
be
up,
able
right?
to identify who has more or fewer studs? Would there be like a
Well,
little number above their
You
head,
could
or?
do it. You could
Way
either
more
be
shiny.
yeah, you could have some kind of change to the player model. You could have approximations above their head. There could be a few ways that you could do it.
So the
what is
problem
it?
is,
What if you
I'm
just get
pretty
a set
sure.
number of studs for killing someone?
So
That's just
that probably.
deathmatch.
What if you got
That's
shinier and
true,
shinier, and
actually.
then a beam of light comes above you once
So,
you're first, and so everyone knows where first is, and that makes it harder
so
to be first.
I
What if
think
the
that
first person to select Lego Unkar Plet wins?
That seems silly. I don't like that.
I think the first person to select Lego Droidica wins.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good.
I
Yeah,
feel
that's a
like
good one.
I feel like there's something inherently wrong with the idea you put forward, Rags, from a design perspective, but like I'm trying to figure out what it is. Like, you guys
Well,
have
it's because it's because hang on, Rags. Do you say you drop some of your studs?
Yeah, not all of them, but when
Okay,
you
yeah,
take
that's fine.
damage, you drop a certain amount of your
Perhaps a
studs.
percentage.
Yeah, but I mean,
Perhaps
so
a percentage
so
could be
here's
interesting.
so here's the problem. If you're fighting people at range, what's to stop that person from immediately picking up the studs, considering you're far away?
You wouldn't
and
spawn
if
on where you would die. Presumably, you spawn back
So
somewhere else.
yeah, if
I thought you drop studs
you
from
you
taking
can
damage, that you got killed.
yeah you can take damage and not die, but you can also die. Taking damage makes you drop some studs. If you die, you drop a larger percentage of your studs.
So it's not really a
And
battle royale then, right? Like if you respawn.
well, no, you never get like disqualified, and maybe every couple minutes at the end of every round, the bottom like person is
Get
disqualified.
cleaved.
That's an idea.
Yeah,
What
so
if
we
you
could
get
do that.
randomly assigned a different character each person? Someone has the Gonk droid and someone has the Droidica, and it makes it really unfair.
Oh, that could be the special limited time, wacky, crazy, random mode.
It's like the Gulag,
That could
isn't
be
it?
fun,
You get
yeah.
thrown into the Gulag and you both get randomized droids and you have to fight. Like Robot Wars. To get back into the Battle Royale.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's what it's like.
Well, does that sound more fun than a Halo Battle Royale that's apparently happening?
I mean, it was
Tell
one
me
thing
about this.
Halo was
You know
missing.
what? I was about to say this will bring it back.
And so from based on the rumor, it was developed by a different team that has just sort of been working on.
Oh, so it might get finished.
Wow. I think that apparently it's going to be like its own sort of, it's like Halo Infinite, but it's kind of Warzone in the sense that it is something of a separate game. Yeah, I mean, I guess it wasn't a surprise, right, that was going to happen, even though they said it wouldn't.
It's interesting how Battlefield blamed, because Battlefield 2042, let's be frank, was designed to be a battle royale, and then they course corrected to try and make it a Battlefield game, and then they blamed the low sales on the fact that Halo is a game that came out, and Halo is now trying to do a battle royale mode to get people to come back to it as well.
Well, it's yeah, because I mean, I guess the real well, what we're gonna see, I guess, in like next month when that Lone Wolves Season 2 comes out is, I think that'll give us a really clear indication of whether this game is screwed, like in terms of getting its players back.
You are referring to Season 2 Lone Wolves.
I know, it's such a great little oxymoron, isn't it?
Are you guys trying to imply that a lone wolf and another lone wolf, if they were to meet up, they would no longer be lone wolves?
No, they're a pack. They are categorically not lone wolves.
What if they don't collaborate? What if they're just near each other?
What if they like the title? They're like, no, I'm not a lone wolf. Because lone stands for like large, on.
Or maybe it's like a banking thing.
Electric.
Like like a Zootopia thing where you have all the animals in the city and they go to a bank and they get they loan wolves money.
Oh, lone wolf and lone wolf. It's close enough, but I think nobody will notice.
I prefer, that feels like a sitcom to me, The Lone Wolves. give out loads to people.
That would be a
They're
good,
not
yeah.
They have
Instead of
because of
loan shark, they're
attaching
wolves.
wolf to it makes people think like, oh no, are they like lone sharks, but not as maybe mean, but they still kind of hunt down those lones, you know?
Well, there are
they're
card
loan sharks, but
sharks.
they operate on the land.
Oh,
Land
think-
sharks.
Right.
Land loan
So-
sharks.
So who would be the air equivalent of loan sharks and wolves?
I don't know why my
Lone
mind
horse.
went to vultures straight away, but I don't think it would be
I
vultures.
know mine went to vultures, but it'd probably be like, I don't know, would it be an albatross for some reason? You know, lone
Lone
albatross.
hawks. That sounds. Lone albatross doesn't roll off the tongue, I think, in the same way as lone hawks.
Lone hawks.
Lone
I kind of
orcs?
like lone hawks, but well, I don't
What-
know.
Lone
I
hawk.
guess in a sense, because it's the implication is it's like predatory. So you know, if a bird of prey kind of needs to be a bird of prey, to be, yeah, lone hawks.
It's
I
not
like
gonna be.
that.
What about a lone penguin?
He'd be the super friendly dude who's like, you know what, you can't pay it this week. That's okay. That's okay. Next
Yeah,
week,
But
that's okay,
penguins,
that's
penguins
okay.
are predatory animals.
not in my will.
No,
They
yeah, no,
they
penguins-
predate on fish.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
sure, but
They're super
also they
friendly,
are
okay.
predated. They're predated on by seals and shit. So you know,
It's
not like
horrifying.
they're at the top of the food. It is
Well,
horrifying.
the lone seals.
And also a whole bunch of other animals like petras and wait, no, orcas are orcas don't. Do orcas eat penguins?
Orcas are at the top of the
Orcas eat the
motherfucking
seals,
food
right?
chain.
They are.
Orcas
at the
eat
top of the-
everything.
They eat seals.
Orcas are
but-
apex predators.
Yes, they are. They're.
That's why in
Penguin
Wonder
would be
Woman
proud.
84, the chick wishes she could have been an apex predator and
Turns
then
into
just
an orca.
instantly starts ballooning into an orca on the
Oh.
plane, just right there.
So the reason why I was wondering if orcas eat penguins is because I wasn't sure about the range of orcas. The range of orcas is everywhere. It's everywhere. It's every single
What
part
about
of the
Oklahoma?
Fucking land.
The
Except
sea
for
is
small-
our domain.
The only places they aren't in are the Baltic Sea for some reason, parts of the Northwest Passage, parts of the sea above Russia, which is often frozen, and the inland seas like the Black Sea.
What
Not
about
wait,
Neptune?
It's ironic that orcas are not in the Black Sea.
Wouldn't they be in the black and white sea?
Yeah.
They would be there, yes. That would be a more accurate, I guess, ironic thing. But they are largely black.
it would have been really funny if Cheetah got turned into an orca, or like what if she got
I
turned
agree.
into like a? Well, because what are other unexpected
orky.
like orky? Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at a list of apex predators.
You know
and
what's a
then we can
human?
find
You know,
out.
a human is an apex predator. So she could have
It
just
is.
stayed the same.
Could have just turned into a human.
Nothing happens, and she's like, "What the hell?" They're like, "It was you. It was within you the whole time."
I guess the reason why I find
There
it
is
so
no
funny,
secret ingredient.
the reason why it's so funny is just because, like, man, like, a cheetah, it's not at the top of the food chain. It just isn't.
Yeah,
So
it
a
was
giant
cool.
otter, she could turn into a giant otter.
That would
And I
be
think this
Those
one
are
would have been
apex
better for it.
predators. Very possibly.
So do you guys want to stop
What
at
do-
topic number one, or I guess
That
we got
was
two with
topic
this
number one. Would you like to start? I'd love to start topic number two. Well, no, we
Okay.
had the Lego Battle Royale, then the Halo Battle Royale.
Yeah.
Which is
We
a
got
good...
Apex Predators, Lone Wolves.
Yeah, well,
Topic.
Halo
we're
is
like
doing
we're
great.
like 12.
In fact, Halo will come up today for more reasons than just talking
Oh
about
my
the
goodness
show.
gracious.
Maybe actually no. Well, it's a thing that we've.
Well, it's
kind
already
of...
come up for reasons besides just talking about the show, you fool.
Well, I was going to say it's not going to come up for the show necessarily at all, but kind of, but sort of. It's more so a point about writing, which you guys have talked about in calls before, but I don't think we did on EFAP, so I got it in here. But yeah, our first topic is going to be a comment I saw on my stream about Lego, and then we're going to talk about Lego because this comment's outrageous. Okay, I can't handle it. It's destroyed my entire existence.
Okay.
I when I was playing the game, okay, I was complaining a lot, and it upset some people. All right, because
Okay.
some people really like this game, and some people
Mhm.
are like, you're doing it the same thing you guys did with the Elden Ring, where you're like, it's not like Dark Souls 1 and therefore bad, which, you know what? Sometimes older games do things better than the newer games. Rags, do you feel this way about RE4 to RE7 and 8, I wonder?
A little bit. I do feel this way about a certain amount of mechanics and environmental design and combat and just all kinds of stuff.
You know,
Yeah.
everything. except graphics. But
Everything.
anyway, you know, I was bringing up some comparisons. I was like, oh boy, I was trying to explain this to Rags earlier, either today or at some point. But I was trying to explain how Jango Fett's jetpack works. And in the new game, it's a second jump. It only takes you forward on a strict path. You can't move him, and it's about 1.5 meters, maybe a meter. So you jump, and he just goes, huh, and he just does a normal jump. But if you jump and then press A, he activates the old jetpack, but you can't move him, and he finishes this is a very small arc, and he goes forward. So they didn't really want to give him much of a jetpack at all. And I was like, oh man, I like playing as old Jangy in when I play these Lego games because I like him.
That's
He's neat.
what we always called him. We called him Old Jangy.
Old Jangy.
All of his friends would call him Old Jangy.
And so I was like, wow, I way preferred it when it was infinite, his jetpack. And then, in a different portion of the stream, I was giving out some criticism. And I was saying, oh man, you know the True Jedi collectathon notification-y thing? Like, if you had one separated for story and free play, or in the case with this game, I guess, story missions and free play, that means that when you're playing the story version, as opposed to the free play version, you have a reason to try and collect things instead of blast through it and then do it again on free play where things actually matter in terms of being able to unlock everything and collect all the stuff. Now, I said that was something they did before, and, you know, here's where we are. So, now I direct you to a lot of people saying this in the stream, and Rags, if you be so kind as to read this comment I saw and I grabbed. Okay, you got it? Right there? Yeah,
I will begin this reading, Rainbow.
Horrifying comment that has wounded me.
This is for Tekotra, the Rat King. These should not be capitalized. By the way, there were never infinite jetpacks by default. They were always temporary. An extra could turn them on forever. Additionally, he occasionally mentions having True Jedi in both story mode and free play as separate things. Just to be clear, those didn't exist. It was True Jedi for each level.
Very well. This is an opinion that happens to be held. I will now employ the skills of Fringy to confirm.
Look like Rat King. It looks like a bug.
Fringy, I demand with your eyeballs to open up the stream and tell me what's happening, okay? So I'm opening the extras menu. Do you see anything to do with jetpacks in here, first of all? I've got them all locked anyway, so it wouldn't matter. But, do you see anything to do with jetpacks?
Well, there's mustaches.
Well, sorry, I think you'll find I was asked a question.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't see anything for jetpacks. No.
All right, and I've got everything off or locked, so it wouldn't matter. Now,
yes.
Can the court recognize this is Jango Fett and he has a jetpack?
Yeah, he's got his blue helmet.
All right, let's see. Now, the court will not be requested to wait for infinity to pass. However, I believe that I shall use this jetpack until the court is satisfied with the assumption that the once upon a time jetpacks were indeed infinite.
I don't get the impression that he's coming down at any point in time until you release the button. That jetpack.
Are you using a controller?
I am indeed using a controller.
Well, maybe you should just set the controller down and put something on your button, and then just leave it there for the entirety of the stream.
You know what? I didn't even need to hold a button. It's actually automatic. The only thing is it makes a little noise.
Oh my god!
He floats forever at default.
Oh
Can you believe it?
What if you find out there is a time limit? What if that's what you discover? It's like it only lasts for like half an hour or something.
Half an hour. Well, the thing is, I can't leave it on all stream, even if I muted the sound, because I got to prove the other thing now. All right, this is a full investigation for the court, and I feel the judges are satisfied on this particular point. Yes.
I'm digging this.
I think you need to let it run for the amount of time you're claiming.
I understand it is
not
indeed
infinite. You gotta show everyone that
you're
right about Lego Star
Well, to be
Wars.
fair, this is going to be relevant when we start criticizing the game. Because like, I believe they have indeed done these things before. So, but alright. They float now? Yes. Yes, they do.
Well, they used to. Not anymore, right?
Oh, I suppose they did take it out, but I didn't test every character with a potential flight, only Jango's.
Oh.
Yeah, my bad. Anyway.
It's fair enough, I suppose.
I know I haven't satisfied the court fully, but it seems that
Mm.
the job was done to some degree that can at least come close. Now, to boot up. By the way, were these games, or were they not, played thoroughly on Super Chat Catch-Up as of recently?
I have it on good authority that the only thing you play is Simpsons Hit and Run.
That's a lie, and you know it.
That's not true.
That's
There is definitely been the playing
impossible.
of Lego Star Wars.
Oh no, it's playing the main theme. Stop it. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we must prove, was there ever an iteration of these games in which you could get True Jedi for both story mode and free play? Now, if I simply go over here to the episode 4 levels and hang out in the entrance, can I get a confirmation on what is on screen currently? Can anyone confirm?
I see
it looks
a
like
New Hope there.
yeah, we have a New Hope, but it looks like there's a story meter that's glowing, and there's one for free play as well. And it looks like they're two separate things.
I believe I have proven my point.
Oh my goodness!
Look at it.
Coach Further Actions in. He's in the chat. He said there is nothing on screen. I have very faint memories of playing this because it was on GameCube a long time ago. I know, like, seeing it, I know I've played it, but I don't remember playing it. You know, it's kind of one of those games that you know you've played, but you can't remember playing.
It's
It's in
funny.
that weird sort of
I'm not
spot.
sure I have any of those.
I played the fuck out of them as soon as they came out. They're like the Lego games to me, but I'm more than willing to
Yeah.
update. I'm not have to be crotchety old man. Unfortunately, I shall be playing the role of crotchety old man today, as we talk
Oh,
about
boy.
this video
Back in
game.
my days, Legos were
So,
and
new Lego game came out, and it was weird because I was wanting to play it for a while, and it kept getting delayed, and I was like, what's going on? Gimme. I didn't really look into the production. I was just waiting, and it comes out, and I'm like, woohoo, time to stream. How should we? What should we do, Jay? Just like random complaints, and hopefully we cover most things.
I mean, I guess we should start on the story. That makes, because that's how the game expects you to do it, right?
Oh, well, episode 1, 2, and 3 had terrible stories. Episode 4 and 5 had really great stories. 6 was so-and-so, and then when the sequels hit, Jesus fucking Christ, what happened, guys?
They redefined pain. Like,
Yeah.
they wanted to
So
make
there
sure
you go.
understand.
Stories summarized.
Okay, so like we have to kind of set how this works first. So the way it works in this game is that there's an open world for what is it, 16 planets, 19 planets, something like that? I can't remember.
A lot of planets.
Lot of planets. Get yourself your big old chungus world. I don't have a visual for
The
this.
open worlds are like mid-size. There's a
Would
few
you
like
say- well, would you describe them as open worlds? They're not hub worlds, right? They're just like, they are levels.
It's
I mean,
kinda-
Well,
so
I don't know.
if you
I'm
can see,
asking.
this is the Gungan city, right? And it's quite large.
Right.
And you can go in all these places, and you'll have like 10 quests around, and this like someone's like, "Oh, I lost my mop. Can you get me my mop?" Like, okay,
Ah.
go to check around and find a mop, bring it back to him, that sort of thing.
Okay.
And so you got a series of them, and the story is housed within them in terms of when they were making this, they were like, well, if we make a mission out of them going to the Naboo surface and avoiding all those spooky monsters, then in that case we'll have to get the player to walk from that surface they dropped down to at the beginning of Phantom Menace to the Gungan City to Boss Nass to the Unabongo, I think they call it, the ship. I can't quite remember, but you get that, and that's how it activates the mission. It's like it makes it feel as though you're in the world itself, moving through. Unfortunately, this created problems.
Okay.
What problems do you mean?
Well, it's an interesting thing to ask. It's like you only have 5 missions per film, and to give you an idea with the Unabongo one, it's like, I'm probably exaggerating, but it really doesn't feel that way. It's like a minute long. And then you...
I timed them. Most of the ones I timed were 3 minutes long.
Okay, we'll go with
Whoa,
3 then.
calm down, Slowpoke.
And so you do that, and then it's like, now you're in Theed. go walk around Theed and follow the directions until you find Padme. You kill some droids. It's kind of just like the movie, but it's awkwardly obvious that it's the open world vision. It's not.
That wasn't really Padme. That was a
Lego Padme.
double. That was a stand-in.
What's Keira Knightley?
Keira Knightley, yeah, that's true. Yeah, here she is, look. And I was just like, oh, hello. And I was thinking of walking around Theed, and then I was just like, but that's not my goal. My goal is to get Padme out of here, because it's not safe. Got to get to the hangar. And so I ended up just like, okay, and we walked to the hangar. I think there was some droids to kill in there, or something, and then just walk up to the ship, press A, and it's like starting next mission. And I was just like, this is a bit jank and clunk.
Django.
Feels like it's a little less control, but okay. And it's like, now we're going, there's a little cutscene, we're in Tatooine now. And it's like, oh. I think the second mission actually happens, is the pod race one.
Oh.
I
We
was
are
like,
moving quick.
yeah, I was just like, huh. And you know, when you get to Tatooine, you can go and talk to everyone, you can go in little shops or rooms, solve some puzzles. But I was like, well, but the story's saying I gotta go see Watto as Qui-Gon, right? That's my story mission. It's like, so... And so, you know, I was more compelled to do that, especially with the knowledge that a lot of puzzles can't be solved until I unlock characters. So...
Right,
Yeah. So actually, my
really-
experience with this is the first time I decided to wander around and try doing a side quest was that I was in Theed. I met like a character there, and the first thing I needed was C-3PO, who I didn't have. So it was like, oh, I guess I'll come back to these later, and I didn't try any of them again.
Which,
after
by the way,
that,
I'm fine with that. I've always been fine with that in the LEGO games. I play through the story mode, grab the story True Jedi if I need to, depending on what game I'm playing, I guess. And then I do free play mode. And in this, I was kind of confused. I was like, what are we dealing with here? Like, should I ignore the open world for the most part then, because they represent like free play in a sense? I was like, I kind of guess so. So I'll
That's
happily play.
confusing.
Yeah, I was like, I'll
confusing.
happily play through the story. But then I kind of killed the game by doing so.
What do you mean?
That you know what, it's better, I think, at this point, because again, we're not going to be doing a huge, enormous breakdown, alright? But I think one of the best examples is going to be one that Jay's been through as well. But let's...
I've played through the prequels, by the way, in terms of story. I've not done A New Hope yet.
That's alright. Where does the Attack of the Clones shit start? For,
Like in the story, or?
Oh
No,
Do you want me to recite the beginning of the Attack of the Clones?
Well,
Story missions.
give me 1 sec, because you fucking kidding me? What are the odds of this? I open up all of my VODs except the one with Attack of the Clones in it.
Nice.
You start on Coruscant as Padme on the landing platform.
Yeah, well, so yeah, you may as well, if you want, just start describing that and what the problem is while I get a visual for it.
So you start as Padme on the landing platform, like right at the beginning of the film. Because here's the thing, they stick quite closely. They go for pretty strong realism within context for this Lego game, and they stick quite closely to the actual events of the film, and they include most of the events of the film. So you start Padme on the landing pad when the ship blows up, and her decoy dies, and Keira Knightley is no longer in the films.
Oh, damn.
Then you move. Your first objective is to go to the Senate building and talk to Chancellor Palpatine, as happens in the film. Padme goes and talks to Palpatine, and then a cutscene plays of you. So you walk all the way to the Senate, and then a cutscene plays with you talking to Palpatine. And then what happens next in the film?
To bolster you, right? Let's. Oh wait, maybe this isn't a great example. I was just gonna say the walking, what it's like. There's a better example I have a little bit later.
The next thing that happens is the perfect example is well, I mean, maybe not entirely. It's not representative of all of them, but the next section, it makes you RP walk with Padme as Obi-Wan and Anakin to her apartment.
Oh, I love role plays.
Right. Yeah. So you were saying we got the cutscene with Palpatism, and then is it in that scene?
Then your next.
Right.
Then your next objective is to RP walk with Padme to her apartment, which takes a while.
Yes.
And you've got dialogue going on this whole way. Apparently, I'm roboting.
Just a little here and there.
I'll throw us in. Singapore, just in.
You know, people are going to be joining EFAP and they'll have no idea why that's going to be the solution to just hope to Singapore.
Yes.
So you walk to Padme's apartment, and then the first mission happens, which takes 3 minutes, and it's just sort of meh.
If I could just pause you, so I just want people to look on screen. This is what Jay's talking about with the RP walk. Look at this pane. This is maximum speed.
No, why?
Yes,
why
Gears of
this?
War.
Why? Oh man. Well, lots of games, Rags, not just Gears of War, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, I said it was the only one. Yeah.
No, I know. It's just there's an implication.
I swear to God,
yes,
if at
Gears of War thing where the characters
any
walk
point-
slowly, not just many games.
If only they need to just be pressing their heads like there's the earpiece, and that will complete the beautiful cinematic wonderment that is these moments.
Well, it's just, what I love is when I just have to walk and listen to characters talk instead of watching a cutscene or just playing a game.
I can be more forgiving of it if the dialogue is particularly story driven, like really important, and so they're trying to do this to be like, please concentrate on what the characters are saying. This is repeated dialogue from the films. In fact, some of it is melded together.
Melded together? What do you mean by that?
They'll take like 3 scenes worth of them talking, and I don't know how better to explain this than basically being like, he appears on Mustafar, and Anakin like says, "You brought him here to kill me," and then Obi-Wan will go, "Only a Sith deals in absolutes," and then he jumps at him and attacks.
We are
like it would do it that way.
That is abridged.
They do it throughout.
God damn.
But
that is very abridged.
But yes, carry on, Jay. I'm just just what happens next?
So in Padme's apartment, you get the first mission, which is Bounty Hunter Pursuit, and it's 3 minutes long, where you are chasing Wessel in her little space car, and you just have to shoot at it until it falls out of the sky, and that's it.
Yep.
Oh,
cool.
Are there any other cars around? It looks like it's just an empty area.
There are other cars around. They are above us at this point in the mission.
So, like, what is the gameplay here?
Oh,
you
very,
just shoot
very
at Wessel,
limited.
and you don't drive into stuff.
It's kind of like the Unabongo level.
You move. You move really slowly as well.
You do move really slowly. Yeah.
Well, that makes sense because you're not trying to catch her.
Enthralling. This looks really enthralling.
I died more times on this level than like any other. I didn't know what was killing me. I was getting confused, and I was just like, "All right, whatever. I'm still winning."
I couldn't tell what was damaging me on this level either. I think looking back at the footage, it might be debris falls off her ship and hits you.
Oh, okay.
But I couldn't tell while I was playing. So after that, you get a mission as Obi-Wan. So after that 3 minutes, you get a mission as Obi-Wan to go and talk to Dexter Jetster. So you walk to Dexter's diner, and then Dexter's like, "Oh, Obi-Wan, I'd love to talk to you, but I need help waiting tables." Before he'll accept talking to you, he will talk to you, you have to bring an item of food from every you see them on the counter there on the stream. You have to talk to each patron in the establishment and ask them what food they want, or they'll just tell you. You don't have to ask. And then you have to go and find that piece of food on the counter and take it to them. And you have to do that 5 times, I think.
This is no kind of like challenge. This is literally just like, it's hard to call this a challenge. It's just
There's no fail state.
No.
Well, yeah, because Kirby and the Forgotten Land has like a little mini game where you serve food to all of the Waddle Dees in town, but there's difficulties.
Waddle Dees nuts. Oh.
The reason why there's difficulties is because the whole game is built around serving them as quickly as possible to make sure that they're happy, but also of the items that are available for you to serve to them, they don't tell you straight away. Sometimes it will be a silhouette that comes into focus. Sometimes it will be a silhouette that pans up from the bottom. Or, there are little things that you have to try and account for. You need to be fast, but you need to identify what food they want quickly. Otherwise, you're going to fall behind, especially when the lunch rush happens. Just adding difficulty, like just making it a game, really. Like a challenge.
Making it a game.
Well, because this isn't any different. This isn't any different from the previous objectives we've had, which is walk to a place. This is just walk to a place on a micro scale where the place is very near and you get a few objectives very quickly strung together. Oh, I need you to go and get that thing for me. Oh, I need you to go and get that. You still walk to the counter, then walk back to the tables. It's still just walking.
Well,
And it's
yeah,
strange as well
what
because
is
it didn't happen in the movie. No, you don't. It's totally okay to invent shit. I think 100%, but they don't invent
was in
shit
the movie?
much.
Well,
They don't invent shit much at all.
let's
You don't remember that? That was it was a
contrast
deleted
this.
scene. It was in the director's cut. It was in the Lucas cut.
Ah.
George Lucas felt that it was really integral to his vision that when Obi-Wan arrives at Dexter Jester's diner, that he put on an apron and he started serving people.
Or the Dinerverse,
foods and whatnot.
we need
Yeah.
we need
the
those
Dinerverse.
yeah.
If we compare this to stuff that they added to a little game called Lego Star Wars the video game, which came out in 2005, what they added to Attack of the Clones was, for example, on Kamino, where there's a long section where not much exciting happens in terms of like active gameplay for a while. It's just a lot of characters talking to each other and walking around. How do you adapt that into a game? Well, they added it so that Django has a load of droids that he sends after you and they attack you. So that there's like enemies to fight on the level.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're all in favor of that kind of change being made to a Lego game adaptation of Star Wars. It's not like it has to be a super serious, super RP faithful thing, right?
Nope. And so it's just worth highlighting. It's like, oh, we have invented a game here, and what is it? It's a matter of just, A to B to C to D to E to F to E to G, and then you can carry on the
A,
cutscene.
B, C, D, E, F, G are clearly labeled.
Yeah, like this isn't even optional.
No confusion.
And I think a better way to describe the monotony would be A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B. Because saying A, B, C, D, E, F, G kind of makes it sound like it's more complicated.
And so what is the challenge here? Is the challenge that you walk from one place to the other, or?
I'd say the only challenge in this is
as
someone
it has
says, I want Jawa juice, and it's like, oh, will that be the cup with the green stuff in it, or will that be the cup
No, it
with
shows you a picture of it.
In that case, there is no challenge, unless you're blind
Right.
and deaf, I guess.
Well, unless the pictures don't come into focus clearly and you have a time limit, like, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, a game that is, like, also made for it's pretty accessible, but it's still got challenges, because it's a video game.
Well, what is next?
So after you've done that, you have a scene talking to Dexter, and then you have to walk to your ship, which is all the way back at the Senate building, to get to Kamino, because Dexter's like, that's Kamino. No, sorry, I'm wrong.
Wow, skipping
you
over
won't
so much
believe
of the
it, 'cause
movie.
it never happens. Yeah, that would be nice, isn't it? If you just go to Kamino next. No, then you have to go to
That's
what happens in the movie next. Is he goes to the Jedi archives to check Kamino, like about Kamino, learn about Kamino.
I just want
and
everyone
talk
to make
Yoda.
sure that they're staring at the screen to see how long that takes. What Jay just said, just how long it takes.
So you walk to the Jedi Temple, and then you go and you find a thing in the Jedi Temple, and you go to the archives and you open the archives, and then Yoda talks to you about Kamino. And he's like, oh, it's gone from the star charts. And Yoda's like, well, go there anyway, and it'll probably still be there. And so then, having done that, you walk back from the temple to your ship, and you go to Kamino.
So is the gameplay here that you just go to a place to, like, talk to someone, and then you go back to
Well,
your
you start
ship?
to get worried, when you're playing it for this long, and you're like, man.
It's gameplay technically.
Well, yeah, because I have to interface with the game. I have to interact with the mechanics, like walking and stuff, and talking to people to progress.
Mechanics
But I'm
like
not really,
walking.
I'm not really doing anything, right? I'm not applying any level of skill or knowledge that's helping me progress. You know how, like, I know we don't often get into the weeds of just like the basics of games, but like, when you're playing a first-person shooter, like, centering the screen on the thing you need to kill and then pressing the button to do it and making sure that you don't die in the process, it's like, well, that's not something that you can sort of just passively do. Like, you need to be doing things to go forward.
And you can tone that down in terms of difficulty. If you're making a game for kids, you
absolutely
can make it
can.
so that the area of maybe you've got like a shotgun type weapon that's also not got like a very particularly limited range. So there's a wide angle where your weapon has area of effect, and the enemies aren't particularly challenging, and all you have to do is get the enemy vaguely in the center and press the button, and they die. That's
Mhm. You can
can- you-
absolutely find ways to
can-
have the core challenge still exist without alleviating the gameplay itself.
Citizen Run, there's
Or
plenty to
you
be
can-
critical of, but it's constantly making use of mechanics. Mechanics that
Yeah.
there's a hell of a lot of fail states in that game, and even the last levels I think are pretty fucking difficult for the average child to be able to complete. And so you could be like, yeah, but that's aimed for what, like 13 plus or something. And I'd be like,
Yeah, but then I'll just
well, maybe, but
Going
like
to Kirby.
the core mechanic of how you even move around has like complications to it. While this game is so padded with almost like safety and hand-holding that it's just like, to complete the story mode you may as well just watch the movies. There's not much point.
well, yeah, because what like I'm not getting a very clear impression as to what the game is, which is very different from like the old Lego games where it's like, well, you explore the level, you get your studs, you fight the bad guys who are there, you explore the level with whatever characters you have to try and unlock things. It's like got a pretty clear loop. A lot of it is about exploration and collecting items. I'm not getting seems here like you just sort of do things in an abridged version of the film, like where a lot of context is missing.
Well, as you can see with this, I am now at Camino. I've met
Yeah.
Lama Su.
You then go to Camino.
And now you have to walk
Please,
slowly
if you
with
keep
her,
an eye on the
right?
subtitles, this
So-
is all dialogue from the films.
Like,
No, I believe
one-to-one.
that there's a piece of dialogue added where he says that he needs to give you a tour of the cloning facility.
Hmm.
And so then you go on an RP walk tour of the cloning facility as he says dialogue from the films that
I thought we moved
Okay.
past this, like that we dude, Infamous in like 2009 has the thing where like characters will talk to you on the phone, but you can like run around at full speed and like still play the game and fight enemies. Like why can't we just why do we have to do the slow walk? I thought we got past this. I thought we moved past
Well, yeah,
this.
as well. Like, this is a fucking kids game. Like, surely, if any target demographic that you don't want to force to have like a 5-minute, 10-minute dialogue RP walking section where you just focus on the story is a Lego children's game where your target audience probably doesn't have attention span for this kind of thing or care about the story particularly.
Well, I mean, so maybe this is like a contentious take, but I kind of have the perception that walking sections like this are very much cheaper versions of like proper cutscenes because you don't have to do like full animation of everything. You just have the characters walk through an environment.
I could
Instead of
definitely see
having
that,
to be
yeah.
like a fully animated cinematic.
I'm cool with a
Um,
healthy balance if it means that I get to look at what I want to look at. I don't think I could deny that what you're saying is true, because I think it just is. Like, I think it takes less work to make these, theoretically,
But there
there's
is
stuff with
value.
it, yeah.
There is potential value for sure.
Yeah, like look at this place that you're a part of. Like for instance, I
mean-
said Gears of War a little kind of mockingly, but at least, for instance, in Gears 5, right, there is a section that begins with you in this long kind of walking, talking section where you go through like this town. And then at the end of the walkie-talkie section, it's like combat and things attack. Oh no, how bad! And you have to fight your way back through all of what you had walked through earlier, and things are changing, and now there's enemies and stuff. And you could sort of you could look around. Oh, well, look at this place, and look at all the things, and so that there's like
I was getting
there's
bored as fuck.
something that can be done.
I even tried to kill Boba Fett, the child, just because I was like,
I was wondering why you were trying to kill a
You should
child.
always kill children.
it's just like,
Well, if you kill him and not his father, he can't be an orphan.
yeah.
I guess something that might be worth talking about that's already been mentioned is games will communicate to you through the way that they're designed expectations as to what you can or can't do or what you should be doing. So like for instance, Breath of the Wild is such a strong example of that because the opening communicates so clearly you're in this open world, you can do whatever you want, go wherever you want. There are 4 things you need to do. Actually, you don't need to do them. You don't need to do them, but it's recommended that you do before you face the final boss. But you don't have to. You can do whatever you want. Like that sets a clear expectation in people's minds
Yeah.
about the way that they're going to engage with the game going forward. When you communicate to them, oh, you can climb things, you can cook foods that have different attributes, like keeping you safe in the cold. Like all of these things communicate to the player an expectation of, oh, I can go around and do whatever I want. In fact, I am encouraged to explore. That is what the game kind of wants me to do.
Exactly.
This is really important in terms of influencing how people play, because here it seems like it puts you into these really big environments, but in story mode it tells you exactly where you need to go, and you
It does. I
also
mean, it,
quickly identify
very specifically as well. Like the waypoints are very close to each other.
Right.
You don't go far. Like you can basically always see one. Go here now. Go here now. Go here now. Go here now. Go here. Right, like a sat nav, pretty much.
Yeah.
And what you've said as well is that you will find if you explore in story mode that there is so much that you can't do because you don't have characters unlocked, that you'll just
So
stop
the first
exploring.
time I decided to stop and explore was, oh, I can't do this yet. Okay.
Yeah, same.
And then I didn't really bother with it again.
Okay.
But like, you know, you guys are familiar with Attack of the Clones, so it's like, so then what? It's like you get to Django's room, cutscene, then he runs away, and so you finally get gameplay again. It's a boss fight with Django, and it's over pretty quickly, cutscene, and then I think that would be mission. Is that mission 2 or 3? Fighting him, I don't even know anymore. But it does get a little bit mind-numbing.
Right.
Well, just look, you want things to do. So
yeah, after the RP walking on Camino, I mean, it picks up. You get more of the levels after that. It actually might be more levels than just RP walking places at that point. But I mean, then you have the droid factory level, which took me fucking ages, not because of it being content, but because the frame rate was 13.
Oh yeah, well, to be fair about the RP walking thing, right? It's like you're Anakin and Padme on, is it Naboo? Then you have to go to the hangar to travel to Tatooine. Then you have to go to Watto, get a cutscene, travel from him.
Yeah, so
the Tatooine,
when the mission,
different area of Tatooine.
So yeah. So, when the mission is go to the droid factory, right? You're switching perspectives from Obi-Wan to Anakin and Padme, so it's an ideal opportunity. Like you can start them at any point in their story you like, right? As a developer, you have that choice. You can say, oh, right, okay, we want to make a level that involves Anakin and Padme, a romance level on Naboo or whatever the fuck, I don't know. But like, let's say they want a level in that place, and you can start them there. The first level that they have you play as Anakin and Padme is the droid factory on Geonosis. So they start you on Naboo, and then they're like, okay, now go to your ship. Now fly to Geonosis. Now walk to now go and walk to where Shmi is, or now go walk to the Tuskens and find out that she's dead, and then walk back to where Shmi is, and then walk to the droid factory. Oh no, sorry, yeah, you don't go. Yeah.
Why is it? Really?
So they could just start you at the droid factory. They could, because the narrative is split. So
yeah.
I swear to God, if anywhere this game has been advertised with the amount of time it takes to play the content, they're like, wow, so there's 16 hours of story content in this game or whatever.
The one I want to bring up, the classic, I made everyone aware of this one because I just couldn't believe it. But good old Revenge of the Sith. Gosh darn, just as bad. All the prequels are bad as far as I was concerned for the Lego's approach. Somebody said, when I said the sequels were bad too, someone was like, were you really expecting it to be good when it's the sequels? And I was like, yes, this is a game.
Well, from a game
yeah,
you can fucking do whatever you want.
Yeah.
God, I'm trying to remember how this even happened. When does
this happen to me?
So I think I should have solved my roboting issues there, by the way.
But yeah, you do Emperor versus Yoda fight. Obviously, that's a mission, and then Obi-Wan is on Coruscant with Padme's like bodyguard guy. think that's your player 2. Everyone's like, why wouldn't they have done Bail Organa? You're gonna just pull a random guy because you have to make it 2? I was like, I don't know.
Well, I guess he bailed.
Nice.
Bail Organa was just in the Yoda
you
fight.
Yoda one, right?
Oh, he was Yoda's friend? Oh, okay, then. Yeah, maybe that makes more sense. Give Yoda a droid, I don't know. What they usually do. Give every character a droid. Yeah, now the free will of Carson at this point in the story is just like there's random troopers everywhere, and it's like they will shoot you because at this point in the narrative you're like evil or whatever, but it's just so awkward because it's still... You can tell that's all they did. Like, this is the opening.
Because otherwise...
Open world, it's like, oh yeah, put some troopers there and make them hostile, because...
Well, I mean, this feels like a prime opportunity to maybe have a stealth mission here, where you have to try and evade them by, like, you know, avoiding their sight lines, distracting them by throwing studs and stuff. You know, like, just some variety.
No. They can only repeat the mechanics they've already built, which is people shoot at you. So you run all the way over here, you go up, and you're like, Padme. This is the point in the film where Obi-Wan is like, Anakin is evil. And she's like, nah. And after the cutscene, you switch over to her. You play as Padme pregnant, of course.
Yes.
And she's with C-3PO, I think is her friendo in this. And I was just like, all right. And so began my
pregnant
adventure.
With C-3PO.
Oh yeah, I just noticed that that's how you access missions. I think you can do it through a main menu anyway. But I was like, let us begin our adventure. Come on, past me. Get through that door. Excitement.
Get to the
awaits.
fridge. Take pickles and ice cream. Consume. Oh, you're sick again. Go to bathroom.
This is necessary, okay?
Yeah,
Okay, so what are we doing now?
Why do you have a gun?
I'm Padme.
Alright, it's fair enough. Padme pregnant with her pistol.
Yeah.
Padme pistol pregnant.
Gonna let us play to appreciate.
All right.
So
She's
there's like
booking it for a pregnant chick.
Only 20 feet really between like every time that it's like, you're on the right path, don't you worry.
Yeah.
That's where you need to go. Not like in Ghost of Tsushima in the open world, they actually did away with a waypoint system, and you could press a button and the wind would point you in the direction the wind would blow, and the trees would blow in that direction.
Well, that's like, super cool.
Okay, this is where I need to
that's
go.
how it works in Japan. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
They don't need to just put like the so you just walk to. Have you just walked to the ship?
They wanted me to walk from your apartment to a ship for some reason.
Okay. Why wouldn't it have been that you played as Obi-Wan doing a stealth mission to try and follow Padme? You know, like those standard tracking missions like in Grand Theft Auto or like LA Noire where you have to follow someone and not be seen? Yeah, why wouldn't that be like the gameplay? Assassin's Creed, lots of games. Why wasn't that what they did?
So they put me in...
Because those would have mechanics.
Fluorescent space, and then I have to choose Mustafar in my galactic menu.
Okay.
Go to Mustafar space.
Jeez, yeah. Watching this game, this game has less mechanics than a Pet Boys at 8 p.m.
You thought about that one for a while, didn't you?
No, just now. Just now.
Okay.
It had to be free.
Like, all right, space, and this is part of my favorite element of all of this. There is a particular part in space I have to fly to start the mission.
Instead of just
at least it's close.
Right there.
Some of them are not close. They are fucking frustrating. Okay. But I suppose if someone said, well, the idea is that you don't, you're specific in what you're trying to access. It's like, yeah, but they have this other mechanic when you aim at a planet and it loads up and then says press A to confirm, just so you can skip the thing. But they didn't do it for the start mission one, so it's just this weird thing. But yeah, I activate that. Another cutscene. Almost done with my journey as pregnant Padme.
So, like,
what do you mean? Well, when you mentioned that you started playing as or when it was mentioned that you started playing as pregnant Padme here, I was like, oh, so in terms of the movie, your role is to just walk to your death.
Pretty much.
That's your purpose as playing as pregnant Padme in this game.
So, like, there's in Ratchet and Clank, A Crack in Time. What that game does is you can actually fly around in your ship to go to the planets, whereas normally in the old games you would just have the list and you fly to those planets. But in that game, you could go to like specific systems that would have a planet or two in them, but between those planets, there'd be like a bunch of like little smaller worlds or outposts or asteroid belts that had levels and stuff that you could go to and play around on. Can you do that here, where there are like places that you can go to in these star systems to do things like optional challenges and whatnot?
It's just the planet in each star system.
So like, what's the point? Why don't you just put like a list and just take me right there? Why do I have to?
Well,
fly
I mean,
around?
there is occasionally stuff to do in space.
What, like
but
shoot
not
random bullshit that flies
yeah,
around?
but there's no other
Quite
places
literally.
to go, right?
I mean,
So sometimes
yeah,
it's like a the one I played was above Geonosis, I think. I'm 100%, but it was like a time trial thing where you've got to fly through certain rings. Oh, I honestly like that challenge. A time trial where you have to fly through a ring and then fly through the next ring, and then until your time before your time runs out.
well, you got options for you can do the Ratchet and Clank a Crack in Time thing where you have flat out levels scattered across space. You don't have to do that because I'm pretty sure that's the only Ratchet and Clank game that did it. But I mean, that's just going above and beyond to include more content in the game and have some
Like
variety.
in story mode, you can beat up Anakin as C-3PO. Because if that was a thing that happened, just
Well, so wait,
amusing.
I think that cutscene felt really short.
Also,
that conversation.
He accidentally knocks Padme out.
Turning on your creator.
Which, by the way, they
Okay.
change a lot in these cutscenes. The kind of important narratively. It's not necessarily a problem or anything, but it's just like, man, some of these things aren't portrayed quite right. I think I mentioned to you guys, but Obi-Wan almost a couple of times in this final fight is like, Anakin, please stop. You don't have to do this. And it's like, no.
Dancing like that with his shoulders.
Obi-Wan was coming to kill him.
Obi-Wan's coming here to end his life, not to be like, Anakin,
Yeah.
please. It's so awkward to be like, you can't just change that. Like Anakin accidentally knocks Padme out by grabbing something on the cake, and it's just like, okay.
That changes a lot, though.
It's
'cause,
just,
like,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about a lot of them, because I'm just like, what's the point here? You making your own story? Because, like, I guess you can if you want,
because it
but...
is meant to be a meme, right? But still.
Well,
meant to
like I
be
said,
the
some of the
game,
changes
story.
don't even line up that way. It just sounds like someone who didn't really know what happened in this film trying to create bits of dialogue, just be like, I don't know, he says, please stop, and because Anakin's the evil one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah,
yeah, I was... The prequels, it was just foreshadowing, kind of.
At least, Mauler, as soon as you get to the Anakin Obi-Wan fight, you have gameplay, right?
I kept getting so fucking annoyed that they interrupted me to tell me you can't continue until the droids jump over a bunch of platforms and press a button. I was like, no, thank you.
So, by the way,
But at least the button, at least you can press the button. At least that works.
Canceled your ground pound to
So,
start that thing.
I feel like you
in
must
terms of-
must explain yourself there, Jay. Sounds like you're being a sarcasm.
So, you guys have played video games before. You know how
I have.
sometimes you have it a situational ability, right? Or a situation. You know, most buttons, most games have like an interact button, right, where you interact with the thing.
Yeah.
But so like open a door or whatever, right? But
Yeah,
for
well,
efficiency, if there's nothing nearby to interact with, often that button will be also tied to another action that you do if there's nothing nearby for you to interact with. Common game design stuff. And that's the case in this game. Because, efficient. And not only that, it has to be. You can't separate the key bindings, just to be clear. So, as 3PO, for example, you've got your 3PO's like abilities. He can break into like two pieces. He can separate his legs and his torso, and that can like get him into smaller spaces.
Nice.
Yeah. So you can also interact with panels as 3PO, and you can like press buttons and stuff and interact with technology because he's a droid.
Yeah.
And that's the same button. And sometimes playing a video game, you go to interact with something and you realize that, you weren't near enough to it, so you did your action by mistake, and that's mistakes happen, so that you then go nearer to the thing, and then you actually interact with the thing you're trying to interact with. I can't actually tell what makes the difference in this game between interacting with the thing and using the ability. I squared myself up exactly on the like there's a little circle that shows where you need to stand to use the panel. I was exactly like lined up with that, facing the panel. I pressed the button, and I don't use the ability. I split into two. My record is 8 failed attempts at using the panel before I actually get to use the panel. I press the button 8 fucking times, split in half every time instead of using the panel, and every single time the prompt saying "press E to use this panel" is on the screen. I don't know what made the difference for the last one where it actually worked. But by the time it did work, I was convinced that actually the game was unfinishable, and I was facing a wall where I just couldn't get through.
I had this trouble here and there, but with the clips you've shown me, you had a lot more. And it looks like I may have gotten lucky, or you got unlucky. But yeah, it's pretty awkward that they've got the special ability button is the same as use panel button, and so his special ability makes it so he can't use panels.
No, but that shouldn't be awkward though. That shouldn't be awkward because when a game is designed well, when the prompt is on the screen or you're in the area, like the original game has this, where as a bounty hunter you can throw bombs, or you can maybe like press a lever, and that's the same button. But if you're in the vicinity of the lever, you press the lever instead of throwing a bomb.
People want you to clarify, is it the difference between pressing and holding?
It is not the difference between pressing and holding. I tested that.
Jay tested. What a loser.
If it was, it should also say press button to hold button to do this rather than press button to do this.
Yeah. So, does that kind of summarize the issue with how story mode works, I suppose?
I suppose, technically, it could be hold to break apart, hold to split apart, but I don't think I was holding it. Unless it's incredibly sensitive. It's like, oh, you held for 0.2 microseconds. You held it.
Kind of illustrated it with Attack of the Clones, but I felt this was present in basically all of them because they necessarily have to fuck the pacing depending on where they choose to place their levels. And when I played Force Awakens, which you can see here, I was like trying to guess where they would do their missions, and to my surprise, they made a mission out of Finn rescuing Poe. I was like, whoa. If you put one of your 5 at Finn rescuing Poe, can you see what I mean when I'm picturing the timeline of the film, and you need to put the 5 dots in an equal spacing apart from each other. If you put one right at the beginning, with how Force Awakens works for its, its action-packed scenes and stuff, and where gaps are, I'm like, oh, you probably should have made that one a cutscene and pushed the first action scene maybe to the village where Kylo attacks. Yeah. Maybe make that the first one. Which, by the way, I'm pretty sure in the Force Awakens Lego game, that is the first one, and you can even make the ending to that then, him getting rescued or something. Maybe even combo. This is the thing. I'm trying to make it all longer, but the thing is, they weren't allowed to make these very long. So it's like, you could go with the village, you could go with this, you could go with when Finn first arrives or crash lands, maybe make a space battle as the first thing, but it's like, okay, fine. And this mission was pretty normal. I was just like, okay, so what are we doing next? Play as Rey, and I think the next one is the, they made me collect scrap. 20 pieces of scrap in this big play area. It took a while. It was some of the most time-wasty shit. But I did it, because, I've got integrity.
Love the craft,
okay? Yeah, I love the craft.
Integrity.
And so, once you walk around, activate enough cutscenes, and do all the schnizzles, you get into the spaceship battle sort of portion, which I was like, this one makes sense, I suppose. It's an opportunity, but again, the problem is like, man, we're 2 down now out of 5. And you obviously, I was thinking ahead, I was like, they obviously have to make a level out of Rey fighting Kylo at the end. What are the other 2 going to be? Like, well, if one of them would probably have to be assaulting the base, Starkiller, both of those happen, like, within the same real time of 10 minutes before the end of the game. So, we've done 2. 2 are going to be right at the end. Where's this 3rd one going to be? And
I assume Takodana.
That's the thing. I think that's probably where you're going to want to aim for it to be, but you complete this little mission, you go up into space, you travel over, and then Han grabs you as it goes, and you get a mission. Is the Rathtars one. It's like, it's not that it doesn't make sense to have a Rathtars mission. You can definitely make an action-packed thing out of that. But that would mean then we've not got a mission now
Oh,
between the
boy.
Rathtars and assaulting Starkiller Base. So how are they going to deal with that?
Okay.
And we
Right.
get... By the way, the Rathtars mission might be the best mission in the whole game. It is just like an
Nice.
actual Lego game level. Like, it's a series of rooms. Some take puzzles, some take enemies, some of it mixes and matches. A lot of it requires different characters to help push each other forward. It felt like playing a Lego game. And it feels so weird to say, right? Because it's just like, why do you care so much? You're not a baby. And it's like, I don't know, man. I play a lot of baby games, okay? Simpsons Hit and Run, Mario Kart Double Dash. These are all baby games now. And I think
Baby
they're
games.
real good compared to how bad they could be. And I would prefer them to not be bad. For people who were my age when I played the original Lego games, who are playing games now, they deserve a better class of mechanic, alright? And, Pod Race's best level? I mean, maybe for vehicles, but I'm talking about this sort of this kind of standard Lego approach that they did throughout the prequels, the originals, Indiana Jones. You know, the way that when everything was crafted to go through as a level with the story characters, so they give a nice amount of puzzles that the story characters can solve, but then they'll add a whole bunch that only, you know, Jango Fett can solve this, and it's like, but he's not with me right now, and it's like, aha, come back in free play, and you're like, oh ho ho. This one came the closest, and it makes me wonder if this was one of the first levels they worked on, or something.
Well, I might be getting that impression from Force Awakens as well, because I genuinely am wondering, what if all of the levels are packed so tightly at the start of the film because there were originally supposed to be more of them,
Could be.
and they had these finished, and then they realized how much they were going to have to crunch and cut down content.
Well, because I mean, we've all, I'm pretty sure all of us here have read or at least heard of the report that
yeah, we're
this
going to talk
game
about
did
that.
not. Okay, all right.
So anyway, right, you get out of there with the Rathtars thing, plays cutscene of you escaping, then it's cutscene... Oh no, you travel to Takodana, land, Maz's castle, you have to walk to the cantina. I think there was a cutscene with Snoke, too. Walk into the cantina, get your cutscene. You have to play as Rey and so just solve one or two sort of free play puzzles that... By the way, can you see the puzzle on screen right now?
Yeah.
You have to spin 3 things and then connect them all up. It's like the closest this comes to having something that may be difficult. As long as you upgrade it once, you can skip them. You hold A.
Oh, why would you do that?
I don't know, maybe they were... I don't actually know. It's so weird that you could use your points that you gained by playing the game to make it so you don't have to engage with mechanics. It's very...
Mechanics, yeah.
It's like one of the...
It's not good.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, that's one of the most common puzzles in the game. You can just pay to... And, of course, I used that. I was like, yeah, I guess so. Rafe picks up a lightsaber, gets a cutscene. Then you exit back up, and you have a battle with FN2199. Do you guys remember him? He's the guy with the...
Is that his
electric
name?
thing.
Yeah.
Actually,
Radio guy.
well, I know he's one of you guys' favorites. Like, don't give me bullshit.
Oh yeah.
We've been
Oh
waiting for
yeah.
this.
Yeah.
But
He's
the
no.
thing
I mean,
is,
he's no Babu Frick, but he's
he's-
up there.
he's not a part of a level. He's a part of free play A and B sort of movement. So it's very odd, right? Because this is the thing. I'm coming out of Maz's castle, and I had a position at this point that I would probably engage with trying to get True Jedi. And that means that when that comes up, I'll try and grab it so that it can get me more studs, so I can get more stud multipliers, and it can just help me. But if those True Jedi's off, that means I'm in free play trying to get to another mission. And so when they do this shit, where they pretend I'm in a mission, almost, it's like the camera angle's like, oh look, there's some cover here, there's some troopers, what are you gonna do? I'm like, you can't trick me, game. I know this is free play. This is a lie. So I'm
So
just
I
gonna
don't need
walk
to
right
join you
past you
this,
all.
yeah.
Like, why would I care? This isn't the mission. And as Han, I'm just like, where's the mission? Get me the mission. And of course, spawns this dude, which can feel a little cinematic, can feel like you're in a mission maybe, but look what happens, and look how this game is made, and the boss fights at this point, they all run the same, and I'm starting to wonder if they are just forms of delay, because they had so few mechanics to actually delay you with. At first I was like trying to actually hit him because I thought we would be in the standard sort of way they do it with lightsaber foes, but no, he's just a guy with more health. That's it. And so I was just like, oh, well, it's probably better I just shoot at him then. And then, yeah.
Oh, no.
And then we get a cutscene.
To be fair, that's basically what happens in the movie.
Yeah, so I guess that's nice. they're faithful with the gameplay. Yeah,
Wait,
the
what was
cutscene to go up, cutscene back down to that planet they're on for the Resistance. Oh, this shit was pretty entertaining. When I landed, they had like cutscene dialogue between Poe and Finn. Look how far away they are from each other when they're just having a casual conversation. They're not even looking at each other and the lip sync isn't right. It's just like, okay.
Oh, there's no attempt to do lip sync in this game.
Well, do you understand though? It's components of a overall whole.
Yeah.
They're like Finn and Poe are like, oh man, it's so good to see you. It's like, welcome back. It's like, I thought you were dead. All this stuff, and they're just standing meters away from each other, not looking at each other. It's like, okay, I'm feeling it. I'm really feeling the warmth here. This doesn't feel at all like a very rushed thing. We're just like, I don't know, put them there, do stuff. And then it's like, well, now you got to walk inside the base, otherwise you can't activate the cutscene, and you get to fucking slow walk behind Poe too, which is wonderful. Because how else can we pad this out? And I knew this was going to happen when I did the Rathtars mission. I was like, how are they going to fill time between this and the Starkiller base mission, which is obviously where they'll have the next one. And it's just cutscene after cutscene after walking after really small, pathetic puzzle that you can pay to avoid. It's just like, what have we become? What has happened?
Yeah.
You activate the ship, you land on Starkiller base, you have a Snoke cutscene with Kylo, us getting into the base, and then the mission begins. And this is pretty funny. I'm faced with my mission. I get my true Jedi, and what is my opening fucking bit of gameplay? A bunch of barriers spawn with a bunch of people shoot at me. Cover shooting, everybody. Just what I play
Lord.
Lego
Yay.
for. And I was like, I ain't doing this. Fuck this. Where are we going? And then it said you have to kill 30 troopers to move on.
Oh no.
30. What? So yeah,
no.
you just shoot. Just keep on. Eventually I just upgrade my blaster damage in the little RPG light tree thing, which makes things a little faster, so that's nice. I'm starting to see the upgrade tree as just a way to make everything faster. Not like, oh cool, I can do this now. It's just like, no, it just gets me through the game fast.
No, you get to do. You don't have to do as much. We sped it up for you.
So, like, I think some people will be like, oh come on, like, you said the Rathtars mission was good. They can't have missions for the whole game, so I'm just like, I don't know, man. It's because we're gonna get into the problems with production, but like, what this is, what it exists as. I said this on the stream. I'm not trying to aim it at people who made this. I'm just talking about what this is, and it is shit. It was a struggle to get through story mode. I did it just yesterday, actually. I completed Rise of Skywalker. It was as embarrassing as the film. Some stuff they improved.
Oh no.
If I can give you an example, actually. Nobody spoil in chat. You all know what I'm talking about.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
They take certain narrative plot points, if you will. Oh wait, actually, it could have been when I was just because yeah, I did half of TLJ and god damn it. Back a sec. There are ways. So the Palpatine somehow returned thing. They actually have that line in here, and it's sort of different part. It's kind of confusing, but they don't really meme it up. Oh, you know what? Let's look at this first.
Okay, let's take a look.
I wish to explain to you guys. This will come relevant later. I just want you to appreciate this first. Convincing Luke in TLJ. Press A to continue. Let's continue this. What happens? Press A. Come on, you can do it.
Who is that on the left?
Oh, that'd be Luke, yeah.
What?
There we go. So,
Wait, that next to
You're
Rey is
greeted
Luke.
with this image.
That's Luke?
I feel like there's other things to be addressing right now.
I'm sorry, I was just... Oh my... Okay. Nice. Fucking do it. Fucking do it. Milk that cow. Milk that cow.
So,
Pregnant Padme, milk that cow.
This is here.
Yes,
right, yeah.
this is a finely crafted fetish game.
Bit weird. They put the effort in to make this all happen. Now, let's talk a little about stuff that maybe didn't happen. When you play Return of the Jedi, you get a good old mission to approach Jabba's palace. You go in, solve some puzzles, talk to some people, be a true Jedi, done. Second mission, just the blow up the barge, though you don't actually blow up the barge, you just fight Boba Fett in a boss fight, then you fight Jabba in a boss fight. We can talk about that in a sec. And then you're done with that one. Third mission is the speeders. We're definitely going to talk about that one, but not yet. Fourth mission then, because I was like, wait, we've only got 2 left. And this was before I'd clocked on more fully with the 5. I think I was just busy being annoyed by something else that happened, which we're going to get to. Mission 4, which I didn't even realize was a mission, actually. You can see it in the stream. I only realized toward the end. Was Chewie and Wicket in Ewok land, the good old Moon of Endor. And it's you know, getting to the base, destroying the shield generator. And it's like, wait, so that's 4 missions. Now to go to 5, and that's Luke, the Emperor, and Vader. And once you complete that, there is simply a cutscene of everybody shooting out of the Death Star as it blows up. It's like, oh, we didn't do that. We didn't have the gameplay of blowing up the second Death Star, the literal climax of the trilogy of the original Star Wars. Okay, but what we did have was Luke milking the cow things. You made sure to put the important stuff in, I guess.
Picking and choosing our battles, you know, like maybe including the climax of the original trilogy as a little gameplay thing. Like, that would have been cool. Like, you have the mechanics, you have flying sections. Why would you not have that, like, an actual difficult little run through the Death Star? Man.
It was pretty shocking. Their choice. There's a lot of choices that you do wonder about. In fact, you're in prison in TLJ. You find DJ. He breaks you out. You get a little bit of gameplay of trying to solve this like weird thing with security officers, and then you get onto those horse things, and then it's a cutscene, and then we leave the planet. It's like, oh, I mean, I don't like TLJ, but I would have expected you to do a mission where we're riding those things through a bunch of streets, have to jump over barriers, avoid gunfire or something, you know, standard.
Yeah,
but
makes
nope.
sense. Yeah,
Gonna skip
a
all
pod
that.
race-esque section.
Exactly. But no, you don't get that. And you start to sort of, instead of wonder, like, why would you make this choice? You just eventually are like, man, this game was fucking rushed, wasn't it? You had choices going all over the place and rationales all over the place, and they're all just conflicting with each other because you had different levels of speed and ability at different points of production. And so now it's just sort of like, what you had is what you have. Because quite possibly my favorite puzzle in the whole game, it just randomly shows up in the middle of TLJ. To illustrate how fucking annoying and stupid this all is, though, by the way, when you arrive at good old Arc 2 in The Force Awakens, this is actually better. So the final fight with Kylo Ren in Force Awakens, I don't really need to go over more detail in terms of how that works mechanically. The level is fine. I fucking love it. It reminded me, by the way, do you remember when Rey's got the choice to actually end Kylo's life, and then the world parts so that she doesn't have to make that choice? It's like, yeah, okay. Yeah. So, yeah, you leave, and it says level complete, which is the last level, and so I'm like, why am I not looking at credits right now? What's happening? And it's like, you're back on the base. It's like, so, okay, and you walk into base, plays cutscene of you finding where Luke is, and you're like, yeah, okay. And it's like, now you gotta walk to your Falcon. You're like, right, you get in, fly to whatever planet this is, space, and then you have to go to Arc 2 space to then fly down to Arc 2, and then this part, you land, and it's like, now go speak to Luke. Now just watch where I have to walk when this game could have played a cutscene. Instead, it desired me to do this, which I thought for a second that I would just go. They did this in the movie. She arrives at the planet, and then it cuts, you know, to her getting to Luke, because you don't need to watch Rey fucking walk extensively. But yeah, you just sort of, and I couldn't, I just it's so funny to look back on, because little did I know, because I thought that this would be the worst of it per se, in terms of walking. But you've already seen loads of the walking you have to do in this. But
there's a lot of walking.
You like Rey's little run there?
Looks a bit weird.
It's very she holds it to her stick. She holds it too steady.
The angry lady.
The points are behind you. It's telling you to turn back, isn't it?
Not quite.
Oh no, they're in front of you now.
Yeah, I think it gets confused sometimes, but here's the curl upward now. But I was like, oh my god, the Jedi Temple, the sacred text, let's destroy him. But it doesn't let you, unfortunately.
Disappointing.
They even have a cutscene for that later, where Luke like slips and falls when trying to burn the temple, and then Yoda's like, "Ugh, idiot," and burns it himself, and it's like, okay, just as shit as the film, I see.
Well, do you like the humor in this game, Waller? You a fan of it?
Well,
I think when I've watching it. Oh, you go first.
I guess I was gonna say like we're almost done with talking about the main problem. I guess this is the main problem: the empty calories in this game, and I feel like we've proven quite a bit of it. But then, see, look, I'm finally going up now. And then get up and up and up and up and up and up. And there's Luke. We did it. Sweet.
Oh.
And it plays a cutscene, and then the game's over. And it's like, why didn't you just do all of that in cutscenes? Why did you make me do all of that? What was the point?
Yeah.
And you realize, like, well, it took time, didn't it? Okay, great. But then you do Finn and Rose and the Resistance for a while until you eventually go back to Rey and Luke. And like the first mission is following him down to his hut, to then watch him get into his hut, to then break out of his hut, and then you follow him all the way back up to the temple-y place, whatever. Follow him to the milky people, the cow milking people / facility, whatever the fuck he's got set up there. A lot of it is done, look, with the slow walk. You're not allowed to walk fast until he walks fast, and then you walk full fast. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, it's how. This is one of the 3 lessons.
Oh.
And
Red light, green light.
Why are we running now? What's like, what's happening? I think he slows down in a second again. I was just like, no. It's pretty fucking bizarre. But yeah, we're walking all over Arc 2 again. And it's like, but why?
We can't just be there.
But you needed to walk more.
I wish to highlight to you the best mission. So I keep chasing him around, keep walking all over the fucking place until he finally sends me to wait a minute, is this soon or is it late? I want it to be shown on screen because it's that much better. Alright. Yeah, look, if you insist on following me, why don't you make yourself useful? I've lost my milk bottle. Go and find it.
What?
I've lost my milk bottle. The porg stole the little shit. What else is he gonna drink his milk out of, if not his milk bottle?
To collect the milk bottle, I must walk along Arc 2. Again.
This isn't like a speed trial, right? You don't have to actually catch up with the porg.
It eventually stops, I think. Or it drops the milk bottle just in this little villagey area, right? So yeah, see, he's dropped it right there. Like, I was following the thing, and then I got confused. I was like, wait, where did it go? Because the mission's over. He's dropped the milk bottle. And it's like, oh. So now, I have to pick up the milk bottle and walk back to Luke.
Jak and Daxter is an open world game where you have a mission where you have to chase a little creature around the place. It's actually quite challenging because it's quite a fast creature and it has a set path that it goes down. And
there are loads of ways to make
you get it by learning its path.
Like this particular minigame, I mean.
I find Jak and Daxter to be a really interesting comparison between for this game, because it is open world and it does make you walk everywhere yourself. But with some fast travel, you know, which would be this spaceships, right? But other than that, you have to walk everywhere yourself. And in Jak and Daxter, it's these little portals in each major area. There's one in the middle of it. But Jak and Daxter never has, you know, the walking slog.
A lot of things don't, because it's a really fucking sloggy thing to do. But anyway, that should hopefully prove, quote unquote, that that's the state of the story mode. Dare I say, mostly non-gameplay. It's mostly traveling and walking, which you very boldly shared on a tweet, Jay, and you got
I deleted that tweet.
Responses in my head. I haven't got any pictures or anything, but some of them were like, "Oh, God forbid we connect like gameplay levels with traveling." And I
I
think
got bored of the discourse, so I deleted that tweet.
it doesn't really matter. I'm just using it as sort of a way to start it up. Like the
Coward.
you made a comparison with green and red to show gameplay versus travel, correct?
Yeah.
And what was the ratio? Would you say?
Well, no, I have the numbers for you. In 40 minutes of Attack of the Clones, I had 6 minutes of gameplay.
Which is staggering for a Lego game as well.
Now, I wasn't racing to the objectives or anything, but I also I was just playing the game normally, pretty much. A couple of times, one time I was like, oh, I've gone to the wrong place, so I went to the right place instead. One time, I got confused about a mechanic, and that delayed me for a couple of minutes. And I didn't count that as gameplay, but
If I could just highlight as well, see, I did the cutscene where he's like, you went straight to the dock, and it was just torch on the floor, and I was like, alright, I'll grab that. And just, yeah, I would play this in, I can play this in higher speeds, can't I?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. So, this is my mission. I gotta go to the big anus on this island. And of course, the big anus is located in such a place that requires me to do a lot of walking to get there. Because every sort of subsequent event on Arc 2 is just on the other side of the fucking island. That's just how they do it. It's so convenient, because it makes it so that there's a lot of walking. And a lot of people say, in defense of this, well, why don't you engage in some side quest stuff? And it's really just not the dynamic that suits this at all. When you have a cutscene that has Luke being like, good god, you went straight to the dark side, and Rey's like, that cave, that island cave, what's in there? What does it do? I feel drawn to it. And he's like, you shouldn't go there. And then the game is like, end of cutscene, go to the cave. And you're like, okay, but I want to now do side missions. Like, I guess you could, but what about the people who want to do story mode?
Yeah, and on the occasions that you think to do side missions, sometimes I'll be like, no, come back later.
Yeah, sometimes they just block as you could be
if
in.
That's the case, then why would we ever bother? Why wouldn't you just do it straight away?
Feel
go exactly where you need to go.
Very much so that this game encourages you to run through story mode. You unlock all the planets as a result. You unlock a whole bunch of characters. And it seemed built, purpose-built, I would say, to be you run through story, then you run again with free play, able to have all access to everything, run around, and it's a bit more fun, while story mode's more restricted, but it has more of a purpose, a narrative, as they say. So, brings us to what I thought, was like the best puzzle in the whole game, and it happens to be when Rey is doing a weird mind meld thing in the bottom of the cave, and I had no idea what the fuck was happening. You can see here, this is what you get when you go down there. You've got like 2 reflections. There's 2 other Reys, but they're in different areas and they require different things to do in order to complete their puzzles. You control all 3 at the same time, and so you have to move them in the correct order first, and some can involve jumping.
Neat.
Some can involve just moving up, down, left, right in the right directions. You have to walk into walls while they don't in order to push them further than you would go. See, I'm controlling 2 of them right now. And they gotta do like different puzzles each, but using me as the controller in the main room until I unlock the portal.
They did. Have you ever played the Swapper?
I was gonna say I'm pretty sure there's a game that does this consistently, but that's it. It's done. And I was like, oh, okay.
That was a neat little section, though.
It's possibly the best puzzle in the whole game, but it's not ranking very high on the puzzle scale, but it's probably outranking every other puzzle I've played. And I played a couple of ones that you said were pretty good, so I think that I had a decent selection to choose from, but that one was the most my brain ever activated. It went, whoa, then back to sleep.
I mean, I'd say that's probably a step up from pretty much any puzzle in the original game, to be fair, because the original game doesn't have complex puzzles in it or anything.
Well, the thing is
Wait, Luke is a boss fight?
Yes, this was very fucking sad to me. I have to fight Luke as Rey and defeat him.
Oh no, I want Abby to lose though.
Exactly, it's the same shit. And I was just like, why?
Oh no.
Yeah, so, story mode is mostly padding. Now if I...
Wow, that was easy. That took like 5 seconds.
It's all really, really, really easy. And we could go over that quickly soon as well, but I just want to go over quickly. A lot of people were annoyed at me because they were like, why are you not putting on mumble mode? Why are you leaving the voice acting on? So my logic for this is they put a lot of work in, theoretically, for the voice acting, and they've made it a conscious choice to make it default. This is how the game runs. I wanted to experience it as they've intended. And the other reason that I guess I just didn't articulate very well, that mumble mode, the cutscenes are created with dialogue, and as far as I know, they play the same cutscene subtitles, except instead of hearing, you know, I don't know what to do, you'll hear mumble rubble bobble.
Yeah.
It's like,
So
okay, I could put on mumble mode, but I don't see why I would. Instead, I'll try and appreciate what they're going
try
for.
to do, yeah.
Because I don't want to outright
'Cause,
say,
yeah, if they aren't built from the ground up with mumble mode in mind, then you just feel like you're missing stuff because they should be saying actual words. They're not.
yeah, and it's like, what did they
You
do
know.
with this new system compared to the old? And I would argue, like 75 to 80% of the dialogue is unchanged from the movie in these cutscenes, and so a lot of it isn't jokes. It's just, you know, Anakin, we need to take care of the senator, but I want to find her killer. Anakin, we will do as we've been instructed. Mission: take Padme to her apartment. Like, okay. That was all logistically like necessary, I suppose, to justify the mission, but the little element that Jay talked about in new Lego video created about charm. This game feels much more rigid, and the dialogue does not help because it's mainly just a recreation with blended cutscenes. There's very few jokes, and even fewer jokes are made with the dialogue. The dialogue is just mostly the stuff you've heard before, and oftentimes delivered worse. Like, a lot of people in stream were just like, Jesus Christ, like, that sounded so much worse than the movie version, even for the sequels. Because I think that the most heinous, which I know Jay and Rags would have heard it, I don't know if Ringy has, but Qui-Gon Jinn's voice actor. The rest of them, you get a range of like, I can hear you're impersonating the voice, but it's not very good. And then some of them you're like, okay, that's pretty close. The Obi-Wan one, it's pretty good. Jar Jar one was fine with me. And so you get like the Misa Jar Jar, you know, that sort of shit. And then Obi-Wan is like, hello there. Like, and you're just like, yeah, this is all good enough for me. Qui-Gon, like, we must go down.
Right out of the gate.
The Gungan City.
Right out of the gate, they hit you with the bad one. I've heard that voice in commercials before. I don't know. I can't remember for what, but I have heard his voice in commercials before.
Apparently, the guy who's voicing him is like a big Clone Wars voice actor, and I think they kind of went with like a lot of Clone Wars actors for this. That's what I'm understanding. A lot of people telling me that. They brought them in to do this all. And I'm starting to wonder, it's like, just apply the sort of restriction crunch shit to all of this. They probably brought them in because they're all reliable to do Star Wars voices and just threw the roles at them and were like, just do the lines, fucking record the lines. They probably didn't even know the context for these lines. And you might say like, well, how would they not? It's Star Wars. And it's like, I mean, the guy who's voicing Qui-Gon Jinn clearly had no fucking clue who Qui-Gon Jinn was. He doesn't even bother trying to impersonate any inflections from Qui-Gon's dialogue at all, which is a choice you can make. But it's just this funny moment where I'm running through Gungan City, and I think, like, you know, Jar Jar's like, we still gotta go this way, and it's like, yep, and Obi-Wan is like, is there anything that doesn't excite you? And it's like, and then Qui-Gon is like, come on then, this way. And I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, who's a part of my team that I do? And I was like, oh, it's Qui-Gon. Like, yeah, he's just sounding a little weird. So you have voice actors that are distracting. I don't know if any of you guys have heard Kylo's voice actor.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Oof.
Where you have, oh yeah, that was funny.
Where you'll have, you know, let the past die. It'll be, let the past die. It's like, what?
It sounds like you and your impression of him.
He's so nasally though. They like try to make him like a nerd. He sounds okay with the filter, the mask filter, but when he's
the filter makes
it
better. Yeah.
You must join me, Rey. You're like, oh, this sounds real off. Yeah. So, in conclusion, I don't know why they bothered. They didn't really achieve much of anything. The mumbly cutscenes with visual humor throughout all the older games, it's what everyone says. It's way more creative and way more interesting and way more charming. This,
I'm gonna say I did find a lot of this funny though.
I don't know. I wasn't
I
laughing
have been
that
finding
much.
a lot of
I think
particular
ratio-wise,
examples
okay.
Smiled twice.
yeah, true. I've been finding the one that I guess it's just because the one I most recently played through, right? No, not because it's any particularly standout, but I laughed when I was like approaching Anakin as Obi-Wan, ready to kill him, and before he starts fighting you, he just does some like weird, sexy dancing.
Yeah,
I
like the
don't-
shoulders, just like wiggling them. That was one thing
Yeah,
I pointed out earlier in the stream. It was weird.
I was gonna say
Like,
that,
what
that
are
was
you
more
doing?
weird to
What
me.
is this? Yeah, like
I
this
thought
is
it was funny.
Well,
Do you think that
it-
it's the impression that I get is that they really throw everything at the wall with like every single cutscene and everything? Like they'll just throw everything that they can do that's like zany and wacky. So like if it's not all landing, it's like it's
That
pretty,
is
a
I
lot
don't-
of it didn't land
the other
for me.
one, the one that actually the one that sticks out in my mind is with Dooku. I think you guys will probably think this one was funny. Was
That's-
when
That's
Dooku
my
was
favorite death, by the way, if you could see on screen.
I just saw that. For
Play it again. That was so epic. Just
oh, I'll wait for this. I want to see it.
coming, it's coming.
Oh.
Oh, there goes Obi-Wan. Anyway, yeah, carry on.
So when it's in Revenge of the Sith, when you remember in Revenge of the Sith when Dooku does his little forward flip when he's going to fight Anakin and Obi-Wan.
Yes.
Yes, it just exudes Christopher Lee energy.
In this, they have it so that he instead of just flipping, he starts by doing like a pirouette on the banister on the balcony rail. And then there's like a little drum roll, and then he does the flip, and then there's a little bit of applause, and he bows. And I'm like, that's funny.
That's
That was-
fine. That's the kind of stuff I'd like to see more so, I guess. Just adding a layer of charm.
found
Because it's riffing off the actual events of the film rather than just doing something random and zany, right? It's hey, he does a flip here.
Yeah,
Let's
there's
make
something
it
to
so
benefit
that it's
from
like
as a person who knows the films as well as people who don't, I think.
yeah.
Well, so I watched one of the cutscenes where it was Order 66. Like he says 67, and they do a dance, and it's like, oh wait, no 66, and then they kill like the Jedi. It just feels like this weird tonal.
They have problems with that
we have
throughout
to have
this.
jokes everywhere. We
They-
have to
Yeah.
have jokes.
I don't know if there's an
We
instance
must
in this
have jokes.
entire game where they don't undercut with a joke, and you might be like, well, yeah, but they're trying to be lighthearted, and it's like, I don't know, man. Some of this stuff, like, it just comes across as it just clunks your game because you're like trying to portray someone being murdered, and then they like go, you're like, okay, I'm not sure how to feel as an audience member right now. Like, I
They
don't
do
know.
jokes. Don't they do jokes in the death scenes in the original?
I don't know that.
I'm trying to
they,
think of any.
Well, so I don't know that they always ruin the any tension that they were drawing from it. I thought that there were times where the characters in the original like felt pensive or sort of reverent here and there. It might be that they ruin it all as well in that one, but I just don't remember that happening anywhere near as often.
It's just
I'm
a matter of
remembering
pride, if it's trying
the
to
one
be
that
funny.
the one that's stuck out in my mind right now is when you have Luke just after Vader dies, he goes into the shuttlecraft to leave the Death Star, and he closes the door, and Vader is still on the door, and he just like slides into the ship.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be times where they did it, but I don't know. This game, it felt like it was not nailing the balance very well, if such a thing is possible.
Can I don't know if you could pull it up, because I think this will be difficult for me to describe. At the beginning, the very beginning of episode 2, before you even get to do the gameplay, you have Padme's ship coming into Coruscant. Can you pull that up, or is that going to be a bit of trouble?
Well, so if that's funnily enough the joke I was going to go with, but there's a setup for that joke. Assuming you're talking about the same one as me. If you're not, I'll just do the setup anyway,
Well,
just
if
in
we're both,
case.
yeah, if we're both going to talk about it, I mean,
Because the setup's in Phantom Menace, as far as I'm concerned, anyway. But basically, like when you are trying to get peace with Boss Nass, and they do the thing from the movie where he's like, Boss Nass, we want to do blah 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 blah, and then she's like, I am actually Padme, the real one, and then Keira Knightley's like, oh shit, okay, I guess we're revealing that now. In this game, a whole bunch of people start saying I am Padme, almost like I am Spartacus type of situation. I'm trying to fucking find the cutscene. Yeah, here it is. And it ends with an old man, bearded man, saying, I am Padme. It's like, oh, okay. I was like amused just by this as a sort of just absurdist bit of weird things that happened. Does that inform what you're trying to reference at all, Rags?
Oh, mine's before that.
Oh, well, I'll do
I
this
was gonna...
quickly then, because I just did the setup, but I'll get yours ready as well. But basically, at the beginning of Attack of the Clones, when Padme arrives and his ship gets blowed up, it was the most I felt in this game. I wouldn't want to say what the reveal is. But yeah, so you got the explosion happens, really, really sad. There are deaths, and Padme runs up to see the decoy, and it's the old dude. That's kind of funny. He was the one who died for on the opening, you know? Just a nice little bit of continuity, okay? I felt bad for him.
I didn't understand who he was or why he was in the game.
I think it's just random. I don't know. That's part of what's funny to me is I don't understand it.
It's so different from a young, you know, lady, you know, I guess. They're just so
making him bald and bearded. Santa type.
Yeah, that's the absurdity of it that makes it funny. But
I didn't even realize that he was supposed to be the decoy. Like,
yeah,
I just didn't know who he was.
Because it's the same. Not her. It's the scene in Attack of the Clones. It's like 1-to-1, except instead of being an actual decoy, it's just this old dude who's like, ah. Anyway, what one were you talking about, Rex?
So one that I would like to point as an example was it had me in the first half, and then they don't have a sense of comedic timing. And so it kind of ruined it. But we're talking the cutscene, but as the plane is or as the ship, Padme's ship is about to enter the planet.
Okay.
That's where mine is. Yeah, this here. So let this play so that people can kind of see it, and then you'll know what I'm referring to.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't want to skip any more forward in case I jump over it. Is it inside the ship?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll just let it play. I'm sure
ship comes in right here. That. It's so nice and subtle, and then they keep this part, right? Then they keep going with it. I like the idea that the ship does that spin that it does, and then we cut inside, and everyone's just sort of like a little off balance because it did that weird spin, and then they get back to business as normal, but they keep it going where he covers his mouth, and then the other guy gets a bucket, and it's like, oh, you were so close to a nice subtle joke that I really appreciated.
It's kind of interesting.
Kept it going.
I wonder if the nature there as well with it working is kind of like Jay was highlighting with the pirouette, that that spin is what happens in the movie, and so you play
and then,
off.
And then in the game, they're like, oh, we actually did spin, and everyone's still catching their balance from that totally unnecessary spin that we did for no reason. You know, I really liked it. You know, I really like that kind of thing. You know, if they would have just stuck to it instead of really kind of going too far with it. But I think the other thing that just made me smile, it was the Do It alarm clock. There was something that was just
funny.
This was like I laughed. Oh, I didn't laugh. I think I smiled. Which is the most this game has ever gotten out of me.
Well, and so to make it clear, some people might be like, so it's not all bad then. And I'm like, no. We're dealing with a shit ton of time, and the time that's spent smirking is like 2%. It's ridiculous.
I mean, speaking of,
I've never laughed watching the stuff from Mahler. I'm not done yet, but it's still only smiled twice.
If this is your the thing you want from the game, go and watch a comedy. Like, for real. I'll go watch Adventure Time or something. It'll be a way more fulfilling experience because it's, I'd say tonally some of the jokes are pretty similar, but. Muller, I've been meaning to ask you, by the way, since the title crawl was on screen, it reminded me, even I'm the person who has to remember.
Yes.
Can you skip the title crawls?
I don't know. I never, because I decided to just read them out. I don't think I tried to skip them.
Yeah, Jay, Mahler's an entertainer.
Yeah. But I don't know.
He doesn't skip
Suzuki,
title
maybe.
crawls. He doesn't
Peop-
skip title crawls.
People are saying no, can't.
Oh, great.
I think the way they originally did it was you couldn't skip it until you'd seen it once. Wasn't it how that did it? Or
But having going back to the complete saga very recently, you can just skip them whenever you like.
ah, well, see, they knew how to do it back then. They didn't know how to do it
I gotta
back
get a drink.
now.
Y'all keep talking.
So difficulty. We should probably talk about that briefly, I guess. Then is it or something? Because a lot of this is going to be focused on around how easy everything is. But I would rather refocus the conversation to be like how straightforward and then non-existent everything is actually. 'Cause someone in chat said as well, like, should I be buying this? Like, I need to know because it's my cousin's birthday. I was like, I think kids will still like this, right? Right?
I mean, my biggest worry would be that kids would find it boring with just all the walking everywhere.
Maybe they'll be entertained enough by the fact they're in a Lego world.
Potentially.
That might be enough. I don't know.
I don't really know.
The problem, I suppose, well, the answer, I suppose, is that if you watched, and you can still watch my streams on the game, you should be able to sort of judge if this is the kind of thing that person may enjoy, I'd imagine. I'm pretty damn unimpressed, and I wouldn't recommend anyone play this, really. I would be like, go play the complete saga before this. This ain't as good. And from what I hear, there aren't really, like, bad Lego games. This is, like, the first one that I'm seeing everybody, at least in my stream, were willing to say is unfinished, broken, buggy, and empty. The other ones seem to get, you know, at least a decent... funnily enough, a lot of people were saying the best ones are ones I haven't even played, so...
Which ones would that be?
A lot of people saying Lego The Clone Wars apparently is really, really, really good.
I've heard good things about that. I'd be curious in trying it.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't play Lego Batman 2. Played 1. I like 1, but
Heard that it's like the complete saga and Lego Star Wars 1 and 2, but more depth to the mechanics, which, I mean, yeah, that would be great. Is that... I want chat to confirm or deny that for me.
oh yes, Lego City Undercover apparently, like the actual sort of Lego game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's good as well. Which actually I don't know, it just feels about right now to sort of segue into talking about, at least for a little bit, the got a summary here. This is from Thunder in the Discord. There was an article, but I just don't think we're gonna be able to get through the whole thing. So instead, we'll read a summary of the article to get a little bit of information here. But you got untrusted engine, completely new. Execs refuse to use Unreal Engine for this game to avoid licensing costs. Must have been frustrating because they will use Unreal Engine for future games from now on. Mismanagement. Changes in management happened. At least 40 people have left Traveler's Tales Studios since the start of 2021. Game directors didn't seem to have a clear vision on the game. Director couldn't seem to decide on what mechanics to go for. Would change their minds about the mechanics at times. Devs were told to strive for 85, reference to getting at least an 85 on Metacritic. With crunch, 80 to 100 hour work weeks were not uncommon. They like to emphasize a lot on crunch that happened during development. I was more interested in the go-ons beside that. And that's not to say that crunch wasn't an issue here. Development sounded like a horrible experience at the time. The engine stuff, though, is the really interesting part, because that means that they had to rebuild Lego. And so it would have been arduous enough to sort of get all the stuff you're familiar with from the previous Lego games, let alone having new stuff. And it looks as if, like, this sounds pretty harsh almost, but from what I've played of the game, I might go as far as saying it's like, you're almost halfway to completion. And you'd be like, what? And I'd be like, well, all of your... We're still missing a lot of features. A lot of the campaigns are pretty empty.
What a miss.
And we're in dire need of lots of stuff. And it seems like, you know, it seems like you've maybe got... Well, I guess that's probably worth the while bringing up then. What are the bugs? Because maybe someone who hasn't got any clue what we're talking about needs a bit of a listing of some sort. So, easy one to go over first is the game crashes. In fact, I don't know how many times it's crashed for you, Jay, but it's crashed for me like 6 times.
It crashed me once over the course of about 6 hours.
Really unfortunate. The last crash made me give up. I didn't want to play it anymore, especially if the game's not going to allow me to. So we got that. We've got apparently a well-known bug that hopefully they're gonna fix, which I should start booting up now. Everyone's referencing it, so I feel like it's time. That speeder
I think
level.
I even know this one. Oof.
Good old speeder level I referenced from. You guys remember that original trilogy, don't you?
No.
No.
I do.
I was gonna say Rags does. Rags is cool.
I do. Absolutely, I do. I'm very cool.
Oh fuck!
I'm the
Since it
coolest.
loaded up here, I'm gonna have to do this first. Okay, put a pin in the speeders for a second. I arrive
All right.
in Bespin. I get with all of my people. We're escaping as Chewie, Lando, Leia. You know, and it's like we get to the Falcon. And it's like Chewie's got to repair the Falcon. You're like, oh really? All right then. And then it shows you this whole landscape of fucking barriers for doing chest-high walls, covered shooting. It's bad enough to do this shit at all, really, in this day and age. I'm so tired of it as a thing that was ever relied upon. But there are ways to make it.
I feel like a lot of games try to do this, and it is a very I don't know what it is specifically that makes a final defense against an overwhelming force seem really tense and exciting. Um, but yeah,
Oh
it's a
no.
you're playing a dangerous game. You're playing a dangerous game.
Well, while we're talking about that, I'll just let this play so people can
Oh,
appreciate the
no.
incredible gameplay. This, by the way, is the majority of the Bespin level's time being sank into this portion. And you can imagine to yourselves right now in chat, you're thinking, how did they develop this? This is genius. So what you need to do is basically lock us all into a particular restricted area. As you can tell, by the way, I'm walking into invisible walls. I can't go any further than that. So it keeps pushing me back. So yeah, what you then do, once you've locked us in, is you put a spawn point behind the little corner there so we can't see them appearing, and then you have a little door open and close based on when they get close to it, and make them hostile to the player. And yeah, with those simple tricks, you can create the Bespin level.
Wow, nice.
Pretty cool, I think.
There's no like chasing down hallways as
there's a little bit of that at the beginning of this
stormtroopers-
level, but you get out here, it doesn't take very long to get out here. And remember, this is all like a level that's designed for you to run around in free play, and now it's like, we need a story mode, and it's like, give them this corridor, and then lock them in this area so they can just do a bit of a horde mode thing, and then tell them they got a cutscene and they did it, the Bespin level. You know, like, they didn't give a fuck, or at least they didn't have the time to give a fuck. But, yes, you can be rewarded with such incredible... I can't tell if Mole's being sarcastic or not. You can't tell. You can't tell.
Yes, he is being. Yes, look at the screen.
What do you mean, Rags? I got 100.
How long does the section go on for? Holy shit.
Well, so this is me pausing to rant to the audience because I'm upset like that I'm having to do this. Yeah, I got a combo score of 156 there because the game is so impressed with my ability to shoot stormtroopers, I guess. But hey, it does change up. Look, here's Boba Fett. And then Leia says, I really don't like that bounty hunter. And it respawns me all the way over here, so now I can't choke bottleneck them. They can just pour out into the cover. That makes the gameplay so much better. But yeah, you just have to point and shoot a Boba. And he'll die eventually too. Bespin level, bad.
Okay.
Bespin level, very bad. Anyway.
It seems so uninspired because in my head
Pathetic.
I'm already thinking of all the cool different things you could do that's built into how the Bespin scene should be an escape mission because, you know, film. And it's tense because you're trying to it's not about fighting stormtroopers, it's about getting out. It's an escape level. And you're constantly getting shot at from behind and you have to turn corners and they're coming and they're coming and coming for you. And that's where the excitement comes in, is just trying to get away. But this just doesn't seem
I'd even take what they did in the original, you know, just a series of rooms with puzzles and enemies in them.
Yep. Then you escape. But here they did this, and it was a nightmare. So, fast forwarding a little, getting us over to Return of the Jedi. First of all, this just bolsters the whole thing about the fucking difference between free play and story mode. You do the Jabba's Palace thing, and all your characters get captured and put on the barge. And then this weird thing happens where the cutscene plays and Lando and R2-D2 are just outside Jabba's palace while everyone else is on the barge. And I was like, wait, what?
Wait a second.
Narratively, you guys were on there. What are you doing? And they're like, we gotta get on there.
Is Max Rebo on there? That's what I want to know.
I think he is.
Oh, nice.
So I was just like, what the fuck's going on? And this is the game's attempt to square away your ability to just jump into free play open world whenever you want between levels, because it didn't know how to do that. It was like, how do we have them all on the barge, but also able to just run around Tatooine? And it's like, well, I guess there's got to be ways to do that, right? You could make it 2 characters that didn't go on the barge. You could even have it be 2 piggy gods or whatever, I guess. I don't know. Just whoever.
They're
it's
called
free play.
Gamorreans. Show some respect. They
after,
fell off a cliff
after
for
their
Boba.
performance in Book of Boba Fett, I don't think I can.
Hey, they fell off a cliff for Boba.
They did.
They died so that Boba Fett could live
So,
or something.
to show again how rushed this is, it's like you go down this little hill, then you're like, okay, here, I guess, as Lando at R2, and then you just press A on the little notification area, and onto the barge you go. It's like, what? What is happening? Like, why did you build it this way? And it's like, well, because, again, just they run out of time, so shut up. One of the freezes I had, by the way, was I was fighting Jabba. I'm gonna try and find it because it amused me. I literally take his health right down to like the victory the cutscene plays. Come on, how am I getting this unlucky? Oh, this'll be it. Just watch the moment this happens.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
And so I was like, wait, so do I pass? It's like, no, you have to do the whole fight again. This fight is bizarre. First of all, why am I fucking boss fighting Jabba the Hutt when the game is so limited on content as it is?
yeah.
It's like, I'd understand
Yeah.
throwing this in if your game was filled with stuff, but this is a bit weird.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we're doing this. The way to beat Jabba is to beat up Salacious Crumb until he gets so fucking freaked out that he jumps on Jabba's face, and then Jabba's too distracted to defend himself so that you can hit Jabba. Very strange. I don't know why they decided on this. Also, my chain as Leia got like tangled in the ceiling at one point. It was quite funny. But I'm only explaining this to push us all the way over to, oh god, I had to run around as Luke for ages all around the open world just to talk to Yoda, to talk to Obi-Wan, to talk to someone else to finally activate the next mission. Oh, and I guess
wait, where even is that supposed to be?
this is amusing. I had to go to Endor space to go onto the capital ship to get my mission to do you know how it works in the film. They have to lead the strike team to get to the generator, and I'm like, I'm sorry, Admiral Akbar's capital ship is floating outside of the moon of Endor right now. Is that what you're telling me? With the fucking Death Star there, yeah? I feel like you may have fucked that one up a little bit, but you couldn't be asked to fix it because you're just like, I don't know where they were in the movie. Shut up. Let's just shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. And it's like, okay, because believe me, that doesn't fucking work. They went to Endor. They went to Endor on this ship. They didn't do it on the capital ship because that'd be pretty fucking stupid, wouldn't it? But whatever. Call it a nitpick. That's fine. So you open up this level, Rags. You may be familiar with this site.
Yes, I am familiar with this site.
Your
You
first
really like
challenge.
this one a lot.
I love this
because
one.
You played it a lot. Yeah, I could tell you really liked it.
First challenge, defeat all of the stormtroopers in the area. They provide you plenty of chest-high walls in order for you to utilize them to your needed ability. Everyone's favorite. And once you've cleared out the area, they had a couple respawns. You get into the speeder section. Now, I will simply play it. Fringy, give me your analyst desk analysis of this from a gameplay perspective. You're an expert in the video game world, so just tell me. I'm going to play it and tell me what you think.
It's not just like straight path the whole time, right? You've got to like turn.
There are parts where they split it into 2 options, and you can choose either left or right, and then you will continue going forward.
Matt, you know, like maybe if there were more obstacles, or if you needed to like turn left or right, like a hard left or right, or even
like a Gradius game.
Or if you were
That's
faster,
taking
like if you were going much faster, then the few obstacles that there are might pose a bigger challenge.
What if they were like,
You remember the
obstacles you
speeder bike
needed to hit
section from
all in a
Rogue
row?
Squadron?
Oh,
Yeah,
like in the
that's-
original, you mean?
Yeah, like maybe a series of little flap sort of things on the floor that you have to hit all in a row. to unlock.
Yeah,
maybe
that
a
was a
mini
great
cut.
mechanic.
That could be a
That was
thing.
a
You could
really
do
good
that.
mechanic.
I mean, like, I guess I'm not sure what we're doing here. Like, it feels like, man,
I'm going to put it on
is someone
×2 speed now, so you can
Well,
continue
there was a
to...
corner there.
Yeah, it's
Well,
split into
so,
two parts.
I would like to make the audience aware as well. Can you see the little tutorial on controls at the below my character? Can you see that?
Ah, yes, you move and
Yeah.
shoot. Those are
So
your...
that is a lie, and I'm sure many of you pointed it out immediately. You were like, "There's got
But
to
it's only
be
2 buttons, Smaller.
That's ridiculous. There's obviously more controls than that." Well, it is a lie. Yes, it is not as much as they're saying it is. You can't move the L stick wherever you want.
Or
It's simply
backward.
left
Yeah,
and
left
right,
and right.
and that is it.
Because if you could go at different speeds, that might be interesting for challenges, or maybe you want to get behind enemies to shoot them from behind, or you want to speed
Yeah.
up.
You,
Like
wait,
in the original
movies
version of the
that where
level.
Leia specifically slows her speeder bike so she can get behind, or where the troopers do it too. They're like, "Oh shit!" and so they pull back so
Which
that they can
is-
shoot in front of you.
Well,
That is implemented in
there's
the
a
original
great
version of
game.
this.
Yeah, a great game I know
Wow.
of called Lego Star Wars 2 or Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga, where that's exactly how it works.
Oh my goodness!
This game has an 83 on Metacritic.
Well, so
It has an 89
it's time to be a
user
little harsh here. We're stripping this down. Remove all of the aesthetics. What are we dealing with here? It is hold down one button, and then maybe hit left, right to avoid the bigger colors that come at you on screen, but you don't have to. You don't really have to do that. You can. You don't really
Well, no,
have to.
because if you die, you will just respawn like right where you are, right? And you can just
Pretty
continue.
much. Yeah.
Just like
It is. It seems like a very steakless game. A
Well,
game for vegans.
Now, Fringy, you may be curious here. This is not going to be curious for me and Rax. We're fully aware of it. I don't know if Jay will be. Jay, I probably told you about this, but going on for a while, isn't it?
Yeah,
This is going on for quite a while. How big is this forest? How big is this planet?
Enormous.
I mean, you should be out of the forest by
Forest
now.
moon, okay? It's just
Oh my
forest. It's all
God.
forest. Yeah, it was like you got to kill
It's
one
the
more.
Star Wars Planet Convention, yes.
Got to kill one more scout trooper, and I was like, so where is he? And then I see this sentiment in chat as I was playing. And I was like, what is this? And some people say it's bugs, bugged. And it's like, oh, come on. What is it actually?
seen
And
that
some people
tree
are like,
before?
oh, this is a known bug. This level sometimes just doesn't work.
This level sometimes
There's a
doesn't
problem.
work.
There's a problem with the generation of the map ahead where it just
That-
loops it, I guess.
Well, so the big problem is there's a scout trooper I need to kill, but I can't.
So
He
that's
won't spawn.
I think
That's
it's a
what-
matter of him
oh,
either
okay.
not spawning or getting tangled somewhere and he despawned, or he was killed and he didn't count. Something like that, you know? It's just...
that's terrible.
So I just, yeah, that's that.
Terrible.
Well, you know, a bug happens. It happens every once in a while that a bug, you know, it's you know, you just restart and take care of it, and it's all good.
I mean, a bug where I have to restart the whole level because I can't. You just
So I reset and go back base, go back to Endor, do this wonderful part of the mission again where I have to just shoot stormtroopers endlessly until it finally fucking says, time to go to the speeder. And here I am at the
Okay.
speeder.
Yep.
And the all too familiar line of 3 out of 4 stormtroopers, it's like, oh no. I hope
Uh-oh.
there's another one that's going to appear. Surely we'll be alright. 'Cause,
now you
there he
just
is.
good for us. Now it says,
Excellent. We're
yeah,
safe.
so you got 5.
Oh, 0 out of 5. Okay. We gotta just get these next 5. It'll be fine.
No.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yes, this spawned a lot. Basically, because there's no reason not to hold down the gunner. Like, just shoot everything, you keep getting studs. So, people started saying pew a lot, because that's all they heard. Because I didn't have much for commentary, as you can imagine. I was running low on...
Pew. Yeah,
enthralling
we were having
gameplay,
fun
right?
in chat.
Right.
Pew.
Yeah.
Pew.
Uh,
By the way, have we talked about how bizarre it is that it just lets you run into trees?
it's weird, right? Because they look like obstacles, but then you realize when you destroy them, you get studs, and then you can do extra damage by running into them. And so you may take a hit, like you'll lose a bit of health, but ultimately, like, it's worth it.
Seems like trade. Yeah.
Yeah,
especially when-
that's how it came across to me. So I was like, I guess I'll just hit them, even if I die, like whatever, I'll respawn. So
Well,
am I
yeah, so
supposed
the
to
death
do,
penalty is losing studs. So does it give you more studs for hitting them than
I-
it does for dying on them?
I asked this question. I didn't test it, but I'm assuming they've covered that because that would be pretty exploitative. funny as fuck if it worked that way, but
Why would you assume that they covered something?
I don't know, Jay. I have faith in the humans. I believe.
They didn't cover press the button to make the thing pressing the button makes happen.
Don't be so mean.
Well,
They've been very
not,
nice.
Well, you know,
you.
it's not like I don't imagine it's the fault of the developers. Like they seem to have no time to make this compared to the amount of time it actually takes.
Yeah, I noticed this in chat while I was getting a drink. Did you guys talk about this thing while I was doing that?
Yeah, the crunch
just
and the
we'll go back to that
Yeah.
here and there because I think that's
Okay,
probably gonna
'cause
be
I
the last
haven't
thing we
really,
talk about anyway, right? Like the conclusion.
Alright.
But you may have noticed like this is at ×2 speed. It's already taken way too long.
So what's happening here?
So-
Like, what are you meant to be doing?
Seems that it's bugged again.
Right, like, because it says navigate the forest, but it has like the 4.
Yep.
You got to get 4 more people, but there's nobody. So
How many attempts did it take you, Mola?
It was 3. I got lucky.
That's
but
too many.
At least it was a fun section, so you
yeah,
enjoyed
thank
the journey,
goodness
not the
this was the level I
destination.
was repeating. You know,
Yeah.
if it was gonna be any one of them, this wonderful gameplay. And
Yeah,
yeah,
maybe you could have chased the porg 3 times.
I would have.
Okay, that
That
sounds
was
more
that
fun.
was shorter.
That sounds more
That was
fun. Yeah,
short.
I was about to think. The
Jesus.
porg is shorter.
And you know, people in chat were like, it's a known issue. All you have to do is turn aim assist on, and you will be able to pass the level.
No.
This is real, and yeah, apparently this is just a common bug that's been
Interesting.
shared on different forums.
So like, surely they knew about this, right? If it's so common that it's just a well-known one that people already.
It makes you
Maybe.
wonder, right? You get a
Well,
worrying
quickly,
feeling.
too.
We're like, so did you guys
Did
play
you
the
know?
campaign, or did you piece it together and then release it? Like,
Right.
no pun intended.
Because
Well, I wonder if they just played it with aim assist on.
or alternatively,
Are you saying? Wait, are you implying that? Well, what?
alternatively, it would be
Oh,
that
aim assist is the default setting, by the way.
Yeah.
When that's another thing. When I popped up when I started the game for the first time, it's like, would you like to look at the accessibility features? And I was like, I don't need any of those, so I skipped it, and it turns them all on by
I'm a
default.
gamer.
Well, so I guess the other alternative, which hopefully isn't the case, but is possible, is they knew about it, but they had a deadline,
Well,
They-
yeah.
they would
So they
hopefully
released
fix
it,
it as soon as they can.
and then fix it, yeah, as quickly as possible.
So
That's always a possibility.
I do want to question. So in terms of a game like especially like this that's designed for like all ages of kids, right? It makes sense for there to be those accessibility features like auto aim and auto block and stuff, right?
Huh?
How do we feel about the fact that it prompts you, would you like to look at the accessibility features menu? I assumed that I wouldn't want them because I don't need any stuff like that, so I said no, I'm good, and then
Wow,
it turns them all on by
Abel's gay.
default.
Not fantastic. I suppose that's on you to realize their odds so that you could then. I had no
Well,
idea.
I didn't know what they were though. Like, I just didn't look at the menu. I didn't know what kind of. I assumed that maybe with the accessibility features on, it would be even easier to.
Apparently, auto deflect was like that's an accessibility feature. I had no idea that's something I could turn off.
Yeah,
I
neither
would've.
did I.
It's too late.
It's also
now,
not
but-
listed in. I've also looked in the menu. I couldn't see it listed. Apparently, it's tied to the auto aim.
Oh.
For this, I thought this bug was because you have auto aim.
So I just want it known that this was a level they decided to make where it was that shallow, and they did not decide to make destroying the second Death Star a level.
I don't. This is way too mechanically shallow to be like anything.
Well, that's the thing.
I
You
d-
guys
I
Oh,
d-
yeah,
only
no,
play
this is like a
through-
good alpha version of the game.
I was gonna say we're not anywhere near completion, but we can work with
This
this.
is the base. You can absolutely work with it, but I mean, in its current state, it's like there's nothing there. It's not really anything. You just move left and right and shoot things.
Oh god, that was making me motion sick there. The spinning.
There's lots of smaller bugs.
Jay's allergic to neat tricks.
I am. It's true.
Apparently, that dialogue, thing I was talking about with what Qui-Gon said, that Anakin said. Someone said it's definitely prompted by death, and it's supposed to be referencing Anakin saying Jedis can't die. That's what Qui-Gon's doing. But again, that still doesn't work because he hasn't met Anakin. which means that they just have sort of flavor dialogue play just whenever. And you might be like, oh god, you're really picking on that. And it'd be like, that would have been nice, wouldn't it? It would have been nice if they restricted certain pieces of dialogue to match the timeline, but never mind.
Yeah, you have set dialogue that will play in certain sections.
I mean, another
Pretty
thing that
simple, yeah.
so as soon as you this just stuck out to me. As soon as you get off the ship as Padme at the beginning of Attack of the Clones, there's a clone trooper NPC standing there ready to give you a quest, and I'm like, you shouldn't exist yet.
Yeah.
It's just
Oh, that is weird.
yeah. I mean, there's a reason he's not there in the Phantom Menace, but like, they just sort of. I mean, they must have made a decision to not have him spawn until a certain point through the campaign, but they got
Maybe
it
they
too
just
early.
don't know.
I mean, they had to.
But
they ripped all of that dialogue and put it into the game.
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
people who made
they-
Halo didn't play Halo. The people who are making Last of Us, they probably don't give a shit about
All of the
Last of Us. You know
dialogue
how
that
it goes.
describes the clone troopers being made and brought to the Republic is in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, you.
It just,
So you can't even square it off with maybe in the game. It's different.
it's just funny because like they had different eras to make the hub worlds for. The Coruscant in Phantom Menace can't coexist with the Coruscant in Revenge of the Sith. Like they're two very different Coruscants. So it's like, how are you doing this? You're like, well, just shut up. Go from A to B. It'll look like Coruscant, okay? Like I think when I was playing Revenge of the Sith and Order 66 was happening, like during it, you just sort of hop out for a moment as Obi-Wan and someone else, I think it was that bodyguard guy, and it's a bright day, and you just chill and you walk into the taxi, and you're just like, this is as Order 66 is happening, as it was that nightfall, and all the troopers are going around the city, just fucking going to the Jedi Temple gunning it. It's just like the atmosphere is just gone. It's just like, yay, let's go to the next place, everyone. It's like, okay.
Order 66.
And yeah, it's more than just a complaint about tone. There's just not any effort to have the world around you match because the story.
Well, they
missions...
do one thing. They put clone troopers trying to shoot Obi-Wan in the street.
Yes, they do spawn random clone troopers to shoot at you in the open world. That is true.
What I'm wondering, does Coruscant change if you're playing during the if you go to Coruscant while you're playing the original trilogy or sequel trilogy era? Are there like stormtroopers around? I guess.
To be honest with you, Jay, I'm not going to find out because I am not playing any more of this game. And also, I'm probably going to like cycle around these sort of streams just to see if I can anything else I can talk about. But you're on Kashyyyk during the war, and you got a mission to help random Wookiees, right? Some of them are trapped by being held at gunpoint by droids or some, because this is when it's the droid war, not when Order 66 happened. And one of them is like there's a guy hiding behind like a wall, and you got two ships, a sort of I can't remember what they're called. Those droids.
There were a lot of problems with this segment, and I'm wondering which of them you're going to bring up.
So I get onto the thing, and I kill them, and I guess I can't appreciate this as well without sound. But I destroy these guys, and then I'm like, wait, oh, these ones aren't real. Whoops.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, man, it's gotten quiet. I was like, is the war over? Did we win? Like,
You won.
Well, like, yeah, there are no NPC troops around.
It's nothing. It's I
even
believe
the original
it's broken.
game.
I believe it's broken.
The original game has just a beach section that you walk through, and it's constantly spawning clones and droids.
Yes, you're right. It is
because like that's not actually that hard of a thing to implement.
This is an active war zone in which you must rescue the Wookiees from the incoming droid attacks, and it's just like the droids aren't here. And you're like, oh, okay.
So we can go home?
Well, there's random droids here and there, because I don't even want to talk about the AI for like guiding these fuckers. It's super awkward. So you're just like, well, oh, cutscene, next thing, like, ugh. Another good example of this was when I fought General Gravus. And how am I gonna find this? When does that happen? Is that before the Kashyyyk battle? Yeah, you should know. You're really smart. Oh, there it is. So, the thing that struck me so weird about the Grievous battle was how long it was as a level compared to like anything I'd played up to that point. Like the boss fights are usually
Yeah, I
relatively
remember
quick.
Well, I
You
mean,
were,
it's
like,
the same
legit
boss fight 4
surprised.
times in a row.
Basically, yeah. They made this one really long, and it's just like, okay, that's fine. And like, you know,
Yeah, there's not more content though. It's just you fight Grievous 4 times, and it's
Yeah.
the same fight every single time.
So, can you see what's happening in the background here, guys?
What is going on back there?
That it's the war between the
Oh!
clones and the droids. Can you see it? Oh,
There are no droids.
droids didn't spawn again. Let me rewind it so you can see a better view. But yeah, I think
Oh
there's
no!
bugs in this game. I mentioned it in the tweet I put out. It's like, why is the droid army not spawning? Like, why do they keep fucking it up? Super awkward. Yeah, I was trying to fight Grievous and I was just distracted by this fucking moonwalking in the background. I was like, what are you doing? And they're all awkwardly jittering around and shooting at nothing. And I was just like, I think they had a plan to have droids and clones fight each other here, but it didn't work.
I'm gonna have to go back and look at my footage to see if there are any droids or if I just didn't notice this.
I don't think
Because
there's
I
droid
remember it
ships
being like
either.
severely
You can keep
underpopulated.
seeing the clone ships flying around, but you can't see any droid ships.
It's kind of lame that the Grievous fight is the same thing over and over, considering that he would probably have way different moves based on the amount of limbs he has left.
And he goes to different fucking places in the movie, and you have a vehicle portion.
Yeah,
Why?
there's no point where you're on the dinosaur and you chase him. Like, there's no chase sequence.
No, you just kill him here. Yeah, I was baffled. This was the point where I was like, this game might be broken. And I can't believe I'm saying that about fucking Lego, man. I just can't believe it.
Well, here's the thing, right? It's the original version of the Grievous fight. Not that varied. It's pretty similar in that you fight Grievous on a platform, and then he like runs away to do a thing, and then you have to solve some puzzles to get to him, and then you go back to the platform and fight him again. One of the fucking shortest levels in the game. He has like 10 hearts of health, and you have to hit him 10 times to beat him in total. It's not. But this you have to hit him what? Like, I mean, he
God,
has
I don't even wanna
4 health
guess.
bars, and they're all pretty big. Probably like 200 times, a rough guess.
Someone in chat just reminded me, by the way, of when I should have known what I was in for. The opening level with Qui-Gon and good old Obi-Wan. This was what set me on understanding what I was in for. I searched everything in this opening ship, and I found nothing except studs, and I thought that was really strange. I was like, there's so many other rooms, pathways, and corridors and everything. It's like, why is there nothing to collect?
They're
And
not filled with things.
and
Yeah.
there's no locks, there's no scanners, there's no secret pathways. I was just like, that's very unusual. And someone in my chat said, this isn't a level. And I sort of like brushed it off in my head, like, I don't know what they're saying.
Yeah, like, this isn't a level.
But
You know, that sort of thing.
in retrospect, I now realize, like, oh, what they meant is that this is like literally not a level.
hub
It's just
thing.
some kind of holding sort of level in terms of walk through it to make sure we match the movie, but at the same
Yeah.
time not do anything because it's not really.
Well, you
a
fight
level.
a few droids in here. That's. I mean, this would be the one that, like, if this was the only one like this in the game, I'd be much more forgiving to it because I'd be like, oh, it's a tutorial space where they're just just an empty room with some enemies in it, and you walk from one side to the other, and you engage with some of the mechanics for the first time.
Yeah. This is your character. You can move around, jump, and everything, and maybe
And
you have
it
the little
teaches you
button
how to break
prompts
through
pop
doors
up.
and stuff.
Exactly. And you have the option of it being super straightforward. So in your second playthroughs, you can just like bypass it. Or if it's your first time, you have all the time that you want to sort of haul around and check things out.
Yeah.
So that it works both times, both the first time and on subsequent playthroughs. Basic
Anyway.
game design by someone who's never designed a game. I've just fucking played them.
So
I know what I like, people.
get close to the end of this mission. Like, neato. Once you... These doors, by the way, you only have to do a little cube square most of the time to actually break through them. I thought it would be
Yeah,
kind of
it's real
cool.
funny as soon as I realized that.
I thought what they were going to do was make it so that whatever you cut is the hole you have to use, but no, they just break the whole thing apart no matter what you cut. Anyway, this is the end. You're supposed to just jump into the ship and get out. And I was like, okay, this is kind of interesting. And I was like, I wonder if there's a secret, right? Like, could be. And then I noticed something, as you guys might have already as well. So what's going on?
Right, they're all shooting the ceiling.
Huh.
Why are they doing that? Is there an enemy that spawned up above the roof that what are what the fuck are they doing? Why would they do that?
That's really funny.
That is bizarre, but it's funny, but
Well,
that is weird.
I'll tell you a bug that I experienced playing this game is that
I'd love to
halfway
hear.
through, and you'll be able to see this in my playthrough when I upload it. I'm uploading one of the films every week on my second channel, and when I fight, and when I'm Anakin Obi-Wan fight, just about halfway through, C-3PO flies across the screen, just in the foreground. I don't know what caused it. He just appears in and then flies away, and I have no idea why it happened.
Nice.
Funny though.
What else we got, Jay?
I mean, we've not talked about free play really, have we? That's the part that everyone says is good.
You wanna? What have you got for that?
I mean, you walk the areas are big and they've got lots of challenges in them. A couple of which in each area will be neat and like have some fun stuff going on, right? It's not devoid of any content, but at the same time, I think having played through every challenge on Camino, at least that I have access to without like going off world, right? Because some of them are like go to Yavin 4 and I don't have Yavin 4 yet. But in terms of every challenge that I have access to on Camino, I'd say that like 2 of them were cool, maybe 3. The rest are just like walk over here, find a thing, like go to a person, talk to them, and we've already had maybe enough of that content. Maybe it's time to do something other than go to a place and talk to a person, watch a thing happen.
What?
What?
Or you could do it some more.
You played a bit of free play before Story, right?
No, I played some free play after I think I finished Attack of the Clones. I did some free play to see how it was, and I got really lucky with the first few challenges I found. They were like all the good ones on Camino. There's like this I was about to call it the Kaplunk machine. What's it actually called?
Oh,
Uncarplut.
I think it's closer to Pachinko, but I'm not actually sure what the machine is.
This like machine where you have to make a ball go into a hole, and there's like these pegs.
Oh,
and stuff.
skee ball. Oh, you're talking about Plinketto.
It was not skee ball.
Plinketto. I don't know what it's actually called, if there's the name about it, but yes.
Mr. Plinkett. Anyway, that game was like, it was neat, right?
Wow.
And it would only took like
nice.
Well, it only took like 30 seconds, but I was like, hey, if this whole area is full of little challenges like that, that's going to be really fun. And I see the appeal of this game now. I see like where the actual point of the game is. It sucks about story mode, but oh well, right? We've got all this now. And the second challenge I played was like this little platforming game. And, it's like good movement controls and like clear platforms that you have to jump to that are reasonably spaced apart. It's like, oh, that's cool. Another cool little thing that you have to do. And it made sense to me. And I think the third challenge I played is this one where you have to direct clones through a little maze by opening and closing different doors. And it was like, yeah, clearly like a lot of effort was put into making it. It's not like the most mechanically challenging things in the world, but again, it only took like 40 seconds. It was just quick little thing where you've got an area that's set up just for this challenge, and then you guide the clone through the maze. It's like, yeah, that's really neat. And then there's this other one where you use the Force, and you have to use the Force to guide objects around, and it's a time trial, and you have to it's on screen right now, actually. This little time trial where you have to guide objects using the Force. And it was neat and fun. And then I think I picked out, just by coincidence, the only 4 challenges in the entire area that have anything to them. The rest are walk to this place, find this person, follow the quest markers until you get to this person, and it will take you all around the whole place. Or, use your turrets to shoot some birds, and there's like no fail condition at all. You just sit on a turret and aim at them until they die. Or like, what are some other ones on Camino?
Well, the one I'm showing right now, I guess, where you have to use the Force to move it through a little snaky pattern there and get a key, and then you have
that's one of the mechanically interesting ones, I thought.
I mean, well, in this one, we have to time the jumps correctly to not get zapped by electrics. Like,
Yeah.
that's something.
That's the one I mentioned as one of the 4 good ones.
Wiping this across the ground to... This was a bit awkward, actually. I'm not entirely sure if this is what I was supposed to do. I'm guessing it was.
You have to drop it on each one of them, I think. Oh, that works though.
Well, I mean, I only had like
Okay,
3
maybe not.
seconds left, so I'm not sure if that was the way I'm supposed to.
I did it by picking up each one and then dropping it.
Okay. Well, yeah. These puzzles sort of exist, and they're fine. It's kind of hard to sort of...
I'm not concerned with these, right? These are fine as far as I'm concerned. It's just they're like 10% of the content and free play, if that.
Well, because a lot of the stuff is you know, you need to talk to this guy, and this guy's like, I have a thing, can you get it to this guy? And then you have to go look around until it goes, oh, the guy's in the area, and you look around, talk to a few people, and it's like, I am the guy, and you're like, yay, and you pass something like, thank you, and you're like, woohoo. Someone else would be like, oh no, did you see over there, there's these people doing this thing, and you go over there and there's a bunch of chest high walls and people with guns, and you're like,
I didn't see any of those ones.
I got one.
But I did play the well, is that the one where you have to go to Yavin 4? Because I didn't have Yavin 4 unlocked yet.
No, the Yavin 4 one's like where there's like I want to experiment on a weird monkey creature thing, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, the monkey creatures are the ones that pop up the knee-high walls, I thought, or the chest-high walls, knee-high walls.
No, so you get the monkey creature from Yavin 4, and then that means that Yamasu has it, and then he creates hybrid clones from that monkey.
Yeah, so I didn't have that challenge because you need to play the Yavin 4 one to get the...
Right, well,
but
yeah.
What I did play was all of the other ones where you just have to wander around and find stuff. And I mean, did you play the Jarl Puff one? I love that his name is Jarl Puff.
I don't think
I was about to
did.
say, just hearing you say it's funny.
So, that one is a mission where you talk to Jarl Puff and you find him and he's like, hey, people keep insisting that I'm actually someone else, a Caminoan called Rala D, I think is their name. And then Jarl is like, can you please go to Coruscant to see if to see what's going on? So you walk to your ship, you fly to Coruscant, you go to the Jedi Temple, all followed by all with quest markers, and then you walk into the temple, and then there's a Camino in there called Rala D or whatever, and you're like, hey, what's up with this shit? And he's like, oh, sorry, my bad. And then you fly back to Camino to talk to Jarl Poof to be like, I've solved the issue.
Oh, that's nice. It's a solid, fun. I'm glad they got that all squared away.
Yeah. Say so. Yes.
I'm happy for him, Jay.
As has been mentioned in chat, I actually gave up on doing free play when my game froze. I tried to stick it out, lads, okay? I just got really bored. And then the game died.
Why?
I don't know, man. I think it was when I got to that cover shooting section again. I was like, I don't think I can do this. Oh yeah, it froze once before that too when I traveled through a different area.
I'm really confused as to the amount of praise this game is getting. It's like, are you guys not bored? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, that does seem like a question to ask. Like, aren't bored then?
Yeah, so like,
this is exciting to you.
Surely pretty graphics and Lego nostalgia can only take you to like through the first like 24 hours of gameplay. Like, I don't understand how people are carried through this whole game, especially when they're saying, yeah, you know, Galaxy Free Play is the best part. And it's like, you have to finish the entire story mode to get to that. It's like, how are you getting that far? I mean, you don't have to finish the entire story mode, but like, you have to finish. I mean, you unlock it by completing the story mode, right? So I assume that most players at least have played at least one film before getting to that. I don't understand how people are still going. I'm mostly motivated to play it at the moment because I'm recording it, I'm uploading it, and I am probably going to critique it.
Content brain.
Yeah, I'm playing it because of my content brain.
Yeah, it's meta. Is yeah.
If I didn't have a YouTube channel and I had some other job, my brain would genuinely be annoyed that it took me 5 hours to realize that this game was the way it is, because it means I can't refund it on Steam. That would be that would be how I felt.
Interesting.
Is there anything else? There's probably other things we could talk about. The game bugs out pretty funnily by here. Just
I saw this. This is funny.
like progress to the next section on your horses. By the way, the fucking the First Order are given horses in this section too. Apparently, someone told me in chat. I didn't even notice, but yeah, I'm just shooting and running as good old Finn here. And then I think we get to the next section. We're just supposed to shoot things until you do other things, but it just locks me in and you can't do anything. It's a bit buggy.
And what happens when you shoot him?
Oh, let's have a look.
With your bow and arrow that you have in this space battle.
Hey, she had one in the film, okay? Shut up.
Yeah.
That was the film I was making fun of.
Oh. oh. That was the gift that kept on giving right there. Wow. Nice. Cue. This would be the section where you switch between people who are like, I'm dealing with these guys. You take out those snipers, and then you have to swap to the different character that has the longer range weapon so that you could, so that there's a meaningful reason to. That's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. We're having a good time. Bored out of our minds.
Well, it's funny. You know what's extremely polished and clearly looks very finished in this game is the graphics.
I wouldn't be surprised that a lot of it is because like lighting and things like that, they just they kind of, as far as I'm aware, they happen by themselves once you program the lighting and you have all of it down in the game. As you put things in the game, the lighting just does what it does. But yeah, I guess if I'd have to really pay attention and look and see how much of this is maybe recycled assets or recolored things like the cover and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I'd say it's a nice looking game.
it does look nice. Does look nice.
Gleams.
So,
What are you thinking, Mahler?
Well, how much have you played, Jane?
I've played the first 3 films and a significant amount of free play. A mid amount of free play. I played some of the missions on Coruscant and all the missions on Camino I had access to.
Well, I've done the story for the 3 trilogies, and it was all pretty embarrassing and thin. I guess I could do free play, but I just don't know what the point would be, really. I don't enjoy collecting in this game.
Love of the craft. Oh.
I don't know that the game really benefited from being open world. I know that this isn't the first LEGO open world game, but this one seems to be the least refined, especially from what I've seen from people saying in chat. And then, yeah, we're just dealing with a level of lack of polish that I think this game shouldn't have been released yet, but it had to. It was already delayed.
Being delayed a lot. Yeah.
And so that's essentially what we've come to realize, is that this must have been a nightmare production. Development team probably went through hell, and you can see that almost in playing the game. However, it's getting through the roof, sort of.
Which means it's going to happen again.
Yeah, it's not.
Very well might.
It's unfortunate that this isn't being addressed and highlighted better. Like it seems like it's pretty evident from playing it, but it seems like everyone's just like, there's a lot of sentiment of like, why the fuck are you being so critical of a Lego game? Shut up.
It's a Lego game, yeah, it's a Lego game.
Oh, I thought you they I played $50. I paid 50 fucking bucks for this Lego game. That's why. I paid 50 bucks to go to get 6 minutes of gameplay and 40 minutes of gameplay time.
But also, like, all of the praise it's getting doesn't seem to align with, like, you can't simultaneously say it's a kid's game, you shouldn't be criticizing it properly, while also, like, giving it reviews to the same standard as all other games, and, like, giving it high praise.
Yes.
I'm sad.
It's on the same pedestal as like Godzilla movies, where it's like it's supposed to be bad. Shut up. It's like I don't think you actually believe that.
Nah, I don't think so. Oh, DLC underscore title, I remember seeing that.
Oh yeah. Wumbo, do you want to show that?
Oh, do you have like a clip of that?
I thought I sent
Or
you
a
the
picture, yeah, if you can find the picture.
screenshot. I mean, yeah, so that's the first thing I was confronted with when I opened this game, was, I mean, first of all, an advert to buy DLC, not a great sign. But then it said, like, hang on, I don't think I have it. It's the beginning of my first episode, where I will, I opened the game and it's like, click here to buy, and then it just says DLC underscore title. Oh, great.
They had enough time, and they had enough time to add that in the game.
I wonder if the game is finished.
Wait, sorry. Do you say you're gonna look for the image?
I said I couldn't find it.
Oh, okay.
I believe. Maybe I just forgot to say that. But I had a quick look where I thought it was, and I couldn't see it.
Is there anything else about the game that is pressing needs talking about?
I'm trying to think of, like, because a lot of people will not be happy with this coverage, but I don't know what else I could do to help out in that regard, you know?
I guess we could cover the core gameplay, like what it actually is like when you're
They
playing.
improved the
boss fight
lightsaber
and whatever.
combat in casual combat, right? You agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's an improvement.
They removed Kylo and Rey's kiss, so that's good.
That's hilarious.
This is how they portray him giving her life, by the way. Seems to imply they could have been both happy on half health bars, but oh well.
I do like that.
Well, it's just like the movie, he disappears too fast for her to be able to do anything about it.
Let me heal you, but no, I've disappeared.
Oh no!
So I have to go into the void now.
The dark void that is Disney.
Talk about the boss combat, yeah, and sure.
All right.
Yeah, you had more of a controversial take on this than I talked to you.
Didn't like it.
Ooh.
But I
Okay.
don't think I have the hang of it properly yet. It's been instinctive. Well, here's the thing, right? Because you can just beat any of them by spamming lightsaber throw and then like doing the quick time events, which is what I've been doing. So I haven't really bothered to learn the proper mechanics, because at no point has the game incentivized me to. I will make an effort to learn the proper mechanics at some point, so I can actually like get a better grip on what they are. But I mean, at this point, every boss fight for me is spam lightsaber throw, and then yeah, sometimes there are quick time events. What is your take on them, One Blow?
I think I said to you that I was mostly okay with them until it got repeated ad nauseum. And then I was like, actually, this isn't very good. It's annoying when you've got True Jedi active, and there's things to destroy in the room, and it's like, yeah, well, you got to navigate over there while the camera is locked onto a person who's in the center of the room or whatever. So it can be really awkward in that way.
Oh, I hate I hate that it locks the camera on you. I don't see any utility to actually doing that. Like it forces you to look in the direction of the boss. Why can't I just look where I want? Maybe there could be an arrow pointing at the boss, or maybe just I'm in a small room with the boss. I can find them. Like I don't need that. Do you have any suggestions for why that actually might be useful to have as a feature to lock onto the boss with your camera?
Make it feel more
Maybe
intense.
it's trying. I was just about to say that. Yeah, the boss is always in view. You can't escape the fact that he's there. It's not letting you get him off your screen, which might, in their minds, add to the intensity of the fight.
And
I've
then, of
been praising the
course,
camera, like how it lets you look around everywhere you want compared to the original games, except when there's a boss fight, and I don't. Just Shumbo.
Jumbo.
I thought when I was using the lightsaber stuff that I was like, oh, combat's improved then, right? Like we're getting all kinds of things, and this is just a microcosm. But I realized, like, in retrospect, they give you a decent tutorial on the lightsaber combat because it's something they completed mechanically. There's not much else in terms of mechanical tutorials in the game because everything else is stuff you've either seen before or a simpler
Or it's so
version.
simple.
Yeah. That's the only one where it's like, yeah, you can hit them with, normal strike, but then you can hit your jump button, and now it will act as a hit up while you jump. You can hit the force button, which will use a force move on them during the attack, and you can combo these up in all different ways. I was like, oh, that's really cool. That's about it for the updates / positive changes of graphics. Chat, how did you feel about this
There's more
game?
Explorable open worlds, I'd say, as a positive change that there is more map to explore. It's not huge because there's not much more to do in it. Well, there's not much more. I don't think there is more to do in it than in the originals, but like, I guess it is positive that there's more area to explore.
So hard to grasp with anything for you guys, isn't it? It's like valuable.
Well, look at chat. You got lame, floopy, pain, trash game sucks, throws popcorn at screen, wait for a giant sale, certainly not Elden Ring, Star Wars is worthless, TLDR, it's bad.
No, like genuinely, I think this game wastes your time more than your money. Just don't buy it.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right. Just don't. Get the other ones. Any of the other ones, probably.
Yeah, get the original Lego style. Oh, get the complete Saga.
Sorry, someone's at the door. Give me a second.
I guess that does it, does it?
I guess so.
What are your hopes for the next one?
I think
next
I'm
not
out.
to play it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, unless we see like, oh, we've made major revisions and we've given the developers all the time they need. Yeah,
Right,
I'm not
turns
playing
out
the
it
next
isn't
one.
new friends, it's roofers, but that's all right.
What was that?
Huh?
Rags, what was that?
Well, I
You
just
sorta
some.
came back and was just saying some like gibberish while we were talking about the game.
No, it's fine. It's all good. Just some
Hey,
roofers.
no,
all well.
the people who arrived at his home were not new friends. They were here to fix his roof or whatever.
Oh yeah, I mean, to be fair, Rags wanted to express that, but there is when you left, the conversation carried on. So that means that when you come back, Jay's speaking and then you speak. It means I can't hear either of you.
Oh, okay.
A dramatic
I
character.
think we should fight for the right to speak.
Yeah, just shout really loud. That'll make
Whoever
it work.
wins. No, I think we should have a cage match, and whoever wins gets to say their thing.
I've already said it.
Fuck.
Oh,
I can't remember what mine was. I think I might
All
have said
done.
it. It's
All
fine.
wrapped up. I've said every bit. All these delays now.
So I guess we should go to topic 3.
Yeah, I
Lego
suppose
game
so.
bad. Sorry.
No.
Um, What even is
Is the
topic
next thing
3?
gonna be good?
Topic 3. Well,
Oh, is this going to be
No,
our? I hope it isn't going to be our next controversial take. I hope not.
hopefully
It
not.
shouldn't
but
be.
well, you know what? I can break it
Wow.
up just with one. This. I didn't know where to put this exactly in our timeline discussions, but it kind of relates to discussing video games on streams, right? But any of you can take this. I don't know who would be funniest to read it, but it's a real great comment I saw after we'd recently finished the Elden Ring stream. Just give that a little look and read. See.
All right, let's see. This appears to be a YouTube comment
Yes.
made by Inaki Pertiera.
Hmm.
The dynamic of so this is about the Elden Ring thing, okay?
Yes. Yeah.
The dynamic of this discussion was kind of broken by Theo's inclusion, and not because he didn't praise the game, but because everyone who liked the game seemed incapable of contesting Theo in any manner besides with either silence or a weak rebuttal without much substantiation. It seemed as if a good chunk of others were intimidated by Theo's directness.
I really like the concept that we're all like, Theo. Yeah, sorry, Rags, you've been replaced. You're not the scary one anymore.
By Theo and his
Theo is
Elden
now
Ring
the
talk.
scary one.
Theo
What
will
if-
be the
what if
one.
This person, what if Theo was just correct on a lot of things and people were just like, huh?
So that's the flaw, I suppose, in their analysis. They don't realize how much myself, Metal, and Fortier agreed with Theo. There was a lot of time. I think I even said that at some points. Like Theo would say a thing, and I'd be like, "Well, I don't have anything to add to that, and I don't have any criticism of it. So anyone else?" And he'd just be like, "Not really."
Maybe like an obligation that Elden Ring needed to be defended against
Well,
Theo's.
Yes, I think people have that perspective when they have certain topics covered that they want, like, you know, they'll say, like, you didn't have anyone on to defend, blah, 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 and then we'll be like, you ever say this about Batwoman? Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? It's like, yeah, but we know Batwoman.
Oh, you're gonna
It's like, oh,
you're gonna get in trouble for comparing Batwoman to Elden Ring, Wombo.
Hey, I already said I loved Elden Ring. You can't.
Yeah, I love.
Well,
I
you
also love
said you
Batwoman.
love
Love Batwoman.
Batwoman.
Yeah, I do though. So,
I do love Batwoman. I'm unapologetically. I love Batwoman. It's great. There's no show like it. I hope it lasts forever. Oh no.
Oh, there are a few shows like it. All the
um,
bad shows.
Bad shows.
which I suppose will lead us nicely now. Somehow that was a nice transition into talking about Moon Knight.
Oh, here we go.
Moon Knight.
Moon.
Wow,
Get my
it
butt
feels
out.
like it's fresh in my head.
Yeah. So it's a show that came out. It's from Marvel. It's about a guy
Yeah,
who looks
it
like a
is.
moon running around killing people.
And
We
he wants
went
to do
from Star
McDonald's.
Wars to Moon Knight, both of which star Oscar Isaac.
Yeah.
watched-
That's exciting.
The quick version is we watched episode 1 and was like, that was neat. And we watched episode 2 and we were like, that was not neat. And then we
That was
watched
not
episode
neat at
3
all.
and we were like, goodbye, show. It was
This is-
nice knowing you.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
That doesn't mean we're not
yeah,
going to finish it. It just means that the show's
I
dead
have
now.
no faith that there'll be anything worthwhile about it now.
Yes,
So-
I have no confidence whatsoever in this show. It is sad, but it is turned, unfortunately, into the very sadly familiar Marvel sludgy nonsense where stupid, idiot, dumb, asshole characters and a horrific plot that makes no sense all combine together to undercut any semblance of good music and good acting, and it's all just so painful. And we've been here before, and here we are once more.
Here we are again.
It's a little
It's
weird 'cause
always such a pleasure.
we're probably going to do a full episode to cover the show, which means it's like, how much are we going to talk about now? And it's like, well, probably just a brief sort of summary for anybody who has no idea what it is, and then we'll just go over like broadly what rose and fell. The story it just at first covers a guy called Stephen in Britain, acted very well by Oscar Isaac, living a normal life,
Very well.
except for the fact that he's got weird things going on that we as the audience don't quite understand yet. For example, like he ties himself to a beam in his house when he goes to sleep.
And I don't even know if the show knows.
Hmm?
So in the first episode, right, we can tell there's clearly something up with him, because of his routine. But I don't know if the show really even knows what he's supposed to have. Um, because when you watch it, the way that I feel that he behaves to having other voices in his head and other stuff like that, it almost seems to be just like that that he's not aware of it, or that it's a surprise to him, or that he's not used to having this happen ever. Like, he takes the precautions for it, I think, because the people who made the show want us to think that. But I don't think he's really like, I think the show's confused as to what it's trying to tell us is actually what he thinks he has.
My guess from having seen 3 episodes is that at this point he genuinely has no clue that anything is happening when he goes to sleep, except maybe he does move, and so
Sleepwalking a bit.
he puts this scenario up so he can tell if he slept walked in the night. And I think that that's just supposed to be our sort of pull into being like, that's strange. Anyway, moving on, you know, like, and then it'll come up later. He lives a very average life. Oh, and people ask me, like, what do I think of his accent? It's like, it's same take as It's, it is fine. It passes the test. It's just very generic, that's all. It just comes across as very normal attempt to do in the British accent, which isn't really a problem. I don't want to be too critical if someone just focusing on what is easier to understand so that he can focus on his acting as well as the maintaining that normal accent. He's character's a bit of a pushover. He tries to push back here and there, but he's mostly taken advantage of, and we only get this for like 10 minutes, and we were hoping we might have gotten even a whole episode, but
a whole episode.
He then wakes up
don't do that,
in a distant land, and his jaw is like broken, but he puts it back, and then he starts getting chased, and he's running through a town and bumps into the, I don't think it's unfair to say, it's just the villain of the whole season, doing like a group get together where he's judging people based on whether or not they're good or bad, so that they can be blessed or killed, I guess. And like we see one guy and he's like, "You're a good man," and he's like, "Woohoo!" And then we see an old lady and he's like, "You're a bad man, and it's because of things that you will do, not because of things you've done." Which is already enough to be like, okay. But it's so weird that he just like sort of stumbles on this, and then they realize he's there, which, by the way, was one of the things because episode 1 has some stuff we like, but he's among a crowd and there's suspicion that he might be there, and so I think he asks for everybody to kneel. Well, he says something in a different language, is it? And then everyone kneels except him, and he's like, "Oh, bugger!" And it's like, hey, that's a good way to do it, actually.
That's funny. I like that.
And so he's got a scarab in his pocket, and this guy is like, "Give me it," and then in an attempt to actually give it to him, he keeps preventing himself from doing it. It's very bizarre to us, obviously. And then when they finally almost get it off him, he like phases out and then phases back in to see everyone around him is dead. And so this was like,
does that ever come back up again?
What now?
His body just like
no.
Yeah, because I was about to say that could have really probably come in handy in a lot of other instances, somebody taking control of his body, but it just doesn't happen. This seems to be a one-time thing, if I'm not remembering incorrectly.
I guess maybe we'll get more. I don't know. Maybe when the knife is at someone's neck, he's pulling it back, but it doesn't look like that's happening in a sense, like they're fighting. I don't know. But I think you're right. Like it doesn't seem to come across more.
It just seem like they forget about it.
We having a bit of meta knowledge are like, oh, cool. This is like, the other personality swept in to save him because he was about to lose the scarab and it's important, right? And then he's back in control, but he's just like, what the fuck's happening? And action scene takes place where he keeps phasing through pieces of it every time he's in maximum danger, and then phasing back to have, he's having won the fight, sort of thing. There's like a lot of plot armor. And some conveniences here and there, but I was still pretty invested in this Steven guy, trying to understand all these wacky
A lot
adventures.
of this is carried by our interest in Steven and Oscar Isaac's acting. A lot of it.
And he does wake up after several moments from that whole action scene, back in his house, and you're like, oh, everything is normal. Heads back into work, even though he notices his fish has a repaired fin compared to not before, right? Or something.
Do they do anything with that?
I don't remember. I'd have to rewatch it to know what the point of that was exactly. He
I
also
legit don't think they do anything with that. I think it's another thing they seem to forget.
he also had a date, but he missed it by like 3 days or whatever, and he didn't realize until he was there, which was a bit tough to swallow. Like, he didn't know what day it was until he actually sat down on the chair to check his phone to see if he had like missed calls from her. I was just like, that's very weird. I saw people discussing this on the subreddit. Someone was like, I find it ridiculous that he didn't manage to find out what the day was even from looking at his phone. And then someone was like, some people don't have the day on their phone. It's just like,
That's a lie.
come on. Like, I'm not even going to appeal to that
Everyone does.
directly. I'll just be like, couldn't have like spent this long and not discovered what day it was from anywhere. It just seems super
You
unlikely.
see all the text and you check them, and if you're interested in a girl and you're texting with her, you're checking to see if she
And she
said
would've-
anything to you.
Yeah,
Come
she would have
on.
called and he would have checked. So yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't. It's a really good moment for his acting. He basically is
Yeah.
coming to realize here his whole life is getting ruined by whatever the hell is happening with this second personality.
I think this is specifically where Fringy was like, we hope we get more time to learn who this guy is, and they don't just jump into plot stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
So
he's
I
a really
think
good
the
actor
problem was
playing a
that,
character you really feel for.
I think the problem was that the fact that we had that opening action scene, like that we had that at all, kind of got me a little nervous. That we weren't going to be going as slow as I would have liked. Felt like we were already moving quite quickly.
Yeah. He starts seeing the spooky Yellow Man figure, and he's hearing voices in mirrors and stuff, and it's a guy called Mark. Runs
Yeah.
and runs and runs. I think, yeah, he meets right up with the Skeleman, and then he ports over to a bus, and he's just like, what the fuck? Then he looks outside the bus, and the fucking Skeleman is right there outside. It's just like, it's almost funny rather than stupid, I guess. Like, cause it was funny rather than scary, but also, yeah.
Yeah, it's just there.
Hello. It's like, okay.
And not super well realized either. Like, it's pretty bad CGI, which is a persistent problem in this show.
Yeah, there's some oof moments.
A lot of wank shots and like bad compositing.
Like when we were when we were watching episode 3 and there was the guy, he's looking over the cliff and there was someone down below. You don't have to
Yeah.
show us that.
Oh yeah.
Like I
Villain Man
get
was on the
it. That's
bus,
a
by the
very
way.
Oh, yeah. That's right, because he's following him
But like,
to work.
wouldn't you need to get off the bus then?
Yeah, I figure unless he just walked back, he got off on the next stop, and we needed
Judge
to
the
show him
bus
being
worthy.
ominous.
Yeah, he goes to work, and then Villain Man shows up. He's trying to explain, like, to be chill, and then he does a judgment thing on him, but it results inconclusive, right? That's essentially what he gets.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
And you know, there's a lot you can take from that. Maybe it means that of his two personalities, one is condemned and one isn't. You know.
Mhm.
But I don't know. We sort of move on, and he's on the night shift. Then he's almost surrounded by all these cult members, and he's given this test that he's seen kill people before. He knows this is real now. He knows all this stuff is going on, but he just carries on his shift until night. Just like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And then a creepy, crazy CGI dog shows up. Doesn't look so great.
Represent.
Yeah.
None of them
Egyptian jackal.
do.
Yeah.
And then, because he's desperate, Mark says, let me take over. He does. Beats the thing. Does his little trailer shot pose.
Yeah.
Moon Knight. And so, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, there's problems here, but like, it's hard to say a lot because there's still a lot of information we don't have with POV.
Yes.
So
We have
it could all
this is a
be-
lot of setup. We still need a lot of answers. We still need a lot of things explained. We can't quite comment on some of this stuff yet, but we're very intrigued. We are we like our protagonist. We like the acting of it. We're interested. Consider us interested.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Legit interested. Like we really kind of wanted this to be good and for us to
Well,
have
of
a
course,
cool
because
story.
Moon Knight's a cool character as a concept. He's got a cool costume. Yeah, he's cool.
There was indeed.
Then episode 2, that when we watched that,
Well, do either of you want to describe the events of episode 2?
I So like, doesn't he the like he goes back to work after like he almost the perception that that was like some crazy vivid nightmare. He goes to work and there's all this damage from the jackal. And then he asks the security guy to review the footage. He's like, yeah, because some crazy shit happened. They review the footage and it's just Steven running around and nothing there. That is meant to imply like that the jackal is like invisible or something, or its presence isn't known. Here's the problem though. I know we're jumping ahead, but later in the episode, he has to fight another jackal, and like it clearly exerts an influence on the world. Even though it's invisible, it like interacts with objects. It destroys cars. It hits things. So like, even if the jackal is invisible, its influence should still be seen on the cameras, and it would be inexplicable. It would just be things getting knocked over by nothing, Mark running around and things getting destroyed. But like the conclusion of this is Steven vandalized. I don't know. He went nuts and he like destroyed the museum. Doesn't make any sense. But then we have a part where they're looking at the footage and we see Steven walk up and look at the camera, but it's clearly Mark because Oscar Isaac is a great actor. Unfortunately, the writers don't have faith in the audience to interpret that because Steven's not me. It's like, thanks. I knew that, but then you told me because you don't have faith in me to understand what's happening.
You have this amazing actor who communicates it very well, and the show's like, we have to tell the audience explicitly what is happening because they're so fucking stupid.
Then he gets fired. And then he isn't that after that? That's when he goes to the storage lockers, right? I can't remember how he finds that out, but he goes to the storage lockers. And I guess this whole time, I think there's kind of a question in the back of our heads of, okay, so we got Khonshu, the god of the moon, the one that he's been seeing, the spooky guy, and then we got Mark, who we've seen at times as like exerting influence in the world and trying to communicate. Like, why is nobody telling him anything? Now it might be like, well, I don't know if like how DID works in the real world, but in this show it is a mechanic as well, because like the characters will interact with each other by talking through mirrors and reflections, and there's some capacity to, oh, you take over, no, you take over, but then also fighting over it. It's confusing, I think. It's unclear exactly how these characters can communicate with each other, and then especially once we get to the storage locker and Mark and Steven finally have a conversation throughout the whole thing. It's like, why are you guys being so obtuse? Like, why isn't Khonshu telling him anything? Why is Mark not telling him anything clearly? Like, why can't they just talk to each other? Because now it might be like, well, they wanted to leave him out of it. It's like, well, the problem is that he's not. He's now a part of this. He's looking into things. He's digging around. He's potentially messing with your plans. Like, surely at this point, you need to talk to him.
It is frustrating. It is very frustrating. We're in that Disney sludge world of everyone in the world is a stupid idiot, and it's frustrating.
Well, yeah, because instead of it just being like, oh, sorry, you weren't meant to see any of this. You really want to know what's going on. I mean, no, you gotta walk away and let me deal with it. It's like, man, I feel like all of this can be solved by just explaining things to him. Like, you really need to explain things to him at this point, because then after this point, like when he's going through and he finds a fake passport. Also, like, this is something I might point. He finds a bag. It's got a little scarab thing in it, but it's also got a passport, and the passport has Mark Spector's name on it. Later in the episode, Steven gets arrested, and the police are like, oh, they're fake police, but they're like, oh, Mark Spector is like an international criminal. So it's like, wait a minute. So wouldn't it make way more sense for the fake passport to be Steven rather than Mark if Mark is like a criminal?
Could it be argued they're lying about that?
I guess it could be that they're lying, but that means I thought that they didn't know that there were two personalities at this point in time.
I got no clue.
I thought the confusion about that and like the idea that there was a guy called Mark could be a lie. I don't know. But in any case, yeah, like he grabs a bag. He's like, no, I don't want any part of this. I'm going to give this to the police. And then Khonshu is like spooky. He's like, boom, 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 I'm going to get you. turning off all the lights, and then Mark runs out, and he falls over, and this woman on a bike is like, "Oh, hey, Mark, get on. Let's go." She says she tracked his phone. He called her in the last episode. And as they're like riding back to his house, the whole conversation is so stilted.
It's
like
quickly highlight though the end of that scene. It like does a freeze frame and zoom, and then it cuts. He's outside.
Yeah, we noticed that. It stood apart is I don't recall that ever happening before or after this.
I don't remember that happening in anything Marvel's made. It's weird.
It is. Yeah, it is very strange. Because it happens and you don't think it's a stylistic thing. You almost think like the camera fucked up.
So in chat, someone says, "You guys seem weird with how you sometimes expect characters to be explicit, but other times you want them not to be. A few minutes ago, you got mad and said that's not me." Right. So the problem is that the matter of being explicit here is that if you don't tell him what's going on, he's just going to destroy everything. Like the character in this situation is compelled to be explicit. He needs to communicate clearly with this character, not for my sake, but for the sake of his own objectives. Conversely, I don't need him to tell me that's not me. It would be better if we could just see that communicated. And like, I don't see how that's confusing at all. The situation demands clear communication from a character who I'm supposed to believe is pretty competent.
Yeah,
like has some level.
Say, like, not trying to be mean, but why would you assume that our perspective is everyone should always be completely explicit? Like, why wouldn't you have a better faith interpretation, which is they should be as explicit as they know is needed?
Yeah, are they comparing us saying what the script is telling us as an audience to what two characters in the world should be telling each other?
Oh, no, I just think it's like a just clear misread of what was being said. It's
easily, because Mark needs to be communicating very clearly to another person in this world, because that person will fuck up everything he's trying to do if he does not do that.
That's what's clear in this situation. Not telling him anything ain't working. Like he's not listening.
Nor should you expect it for the audience's sake.
Because there's no reason why you'd expect that plan to work. Of just shut up, whoever this is, give us back your body. It's like if any of us heard that, we'd be like, "Are you kidding me? What the hell is happening to me?"
Mean?
And if anything, I think that you would push that person to consider opting to go to a mental asylum, which is what he does.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe that's even a better choice.
And to compare that previous example, what we're talking about is he already knows he sleepwalks. He's been hearing voices. He's pretty sure there might be someone else controlling his body. He sees on the camera an event that he does not remember, being that he walks up to the camera and looks at it, and then the guard is like, "That's you," or whatever, and then he's like, "That's not me." And it's like, no, you probably wouldn't say that because you can only look crazy by saying that. You'd keep that to yourself because you're like,
yeah,
I don't remember that happening. We know he doesn't remember that happening. So it's not for our benefit either, though. I think that's why the line is there, to make sure the audience knows that he realizes that isn't him. But it's like, we know.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, like, the woman picks him up and through very stilted dialogue basically says, "I'm your wife." Very bad. Like, in terms of just... You know, it's so clear when we're like relaying exposition here.
She wants to
she's like
boot him off the bike, if you remember as well.
Yeah, that's right. Which doesn't seem to line up with what she wants to do later, because she's specifically coming to him to give him divorce papers. So like, I don't know why she would boot him off when she needs to give him that, and also has some level of investment in the plot, the central plot with like the scarab and everything. And like, for whatever reason, she just doesn't seem to like realize pretty quickly that even though this is Mark and looks like Mark, it's clearly not Mark.
Yeah, like something is wrong with him. Clearly,
something's wrong. Like, not necessarily that it's a different person, but like, you know, something is wrong.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why you're getting so mad. Wow, I can understand being mad, but like, I just don't understand like what her problem is with him specifically at this moment. It feels confused.
People just don't behave like people.
Vague anger. Yeah.
Like, people don't behave like you would expect a human being to behave in these situations.
Mm-hmm.
That's a persistent problem, I feel, with like a lot of the new Marvel stuff.
There's not much time to rest or explain. It's more so like boom, 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 boom. And the fact that we boom onto that motorcycle and then boom into his apartment, and then she's like, before we can even settle, because she talks about his fish, and they're just like casually talking about bullshit for a little bit, interested in what music. And I remember us all being like, what the fuck is happening? You've both got so much to explain to each other.
You're both... Yes, you're not acting like rational humans. You're just being weird you're being strange and slow and cryptic for the sake of the audience. And it's just, no, none of you should be behaving like this. You are acting bizarre. This isn't how any person would actually behave.
He's got so many things to ask her, and she would have so many things to ask him, especially with the accent and the change of demeanor. But everything is bizarre. Nobody's really saying what they should be. And then she serves him fucking divorce papers, which is like, I think of all your priorities, you should have different ones. And this was before we found out, by the way, that she's fully aware of Moon Knight.
The plot.
But yeah,
is this scene better or worse than the divorce paper scenes from Marriage Story?
I'm gonna say worse.
But
you think this is worse?
Just
okay.
a little bit.
Not entirely sure though, but I'm getting that feeling.
Oh, we can never escape our Star Wars actor references, can we? Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
And then the police show up and they're like, "Hey, we need to talk to you, buddy." But then it's Layla, that's the new character here. She's taken the scarab out of the bag, I believe, and then hidden outside. And like we could tell immediately, it's like these are evil cops, like in the cult. They're not like real police officers.
They do some smug looks.
Yeah,
plain clothes, weird looks. It's just cops don't show up to your house without a uniform. It's just, but don't do that.
And also, I guess it's worth noting, like in this scene, Mark has interacted with Steven and be like, "Don't tell her anything, you know, keep it to yourself." But he just kind of let Steven like be taken into custody.
It's really odd.
Like no
yes, based on what we learn. Yeah, but Khonshu, Mark, their ability to communicate with Steven seems to be...
Khonshu in particular is the one that I can't get around.
Yes,
at least
Khonshu
with like
seems
Mark
to
and
be
Steven, they have to fight sort of for control, and there's the mirrors and stuff. But Khonshu seems to be able to appear anywhere at any time, and he doesn't tell Steven anything.
Yeah, I could stare at you on the bus, but when I really need you to fucking do something that's integral to my plan and my whim, I'm just not going to do anything. Or again, I'm going to remain stupidly vague and cryptic, that in a way that will not help you at all. You are you're a god that has existed for thousands of years, and you're a dumb asshole.
Kind of.
And it's annoying.
But yeah, then the cops take him to the cult. They've got like this weird little commune, and then he goes and talks to Ethan Hawke, while Khonshu's sort of chilling out, looking at him, just on pillars and stuff. He's just sort of sitting there not doing anything. And then like they're there and they have a conversation where basically
I just want a quick mention because I don't know if you know about this. This part here happens. I think without subtitles I can't really illustrate this properly because I can't remember what the language is. But basically, this girl says something, and then Steven says, "Is that Chinese?" And then Ethan Hawke goes, "Mandarin," and it's like, "Oh, okay." And she continues talking it. Apparently, what she said was on the level of any stereotypical insult, like level of making fun of a language. If you understand what I'm saying, like in the same vein as when people say like, "I'm speaking Welsh," and it's just like, they basically like it was all made the fuck up. And you know who highlighted this first? Apparently, anyway.
Wait, so we're clear on the same page. Someone in the show who was supposed to be speaking Mandarin was just gibberish that sounded kind of like Mandarin?
I think there were some words that could be recognized, but a lot of it was basically gibberish. Someone put out a tweet about this. Good old Simu Liu.
Really?
He was like, someone needs to fucking get them a better Mandarin coach or something like that, and then someone else picked up on it.
He was the guy who played Shang-Chi. Okay. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, and a lot of people started sharing this, and they were talking about how fucking insulting and stupid this is, and I was just like, how does this mistake happen? I thought this would be one of the things that they would definitely not let happen.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
the shit
how
you do to bow down to the Chinese, you think they
well, no,
you
it's
know,
just how do you even make that mistake? Just get someone who speaks Mandarin, like, who knows the language properly.
or
I
don't have
guess
anyone speaking it. If you don't have
Like,
anyone who can speak it, have it be German or some shit.
so I don't see the point in a creative process where someone goes, "Oh, we don't have anyone who speaks Mandarin here." Oh, just make some sounds.
Well, so you guys
Like-
remember
Okay.
the sign language, the amount of times sign language people have gotten in when they're not actually sign language people and they just fuck around. I wonder if it was as
Yeah.
simple as that. Their coach for this language, they were like, you need to coach her into saying one line, and then they were like, yeah, sure, and they didn't know, and so they just Googled it, read out something, and were like, this, and then she tried to repeat it, and it just became horrible. I don't know.
But I guess they just insisted it had to be Chinese being spoken here. It couldn't be
Well, I guess
German.
it's because they wanted
or-
the Mandarin joke, right? Because it's less likely. Like, if you said it's German, they couldn't do the thing of, haha, that's not what it is, because Mandarin is not Chinese,
Oh, that
it's Mandarin,
oh, they
because it's
should drop
Mandarin
the
and
joke.
Cantonese. Well, yeah, I mean, if you can't get someone who speaks the language, maybe just don't do that joke at all. That's
Yeah.
insane. I can't believe that that's something that happens in like a major multi-million-dollar production, that like the most widely spoken language in the world, that you couldn't just get like one person who can speak it. Just say, yeah, that's pretty nuts, actually.
Yeah.
In any case, they
Funny.
go inside and they have a conversation, and it's like pretty. I think it's like this just adds on to more of the this is a Marvel show, isn't it? Because it's like a conversation about this particular cult's like belief in Ammit, like one of the Greek, not Greek, Egyptian gods, and the notion of justice, but like basically Minority Report justice, like preventing before it's even happened. And like Steven asked a pretty obvious question. Wait, so what if like a kid, like if you predict that a kid is going to do something bad in the future, you're just going to kill them? I don't like that. And like like Ethan Hawke doesn't really have like a good answer for this. It's like, this is insane.
Dodge
This is your
question,
entire
he doesn't
belief
have an
system.
answer.
Yeah, he just kind of sidesteps it completely. It's like, I don't like, this is not a deep conversation here. This is like the surface level of this conversation about preventative, or like, you know, justice after the fact. Like, this is so shallow. It just reminds
This
me
is
of like
the
in Falcon and the Winter
question
Soldier.
people will ask you.
Hmm?
Yeah, this is the obvious question that people will ask you that you should be prepared to have. He does not have, and does not even attempt to answer.
Mm-hmm.
When
And
he
then
is
like,
surrounded by people that supposedly you have convinced to be in this cult, and I'm
yeah.
this whole time I'm wondering, just tell him what you told all those other people to convince them.
And I mean, it's kind of funny because this conversation that he's trying to be like, yeah, I'm pretty chill, and then all of the cult people just start standing around him ominously.
Yeah,
Like,
they turn it and they look at him, and it's just
Yeah.
like there's no attempt to try and even make the cult seem not evil.
no, they're super duper. They're
They're
definitely
just
evil. It's
super
like, no
evil.
question.
They're obviously
Um,
evil.
And then like, this is all because at this point there's like a nice reflective plate or something right next, and like Mark's like, come on, you got to do something.
What
And then
shiny
Khonshu's
show?
yeah, there's a lot of we'll see that in the next episode. And then
Uh,
they're like, Khonshu's like, summon the suit, you fool, or like, get out. Some it's like, what? Like, he has
You
no
wanna-
idea what you're talking about, dude. Like, you haven't told him anything.
There
And
is
then
a
oh
yeah.
yeah, well, I was just
I
gonna
guess
say.
there was. You go ahead. I think I might have even forgotten what I was gonna say. I got
So,
lost in time.
so at this point, yeah, there's the plate. There's a lot of reflective because that's how they talk to each other. But then Layla shows up and she's like, "Hey, you're looking for this scarab, right?" And all I can think is, "Wait, how'd you get in here? This is like a compound that's full of guards and stuff. How'd you get in here?"
Keep track of
And then
the
she just
phone again? Is that it?
yeah, I guess.
Well, as we know, guards disappear whenever it's convenient, so maybe
Yeah.
she just got in that way.
And then she's like to Mark while they're surrounded. It's like, all right, get the suit. And naturally, Steven is like, what the hell? I have no idea what you're talking about. And thus
Because
begins
no one
a
tells me anything.
Yep, including you. And then thus begins a nonsensical action scene where, like, for some reason, most of the cult members just sort of stand around while these two run about. And meanwhile, Ethan Hawke is summoning another jackal.
Mhm.
It's pretty stupid, nonsensical action again. And
I
then
want to
they
get a shot
like
of that hand because
okay.
just before you move on because it's
Yeah, so Moon Knight actually was shot I know that they shot like Moon Knight, Miss Marvel, and She-Hulk last year. Moon Knight was shot last and came out first, which I think explains a lot about how bad the visual effects are. Like this in between a lot of what's been reported on, that like there's a massive pile up basically with like visual effects studios. There's so many productions coming out and not enough studios and people to keep up with the demand, that like you've got this massive backlog of films that are just like waiting to get their stuff done, and TV shows. Feels like it explains a lot about how bad this show's visual effects look. They look really pretty bad for what was probably a very expensive show.
And we have the typical thing that we see in a lot of stuff now, the CGI backgrounds in places where you feel like you should
Lots
just
of
be able to
compositing.
shoot.
Yeah.
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 But yeah, they're in this room, they lock themselves in, but then we realize, oh, the jackal, it's like invisible. Oh no, it's invisible. Layla can't see it, and then it pushes Steven out the window, and as he's falling to the ground, he summons his own suit. He is Mr. Knight, which is a change from the comics, where Mr. Knight is his own personality, but it's just Steven. Oh, and also he drops the scarab here.
And the jackal is put on pause for a bit.
Yeah, the jackal just pauses for about a minute or two.
Mahler, the jackal is always on pause.
Nice.
Nice, we fucking did it.
And yeah, so mechanically
like-
speaking, this is Steven using the suit. Is this Mark
To be
using the
super
suit as Moon
duper
Knight?
Yes, and Steven is Mr. Knight. Like I said, different from the comics where Mr. Knight is his own person. Steven's
Yes, and
Steven.
to be clear, so yeah, so the power, the ability to have a suit is given by Khonshu. When Mark uses the power for the suit, he's Moon Knight. When Steven uses the suit power, he's Mr. Knight.
That's right.
And Mr.
Just
Knight,
to be clear, because I can understand why that there might be some confusion.
Knight's a bit more cringe. Unfortunately.
A little bit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Apparently, a lot of fans of the character are pretty disappointed that like this is who Mr. Knight is, because I'm pretty sure Mr. Knight's meant to be like very sort of suave and
I thought
That's what I assumed.
when I first saw the
Yeah, I
look
thought
before the
that's the
season, I was
route.
like, that guy, that personality will be pretty cool, hopefully.
yeah, but he's not, because we're not going as far as like in the comics. I think he's got like 4 or 5 distinct personalities. Here we maybe 3, because there's an implication of a third one, but it's yeah, it's not as complicated. Which feels weird considering that as a TV show, you've actually got a lot more time than you have in a comic book. Like
But
it's
they don't
24.
spend it on the things that mean things. Like, oh, we're gonna spend all this time with the protagonist. Let's devote our first episode to really establishing who this is that we're gonna be following around and being with all this time. Nope, we're plot.
Kind of, yeah. Because yeah, here the jackal's on pause, but then it attacks him, and then we have a really awkward fight where he's fighting the jackal, and it's pretty bad. And then we see that he's like Moon Knight. He's quite strong. It's Mr. Knight, but like not well versed in fighting. And then the fight goes out into the street, and cars are getting destroyed. And it's like, okay, right. So the jackals exert influence on the world. So this should have been in the security footage, but I guess not.
Yeah.
And as they realize civilians are in danger at this point, Steven's like, all right, Mark, yeah, you take over. And then we have Moon Knight, and he does the big trailer shot where he pulls his little like boomerang things off of his chest plate. But the funny thing is that Layla tells him to run away, and so he just kind of puts them away and then like climbs a building. So like he only pulled them out.
It's weird.
It's a trailer shot, and also it doesn't look it looks weird. Like,
It does
when
look weird because it's like his hands have to clip because there's nothing to grab really. It looks like his hands just sort of clip into his chest a little bit.
Yeah,
It's
obviously
very
because
strange.
he at the time would have just made a grabbing motion at his heart essentially, and then they were like, "We'll take care
and
of
then
it."
they're like, "We'll fix it in post." Yeah, we'll take care of it. Also,
we'll fix
like,
it in post. The Disney
I don't
route.
know why there is a lot of like Moon Knight is a lot of the time it's like CGI, when I feel like it could just be like a dude in a
It
suit.
needs to be a suit. Yeah, it needs to be a
But,
suit. You have you have Disney money. You can make a suit that looks cool, and it's not complex.
I'm sure
Especially
that the
Mr.
suit
Knight.
does
He's just wearing a
exist.
suit, you know.
I think
And
the
so
suit.
the
I imagine
it's
that the
like
suit
it's
does exist,
bindings
but
and
yeah, it's
his
just that
eyes
they
could be
cover it up.
CGI white.
like I'm not sure what it is. I think that there is suits that definitely do exist. There's just a lot of like also CGI as well. But then like they're running on the roof and he like impales the jackal, and then he realizes, oh, I dropped the scarab. And then Layla sees that Ethan Hawke picked it up,
Off a
and he
hobo.
just killed some dude for some reason. Yeah, he just kills the
Hobo got
hobo.
it. Did you mention, by the way, the in the middle of their fight when they both got rammed into walls? Him getting it done is okay, but her getting it done is really not.
Oh yeah, right. She gets rammed into
Oh
a
yeah,
wall.
she should be dead in this fight. The jackal's a
Yeah.
big dumb stupid idiot, just like
'Cause, like,
everyone else.
Moon Knight be super strong, but she's not. So like that should really hurt. Her. Yeah,
She
look at
is
that.
just a human being.
Well, yeah, just give it a
She is
sec to
really-
copyright. We'll
yeah.
get there.
Yeah.
Also, I need to use the loo. I will be right back.
It is kind of
Like-
funny when it like picks people up and you're just like, so what's it doing with them? It's like nothing.
Just kind of picking them up. Maybe I was a fool to think this, but I thought that we were going to have a really low stakes story that isn't like super duper crazy in terms of world implications and everything. But as we will discover in episode 3, that's not what we're getting here. It's not what we're doing. Wait, have you played it? The part where she got like tossed into the wall. Oh, there.
I don't know if. Well, you know what? I'll do it with the screen up so I can find it first.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was before or after when he's. This part maybe. Still. Oh, maybe it was before.
Back.
Now, just on the thing of like them dropping the scarab and he picked it up, just so that we don't forget, for whatever reason, like Moon Knight decides not to just go back to the compound and get it. He decides like, no, all right, it's a lost cause.
This is a mother box moment.
Hmm?
This is a mother box moment.
A little bit, yeah, because like you can just go back to the compound, and as we'll see in episode 3, Moon Knight's kind of unstoppable. He could have easily gotten it, but
Yeah, the scarab should take precedent
gives
over the
up.
jackal.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But because it's the key to everything. It's like the thing that, because the scarab is a compass that leads to the tomb of Amit, because I want to resurrect her, and that's bad. Basically, it's not going to be
There, I
good.
found it. It was way earlier. Huh.
Oh, okay.
They both get tossed by
Yeah,
the jackal, and
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're in
that
trouble
does stuff to you. In fact, I wonder.
Yeah.
He'd have the lesser hit, right? Because the car presumably would
Car
hurt
was
less
actually
than
the
Yeah,
the
you want to get
wall.
thrown against a car, not a brick
A
wall.
brick wall,
Yeah,
rather, yeah.
cars will give a little bit.
Um.
And again, it's the thing that the jackal is like, this woman is just like harassing you. Just fucking kill her. Just break her neck and be done with it. It's got her grabbed, and they do the thing where they have someone grabbed and they don't just fucking kill him.
It's a jackal. Yeah, it's just.
It's like this
nom,
thing
nom,
is a
nom.
ferocious
Gotcha.
beast. It's just a killer. What are you doing? Are you trying to?
Mm.
What are you doing?
But yeah, no, so like Mark is there. He's talking to Steven because there's a mirror in the place that he lands, and they're having a fight. And Steven's like, "I don't like this. This sucks." And then Steven's like, "Nah, shut up!" And he smashes the mirror. And then Khonshu is like Khonshu is he's just like, "All right, you're a prick, and you're gonna help me out, buddy. We gotta keep working. You know, I own you. You gotta work for me, because Khonshu's an ass."
Because these characters don't know each other. Don't know that.
And then they're just in Egypt because he's tracked the cult to Egypt instead of just going and getting the scarab that
He
night.
even found himself a big old bottle of booze in Egypt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels
Maybe he
very
knows where to look.
like now that you have
For a
a
rookie.
fuller understanding of everything, here's like a opening to things are gonna get crazy. And I had no idea why he was even here at the end of episode 2 yet, but episode 3 just tells you, he's following the cult. He wants the scarab back. And it's just like, this makes
Instead
no
of
sense at all. He was right next to the cult,
Just
in
go
terms of
get it.
the town, and clearly, like, you can get in there and fucking kill Ethan Hawke if you want to.
Because what we will see, like I said in this episode, is Moon Knight is kind of like unstoppable. He is insanely powerful, to a level that I don't maybe someone can help me out because I've only
I
read
mean,
a
he's
couple.
the second most powerful person in the show, you might say.
Behind
Yeah.
Khonshu, or?
That's what I was getting at, yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll get to
Well,
that.
you might say, yeah. Well, obviously, we're speedrunning this a little bit because, like I said, we'll probably have
speedrunning this.
longer coverage in 3 or 4 weeks from now.
Yeah.
So, in episode 3, that's where we're up to. So after episode 2, it's like, oh no, like that was just the general feeling. Oh no.
Yeah, definitely a big oh no. We were teetering. We were falling off of the edge, and they needed to. That we were past teetering. We'd fallen off the edge. Episode 3 needed to roll at a reflex save and grab that ledge and get us back to safety because we have fallen off of the ledge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Episode 3 does not do that.
Well, hey, since I did 1, you did 2. Can Rags do 3?
If he wants to, sure. Or do
I'll
you
have
want
to
me to
open
do
the
it
episode
again?
again because I'm not too good with like the summary stuff going through because from I guess it's always my way.
No, it's all good. Yeah.
Well,
If you open it up
I
and
was
scan
doing that
through.
one all from. I was doing that one all
let
from
me open
memory.
it up.
Actually, I just was trying to pull all of the stuff that I could think
I
of.
gotta. Yeah, from memory, I just don't think I can do it. Let me do a.
Yeah, sure.
Is it on my downloads? It says it put into a weird spot. Yeah.
Yeah, because someone was asking, like, so wait, who watched this? It's like, it might not be clear just because of how we're explaining it, but we all did, except Jay.
We all did.
Is a bad
I
person.
did not. That's
I
why
offered,
said
though.
one thing in the past hour. Yeah, so we were going to watch it together, and then we did something else. I can't even remember what we did, but something.
I think
fun.
we talked about other stuff, and then I can't remember. Yeah.
So let me pull it up here. All right. So we open with previously on blah blah blah. Okay. Oh my goodness. He's in Egypt. There are the pyramids. They are big. Isn't that incredible? And our first scene is kind of neat. We have what's her name? Layla.
Yeah.
And she is getting a fake passport made. And that's cool. You see this lady and she's on her computer box and she's making all the changes and she's putting all the fake info in there and she's dragging and dropping and she's got the stampers and the clampers and she's making a fake passport. It's a really cool little scene to see how she does it. The problem is that these two people are talking to each other and they're telling each other all these things that don't need to be said, and it's just really clunky and expository, and it was like meh. But at least the visuals were cool over making a passport. That's neat. That's not the coolest thing in the episode at all. Definitely not. We have so many cool things to talk about.
It
Yeah.
only
I forget
goes
what they
up
even.
from here.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me scale a bit forward. She gets her passport. We get a Marvel
Oh, if I
logo
could
that doesn't
pause you,
fucking
Rags.
mean anything
Don't.
anymore. Yeah.
This is so picky. These criticisms can be lobbied against any show.
No,
I
they
know.
can't.
So, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. That's absolutely not true at all. These are not picky. These are plot.
We're actually
These are titanically important to the plot and to
Well, here's a
what
more
happens.
pertinent question. So, like, when Steven is attacked by the jackal and then falls to the ground, why does the jackal just choose not to attack him for a minute? Can you give me a reason why it wouldn't do that?
And if you can't give a reason, can you explain to us how that's a nitpick?
Yeah, like how it's not consequential, or that we should just
Yeah.
ignore it, or that the story
How-
wouldn't be improved if that was changed. I'm waiting. Let's see.
Yeah, I am curious, and this isn't even talking about the scarab and all the other things. This is just
Everything
that one
else, yeah.
one decision they made. Why does the
But,
jackal just not pursue the thing that he needs to do? Why is that? What happens? He sort of disappears for a while.
So people in chat who aren't the person who said that have given a lot of good ones, like fake tension or he forgot.
Well, yeah, because we
Yep.
need time for the character to explain to us what's happening with Mr. Knight. We can't have him fight, even though you could have done both.
You could have, yeah. It's not binary. You have lots of choices when it comes to storytelling.
I like this. Have you considered it's a dumb Marvel superhero show? It's like, what do you think our argument is right now?
Yeah, our argument
yes,
is that
that
it's a
is
dumb
our
Marvel
argument.
superhero show.
Yes,
But
yes.
you know what? Like, I think that superhero shows can be great as well. Because
Absolutely, they
I don't
can.
know, I
Undoubtedly.
don't undermine an entire genre of storytelling. Maybe that's me. I'm just saying it's picky
Yeah, our
because great
criticisms
show.
are never, it's
Oh,
a
sorry.
superhero show.
Here it is. I'm just saying it's nitpicky because great shows do it too, not that it's terrible criticism. For example, the Nazgul do the same thing in The Lord of the Rings, but we don't criticize it.
When?
What?
I think they're talking
Yeah,
about
like
Glenelg Fields. They hit the catapult, not catapults, trebuchets, and then we don't see a lot of them. And then when the Witch King leaves to head toward the Rohirrim, we don't see the Witch King for a while. But obviously you're just supposed to assume they're attacking people.
yeah,
Yeah,
just because
it's part of the army.
Because this is the
anything.
thing, the Jackal is solely summoned to attack and take that very beetle. He's done it before.
Yes, and
He
there are
pushed him out the
no
window.
there's
That's almost
nothing.
GG. You've almost won, and then he just stops.
Yeah, go get him. There's no
He just
barriers between the Jackal
yeah,
and Moon
'cause
Knight, and that's his singular task. There are no other players in the field. There's nothing else that he would be doing.
the
That's
thing
his
is
one job.
we're sitting there watching Steven, but like somewhere in this world there is a jackal. It's pretty close by. It's like in the building, and it's not doing anything. What is it doing? If we didn't have the camera on Steven and we had the camera on the jackal, what is it doing that it takes a minute to just come
Things
down
don't
and kill him?
disappear when they're off screen. They don't stop existing because the camera's not looking at them.
Yeah. The jackal lacks object permanence. It would seem that way, but it's
And
not.
also,
It is
this
a thing that
nitpicking
exists
word,
physically.
it's not a nitpick.
Well,
There's
it's not
so
a
many
nitpick,
things
it's
that we've
important.
talked about where the plot completely changes.
Because maybe it would have made more sense that he would have lost the scarab if it fell out here, if he wasn't, if he was attacked immediately and didn't even have a
Yeah.
chance to
He
sort
notices the
himself out.
scarab. He tries to get it. He can't. The jackal's attacking him.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe he tries to go back and get it later, or there's something. There are reasons. If the end result of this scene is that the scarab is in the hands of Cult Man, then there are ways to write that. You can do things. You have options. You could change the modifiers of the fight and the players involved. I mean, there are all kinds of things you could do. This is what writing is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they just don't do it. They just say fuck it, whatever. And that's that.
I also saw someone say, "Oh no, they're expositing while doing menial tasks that have to be done at some point." The horror. It's like, man, I want better dialogue. You can have your shit dialogue if you want, but I want better.
I think that these writers are entirely capable of doing that. I'm sorry that you have such a low opinion of them, unlike me, that I think that they are entirely capable of writing good stories.
I'm a big fan of dialogue.
That's a you problem you have to resolve. Anyway,
Yeah, there's
3. Oh, sorry. What?
characters sitting around just telling each other things that they already know for no reason other than to tell each other those things they already know. That's just, people don't generally do that. People
No.
don't, yeah, people just don't do that in the real world. I don't like whenever I meet my dad in the morning on a Thursday for breakfast, I don't go, "Ah, yes, it's my father. My father is here." And then I get in the truck and he says, "Ah, hello, son." And you know that sort of thing. Like, it's just not the thing that people do.
Mhm. And I don't like that it's presented as some binary, that your only choice is like that, to have people say exactly what they mean and communicate everything
Yeah.
like exactly as they intend. Oh, hi.
What's wrong,
my
Layla?
wife
You look
who-
so
yeah,
distant, or you look sad.
exactly.
What's on
As
your
if
mind? What's happening? Or
you've
she's, I
got
know
all
that
things.
look, because
Exactly.
it shows that they've met each other before and they've done similar things like this before, but something is particular this time, and that something was weighing on Layla's mind. You're like, this shit is, I mean, this shit's off the top of my head, and it's better, you know. These people are getting paid God knows how much, and they get all these budgets, and it's just, I will tell you everything that you know. Ah, yes, I also know these things as well, but do not forget this thing that also we both know.
Well,
Yes.
I mean, it must have been thought about, right? You've got to wonder if this is a deliberate decision. Are they trying to appeal to people who are just like double screening and not really paying attention, so that anyone can really just take in the information without really giving a shit about the actual, story?
Maybe.
Is
I don't know.
this a
There are ways to
deliberate
be
decision to help it be sludge?
Hope it be
There are
sludge.
ways to
Oh,
be
no.
obvious that aren't this clunky, right?
Well, as said, I haven't seen it, but it seems like writing 101 stuff. Surely they can find someone capable of that. Surely they're thinking about all of this stuff, but we know they're thinking about it from the perspective of making more money.
I just don't think they care. I don't think they don't feel a reason to the idea that you get, and why change who your writers are? Why shoot for higher writing standards? People eat this shit up. Why change? You know, I
True.
think it's just that attitude. There's no pressure for them to get better writers. Uh, yeah. Next scene, unless
you know,
you want
don't be too
to.
upset, everyone who enjoys this show. We'll do a deeper dive. Go over.
Yeah,
I
we
will rewatch it and give it all of the notes so that
Yeah, we'll
I
watch it
can
again.
make you some stronger. We're trying to cover all the bigger arguments broadly because we still got Sonic 2 and a bunch of other things to do, and we're already 3.5 hours in. Can you believe it?
Yeah, boy.
So anyway, Rags, continue. What in the world is happening with episode 3? What's going on here?
Okay, well, after we get our passport made, we cut to the desert. Deserts are great. Our cult is out in the desert and they're following the scarab, walking around in the desert on the scarab on foot, just having a great time walking around. And the scarab points them to where the tomb is, and they're like, "Oh my goodness, we found her!" And there's a guy; he's got an MP40. That's kind of weird. That's all right. They're very, very happy. They're very, very yay! We found the tomb of Ahmed! Hooray! And now that scene's over. So they're doing the thing that we knew they'd do. Okay, gotcha. Excellent.
I'd say
Here
the
we are.
only thing to bring up is just like, man, they traveled all that way and Moon Knight hasn't caught up to him. All right.
No, but that's because Moon Knight, or shall we say Mark, because Mark's in charge now, right? Mark is running on rooftops. He's Assassin's Creeding styling it. It's very impressive. He loses his hat, but he doesn't pick it up.
I
That's
think
okay though. He can get another one later.
this is the very same rooftop that Fennec was fighting those assassins in the first episode of Boba Fett.
It looks
It's very
similar because
cool.
they are not in Egypt. It's
It's
or
the
at least that green screen.
The
going
rooftop
down.
of mysterious location.
Also, I don't know what this building is, but this seems like a strange building.
Yeah, I don't know what that does.
That's yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's up. Um, so Mark, he confronts these guys on this rooftop, and they have shiny knives, and they have this shot where he throws the knife up in the air, and then the camera looks down, and it's really strange. And I don't know why. I don't know.
I think the idea
He
is that they're
fights these.
supposed to be a little silly, like because Mark is like making fun of them for it. I think, but remember, these are the same guys that we end up having a bit of drama with in a moment. You know, it's not. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Kind of. It feels weird. But also they're chasing down a guy and they kill him. And
Yeah, that's how
Mark
the scene
was like,
starts.
why'd you kill that guy? I was gonna talk to that guy. Who was that guy?
So this is the stuff. I need to rewatch it fully to be able to fill in stuff like that. If we just keep moving, because there's obviously a part that we all want to get to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he's fighting these guys, and they have knives, and they don't stab, but they slash a lot, which is how you fight with knives. And he licks his knife, and that's fun. And then Mark punches him because he licked his knife, and it's very odd. There's not even anything on the knife to taste. It's just very strange.
It's intimidation.
He fights
right?
him. Yes, it is very intimidating when you lick your knife. It is very intimidating. And one of these three
It
guys
inflicts
is
poison damage.
Mm.
I hope not to his tongue, I hope.
No,
Anyway,
your saliva is gooey, so it inflicts poison damage from the cooties.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Mark can get maybe Mark's gay. Who knows? Maybe that's why they're getting a divorce, because it turns out he's gay. I don't know. This is the deep lore. So one of these guys that Mark is fighting is a young guy, and Mark seems to be really a lot softer with him because he is younger and a kind of a young guy. Where he's like, okay, I guess that's something you do. And as the fight draws to an end, Mark gets one of the guys and he's got a knife and he holds the knife to his throat. And in the very shiny knife reflection, Mark sees the now dormant or the now the hidden away Steven. And Steven's like, "Nah, don't kill him." And then, oh my goodness, what happens? Mark, he gets tucked away, and then he suddenly reappears in a taxi. Oh, what happened? He's all of a sudden in a taxi. This is not where I was a moment ago. That's very strange. That's odd. He's visibly confused. He doesn't know what's happening. So he gets out of the taxi when he notices at the bottom on the road, leaving the building, are the guys that he was just fighting. Wow, okay. That's strange. One of the young one even kinda looks happy. I don't know, maybe they didn't know he's supposed to be acting. I don't know, sure, it's strange. But
Well, I think one of
then
them
Mark
says, like, "You
says,
let us go." And
"Yeah, Mark, I," he gets out of the taxi to chase him down, and they're like, "Oh, you let us go." And Mark's like, "No, no, tell me what I want to know." And then there's a chase sequence, and then he chases him again. And they run and they run, and I'm scrubbing, and he goes through the market, and there's Tim Pool, but he's buff and he's on a bicycle and he's got a basket on his head, and he runs and he knocks over rugs because like, oh no, this Mark guy's chasing us. We don't want that. That's very bad. And he fights him and he punches him.
wait, Rags, I gotta pause you. Someone in chat said, "Why is it a
Yes,
problem he
please.
licks the knife here but not in Arcane?" Explain yourself, Rags.
Which part in Arcane was
There
a
is
knife
a guy who
licked?
licks his thing
episode
on
3.
a knife, and he even draws a bit of blood.
He licks his like on his tongue.
Mm-hmm.
He cuts his tongue on the knife.
Yes.
Oh, I can't. I legit can't remember that scene. So y'all have to take over.
Well, off the top of my head, I don't take complete issue with him doing it in Moon Knight. I think it's silly, but it got him like punched too, so he's just a low-level
Yeah, Mark
criminal.
punished him for it. Yeah.
In Arcane, he's like presumably a tweaker of sorts, right? And he's a low-level bodyguard of Silco. I don't think he's going to be that smart, the guy who does that. And then he does get his attacks ready. It's not like he's caught off guard as a result of doing it, while this guy is. He attacks after it. Like I said, I don't really take big issue with it. You'll be fine.
No, it's just silly, but that's okay. The correct thing happens. Mark takes advantage of an opening and he fucking punches him. So Mark chases him. Mark gets one of the guys and he puts him up against a wall and he says, "Who is number 2 working for?"
Yeah.
But then there's a mirror. There's a lot of
There's
mirrors
a lot of
that
mirrors.
are around. A lot of mirrors here. Then Steven appears. He's like, "Hey, Mark, what's up? You don't hurt him or whatever. Let him go." And then another cutaway. Mark all of a sudden is not here. Instead, Mark is on a plateau on a desert overlooking Mos Espa, and oh no, he has stabbed this guy that he was just holding up. Turns out he just stabbed him with a knife, which is the correct way to use a knife. You stab people with a pointy bit, and the guy's dead.
How'd you
Oh
know
no.
that?
It seems as if Mark has killed one of the guys, and now the only one left is the young dude.
Yes.
And he goes to the young dude and he's like, "Yo, I want to talk to you because I need to know some stuff." And so, in a stupendously, horrifyingly stupid move, Khonshu's voice says, "Take him to the cliff." Instead of using his knives to torture this person efficiently into varying degrees of pain, he instead takes him to a cliff, which is torture that's based on a threat. That is dumb because if you can't, that's not how you torture people. Because that's
Batman
not
did
if
it.
you. Yes,
Actually, no, wait. Batman didn't do it. Well, Maroni, he dropped until his legs fucking broke. So I guess Batman did
Oh,
it a bit
no.
different in Dark Knight. But it begins, I think he does it to
Anyway.
the fat guy. Yeah, well, so I find this interesting because Mark seems to be uncomfortable with doing anything with this guy because he's young. It's like, oh, okay. But at the same time, just it was interesting because when we were watching it, we were like, don't take him to the edge because if you lose him, you lose him. Meanwhile, if you chop
Yeah,
off
and
a
now you
finger,
don't learn anything,
stab,
right?
slice, whatever, you can keep going. And Arnold did do
Yeah.
it, but to be fair, wasn't Arnold holding them by their foot with one arm because that film is hilarious and awesome? Commando, okay, everyone should see it.
Yeah, it's an all or nothing threat, but you can't actually to get the info you want. You can't let the person die. You can't like threaten to kill them because the person knows that like there's no way to escalate it. This is all that there is. I'm threatening to drop you off this cliff, right? Instead of using the knife to cut and stab and take off fingers and all that sort of nasty stuff.
Which I think this gets
Um,
worse the further along the episode you get with how important this is, what this represents. So,
Yeah.
I mean, we may as well just talk about it now a little bit. Amit coming back represents, like, potentially the end of the world, right?
We're talking
seemingly.
millions and millions dead,
yeah.
billions probably are dead. Anyone who does anything that's bad is going to be preemptively killed.
Now,
So
Khonshu
lots of people dead.
is the only god who is invested currently in preventing that from happening because the others are not aware of that being the case.
Yeah.
This guy, it may sound ridiculous, but this will turn out to be true. This guy, his info would be enough to tip the scales for the gods. So
It is
I don't know.
very important that he gets this information, right? This is very important stuff. He should have enough to work with even without it, but he certainly believes this to be extremely the truth isn't even as important as how important he believes the information to be. But hipster cultist man, he's like, "No, Ahmed's great." And then he cuts the scarf and he falls down, and then we get some Resident Evil 5 CGI because because our stupid idiot Disney human brains are not capable of processing what happens when a human being falls off a big fucking cliff. It's very important that we extend our CGI budget to show you a very poorly rendered body that has landed on the dirt far below. It's very important that they show us that.
Oh, I
right?
think it's funny. I didn't even
Try
notice
to
that the first time
look
around
at
because I was so
that.
distracted by Khonshu
Yeah.
again. I was like, there he is.
It's
See,
all
he's down there.
none of this is
Look at him.
real. It's
Yeah.
all fake except for Mark. Look at that. Like God.
But okay.
They might even have CGI'd Mark. Fuck it. You never know. At this point, you
Maybe.
never. It's just they didn't even have. Don't even come in today, Oscar. It's fine. We'll just take care of it in post. Whatever.
Let's talk about the shiny sign.
Oh yes, because mirrors are the pathway for communication between the person inhabiting the body and the person who's kind of dormant in the body or who's underneath it, right? The active and the passive characters. It just so happens that they come across a metal sign that is out at the top of a plateau on a desert, and you might think that it is super rusted and worn away. No, it's actually polished like a goddamn mirror. And this allows for Steven to communicate with Mark. And isn't that amazing? Just like the knife, because as we all know, all knives are polished like a mirror. It's very, very shiny.
I
It
think
was
it
very
was-
distracting when you see things
They
like this.
they need mirrors to communicate with each other.
I don't know
Seemingly.
because
Seems to be.
Seemingly.
Khonshu
So-
can talk to him whenever we want.
yes,
but it
things we
looks
can-
like
like, does that make
Yeah.
much sense? With we talked about this, but how much reflection happens in everything?
Well, yeah, because it's in people's eyes and water. You could have some sort of reflections on cars.
And so, like if he was to look at his watch, I guess you could show up and then be like, hey, 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 and then as soon as he turns it away, you're like, oh, no chance. Oh. Why doesn't he carry around a mirror? Because he doesn't want to talk to Steven, even though they really take
Well,
way
they
too
do
long
that.
to be cooperative with Steven. By the end of this episode, they're actually cooperating with Steven.
Yeah.
Takes
it only took 3
forever.
episodes and the world is at stake and it's fucking frustrating. And also
Yeah.
having like a mirror that he carries around could be a comedy. It's like a phone essentially. I want to talk to the other one and he's like, "Don't you hang up," and then he closes the mirror and puts it up. And then maybe you even get a little muffled. I don't know if you go that far, but it would be funny.
I don't see why they can't just be voices in the head, you know?
I don't know.
Well,
maybe-
There's a lot of stylistic stuff
To
they
some-
can do that they don't do.
I guess the thing is, to some level, it's like cool that you thought of the mirror thing, but the problem is now it's like you're relying on it so heavily that
Is
It's
it
like-
though? It seems like such a cliche way for, like, a mirror seems like the cliche way to get alter egos communicating with each other. I mean, they do.
Nick-
The only example I can think of is Spider-Man, but I'm sure there's loads of stuff that does it.
Someone said they don't need reflections to communicate. They can talk to each other at any time. Have you got any references? Because I can't remember if there is.
Well, maybe
Yeah,
that's
I
the
legit
case
think
in
they
the-
need
maybe that's the
mirrors.
case in the comics, but certainly not what we've seen so far in the show that I can think of, unless I'm
I
forgetting.
can't. Yeah, I can't think of a time they've talked to each other without mirrors, but it might have happened. But what I'm noticing anyway is in scenes, suddenly they'll be in a place. It's like, wow, there's a lot of mirrors everywhere. It's like, nah.
But then when they don't need to
Mm.
talk to each other, there's nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is the part where they gotta summon the gods, right? That's
Oh yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So we enter. Oh no! What are we gonna do? You idiot! You held that guy off the cliff. Oh wait, that was my idea, but you still did it. It's your fault. Anyway, we have to go talk to all of the other Egyptian gods because
Very
they're
casually
real.
done. It's like
yeah.
Yeah.
all the other. We were like, oh shit, are we gonna be seeing this? Like, yeah, you are, but you know, be ready to be underwhelmed.
Wait, no, sorry. Don't skip ahead of the moon. Don't.
Oh yeah, that's kind of
Because-
funny.
Well,
actually.
we're that's where we're at. We're here.
Well, it's just because on the footage is so. So like Khonshu's like, all right, so I'm gonna send a message so that the gods know that I want to have a chat with them, and it's like, all right, so what does that mean? What it means is causing a lunar eclipse. Like he can just do that. Now,
Hang on.
I would, yeah, right. So you would, I think the really the big question would be, what have you just done? Like, what
Yeah,
did you just do?
That's not. That doesn't
so-
follow.
There are two explanations for what this is. The one explanation is this is all an illusion. Like there is no eclipse. It's fake. Like it's an illusion that he's caused. Now, I don't know what that means logistically. If he can cause an optical illusion that creates a lunar eclipse that cascades like and
Everyone's
blocks
fucking
out
you up.
this.
It's not a lunar.
Sorry,
eclipse.
solar eclipse. Yeah, I don't know why I said lunar. It is solar. Yeah, sorry, solar eclipse. So if he can cause a solar eclipse, and it's an illusion, I don't know how that works logistically, but if it was not real, then like Doctor Strange is like absolute, like all the heroes are going to be like, wait a minute, how, like, what the hell? Holy crap, this is insane. We need to investigate this. That is the lesser of the two terrible things
Yes.
that this means. The second one is he moves the moon. He actually moves it. Now, I hope I don't need to explain how insane that is in terms of the consequences of just moving the moon.
And unfortunately,
so,
it
yeah.
seems
I suppose
like
that-
based off of everybody else's react, because this is not. I don't think this is a vision because everyone in the city sees it. Everyone in Giza sees this. Like all the townspeople react to the fact that this insane cosmic occurrence has
happened.
just happened.
This might make sense to a culture who hasn't, doesn't fully understand what the moon really is yet. A very primitive culture who's maybe seen
This won't make sense to
a
any
solar
culture.
eclipse.
This is shit. This shit's fucking bizarre.
Because the thing here is,
so I'm talking about let's say you're incredibly primitive, right? You just see the moon as a thing that moves through the sky, and one day you see it go in front of the sun, right? But any
That'd be
culture
bizarre.
that understands how to predict the movement of
like
the
us,
moon,
You're not giving.
yeah,
you're
and
not
understands
giving
that
people
the
enough
moon is a
credit.
body, you can't be surprised by a fucking eclipse.
No, we know when they're happening.
Yes, you
We
can't.
know
You
when they're
cannot be
happening.
surprised by it. Yes,
I'm pretty sure we know when they're happening, like decades from now.
Isn't it,
Hundreds of
centuries?
years ahead.
Possibly
Absolutely.
even that,
This stuff is
So like,
This is
so
very predictable model.
if Khonshu was like moving the moon, this is insane. And if it's an optical illusion, it's still insane. And now Moon Knight cannot be ignored by the broader MCU. There has to be some acknowledgement of him by like Doctor Strange or whatever the governments are that are involved, or any number of heroes. They gotta.
He's doing
they have
this
to get involved.
to then get an invitation. Like the gods
Like
will
a meeting.
demand Khonshu's avatar enter the chamber of discussion or whatever because of this. Apparently, it's
Khonshu
significant.
himself, because that shit costs money. Why does it
but
have to be
yes,
their avatars? That's the thing. Why not just Khonshu show up?
I think Khonshu says he doesn't
Because
want to, right? But then he's totally there when they have the discussion. He's just talking through.
Yeah,
Mark,
he
so.
does. Yeah, I think it's just so that they don't have to animate all the gods.
Maybe.
Which
Well,
is
yeah.
if you're gonna splurge on
To
your CGI, this is where you do it. If
yeah
you're
to
gonna do it.
so I guess make the point clear. They go into this like it seems like it's in the
They
pyramids. Like
say it's
they
in the
have a
Great
portal.
Pyramid, which is
Well, we
fucking
could just quickly highlight
horseshit.
that
Right.
on his way to the
Right.
meeting, it's just bright again.
Yeah, it's all bright again. I guess that lunar eclipse was like lasted what, a minute, which they don't typically last that little time.
How
But
long did the solar eclipse last?
sorry, solar. Fuck. Yeah, it
Call it the
lasted.
eclipse.
But yeah, they go through these doorways that open leads to the pyramids, and you just see like regular people. It's like, oh hey, I'm like the avatar for the gods. So like the gods speak through them. It's not the actual gods. Pretty lame. It's kind of very
It
lame
is
actually.
very lame. This part is
Dude,
staggeringly lame.
This is Osiris.
This is like so the Egyptian pantheon is batshit insane. It's incredible. They got all these weird ass stories and crazy creatures that have all these adornments and symbols, and they're very regal. And I mean, they were these things were worshipped as deities for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. The Egyptian timeline is staggeringly long,
And if
and
someone says to me, that's just his avatar, it's like, Osiris talks through this man, okay? Like, it's...
Yeah.
This is all we get for Osiris.
And they have a conversation about basically Mart's or Khonshu's like, hey, that guy Ethan Hawke, he's evil. He wants to resurrect Ahmed.
yeah.
And they're like, wow, that's serious. Let's get him in here. And essentially, you can boil this conversation down to, do you want to resurrect Ahmed? Nah. Okay. Well, you're free to go. Like that's essentially the
Yeah,
gist of
this is another
conversation.
frustrating part of the show where instead of just telling these gods that, oh yeah, he's got this big evil cult and he has the
And he's got
scarab
the
and he's
scarab,
outside of the tomb.
and
Yeah.
he's doing an
He just
excavation
doesn't.
right now.
He just
Mhm.
doesn't like I don't get it. Why I don't understand why they make all the characters stupid dumb idiots. I
Well,
don't
yeah,
get
there's
it.
there's so much evidence to prove it, but just for some reason,
He
Mark
just doesn't
and
say
Khonshu just
anything.
don't say anything. Yeah,
This is an incredibly difficult scene to make when you're writing, because it's like, right, it's all on me now to represent the Egyptian gods and how they fit into the MCU. Every word they say will have massive implications, because these guys would have been around this whole time. Everything I say and everything I have them say and do is super important. And like, if you draw from everything you see in here, it's like their capacity to view Earth is limited through basically their little avatar people, from what I understand.
They don't seem to give any explanation as to why their power seems to have waned. They don't seem to. It's that weird middle ground of I'm a god and I want you to know that I exist and respect me and love me, but I'm not just gonna like show up and say hi. You know, it's like, oh, that's kind of awkward. You're kind of a dick. And the gods of Egypt here, they're sort of presented as that, like, oh, they stopped worshiping us. They don't worship us anymore, and they seem to be sort of like upset about that. But then they say all we do is observe, and that's just what we do. And like, well, so
But
why have you been
but
hidden
they
this
are
whole
concerned
time?
with Amit.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
they're concerned
and
with
then it's
Amit,
like,
and they want to observe
so
humanity.
were you not concerned with Thanos or Loki or
I
Ultron
guess
or like,
not, even though the concern with Amit is millions dead. I can tell you an
and
event
Ultron
happened
was
recently
billions
that killed a
dead.
lot more than 1 million.
Yeah, well, it's the same issue with Eternals, right? It's like, oh yeah, we gotta protect humanity, but we can't like stop Thanos from killing half of them, even though it actively opposes their mission of having enough people on. Whatever. It's the same issue here. It's like, why aren't
You
you
just
guys
introduced a
actively
pantheon
involved?
of gods into the MCU, and there's just
And
no.
and
We just don't
remember
talk about it.
they're introducing the Greek gods in Thor to be promptly killed seemingly by Gore, the God Butcher. So we just
Mm.
keep ballooning up that pantheon, yeah. So
When you have like again, when you have the ancient Egyptians, a civilization that spanned thousands and
thousands of years.
thousands and thousands of years, like it's mind-boggling how long ancient Egyptian, civilization was, right? There's nothing to compare it to. There's nothing to compare it to. You think that the way that they depict their gods and how religious that society was and all of the things that they did and the reverence that they treated these entities and the way that they were portrayed, it sucks to see that finally sort of represented in media like this, and they're all a bunch of dumb fucking asshole losers. It sucks. You expect something interesting and cool, like, oh yeah, I can see why this civilization worshipped you for thousands and thousands of years. It's like,
Hmm.
no, they're just dumb idiots.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Because they call in cult leader man, and he just does like the most normal sort of, I'm not evil. You know what? Mark is kind of crazy.
And as someone's pointed out in chat, he has a tattoo of Armit on his arm. Like,
He has a walking stick with Armit's like
the warm
face
stick with
and
the crocodile
handle. Yeah.
That's right. Like,
Also, there's the aspect of it takes, I guess it takes, maybe there's some confusion here. Does Khonshu not open up the door to go talk to the gods? Because if that's the case, doesn't that mean that Amit has to open the door for Ethan Hawke? How does Ethan Hawke get here?
they
How
just
is he an
can teleport
avatar
him
of
there.
Amit?
He was a
No, he's
prior
not.
avatar
He
of
was an
Khonshu,
avatar
right?
of Khonshu. He's not an avatar of anyone. He's just his own
Oh,
guy.
okay. So
Presumably you
Khonshu
can be
brings
brought
him in
here.
with the door
You don't have to be an avatar to
by
be
any
here, I
god.
guess.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, that he's just like, yeah, Mark's kind of nuts. He's not well, and then they're just like, yeah, okay. You're
Well, Mark
free to
does
go,
the worst
buddy.
thing. He flips out in anger and tries to punch
him.
Cult Man.
Well, Khonshu does, I guess. I don't know who.
Yeah,
it's
which
meant to
It better
even
not be
worse.
Khonshu because
It probably
yeah,
was
it is even
Khonshu.
worse. Because Mark is just a guy, but Khonshu's been around for many, 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 many thousands of years, like all of these people, and there is not 1 ounce of sagacity that you can pull from any of these people. They're all just a bunch of dumb fucking idiots, and it's like, what have you been doing?
I just think so to recap, we were very shocked that this was the drama at this point. 2.5 episodes in, and it's all of the Egyptian gods have a council with our main character, and they're asking him, is there actually a cult trying to raise Amit? And we know, it's like, good god, there's so much proof of this. Yes. And then they're like, I don't believe you. Anyway, bye.
Nah.
He's like,
Yeah, I'm
really?
gonna present no actual evidence, and the gods don't like say anything.
I mean, they were trying to find Amit's tomb,
It's
right?
literally
Do they
like a room full of idiots.
The
It's a
Egyptians have
room
eyes
full of
on
idiots.
Amit's tomb? Can they just go look at...
Presumably that. Well, no. Remember that she was buried in secret. Even they don't know where she is. That was something that.
That's horseshit.
Yeah. I mean,
but okay, if the
what does
show
it mean
says
for them to be
so,
buried
like,
in secret?
okay.
Who knows then? Because wasn't there like that map that they found? The map later on that leads exactly to where it is. That causes the insane thing that they're going to talk about at the end.
Yeah, there are so many sources of information. You wouldn't even need any of them if you just had a rational Khonshu and a rational Mark explaining. There are lots of ways to prove this that go beyond my word against his in this
extremely high
in this council right now. Like, this is a very important thing that I'm claiming, yes, and they'd be like, yes, and you'd be like, why would I be motivated to claim it falsely? Do you imagine? What exactly do I have to gain? I'm trying to tell you guys about the end of significant amounts of innocent life.
Yeah, billions
Please
dead, probably.
Investigate this fully. This man is planning within the next few days, presumably, to raise Amit, to release her from whatever fuck situation. Do you not think it's worthwhile to keep an eye on this person? Check out where they live, to look at his walking stick?
Yeah.
Someone's
I believe
out
this
in
enough
chat,
to risk. Yeah.
Someone's pointed out in chat that the cult man, Ethan Hawke, would have been transported there from Amit's tomb, presumably.
Oh,
He was
you're
out in the
right. Yeah,
desert,
that's
remember?
where he was.
Well, when
So,
the
like,
eclipse happened, he was digging, so maybe he walked away to make sure that...
I mean, so it's like, what are you doing in the middle of the desert, my dude? Like,
especially
isn't that
digging
a
with your
fair-
whole cult when this guy claims your cult's trying to raise Amit. This is what I'm saying. Like, the gods are just like, nah, I want definitive proof or I'm gonna go back to sleep because I'm so busy in my life, apparently.
Doing nothing. Absolutely nothing.
It's
this whole
such a damn
time-
shame. I've got a love of I got a lot of like appreciation, and I have I really enjoy like ancient Egyptian culture and the imagery and stuff. And to see it finally portrayed like this, it just so shockingly bad. It sucks. It just sucks so much. Go play Assassin's Creed Origins.
So anyway,
where were we? Let me open up my thing. Let me scroll past this stupid.
I think they give Contra a warning, right?
They got the roof, right? They got the roof of the pyramid. That's how the pyramid interior is, where they have like it's staggered upwards. That's nice. Maybe they probably did it by fucking accident. That's how it's because architecture's yeah. Let's see. But let me scroll through the meeting of the minds here. One of the god avatars meets him before he leaves, and I guess the other gods they go around a corner, so I guess the other gods of Egypt don't notice. And she says, what does she say? I legit can't remember what she says.
So this is the problem now. When we saw this Egyptian god scene, my investment plummeted all the way down to negative numbers.
Yeah, definitely.
So what we'll have to do is guess at some stuff. She puts him on the trail of Thing. He meets up with Girl. They go to place.
Egypt.
And
I guess he's still got his phone on him.
And there's friendly person. Turns out friendly person isn't friendly. Yes. Cult man arrives. Because I can't remember why any of this happens. I will rewatch it, I swear.
We will, but it legitimately is just by this point.
I was very upset.
We are so demoralized, and there's 70 million.
They're looking for the map. They've got like a map in this place, and Mark is talking to Steven through the because Steven knows all that. So it's like, Steven's the brains. He knows all the Egyptian stuff. They can work together, but then yeah, they get stopped and held at gunpoint, and then Cult Man's like, "Oh hey, look at my crazy power," and then fucking like Mark just disappears, and then he's up on like the roof as Moon Knight. He just like they all have their guns pointed at him. He's there, and then like he just disappears. The next, he's on the roof.
That shit was pretty funny. Yeah,
that was really funny because it's like, dude, how did he disappear? Oh yeah, because Ethan Hawke blew up the sarcophagus, and then we have an insane fight scene where like Moon Knight is just killing all of these dudes. And when we were watching it, a thought that we had was these guys are like they're just bodyguards. Like you're trying to steal from this guy. Like as far as they're aware, you're like a hostile person who's come into his like house, his land, his property, and like you're just killing these guys. Like killing them all.
Yeah, they don't deserve to die. They're just doing their job. You showed up. You seem to be the weird aggressors here. What are you doing?
What I'll say is the show almost had me in terms of it's trying to do something with this, in that Mark seems to very much not have a problem with killing them, but Steven does. That seems to be, and so it's like, oh, so they are doing something with it. It's not the fact that they're not acknowledging that, you know, they came here to steal something, they were then captured, and then they were attacked by the bodyguards when they start running away and, you know, trying to attack back, and then they start killing the bodyguards. Steven takes over when he's seen enough brutality, let's put it that way. And this, I realized, was the final thread that I had left for this show. I was like, that's pretty great, actually, that he takes over the body out of his passion for maintaining a principle of please stop fucking killing people. I like that. That's neat.
I do. That's good.
But then what happens is a bunch of them start impaling Steven. He's like, oh, no, okay, take over. Okay, kill him, basically. He doesn't say kill him, but like he basically rescinds control so that Mark will then kill them. And it's like, oh, damn. All right, well, that's gone. That thread is gone.
So
also, you can impale Moon Knight with all of these like spears and he's fine. He is so strong.
And you know what's odd as well is that this is like a pretty big character moment to force yourself into and take over Mark because you refuse to accept that you have to kill innocent people from your point of view. But it's kind of like a funny. It's like time out, everyone, time out. Oof. Okay, Mark, take over. It's like wait, but
oh no,
this is what happens. He gets stabbed, and he's like, take over, please, and Mark's back, and it's like, but I thought
you were invested in protecting them.
Not that much, though.
Not that much.
He might have been inconvenienced.
But yeah, look at that spear right through him. We skipped.
What a
over.
shame.
There was a part where Mark protected Layla with his cloak while they were getting shot, and he flung all of the bullets at the bad guys. He just flung them at them. It killed
like 7 or 8
I got it
right here. There you go.
You gotta
That is
show
a
it.
thing
Show
that
it.
happened in this show, right there.
Yeah, look at that.
Uh, what could you say? You know?
What
Yeah.
can you say?
Yeah. Also, by the way, I know this is a pet
dude,
peeve.
look at the CGI.
Right. I mean,
So
yeah,
this is
not-
supposed to be a
that's
cloth.
bad. Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
it is not
looks like a
behaving as
PS
such.
It looks like the cloth of like Batman in Arkham City.
Oh, that's so hideous.
Oh, that's oh
Oh.
wow, that's bad. Oh no.
Oh god,
Oh no, that looks bad.
that looks really
Also,
bad.
it's weird that this ancient Egyptian power gives you this kind of control over bullets, but that's okay.
I don't know what this is, Rags. I don't know how you could possibly launch the bullets fast enough from that standing position to actually work as bullets.
And that they hit all the guys, it's all
dude,
just
it's
so
like in The
dumb.
Simpsons when there was that film about the Homer Simpson who caught the bullet and threw it back into the dude and killed him. Except this is real. It's not a meme. Also, I was about to say this thing does the thing that annoys me that all the Marvel stuff does. The stupid I know it's not nanotech, but it might as well. The nanotech helmet that comes off constantly, the mask comes off. It's stupid.
It goes.
I hate it. I hate it. I'm sick of this as a trope that the mask. It's the same reason why John Halo, takes off his mask in the show. It's like you can't have them in the costume all the time or have them emote purely with all of the costume, and we got to get it off at every possible moment. It's stupid. I'm sick of it. I hate it. I hate that. I hate it. Can we just stop doing that, please? The stupid nanotech helmets.
Yeah, and he deals really well with bullets, but the spears, they can pin him right down.
Yeah. Yeah, we could stab through him with our spears, but our bullets don't do anything.
Yeah.
Of course.
I suppose. Well, so people would probably make the argument. I suppose this is the argument that those bullets actually are going in him, but he heals. And I don't know if it's like Wolverine style.
The cape catches him.
Correct. Yeah. So if he's stabbed from behind, I mean, the pressure of a spear is different from a bullet, but I don't understand.
They just go right through him too.
Yeah, I don't know.
How do you kill Moon Knight? How do you kill him if you can stab him with a spear and it doesn't? I thought Moon Knight. Now help me out, people who've read more of the comics. I thought Moon Knight was just like a regular dude in terms of he was like Batman equivalent as a guy.
That's what I've heard.
Not that he's like insanely immensely, or that like depending on the lunar cycle he'll get stronger, but that he's just a regular guy.
Man, not supposed to go frame by frame with this.
Yeah, look at that. Oof.
It looks a little drawn on, kind of.
Looks pretty bad. Because you needed to take his mask off. You couldn't have just had him emote with his eyes. You got to see their face all the time. Got to have their armor come on and off with nanotech. Can't just be like some armor that stays on constantly. I'm so tired of it.
I really feel like Marvel genuinely resents all the comic artists who decided that the heroes should wear masks.
I don't know that they resent them. I think it's just the stupid thought process of I need to see their face to understand how they're feeling. It's the reason why. Because No Way Home was like the peak of Spider-Man taking off his mask. Like at least in the other films, they'd usually have the mask be damaged, and that's why it comes off.
All three of them are pulling it off all the time.
Yeah, and that one they're taking it off constantly. We got to keep seeing their face.
Well, it makes you wonder if the whole point of the mask is for identity, and then they're not keeping it on as much in that film because the identity's out and they're in a different universe. Just like, why even have them then?
Well, because that's what people like and recognize from the comics, because those are the actual costumes that they wear. So you've got to still keep doing the costume, even if you have actually a level of contempt for them being. It's because
Batman's outfit typically is not anything but sort of.
Generally, you have him with his mask on all the time, except for like very critical moments.
So that's what I'm saying. Is like, is there any point to his suit other than hiding his identity?
Generally, that's the point, is to hide the. But I mean, I would imagine that having a mask is good in terms of like not having wind and shit and all the dust getting in your face. Nice.
Obviously, the Stark suits had more, but typically speaking, like Tobey Maguire's one was just for his identity, right?
Yeah, more so than anything else.
Yeah.
But it's just I don't know. Like it's And I mean, people in chat are pointing it out as well. It's to remind people, big name, big name actor. It's a constant reminder of them. And I guess it's just like lame because there are characters who do have. I like the. I mean, hot take. I like the designs of a lot of like Marvel and DC characters as they are. I don't need to like see their face. I'm happy with the costume. I like the costumes a lot of the time. They're cool and unique. But like the more that you have the stupid, and especially here, it feels like the nanotech really doesn't work because he's wearing a hood. So it's like a hood and mask stuff that manifests and disappears. It just looks weird.
It really does, yeah. But it's magic. Can't use
look at
magic.
But it's just like there is no difference between this and the nanotech. Like it's the same thing, and I'm sick of it. I preferred it in like Iron Man 2 and stuff where the helmet would like pop up, but he'd still be fully in the armor. Whereas now, like we got to get everything off. We got to take it all off. We can't try.
Talking about Halo.
Wow, not. I mean, Halo it counts as well, but it's just it's this trend. Can't keep them in there. It was one of the cool things about the Iron Man presentation with we see him in the suit in like the big with the holographic. That feels like a good compromise rather than having to take off the thing all the time. Especially when if the tech and like the armor provides some sort of protection, I'd be keeping that on.
And you
like,
are a
constantly.
squishy, fleshy person underneath, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's like Ant-Man and the Wasp,
me.
right? When they constantly attack. Because, like, remember in the first film how he could, like, remove the face part, but he would still have the helmet on? But, like, we don't want to do that anymore because I'm pretty sure... I wonder if they even shoot with costumes that have helmets anymore, or if they never do it because they constantly want to have the actor's face, and then, I don't know. I'm just sick of it. It's but it's never going away. It's become more and more and more common a thing.
Fight is won.
Yes, because
the
of
fight is won. Innocents are killed. Characters are assassinated. Shenanigans.
I'll have to rewatch it because maybe there was more to it as to whether or not this was instigated entirely by our characters. I don't know. I don't want to be too harsh on that because I really can't remember. But I do remember what's soon to come, which is the fact that they can't quite read this series of pieces they've got to make this map to Amit's tomb. That's what the point of it is, right? Or am I crazy?
Yes, that's right. Well, it's maps that because what they realize when he talks to Steven and passes control over to Steven is it's a star map. It'll show us where Amit's tomb is based on where the stars are located in the sky. The reason why he does this, by the way, is he rips the side view mirror off of the car instead of just going over to it and talking to Steven without destroying the car. And then they assemble the star map in the dirt, in like the sand, rather than on the illuminated hood of the car. I don't get it.
He does his back facing the source of light, meaning he can't see.
Yeah. He can't see because this is the middle of the
hell?
desert. There are no other. Yeah.
Why did you?
It's bizarre that he does this. Yeah.
All of those things, because like you don't need to rip off the mirror thing to explain to Steven that you're swapping bodies. First of all, secondly, it was laid out on the hood. Why would you want to get sand all over your fucking map and your tape? You fool!
But
it's just like a weird thing. It doesn't serve any purpose other than just like a thing you do.
Yeah.
I don't even know what they were trying to get us to do with it. Like, this is a little nitpicky, but it's just like you're just being stupid.
Well, I'm happy to concede it's a nitpick. I still don't feel like it's unfair to bring this up. It's so silly.
It's weird. Like, why would you do this? Why would you get sand all over your tape? And why are you doing this in the dark? I don't understand.
They create the map here with all the sand on it, and then they're like, oh, this is star maps. So it was like drawn from where Amit's tomb is based on where the stars were there. And so what they realize is, oh, wait, the stars have moved in 2,000 years. Now, I'm not quite familiar with this. I feel like I learned about this, but I've forgotten about it.
Do they say 2,000?
Well, I mean, I think it was something like 2,000 years. I think they say 2,000 years.
They need where they were 2,000 years ago.
Now,
seems recent.
So I'm going to ask people in chat to help me out here. How much do the stars move in the span of like 2,000 years? Is it enough that they would be unrecognizable as constellations? I know that it happened, but I don't know how long it takes for these things to change. I figured it would be millions of years, not thousands.
So the stars. So we're gonna have to. We'll be a little bit more specific, right? So a good example here that they don't bring up in the show, but they should, is a good go-to example of how the stars can move relative to us, right? The ancient Egyptians, they had a North Star. Their North Star was not Polaris. Their North Star was Thuban, right? Because the way the Earth is on an axis spinning around, right? And that the pole star will be whichever star happens to closely enough line up to the point of the pole's rotation. Like Polaris, the one we have, it's getting it's getting a little bit more accurate every year, and then
And
it'll start getting a little bit less and less accurate, and then eventually, in a bajillion years, we'll have and eventually we'll have a new North Star.
I
That's
guess
just how it kind of works, right?
to make it clear, the reason why this is the case is because the night sky is space. It's stars scattered across the cosmos. It is not like the sky is not like the sky changes depending on where you are. It changes depending on what planet you're on. It changes depending on what system you're on. It's not like a plain, like flat thing cast against the sky of the planet. It is space. It is our
Yes.
ability to look into space. Now, I know that we all know this, but I don't know that the show does, for reasons which will become very clear
The
as
show
we
is
proceed.
it's confusing because the show I you almost don't know what the show doesn't know based on what it tries to do. I don't know if the show is confusing the very, very slow, if at all perceptible drift of the stars apart from each
Yeah,
other, or if the show
or
thinks that it's the way that the Earth is tilting that changes the
mhm,
perceived
yeah.
location of the stars in the night sky, which is different. Because oh wait, here this is cool as fuck. All right, Hoover Dam.
Mm-hmm.
At the Hoover Dam, which y'all should check out if you're ever in the area, anyone watching, it's cool as shit. The Hoover Dam was finished in, I don't know, like the 20s or 30s. I forget, right? When they finished the Hoover Dam on a plaque, it's a floor plaque. It's this big thing on the floor that you could walk out, and it's outside. It's by the big Art Deco statue they have to commemorate its completion. There's this huge plaque that is the night sky, and it has all of these stars set up on this huge plaque on the floor that you could walk over. And there is a big inscription that basically says that this is what the night sky was when we finished the Hoover Dam. All of these stars, this is where they were when we finished the Hoover Dam. And the idea is that it's really kind of telling the mentality of the people who made it at the time, right? If humanity destroys itself in a nuclear holocaust, if one day there's something and humans leave the planet Earth and it's all gone and everything turns to dust, right? A spacefaring civilization or humans, a new civilization of humans find it. They can go to this place, and by looking at this plaque where all the stars are, even if they don't know our language, they can look at those stars and they can know the date that those stars mean,
Mhm.
because civilizations get smart about this sort of thing.
Well,
So,
it was the thing that they put on Voyager 1, right? They put on that gold plate that had information that they hoped would be understandable and comprehensible regardless of who found it. Because I
which
hope
thing
that the
now?
print Voyager 1, it was the Carl Sagan,
Yeah, 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 yeah,
it's the
yeah.
gold thing that's got a man, a woman, it's got some information on it that would point to where Earth is. Based on
Mhm.
information that would be generally comprehensible, provided that maths is consistent.
Which we
Like
have
that
every
maths
reason
is
to
something
believe
that
it will be, yeah.
yeah,
If
what's the best we can do, right? It's the best that we
Yes,
can
it's the
really
best we
work
can
with.
do.
so,
Um,
clarify. This is more of a question. When they stood on top of Ahmed's tomb, they looked up and went boom, 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 put that on a map
Pretty
and
much.
went, this is where the tomb is. Cool. These guys find it 2,000 years later. Unfortunately, wherever that constellation is right now, if they line it up, then it will
Stuff's
be.
changed a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, like, even if, because, Rise, you were just saying that that one star is moving closer per year or whatever. If they're off even by.
Polaris, yes.
If they're off even
But
by a
that's
couple of
its
meters, right? That is a problem because you're trying to find the tomb you want to be as
well,
exact as possible.
Not there, because that's not Polaris's location relative to other stars. That's Polaris's location relative to the true center point of the axis of the Earth's rotation. Because the Earth's on like a 23 or something degree tilt, and so
Yeah.
there's a point in the sky that's the axis point around which the Earth seems to rotate.
But
Polaris is
correct me
damn
if I'm
close to
wrong
it.
as well. Depending on what time of year it is, because of seasonal and position of Earth relative to the sun, that changes right over the course of.
Well, should we maybe because we're all thinking it, and there's several people in chat who are already thinking about it. Should we let everyone else who doesn't know what the other half of this scene is?
Right. So yeah. So what happens is they're like, oh, this is 2,000 years old, so we can't use this. This isn't going to help us. And so Khonshu's like, oh, I got an idea.
It's a real
Um,
banger, guys.
So he and Steven are like, all right, now do what I do, which is some vague hand gestures. And
funny.
what they do is they reverse or rearrange the night sky to look like it did 2,000 years ago.
And this is accompanied by quite a display of what appears to be a reversal of time. The stars spin around rapidly. It's very kind of grandiose.
There are some
Everybody
components to be
perceives
aware
it.
of. The first being Khonshu warns that by doing this, they will get their answer, but he will be encased in stone. Or
Yeah,
sand
this
or
is
whatever.
bad. The gods won't tolerate this.
Yeah, like this is a big bad move. Khonshu's doing this so they get their lead, but Khonshu will be
Yes.
imprisoned as a result
Now-
of
For
this.
whatever reason,
Now-
the gods really don't like this.
So now remember how we talked about with the solar eclipse that one of two things could explain this. Either it is an illusion or things are physically moving. Now, again, I don't know what it means to cast an illusion that changes the night sky, but the
For
second option
everyone.
is for everybody who's here. But obviously, this is much worse if they are physically moving the cosmos, because
Yeah,
that's
because it
what is
seems like
happening here.
everybody can see this. Everyone sees the sky freaking out.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
they
look.
make a point of showing
Like,
us that everyone
at
in the
it.
city looks up to the sky and goes, "What the fuck is happening?"
Look at
Look
this.
at this.
And so,
What?
this is the first thing about the illusion theory. I'm like, well, so not everyone on Earth is seeing this, right? Presumably, because if they are, that's catastrophic. But if they're not, that
Yeah.
means Khonshu can control who can see it and who can't, theoretically.
And also it means he is a caster of illusions on a pretty intense
Well,
scale.
I was going to get to that, but my point was, then why doesn't he limit it to just the two people who need to see it, not everyone? So it's like, I don't...
Yeah.
Basically,
I don't
chat,
think it's
Why doesn't
we up forever trying to figure out what the fuck is happening here.
so?
I mean-
This is a cool way to Khonshu could have said, because I was saying earlier, right? This could have been a really cool way to explain some star stuff and ancient Egyptian stuff to the audience, because either Steven or Khonshu could be telling Mark and Layla, right? So, oh yeah, the stars don't stay in the same place; they actually move a little bit. Khonshu could have said, "Oh, I recognize this sky. This is the night sky of when we reigned in
Yeah.
Egypt. This is the way that the stars looked. I know these skies very well. I'm the god of the fucking moon, so
Yeah.
I know the sky pretty well. It's kind of my job. It's what I do." And so he could have actually a reason to converse with them and explain to them these things, but
So,
he
I
doesn't.
just want
He
to
doesn't.
acknowledge everyone in chat who's saying, aren't there apps for this? Yes, there are apps for this.
That's something
I guess
that
they don't get a signal or a phone out in the desert.
Oh,
They need
what
to
a
know
great
super
reason.
quick.
Like, just
thing is, like, when we
I'm
watch,
just-
we're
I'm
like,
trying, I'm
almost certain
trying.
this is information that
have
we
good
have, like, as
signal.
human beings.
They don't
But
have a
just-
good signal. There's no
just-
signal in the desert, Mahler. Come on.
Think
Khonshu's
about
not
it.
the god of wireless.
Think about if this is not an illusion and everything is being moved around. So stars that like blew up in supernovas are being reformed. They're all moving around. I guess the photon, because remember, the stars that we see, it's a glimpse into the past, because light speed, it's not like, it's not instant. So like photons are probably must be going backwards, right? They must be, in order to have the night sky be as it was before. You would need the light that existed there before to reverse and travel back about 2,000 light years equivalent in order to make all of this happen. it doesn't. I don't see how this can possibly make any sense at all. And if it is an illusion that calls upon, I guess, presumably memories Khonshu has, why does he not just know these things? Like, how does he cast an illusion of a sky that he doesn't remember, if that's possible? Like, what does it even mean? Are these powers bound to Earth in terms of POV of Earth and this particular location? Like, what? I don't understand how it can make any sense whatsoever, like, no matter how you look at it. And of course, the world must acknowledge this. The night sky just like moved inexplicably on its own. Like, surely Doctor Strange is getting involved now. Or any number of Avengers or heroes in this world or governments.
Yeah, so and the super chat just came in saying there's a third option here. They could be moving Earth back 2,000 years to fit the star alignment. This is insanity. It's like, yeah, that would
be pretty insane
too. That would be arguably, so that would kill everyone on Earth.
I think out of the three possibilities, that is the worst one for the state of humanity. If you spun Earth 2,000 years back, like,
good. What does that even mean? You just be spinning Earth. You need to move the solar system too, and all the stars, because the stars are objects in space.
Tilt, Earth's tilt itself doesn't change the position of the stars relative to each other. No, it just changes the actual position of the stars in the night sky.
Be clear, right? When we talk about how we analyze stories with inference, they don't tell us the mechanics of this. They give us lines that could mean lots of things, and we get components that could mean lots of things. And so it's like, well, it didn't spin Earth because everyone would be dead, right? And it's like, well, I don't know, because I don't know if this show knows that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's the same as with the snap, right? Planets move, so if they're teleported exactly where they died, they're just going to teleport into space. It's like, I don't know that the films acknowledge that, really. I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt here. Like, this didn't destroy the world. Maybe it's an illusion, but I don't understand the breadth of the illusion, and I doubt
if it was an illusion, how come the people in the city can see it? Why not just limit it to the people there?
And if it's an illusion that is cast like this through Khonshu's powers, does that not just mean that he has all of this information in his brain somewhere? Like, how do you cast an illusion of something that you don't know about, like, that you don't have information on? Like, what does that even mean? And if that's a power he has, damn, he should be casting illusions all the time.
Yeah,
it sounds like a pretty
basic
cool
D&D shit. You can't cast an illusion of something you don't know what it is. You got to know what a thing is to cast an illusion of it.
This is the thing, man. I wish I could ask the writer what they're telling me is happening here.
We legit do not know. We have to try to cover all of our bases here. Either way, it seems to be really bad.
What are we? What are any theories, chat? Because I just like. Do you think there's anything that proves it to be a definitive way? Because I just don't know. Khonshu even said he remembers that night. Yeah, we could have had a way cooler scene where he reminisces about the night that he saw that and something happened. Or...
This is the point where we learn. This is where we learned about the Egyptian gods. You've been around, but you're not around anymore. And you seem to be upset that people don't worship you, but you don't seem to care about popping in to say hello to humanity. Why are you weak now? How come you're just observing? All of these, this is your point for Khonshu to explain, or literally reminisce to himself almost, because it's been so long since then. Even for his scale, this has been many, many thousands of years. This is a point where we have some character for Khonshu, which would be cool because he's a very prominent actor in this story.
Yeah.
But they don't. Instead, he casts this mind-bogglingly massive spell, the scale of which is just we don't even know.
So
it's all just terrible.
Brings up the thing that we have talked about. The gods having severe consequences implies it's not a simple illusion. Now, that, I think, is a strong argument, except for if this was applied to the entire planet, every human is able to see this as it happens, that probably is good enough to lock him away.
Pretty big.
Yeah, this is a worldwide phenomenon that humanity is going to be investigating and will never forget. This is one of the most important. Yeah.
Yeah. This should turn up now in all the other Marvel films going forward, but it won't, obviously.
Yeah, it won't, because we don't. Because remember, this is the Marvel universe. If something like this happens, it means some crazy shit's going on. Kind of like how, remember though, this is like, because in Eternals, fucking like a big celestial just pops up above Earth and is like, hey, I'm here, and then disappears. It's like, dude, all of these crazy events happening after. It's so great that Cap just abandoned the present, like while all of this crazy shit's going on. But yeah.
So yeah, this happened, and
and then Khonshu gets locked up. Yeah.
Yep.
So I guess they have no Moon Knight powers anymore.
Presumably, and Khonshu said before they did the spell that you need to get Mark to break me free. Like, oh.
Yeah.
And then Ethan Hawke gets to go back to the council place and basically like gloat a bit.
Yeah.
How did Ethan get here?
They invited him, I guess.
Yeah, they were like, you were right about Khonshu, buddy.
Yeah.
See you later.
You were right. He was casting an illusion.
This is what I mean about
the
something. Fucking gods. It's like everyone get on the phone. We gotta get to the council. Oh god, what's happened? It's like Khonshu, he's fucking rewinding the sky by 2,000 years. It's like, whoa, why? It's like, I don't care. We gotta punish him. And you're like,
just punish him, yeah.
But aren't you at all curious?
Does it not concern you that? Yeah, like don't you wonder why is Khonshu doing all this stuff? He's clearly very concerned about something enough to where he's willing to get in God prison to explain this to mortals. Like, does that not concern you at
remember,
all?
you told him you'd lock him up if he did this again, and he did it anyway. So what does that tell you about
He
Khonshu?
clearly was convinced that it was worth it. That should be warrant, because you're just sitting on your asses doing nothing for thousands of years.
Yeah.
So I don't know, just for the sake of entertainment.
If there's any impression you should be getting, it's that the show's pretty bad.
I feel like if you'd listened to us explain episode 1 and then episode 3 back to back, it's like, how is this the same TV show? It's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
We have jumped quickly from the story.
Well, remember, Isaac said that this is more of a character study. No, it's not.
Yeah, it's not. It's very plot heavy. I thought we were going to get a low stakes, low level, more intimate story, and it's just not what we're getting because it's big.
No, we jumped straight into this massive galactic plot where the fate of the billions of lives and the planet is at stake.
Yep.
And I don't even really feel like I know our protagonist or any of the rules about anything that I'm seeing.
Because the problem is with what just happened in this episode, we can't. The broader universe can't not acknowledge Moon Knight. He can't continue to be somebody who exists in his own little neck. Like, Daredevil is low level enough that it makes sense that he could be, like, ignored, even though I'm not sure that he really would be. But, like, he could be left to his own devices more so than this dude who's moving the night sky.
Remember, in episode 2, that fight they had is in front of, like, a series of just normal people.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, you're telling me none of them... Like, so the Avengers will be aware of a guy called Moon Knight now. If not, maybe they don't have his name, I don't really care. But they'll be aware of a guy wearing a fucking costume, beating up things in... this is Egypt, right? I can't remember.
Well,
no, is this Britain?
It was in Britain and then in Egypt.
Yeah.
Britain, yeah.
Like
look
at this bus. You're telling me, like, nobody on this bus had a phone?
Yeah. I just recorded everything that was going on here. It's nuts. Look at them all.
Because he was even... Remember, you'd have reason to pull out your phone even earlier than this, when there's this guy in a white suit going like, oh, I'm gonna knock your head in, mate.
Exactly. You'd be recording that in this day and age.
Oh, there's so many people everywhere. Yeah, like, Moon Knight's done. He's already opened up to the world. And then he's just doing cosmic level shit anyway. Why
what the
hell?
Fuck?
Huh?
What?
Hi, Jay.
I heard all of it when I was getting my food. What the fuck, man?
Moving the night sky, yeah, that was pretty crazy, huh?
It's not just like a painting above us, man.
No, I know, exactly. It's space.
I think that the writers might think that. Like, that's a legitimate concern that I have. The writers might be so ignorant of the world they live in that they think it really is just dots on a sky.
I think the problem is I don't want to jump to that conclusion, but it's hard not to.
Yeah, that's a real possibility.
It feels so much to me that there is a failure to recognize that the night sky is just our ability to see, like, it's what we see of space. The thing that we're in. Like, it's space. It's everything. Yeah. There's literally everything in space, as Rick would say. And like, and because of course, think about it this way, because remember, what we see in the night sky is a very, 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 very small part of not only our galaxy, but then if you expand it out, like in terms of the universe, fucking like infinitesimal that we see with the naked eye. But of course, we have telescopes, and we got the Hubble telescope and stuff in space, and the new one that we can see a lot further. We can see all of that. Presumably, the changes they're making to the night sky are influencing galaxies that we can see that are like 13 billion, like redshift. What's happening? These we can't ask these questions because I don't know that there's going to be any explanation that explains any of it. That like the night sky is a reflection of stars as they were, depending on how far away
Feels
they
like
are.
a don't ask questions show, you know?
Kind of.
This is absolutely a don't ask
But, like-
questions show. This is please God do not ask any fucking questions.
It has to be an illusion because it can't. Like
It has to
my brain keeps defaulting to that. And I'm like, brain, you know how much they screw things up, right? And I'm like, yeah, I know, but it can't be.
It has to be.
I don't know what
anything other than
rules I'm
illusion.
working with here.
Well, think about it this way: if he can
How do I
move
rule
all of
anything
the,
out?
if he moves all of the cosmos by doing this, how is he not like the most powerful character in the Marvel universe?
Well, again, even then, even if we accept that, oh, he just is the most powerful character in the Marvel universe, and he can just rearrange the
Again.
cosmos at will, right? That's not going to change the night sky for years. You know, everyone's going to.
No, it's not.
The stars are going to change one at a time,
Well, that's-
depending
so
on how
that's
far
what I-
away they are.
That's what I said, Jay, is that he would have to be like reversing the photons, like out of like and popping them back into existence. The photons that already
know
arrived
what,
on Earth from all the way out in space.
I really feel like it's almost unfair to make the people aware of this, because that's like tier 4 in terms of how poorly written this is. They can barely get past tier 1. I specifically mean the people who wrote this. Like, I really don't want to be mean, but doing this fucks everything up in so many ways. You have no idea what you've done, and you haven't explained what you've done. You've just done it. That's it. Yeah, just the idea that what we see in the sky isn't the stars as they are, it's the light that came from them reaching us. I don't think they've thought about that at all.
Well, yeah, it's it's like they had because I bet what it was isn't it clever that the stars have moved? What if we moved them back? Like that was the first thought, but then we didn't go to the second thought or the third thought, which is, well, wait a minute, what does this mean logistically? Well, wait a minute, what about physics? And then you just
They don't know what the word physics means.
you keep saying redshift
and
like
this
that
is-
would matter. Yeah, yeah, it would. Like it's invariably going to have an impact on that, because regardless of whether you only care about the ones that you could see with the naked eye, in order to move all of these around, you would have to be moving all of them, which means that you would have to be moving. Like, sure, it's not consequential, I guess, if you think about it on like some. This is what I mean. I don't even know what it means to like consider all of these things in this situation. It's insane. Like, surely everybody can agree that it's insane, regardless of whether it's an illusion or he's actually moving all of space. Of course, the latter of which is like much more catastrophic, but
I just like
all of this happens after they make it very important that Stephen tells Layla that the Egyptians basically invented astronomy, right, and astral navigation. Like they put a lot of focus on how the Egyptians came up with a lot of this stuff and how smart they were in terms of the stars and things. So the fact that they say that and then Khonshu just does this
yeah,
is like, how do you link these two things together? It's very strange.
And you think
I don't
about
know.
the options they had as writers, right? They were like, we could have it so that he puts up his hands and then you see that the camera zooms into the sky and you see the stars just moving a little bit, and he's like putting them in the place they were 2,000 years ago. Like, but that wouldn't be interesting. How else can we do it? It's like the fact that everything is spinning around them in what looks like a circle. It's just like, are you implying that we're reversing time by the days? Because by the way, we don't see
Yeah.
any like sunlight, do we? So it's just the nights.
yeah, seemingly.
So assumedly he's not.
How does that work?
And what about, remember, our star? You know, the sun.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
Like,
which we
so
see that
I guess the sun doesn't
Also-
move. No, the sun would have to be moving, but keeping
it
its.
would have to be moving.
It would have
but
to be
it has to
moving,
be keeping its
absolutely.
back, or it's to the back of Earth, or to the back of where they are, because the sun never shows up
I
here.
guess.
I don't
Yeah.
understand.
Also, it's funny that It's funny that she has a computer that just knows what the fuck to do with this.
Well,
Yes.
She
Well,
just
her
has a
app.
tablet and it knows what to do.
you know, again, Rags, I'm just like, why even bother with addressing these bonus bits when we just cannot for the life of us fucking understand why the hell they did this and what it means. I'm so lost at this point. It's like, the idea of hanging on to any threads of continuity is just blown open by this moment. I have no idea what any of this is. And I can't believe we did it again. In a different way. Like, they keep figuring out new ways of doing, like, grand cosmic bullshit that ruins everything.
You can't just tell a story about a guy and a thing, and maybe it's local and it doesn't have that many characters, and we get to learn who they are, and maybe it's just we can't do that. It has to be this massive, cosmically cataclysmic, world-shattering end event. Like all the man.
It has to be bigger, and the problem is that it just starts leading to this problem where every single time it has to be the biggest. Like, I'm pretty sure the lowest stake thing that we've had so far was, well, I guess it probably was WandaVision, right? That probably was the lowest stake thing that there's been in Phase 4.
The 1,200 lives, nice and low stakes.
Yeah, nice low stakes, thousands of people. Because everything else, Falcon and Winter Soldier was like massive, like global consequences in terms of politics. Loki was everything.
All of everything, yeah.
Black Widow
all
was
that
the whole
ever
world.
was and ever will
was the
be.
whole world. Eternals was the
Home
whole world.
was all
No Way
the
Home was
worlds.
like the multiverse, basically. Oh no, Hawkeye, right? Hawkeye would be the lowest stakes one. I forgot, we didn't watch that.
That's the one we missed.
Yeah, that's probably the lowest stakes one.
Apparently we get really unlucky with the ones we choose, because as far as I know, Hawkeye is the most
seems
grounded.
like Hawkeye's the strongest, yeah, but like, and then we look to the future, it's like, what are we doing? Multiverse of madness. The multiverse. Thor's probably gonna be a big deal.
You know who would be a cool, like, what do they call them? Alternate characters. What are they calling them? Variants. That's the word. A cool variant to show up would be Ed Norton Hulk. That'd be neat.
Well,
That'd be like, I
think that Ed Norton Hulk is canonical still.
Yeah, well, this would explain this would explain, you know, why he looks different in that film. It's a different universe.
Almost as though the canon for this sort of timeline doesn't include the Incredible Hulk we saw. That's from a different timeline.
Yeah,
the one in our timeline would just replace him with Mark Ruffalo, but we never saw.
Yeah, the one in our timeline would be exactly the same, but with Mark Ruffalo, which, you know, is the case anyway, right? Like,
so what are we doing with
it's not canon that he changed his face from Ed Norton to Mark Ruffalo.
What about Iron Man then? What about Iron Man?
Well, Iron Man, Tony Stark Iron Man exists in that universe as we know him.
No, Rhodey.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's a good question.
Exactly. You want to make Iron Man 1 like, oh, well, it did happen, but it was Don Cheadle, not Terrence Howard.
So, I mean, that is supposedly our assumption, right, as viewers, that it's always been
the same person. Yeah.
That it is the same person, and that they've not canonically changed their face. And now the multiverse is
why
in
couldn't
here.
you make
I
the same argument though?
I think
honestly you can. Like,
you could make the same argument, but it feels wrong, which is why I want to be consistent.
Well, it's just a bit of like goofy, nerdy headcanon, right?
Yeah, no, I know.
Well, yeah, they're all different, very similar universes where the same thing happened, but like one person maybe looks different.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we are encountering that because in the trailer for Doctor Strange, we got like 3 versions of Doctor Strange. I think even 4, and they all look like Benedict Cumberbatch. But with Loki, we got a shit ton of like different Lokis.
Yeah,
they look totally different.
I guess both are possible.
I guess. Well, yeah, because in Infinity, right? I guess there'd be like plenty that look exactly like you, and also plenty who don't look like you at all.
Yeah.
If you had an infinite amount, then there would be an infinite amount who look like you, and an infinite
exactly,
amount
and an infinite amount who don't look like you, who look like any other.
Well, this is why it doesn't. The argument doesn't work. There's like, of all the villains to come and fight Spooderman, we know them all from the movies. Like, yeah, that's possible. We've literally
it's possible.
Like a meta convenience, but it's not really a convenience at all.
Mm-hmm. Aren't you guys excited for the future of the Marvel Cinematic Universe?
I know I am. I mean, they've heard us talk about this for ages. We were hoping Moon Knight would be good. As you just saw that, I think if they were going to say what's the biggest flaw of Moon Knight, it's like, is there even a question? Like
It's the plot. It's
um,
insane.
that is hideous.
Yeah.
I still don't really know Mark. Steven, I feel, is floppy right now, at best.
Yeah.
I
Turned him into a bit of a joke, feels like.
Yeah, I wish that all of episode 1 was Steven's perspective, and then it would have been really cool to do all of episode 2 to do the episode again, but all of the Mark parts instead.
Mark, yeah.
We were hoping that they would do that, and it would
And
be
then
really
maybe
fun
leave
and clever.
areas.
We learn about both of our characters a decent amount. We could that way we could both jump into the plot and explore who we're going to be doing that plot with.
Let's spend the time.
But instead, we got all of this.
Dude, how
Well,
cool
think
would
about
that have
this.
been
We are only half. Oh, sorry.
If
for it.
there was a scene they did where like Mark and Steven are fighting over the body while talking to fucking Layla, whoever, a character, and then in episode 1 you get only half of the conversation. Then episode 2 you can put it to you know, you could have someone could edit them together to make the conversation make a hell of a lot more sense, you know, because it's like you'll keep hearing things out of context on both episodes. Like that would have been really cool.
Since we've had the hint in this of a third personality, how cool would it be if we did that cutting of these two together, but some small stuff was omitted, but it was so small that you don't appreciate it at the time, and then it all sort of lines up when we get our third POV, which it seems like we're definitely going to get a third POV character.
It feels as though something like Hawkeye, you could have someone experiment with it, I guess, in terms of, you know, creating content and stuff. But this felt like the thing that definitely you'll have. Is you got Egyptian gods for you to pilfer for your story, and then you also have just like, it seems to be irrelevant compared to the Avengers mainline. You know, like Hawkeye is very connected to all of them, but this guy is like got his own story. He's on his own. He's in a different part of the world. He's got his own pantheon to deal with, as well as all this history. It's just like you can do whatever you want, film it however you want, stylize it however you want.
I think that's the problem, right? Is if this one is not really anything, then I didn't really have much reason to expect anything really great out of like Black Panther 2 or like She-Hulk.
No.
So it's like, oh shit, that was like our chance, really. I guess they could surprise me, like these other Marvel projects, but this was the one that was best poised to be really cool, and it's not. So I'm not. I don't know. I don't really have much reason anymore to be super optimistic about what's coming out. It's lame.
Yeah. We will keep an eye on the episodes as they come out, and once they do, I'll rewatch them, get some notes ready, and we can do an episode going through this in more detail. Yeah. I don't know that by that time we will have any more information on what the fuck just happened in that scene. I feel like they're not going to mention it again, but we'll see.
I think that'll be the end of it.
Yeah, we've already mentioned some things that just don't come up again, like the goldfish growing its fin back just seems to have happened.
Oh no, that's a different goldfish is what it was. That's a different fish.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
I might have missed the detail. I thought it was like
People
the fish died and because...
Yeah, that's what they were saying.
So Mark, in an attempt to appear as though everything's the same, as he bought another goldfish.
Yes, but
Mark would have ripped the fin off that bastard. Also, I think that and then from the first episode, how he doesn't have control over his body, that just doesn't ever pop up again, and it would have been very useful on multiple occasions, I'm sure, but it just doesn't really ever come up again.
They have played very fast and loose with when they can take over each other.
Mm-hmm.
Very annoying. Also, my computer turned my fucking mic down. I only just noticed. Thank you.
All right.
We've been able to hear you this whole time. At least we have. So
one person in chat said, "Why do you sound so quiet?" And so I was like, "Hopefully, everyone could hear me up to this point pretty well."
I heard you very well.
Okay, that's good. Shall we move on to the last of the main topics?
All right, Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, all we really need is we're just gonna react to you, Friggy. That's basically it.
Okay. Well, wait, do you want like a summary of the film, or
I don't think you need to go too heavy into it. Just well, maybe a quick summary of the plot, and then how good was the movie?
Yeah, I'll do the summary of the plot. So the plot is Sonic is chilling out with his buddy Tom that he met in the first film. He's hanging out, but he wants to do hero stuff. He wants to go out there and be proactive and save people. And we see that at the beginning of the film, that he's like in the city trying to, but he's reckless, he's irresponsible. It seems like he's more so motivated of being a hero, partly because he thinks it's cool and stuff going out there. Tom is telling him,
Sonic Homecoming.
Tom is like, it's being a hero is about being responsible for other people. You gotta look out for other people, and you don't pick the moment when you're gonna be a hero. That moment picks you. So then Tom and his wife go to Hawaii because her sister is getting married. Sonic's on his own. But Eggman, who got stranded in like this alternate crazy weird mushroom world, he's back with Knuckles, the echidna, played by Idris Elba, who's very good in the role, but we'll talk about that later. And basically, what's the central plot? The central plot is that Knuckles has some sort of rivalry with Sonic that is derived from like the past in the world that Sonic used to live in before he came to Earth. And he is looking for something called the Master Emerald, which is like an immensely powerful artifact that if you have it, it makes you super duper powerful. There were wars back in the alien world that they came from, and that's what they're after. And that's what Dr. Eggman now wants, because initially I think the plan was just to kill Sonic, but the plan shifts to we're going to get the Master Emerald. But Sonic, while he's fighting Knuckles, gets saved by Tails, and then they get a map that goes super duper crazy, and it tells them to go find the Master Emerald. And so that both of them, these two teams, are on a race to get the Master Emerald. They go to Siberia, where they find a compass, and then they go down the mountain slopes, having a big battle. Sonic and Tails narrowly escape, but Tails is seriously hurt, and Knuckles is also confused by the way that Sonic is behaving. It's like, why is he like he's saving his like he's acting really odd. He's not acting as ruthlessly as I would have expected based on what I've heard of him. They escape by basically getting into a wedding, using these rings that they have that teleport them all around the world. Tails is really badly hurt, and Sonic is like, oh, well, I this is my fault. Like, Tails got hurt because of me, because I wasn't good enough. So I'm going to go and do this on my own. I'm going to go and stop the bad guys on my own, which he's able to do because the temple that they're looking for, that the compass leads them to, just so happens to be pretty close to where Sonic ended up by pure chance because Tom went to a wedding in Hawaii. They go to this temple, they find the Master Emerald, Sonic and Knuckles have a fight, and while that's happening, Eggman gets the Master Emerald and gets super duper duper powered up. And the temple starts to collapse, and Knuckles gets pinned under some debris underneath water. Sonic goes to get him and saves him, but Sonic can't swim. And then Knuckles comes down and saves him, and then the two end up on the beach and have a conversation about friendship, because Knuckles is confused as to the reason why Sonic would save him when they were opposed to each other, and Sonic's like, well, I'm not going to let you die. That's not something I'm going to do. And Knuckles is like, I've been given reason to reconsider my grudge against you and just my perspective on the world. Let's team up.
If Disney was writing the show, that's literally what the dialogue would be.
Think the dialogue isn't like that in Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
I would literally be, you've literally given
Character
me reason
writing.
to doubt the thing that
But they use their little portal to go to Green Hills, which is the town that Sonic lives in on Earth, where Eggman assembles this crazy robot using his Chaos Emerald powers. Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles team up. They fight Eggman. They get the Master Emerald out of him. It breaks apart for some reason, and then it splits into all the 7 Chaos Emeralds.
Whoa.
And Sonic is stuck there with the robot coming down on, coming to get him. He's there with Tom and his wife, and they're like, we're going to stick together because we're family. We're not going to leave you here. And then he uses them Chaos Emeralds to go supersonic and then destroys the robot.
Whoa. Wow.
And then,
joint.
After he destroys the robot and Eggman is presumed dead, he releases the Chaos Emeralds and they go off into space because he realizes he's not ready yet. That moment will come soon, but he's not ready for this kind of power. And then Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles playing baseball. But Knuckles isn't super familiar with the baseball. He's never played it before, but he's having a lot of fun. And then that's the end of the film. But as the government people are scouring the wreckage of the Eggman robot, they mention a secret project 50 years ago. Oh, I know what that is. And then we see this strange facility, and sitting there is Shadow the Hedgehog. He's gonna be in the next one.
God.
Shadow the Hedgehog, Hedgie the Hedgie.
He's
in
gonna
Sonic
play him.
3. I don't know who's gonna play him.
Who's gonna play? I want to know.
Nicholas
But
Cage.
I'm definitely gonna be there
God,
watching.
it's honestly like, it's never like it's always been tragic, but it's never, I feel, been more tragic than it is right now that Christopher Lee has passed on.
Fucking,
I mean, my guess would be that they're probably gonna get Keanu Reeves or something. I can easily see that.
Keanu Reeves feels too obvious.
It does feel
Chris
too obvious.
Pratt in
but
it.
I mean,
That's the most obvious.
No, stop it.
Chris Pratt feels like, no, obviously that would be a joke.
Yeah, but I mean, who knows, right? But I guess yeah, those are the broad strokes of the plot. The TLDR is the plot's pretty bad, but the character work is fine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'd call it good, but it's mostly like there. It's really straightforward, but it's functional, which is worth something, I would say. And it has a theme that is actually like reinforced consistently in the story with events that make sense.
My God.
So yeah, it's kind of like a 3 or 4 out of 10 is probably, it's somewhere there. I don't know what I would say, but I enjoyed it. I liked it. I didn't laugh at it, but there were lots of parts that made me smile. Like when I saw Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles standing there doing their hero pose, ready to fight Eggman, I was like, this is fucking cool. This is like, I like this. This is really neat. And I mean, when we talk about video game adaptations, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is far and away one of the more faithful video game adaptations. At least, I guess, if we're appealing to some vague general idea of like, a kick guy spoiling movie. That was your mistake, my friend. Like, you should have known that we were going to be talking about this in detail.
We're talking about, he started off by telling you what the plot was from the very beginning.
Like, when did you decide that he'd spoiled enough?
Yeah, that was like, on you.
I trust me, like, we talked a lot more about the nitty gritty of Moon Knight than I just gave you for Sonic. All right, like, we kind of
Sonic was the better of the two, apparently.
You know what? It probably is. Like, in fact, I think it might be, because, like, at least the characters are relatively consistent, and it has like a theme that is reinforced decently. What was that?
Yeah, break the universe in Sonic.
Moon Knight?
Well, so the big issue that Sonic the Hedgehog has from plotting is convenience and the general speedster issues. Sonic is incredibly fast, but his powers are used incredibly inconsistently. The clearest example of this is when they're in the temple that has the Master Emerald. Like, Eggman's standing up there, he's about to get it, but he's doing the hero speech and like, haha, I manipulated and used you, Shadow. The whole time I'm there, I'm like, dude, Sonic, you could like grab that before Knuckles, yeah. All I was thinking was, you can grab that before Eggman could blink. Like, you can get that, but you've just chosen not to because we forget that you have these powers. And like the speed at which he goes is like, sometimes he's hyper fast, like Quicksilver, X-Men Days of Future Past fast. Other times he's not that fast. And then that just causes like plot issues. It's a pretty standard one. Convenience being things like the clearest one is that Tom goes to a wedding in Hawaii. Like he goes to Hawaii for this wedding, and he has a ring that he used to teleport there, and Sonic gave him one that he could use to teleport back. Unfortunately, while they're in Siberia getting chased down the mountain, Sonic loses all of his rings. There's an avalanche, and he needs Tom to use his ring to get them out safely. And that's what gets them to Hawaii, which is in relatively close proximity to the temple that he needs to go to, that like Eggman and Knuckles found because they got the compass, not Sonic. It's like, shit, man, if they went on like their honeymoon or they had their wedding in like Florida or I don't know, like Egypt, France or Spain or just anywhere else, you'd be fucked. Like it'd be over. Like Eggman would get the Chaos Emerald, kill Knuckles and destroy Green Hills. So it's super lucky that that's the case. And there were other examples of that too, that there's like a dumb plot sequence where they get captured by the government in Hawaii, and the girlfriend or like Tom's wife and the woman, her sister, like they get Tails equipment and they use it to fight the bad guys, and it just works exactly as they need it to when they have no idea what it does, and they probably could have killed some people with how recklessly they were using it. But it's like, yeah, it's wonky. It's quite wonky. from a plot perspective.
How's it doing? Do you know?
It's the biggest video game opening ever. More so
Wow.
than Uncharted. It's making a lot of money. People really like it.
Well,
They've already
I'm not
greenlit.
surprised it's doing better than Uncharted. I feel like Sonic's
Before-
just got some kind of this allure of power to it that's just very approachable.
Probably. Well, so because yeah, the film's made a bunch of money. They've already greenlit a third movie and a Knuckles spin-off show.
Wow.
with Idris Elba.
Yeah, they oh yeah, that's right. So we're talking about the characters, right? So Sonic's central arc is that he wants to be a hero, but he doesn't really have a great understanding of what it means to be a hero. And it's like what Tom says, right? You got to be responsible for other people. Tails, who I think is pretty flat in this film, doesn't have a whole lot going on with him. He's much more a prop in Sonic's story, whereas Knuckles feels like he's his own character with his own stuff going on. Like through Tails, he finds a friend that he doesn't really have because he never kind of had the capacity to make friends as like a little blue hedgehog in a human world. And while he's off doing the hero stuff in Siberia, like Tails getting seriously injured leads Sonic to the erroneous conclusion that like in order to be responsible for other people, it means to be on his own and to like not endanger anybody by doing everything on his own, and that nearly gets him killed. And so like the realization by the end of the film is that being responsible for other people doesn't preclude him from having friends and working together. It's like a really straightforward, simple arc, but I think it's effective. Meanwhile, Knuckles is and I think I've said this a few times already, I think this is the best version of Knuckles, like in anything. I definitely prefer this version of Knuckles compared to the Knuckles you typically see in the games, who's like a doofus. Here it's like he's naive about the way that things work. He's not hyper intelligent, he's not like Tails. Tails is super duper smart. Like Knuckles isn't like a genius, but he's not an idiot, and he's definitely bound by like core principles like you know, he has perceptions of like honor and integrity that are kind of like core drivers for him. And it's the reason why it's like he finds Sonic confusing, because Sonic is doing things that are like not strictly pragmatic, or like he's operating in a way that's honorable in a way that he wouldn't expect considering they're meant to be adversaries. And then it's just like, yeah, coming to the realization that it's like it's not quite as simple. The world isn't quite as simple as he's made it out to be, and that he can make friends here. And he's just naive. He's not stupid. I like that as a change. And like, we're talking about having gravitas for characters in a story, like that Knuckles the Echidna, played by Idris Elba, has an oddly high level of gravitas. It's like, he does a good job. I like Knuckles in this film a lot. I really liked Idris Elba's playing the character. Is my favorite part of the film. Like I said though, Tails is pretty flat. He's basically just a prop in or he's more so a prop in Sonic's story than his own active agent. And Eggman's just kind of fun because it's Jim Carrey going nuts. It's like getting to go wild and have fun with the character. It feels like he's really having fun with it, and it's fun to watch him. Like I said, I didn't laugh at this film once. I think the closest I came was the ... thing, but otherwise it's just like, it's fun. It's quaint. There's lots of references though, which I'm not sure how I feel about that. Lots of like pop culture references, and like Sonic is constantly referencing movies and stuff, but like modern, nothing from the 90s or anything.
Does he reference Sonic 1, the movie, as a movie?
No.
Okay. That would be weird, but funny.
So yeah, at any point say, ha ha ha, one!
No, but like, well, so one of the ones that stands out is like, when Knuckles is chasing him on Siberia, he says, "Oh great, the Winter Soldier." It's like, this joke doesn't make sense to me. Like, is it just because we're in Siberia? Because there's nothing about Knuckles that's Winter Soldier. He doesn't have any crazy memories. He's not like mind controlled agent.
Red.
Maybe, yeah, but like, I don't get the reference, is what I mean. It just seems like it doesn't. Other than it's in the winter, is it just that he's red? I feel like that can't be it.
Well, he's also a mammal.
Well, no, he's a what's it called? Specifically?
Oh yeah, that's right. He's like a
Monochrome.
monotreme or something.
That's
yeah,
right.
that
He's
doesn't
an
even work. It's true.
monotreme.
Echidnas are their own little weird fucking thing.
It
Maybe
was
the
Snowy.
Winter
It
Soldier's a
is an
monotreme.
echidna.
Well, maybe the Winter Soldier's a monotreme. We don't know.
Who knows? Yeah. But I mean, it's not a big deal, I guess. Though I guess something that I've been thinking about a bit is I rewatched some of the because I've been thinking about like the Sonic games that I like, kind of in the wake of this film, and thinking about it, like Sonic Mania had these really cool 2D animated trailers that were like, you know, rooted in the old school classic like 90s Sonic. I think I really like that version of Sonic a lot more than like the modern Sonic. And I guess there's a part of me that's like, man, it'd be really cool if we had like a 2D animated, like, I know that they made one in the 90s, but like a 2D animated rooted in the classic like Sonic sort of art style, like that style. But I guess that's kind of never gonna happen. Like yeah.
Sonic 2.
Do you have any questions, or because there's nothing else really that I got?
I just, yeah, man. I don't know. I just don't know what to ask about Sonic.
How's Jim Carrey?
Oh, I liked him. I thought he was fun. He's having a good time. He's pretty straightforward. He just wants to take over the world. Like,
I'm trying to think of what question I can ask that's more specific, but I don't know.
I know it's called Mania Adventures. I meant a film though. Like, I know that they made Mania Adventures. It's really cool. I'm just saying I'd like more of that. But I guess we're never gonna get that really.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I feel like there's a question to ask, but I don't know what it is about Jim Carrey's performance. I guess like what.
It's well, because it's different from like Eggman in the games generally. Like he's much more zany than Eggman typically is. But I like it.
He's not zany.
Well, he is a little bit, but he's not like
but here they sort of dial it up.
He's definitely not doing lots of crazy like spins and stuff.
Are they giving him a belly yet?
No, he's got the mustache though.
Hmm.
Are they gonna make Jim Carrey gain shit tons of weight for Sonic 3?
Apparently
so.
Jim Carrey said that he likes the idea of actually playing like fat Eggman, but he's also apparently said that he might be retiring, which I'd be really upset if they didn't get him for the next one. I'd like for him to play that role again, even if that's the last time he does it.
Well, I suppose that does it for that, and we can move on to the quickfire round.
Surprise
the TLDR
topics.
would be that if you like Sonic the Hedgehog, you'll probably enjoy the film. I liked it. Yeah, but it's definitely got like plot problems, and it's not like it ain't some high art or anything. All right, like it's pretty straightforward standard film. But I mean, I guess in the current landscape, something that's going for a really simple, straightforward thing that kind of does okay, mate, that's worth something, I guess. But yes, Maya.
Sweet. Well, I'm gonna get a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Wow, getting a drink when we're about to start the quick fire round.
Quick fire.
No, that's not how it works. It's like I start up a thing and then I show you a thing and then you guys say what you think about the thing. No, it's not
slow.
that.
You're being slow.
Not that quick. You're doing it so fast. Ridiculous. All right, topic 4, Halo. This is pretty bad so far.
Oh, that is the topic? Yeah. Fuck.
No, but we could spend as long as it takes for Rags to get back to talk about it.
Oh, well, yeah, but the problem is now I'm 2 episodes behind. I'm not caught up at all.
Yeah, you haven't seen his ass yet.
I have, because people have posted about it. Like, it gets around. I've seen a clip as well where apparently one of the Spartans, like, they remove these emotional regulators at the base of their spines, and so she uses gun oil to dye her hair red. Metal sent me that. Now, I imagine that there are a lot of problems with that. One, like, I'm pretty sure gun oil is not hair dye. It will just wash out. 2, it probably smells really bad. And 3, it's probably very flammable.
Sorry, the main problem with that is it's cringe.
It is cringe. Now, yeah. Man, that show. Whoa.
Like their emotional inhibitor breaks or whatever. They go through an emo phase.
Well, it's just if we know, because we do know this, we see it in the show that they have a pretty good ability to track what's going on with the Spartans. Can they like not know when an emotional regulator's been removed from their body? Is that something that they can't keep track of? Because surely that's like a problem that they're not going to be chill with. Also, I don't remember that being a thing in Halo. I always thought that generally it was just the Spartans became this way through like really intense training and an attitude that they cultivated as a consequence of it. I never like that's not, or is that just some like extended lore thing that I'm not familiar with?
I've never come across that, but I'm not that deep in Halo.
Well,
I've only played
it just wasn't.
Three of the
Yeah,
games.
it's a show thing. I thought so. Yeah. I hate that. But I mean, and people keep talking about how they keep removing Chief's helmet. We talked about that with Moon Knight, but I mean, I rewatched some cutscenes from Halo 3 because I was rewatching the Oh Brave New World documentary from Bungie, and I saw lots of cool stuff in there that reminded me of the games. There are so many times in the games when Chief emotes just through body language and he doesn't say a word. It's you can have him in his armor all the time, and you can even have him talk more than he typically does in the games, and you can still have him emote. But like they didn't play the game, so they don't even know that that's like something that's possible. Like just because I don't know, like a lack of imagination. Like you can't just because a lot of the time it's like Chief will just put a hand on someone's shoulder. He'll throw like a nod towards like an ODST, or like when someone gets killed. Obviously, like in the games, you usually see it pretty clearly in his body language that he's upset. Like Chief is definitely a human being, even though he is pretty close to a blank slate. There is so much characterization that comes from Chief. The big one being that he does care about other people. Like he is not cold and detached from the suffering of other people. He wants to protect people and help them and make them feel better and put them at ease. Like Chief emotes through body language, but we just decide that he can't do that. We need to see his face constantly. Otherwise, we don't know what he means or what he believes. And I mean, especially when there's like no reason to take off your helmet, like in so many of these circumstances. Like you want to keep your helmet on and your armor. It's dangerous territory that you're in, like in this space station. Someone could snipe you. They can't do that if you're wearing armor. I mean, I guess if they landed a headshot in its video game world, but yeah, I don't know. I gotta catch up. But I have very little optimism about that show. Pretty painful.
Why did people keep making bad things?
Well, so the really fun
because
part...
people keep liking bad things.
I say it's fun, but it's not. Halo got renewed for a second season before the first season premiered. I wonder if they think that was a mistake, because it feels like the engagement with the show is like... the engagement is way poorer than I think anybody could have expected for a Halo show. Like, you see videos on YouTube that get uploaded, like, directly from Paramount. They have pretty low viewership. All of like
Paramount's own upload of the entire episode doesn't get
I think had like in a day it had like less than 100,000 views.
Yep.
A Halo television show
less than
with a budget in excess of $100 million. Yeah, and the marketing's been insane. I see it on buses and shit everywhere, ads. Like
it has like we have more popular YouTube channels than that.
It's only like, Halo.
It doesn't. Wow, Halo as a brand has been. I was getting real sad when I was watching that Brave New World documentary. It's like, dude, Halo was dominant and cool for a long time, and now as an IP, it has way less value than it used to. Like nobody really cares anymore, or at least it feels like at this point, like nobody really cares. And the Halo show just, I
think Infinite showed that there's interest in Halo. That the game's problem was just keeping people playing the game. But people absolutely have the interest in Halo.
Yeah, if they made a really cool Halo show, people would have watched it. They would have shown up. Oh, pardon me, but they didn't make that.
Well,
and it's just,
that's a teaser. An EFAP to come one day, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
For now, however, I'm just going to show you guys some stuff. Some of it's cringe. Some of it's interesting for other reasons.
Cringe.
Who knows what you'll get?
Don't do cringe on EFAP.
This was shared on the
interwebs. That would be cringe.
I like to give you guys some cringe here and there. You guys seem to enjoy cringe, so I'm sorry, but you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this stuff isn't cringe, and you agree with it. I don't know. I saw this posted on the interwebs, and I decided to keep it for good old this. I feel it's welcome for anybody to give a read there. It's a little fun fact, fan theory.
Really?
The fan theory seems to be source Walt Disney Studio Motion Pictures. I guess for that picture. But
yeah, for the image.
Yeah.
Rey only defeated Kylo Ren in their first battle because he expected her to be trained as a Jedi and better at using a lightsaber. Her lack of skills threw him off and let her get the upper hand. Which is, of course, what training does. That's how training works. The least trained actually wins, contrary to popular belief.
Harry, this has brought a video to mind that I want to show. It's like 20 seconds, so let me find it and put it in the chat. Yeah, here we go. This I feel is just this video on its own is the perfect response to that.
Okay, wait, because we're gonna need watch together soon
Scalagram
enough anyway.
length.
So let me.
Sure.
Oh my
I'll
goodness!
get you all
Fringe.
in. Jump right in, folks. Get comfy,
All right.
and I will play whatever this is.
Scalagram,
Settle
by the way.
down.
Great channel.
Scalagrim, and it's called the ultimate
Scalagram.
unbeatable fighting style. This must be.
Come on, EFAP.
Yeah.
Talk about swords.
Swords. We seem to be missing someone.
I'm in. There we are.
All right, do it.
Convoluted techniques like the spinning attack or the reverse grip. Some people try to argue that they are useful because they are unorthodox, because they will confuse the enemy and then they will get the upper hand because the opponent doesn't know how to deal with it. Well,
Correct. That is
that's what
mostly
we've
how
heard.
combat works, I believe. You remember the Batwoman
Yeah.
episode? She had that weapon that no one would ever use. That's precisely why she used it.
Yes. That's why it worked really well against someone hitting her in the head with a vase.
Yeah, well, that's the weak spot, if you will. So it was
The
very
head,
clever.
Yes.
Very clever that they used that. yeah.
Almost worked. Almost worked.
I guess in that case, I've just invented the ultimate fighting technique.
To be fair, who's beating this? Nobody.
Nobody will ever beat this.
See?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's right.
He's gonna make a.
Dominate.
He's gonna dominate. He's gonna. I'm trying to think like a clean. He's gonna mop the floor with, or he's gonna
Mop it
sweep.
up, yeah.
Make a clean sweep of the competition, or he's gonna. I don't know. There's something there. There's something there.
Now,
Going to kill them.
seems only natural that we're on Star Wars vaguely. So, you know, I released TFA Part 4, and there were different comments here and there on different forums about the nature of the video, even on the video itself.
Oh.
Who would like to read this? This is a comment about that very video. Anyone welcome
TFA
to
Part
give it a
4?
shot? Yeah, well, it's about TFA Part 4. I'm not sure if it was on TFA Part 4, but hey.
okay.
I just read
Just read
ahead
the
of
first
it.
part, yeah.
Wow, this is Vlastimil Kadra.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. I strongly recommend author of this video to seek professional help. Only someone with severe mental issues can make a 2.5-hour video about 7-year-old movie.
True.
Everyone normal, when they see a bad movie, they are disappointed, sure. Maybe even angry that they just spent a couple of hours of their life watching bad flick. But I feel like this needs an accent. But in the week or month, they no longer think about that bad experience. Sure, they remember that particular movie is bad, but why should they waste their time because of bad movie? They already waste more than enough. So normal people moves on. Only someone who is mental still wastes her time to keep talking about how bad that the movie was, even though 7 years later everyone knows and no one cares because that's what normal people do.
Like, where's the
Oh,
lie?
man.
This guy's right.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be talking about TFA anymore.
Really
But,
shouldn't.
That was
This is-
7 years
yeah.
ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was a lot of truth bombs and not a lot of time. I will say that.
I like that he said, remember. Sure, they remember.
This is
Sure,
the
they
same writing
remember.
style as that copy pasta that's like all women born after 1993 know as eat hot chip and lie.
Eat
It
hot
might be the
chip,
same
check they
person.
phone and lie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Listen, Vladimir Vastili over here. He's had a tough life with the ladies. So
he's just trying to help me, and I
That's all.
appreciate that.
yes.
So, meanwhile, while he is trying to help, there was a good old forum that's like, Molar uploaded again, and then someone had a top comment that was just like, why would anyone watch this, though? And then someone else was like, well, what's even in this that it takes this long? We got this little back and forth right here.
Nice.
They got little quotations. This is an assumption of what's in the video. Well, in Star Wars Episode 7, Rey has rights, and considering women's rights weren't a thing until the 1900s, it's unrealistic, considering Star Wars is set a long, long time ago, which makes this film political.
Why did 60 people like that?
Well, because to be fair, that does sound like something that would turn up in my videos, doesn't it?
Why? I mean, it must be fun and easy to argue with a non-existent person.
Like, wait, what? I don't think I've ever said, like, they made it political.
Rey doesn't have rights in Episode 7.
Exactly, that's the outrage, I think. The true outrage.
She's just like a scavenger who, like, works for like basically as a in basically indentured servitude for scraps of food.
Kinda.
Yeah, fuck this comment.
I wish people
Exactly,
would
so I
even-
would have found it
I wish they'd even
realistic.
give their- yeah.
And then you got
The
Lothmath
next
off
person.
what? And they're like, you haven't watched a single Mola video and it's obvious.
And
Negative
37
37.
people dislike that.
They were like, "Of course we have. This is exactly what he says."
Well, no, because they follow it up with a great one, which is why would anybody want to watch a Mauler video? It's like, how do you have this circular sort
Every
of logic where,
time.
like, you could always justify everything? Wow, Mauler said this. Lol, no, he didn't. You haven't watched it. Why would I watch it? So, like, man, it must be nice to live in that world where you could simultaneously never watch anybody's content and dismiss it as dog shit at the same
So
time.
it's clearly a joke. It is a joke, but it's the underlying element of the joke is this is what I do in my videos. I talk about how
Yeah.
things are getting too political.
Yes.
People really need to understand that jokes can imply things and like they
Yeah,
have an
I thought-
underlying sentiment,
Like,
just
it's
like any
a
other kind
prank
of
bro-
speech.
It's kind of like it's just a prank, bro. Like, almost, it's just a joke, bro. It's like, well, hold on, what are you saying about something?
Well,
I mean, the joke isn't that like the aspect of like not understanding this being a joke, right? Would be someone reading this and saying,
And
"Well,
literally
that's
saying,
I
never-
can't find
I
that quote anywhere in the video.
Exactly.
This is misinformation, right?" And then you'd be like, "Oh, it's clearly it's a joke."
Well,
yeah.
and if everyone in the room laughed, and then one went, it's so funny because it's the complete opposite of what he'd say. They all be like, huh? No, it's funny because that is the kind of shit that he says. And then someone else is like,
Exactly.
is it? And then someone else goes, yeah, do you not know who Mueller is? And they'll be like, no, I have no idea. Is he cringe and he says stuff like that? And they'd be like, yeah. If someone went, did he say literally that? They're like, I don't fucking watch his videos to find out if he literally said this quote. Like, they have that moment happen, and they're just like, that's fine. I don't watch it, but I know what's in it.
How is this Mahler's fault?
You know, it's a never-ending
Well, that was
cycle.
Well, it's like there are people in the like I don't have enough time to keep tabs on everyone in the world. There are people in the world that I assume if I got to know better like the kind of stuff they did, I probably wouldn't have any respect for it, but I don't go around writing shit about them.
Well, it's just
Like-
it's weird how many people are oddly comfortable with coming to pretty harsh conclusions about not only Mauler's work but his character based on like nothing,
Stuff
Like,
that
haven't
they
even
haven't
seen
seen.
anything.
Yeah.
or like something that they heard that isn't even true, or like a really warped retelling of some sort of event. It's like Chinese whispers is very much a thing that happens on the internet big time.
Like I don't know shit about Rush Limbaugh. I assume that based on what I've heard about him, I wouldn't like him. But I don't know. I don't know what
Well,
kind of
do
thing
you
he
often
says.
go into comment sections
Yeah,
talking about
I
Rush
don't go-
Limbaugh to go, ha,
Right.
Rush Limbaugh, what a fucking loser. Like, you
Yeah,
know.
I don't do that
Exactly.
shit.
So again, on the topic of Star Wars, this is something that someone linked in the subreddit. I just thought it was funny in terms of an arc, alright? And we've all been on this one, okay? Everyone's familiar with this, except for a few. Where you watch Force Awakens, and you feel a certain way. And let's just see what that way is. No anything to this particular YouTuber, this is just a funny thing to have as a comparison.
Japanese and English is incomparable. It's completely alien, and you have to almost change your way of thinking. But I remember sitting in this pub and talking to my friend
one
Natsuki
sec.
for hours on end.
I may have gotten the wrong timestamp. I don't know. Hang
Oh
on.
no.
Yes, I did. I was a minute out. Gosh
Well,
darn.
Everyday life in Japan, 10 essential questions answered. This is the video where
Yes, don't worry. It's a particular snippet.
Channel,
We
of
almost
which
got
the
it.
results will be announced in the next few weeks. If you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to hit the like button if you want more. And I wish you all a Merry Christmas. And for the record, The Force Awakens, I would give it an 8.5 out of 10. It was pretty good, definitely worth watching. See you all soon.
So it's just like, yeah,
8.5,
this is
nice.
a good old-fashioned normal. Then
We're about to
because
see
they linked
another
this.
video from this
Pretty good
person
movie.
a little while later.
Well, I guess because like it's a weird subreddit post. I think it even said like he went on an arc or whatever. But
I love Star Wars, but there's only 2.
It was 35-55 in this. Gosh, it's so difficult to get right.
Boy.
Okay, the same dude. He's on like a little podcast, I suppose. What did I say? 35. What did I say? 35-55. I don't remember.
You did say that.
55.
Okay, good.
We are dying.
That'll.
This is a very purple room.
That'll.
This is a very
Alright.
purple room. It's very regal. Very,
I don't.
very
I
royal.
don't dislike it. I don't dislike it.
I like it.
Yeah,
Purple,
it's
purple's
a
neat.
fine. It is a fine shade of purple. I approve of the purple.
Very good. Imagine Star Wars.
Arrived late. The Django jetpack bit was the pettiest thing I've ever seen on EFAP. My dude.
That was the pettiest thing you've ever seen? Oh, come on. Fake fan detected.
Do you think they took the court thing seriously? They were like, Maul's treating Rags, Jay, and Friggy as judges. This is the lowest I've seen you fall. Like,
Hey, Maul, you're being pretty petty right now.
The funny thing is, the dude who made the comment was in on, like, seemed to be aware of the memes. Like, don't worry, you'll be okay, Super Chatter. Don't worry about it. You're gonna make it. I believe in you. Anyway.
Wars, but good.
It's not petty to call it. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Did we miss it? Did we miss
There's
the
only
important
2
thing?
films in the series that are good. The first one, the second
That's
one,
true.
came out in 1977, 1980.
Oh, wait. Oh,
And
episode
everything
4 and
else-
5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you say first and second, I thought you meant
no,
episode
no.
1 and 2. I was like, Jesus Christ, dude.
I love the first and second film. All the
Yeah.
prequel memes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're pretty good to be
The
fair.
prequel memes are the best memes at the whole.
But
Third one's
He swallowed a pill
These are
of some
so funny.
kind.
I just thought it was amusing when I
He
saw it.
swallowed
It's
the
like,
purple pill.
He just said like, yeah, the fucking.
I love Star Wars, but
It's
there's
only
only
too
2
good.
films in the series that are good.
It's like something happened along the way.
You can probably find several clips of me out there.
No, same for me. I'm sure because as I was saying, a lot of people went on that arc. The
Because
Force
opinions
Awakens,
change.
they do. And Force
Yeah,
Awakens.
that was the same for me. I liked it when I thought it was really good when I first watched it. But that
Although
was a long time ago.
I'd have to rewatch it, but I might still stick to Rogue One being good. I've not seen it since it came out.
I've
but
only seen it the once. Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
I don't know about
Probably
good.
not, but maybe. If I was gonna gamble on one of them actually being good,
It'd be Rogue
that
One,
might
yeah.
be it.
I mean,
It has
do we all like remember it as good because it actually is, or
I
did it
don't-
do like the same thing as
I
The
don't-
Force Awakens, but
well,
it's
I don't
not as
think I-
significant, so it's escape criticism as much.
I don't think I think of it as good ever. I only ever thought of it as the strongest one. Don't mean good.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's been
like,
too
is
long
it at
since I've
least
seen
a
it now,
5?
so
I'm
my
not
opinion
sure,
on it is
yeah.
so fucking worthless that because I just barely remember most of it.
I didn't
Um,
hate my life after I saw it, so it's got that going.
Well, I
for
didn't
it.
hate my life after I first watched The Force Awakens. That was a nice
Yeah,
time. But the
same
thing
here.
is, that
Should've-
thing was
I liked-
purpose-built to make you feel nice when watching it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do a watch, and Rogue One wasn't. Rogue One was sort of like, sort of grim in many ways.
It was a bit slapdash. A bit.
Well, I mean, I'd be curious. I'm still really curious about what the original cut of that film was.
So, hey Jay, do you want to take this one? So a small comment, all right? I feel like it might have a
Sure.
bit of a punch with you reading it. Gotta get that tone right, okay?
All right, what kind of tone are we looking for here?
Whatever you choose, and don't worry, I will explain the context of this quote after you read it.
I don't think I heard a single actual criticism. Just chimps howling and asking for the answers to questions immediately, Lamau. EFAP, this is some objectively shit content you're putting out. Get it together, lol. I wish we could see the dislikes on this video because I know it's fucking bad.
So what is this
Okay.
video?
Right.
Also,
so
you can see the dislikes very easily.
I was about to say, first of all, he could if he wanted to, or he. I guess Caleb could be a girl's name theoretically. I don't know. The
It expects us to imply that a girl could be this dumb, Mahler.
That is rude of me. I'm sorry, but
I think we should refer to them by their surname.
they
Ah,
are of an opinion, and they could have gotten the answer if they wanted to. But now, I think it's amusing. This video concerns the four of us plus Metal. What video is it? I feel like it's unfair to make you guys guess. You're narrowing in on it. Yes, it is Book of Boba Fett. But which
is a
episode?
particular episode?
Which
The
one?
finale.
Episode 6.
No.
No, it's going to be an early one because they're complaining we want everything explained immediately, right? So it's what's the one with like
episode 2 then?
Maybe it's episode 5.
Well, I guess
Rag's
got it. It is the gun train. They are
Oh,
upset with our coverage of the gun train, which, by the way, I thoroughly enjoyed watching back. I thought it was great, that little episode we did. But then again, I had a lot of fun doing the whole
Those are
Book of
great
Boba Fett
to
thing.
rewatch.
So, shall we discover what the likes were at the time?
Let's take a look. Let's see how much people hated the gun train. Dude, that's 10 people. That's almost a dozen.
This is one of our best ratios. I think.
You bought it all.
What's a normal EFAP like dislike ratio?
We hit like 95% around about that. We're plenty controversial. This episode, I'd imagine, after everything we've said about Lego, Moon Knight, and not Sonic. Everyone's happy with the Sonic take thing, I'm pretty sure.
This will test the faith of the righteous, yeah.
Don't know if I agree with that.
So
on the stream, we've currently got 16 dislikes.
Damn.
Oh,
we're already in excess of that.
Oh, someone, as I said that, someone undisliked it.
Oh,
they
what
felt
a Chad.
guilty.
Well, either a Chad or a coward, one of the
Perhaps
two.
I judged you too harshly.
Now, since we're on the topic of Boba Fett, I'm going to read the first part out and then show the actual image once I get to the second part, because I feel like the timing on this needed, okay? So, I made a tweet saying, they made Boba Fett say he doesn't care about money. The man who only cared about Han Solo's bounty value in Empire, agreeing to his freezing on condition that he get compensated for damages by the Empire. This was frustrating me, of course. Now, someone gave me a reply in the form of a tweet. And I'm gonna give you a little post-it. There you go. So it says, if you have a problem with that, let me introduce you to Dickens' A Christmas Carol.
What?
Oh, but here's the thing. Ebenezer Scrooge went on a fucking journey.
Yeah.
He was visited by 3 fucking ghosts who showed him the Christmas past, present, and future. The whole story, the whole story of Christmas Carol is basically how a dick turned into a nice person.
Also, I'm not vibing with the formatting of this person's insult, right? Because ultimately what they've said here is they've said, if you don't like that thing, here's another story that does it, which that doesn't
really help anything. I guess it would just be an appeal to, you're not going to shit on the Christmas Carol, are you?
Which,
that's obviously the idea.
We'll shit on Shakespeare, right? If we went and looked at Shakespeare and we're like, there are some problems here, we'd be like, well, that's not very good, is it?
Who sings on a balcony? 3 out of 10.
Because, baked into my perception is that there has been no arc to justify it. Otherwise, I would probably not put the comment that way. And he's like, let me introduce you to a film that's all about a character being affected by many sources of new information to change him fundamentally. It's like, yeah, that'd be great, but they didn't do that. So, but I just mean, listening to that out of context just sounds hilarious. Like, if you got a problem with Boba Fett, wanted money, time for you to see Dickens' A Christmas Carol. Like, okay. I did of course consume it soon afterward and realized just how wrong I was. It's quite a wake-up call, as they say. Now, I guess I'll just read this one out pretty quick, okay? So there's a little article, and it says, is Cad Bane really dead? Book of Boba Fett has a secret clue. Like,
yay.
I guess I'll just show you the image. This is a portion of the article, okay? There's a little more to it, but when I saw this...
1/4 portion of an article.
Resist just getting it to be shown.
Consider this I like it because it's so committal. For now, the answer is yes. Cad Bane is dead, unless he isn't.
That's great.
That's
Hey,
actually
look,
how I
they've narrowed
pass
it down.
school.
It's one or the other. Come on. Appreciate the
It is
work.
either one side of this dichotomous proposition.
The article basically posits that there's a bleeping light and his droid might be on the way to heal him, but we don't know. So, as if they need that to justify bringing him back.
Yeah, somehow Palpatine, somehow Cad Bane returned. That's all they have
don't
to
even need to
say.
give him robot parts. Like,
They don't even
like
need to give him robot parts. Is true.
does like every Star Wars race have a longer lifespan than humans? Because it seems like Cad Bane was what, like 70 years old.
Well, people are telling us he's supposed to be they're supposed to have shorter lifespans than humans. Apparently, his race.
Who are him?
Nemoidians.
He's not a
Is that what he
Nemoidian,
is?
is he?
Yeah, he's like the Trade Federation guys. Yeah.
Oh wow! I didn't know they could be blue. Maybe that's what threw me off. Were they always blue, or am I having horrific mental?
I think
they're not blue in their
different
trade. I
colors,
mean,
yeah.
I imagine they can be different.
Because he
colors,
doesn't
right?
sound like a Asian at all. So that's what threw me off.
Oh yeah, I see how they're the same species now.
Yeah, I see now. Yeah, they just seem so different, you know. I used to live in a world where all Nemoidians look the same. But then
someone said
my
that
eyes were opened.
the extension used to determine those dislikes only estimates are based on views and likes. That wasn't my screenshot. That was some stuff I saw in the Discord. So I assumed whatever was used was accurate. If it's not, I can get the actual ones, but I don't think anybody's going to care.
The extension used only estimates dislikes?
Apparently. I've heard of it, but I don't know.
I'm going to check that right now because I can go onto the public pages of my videos to see how many dislikes they have, and then go into the private analytics to see how many dislikes, compare it.
Oh, everyone's saying he's a Duros. I've never heard of that. But since everyone's saying it, must be true.
Sound Asian.
Well, they're showing the blue guys when you Google Nemoidians.
Mauler is racism.
Duros.
I was told this, okay? How would I have found out about any of this?
Duros.
First off, it's not racism,
he is a Duros.
It's xenophobia. Get your shit straight.
No, it's not xenophobia when they're different species.
Yeah, isn't that what it is?
No, xenophobia is I don't know. Actually, that might have a broader definition. Xenophobia, in my understanding of it, is for people like from different nations. But
well, yeah, that is what it's used for. But it's the same as how illegal
but
alien and illegal
the root word
immigrant,
xeno. The root word xeno mean from essentially from the outside, right?
Well, so Greek. Then wouldn't that apply to aliens as well, potentially?
So yeah, it could apply to alien species. I'm going to look up a definition for xenophobia.
Because in sci-fi settings, that's typically the word that they used for having prejudice against an alien species. Is your xenophobia?
No, the definition on Google is just like a prejudice against people from other countries.
Well, it's going to be the standard definition, yeah.
Well, that's because we don't actually have aliens to use it for, right?
Yeah, but it would seem a strange word to use for...
I think. But in the setting of Star Wars, they would say xenophobic.
Yeah, he is a Duros. They are not. They look similar though, the Nemoidians and Duros.
I was literally told that. I don't know if it was in Discord or not, but
maybe they're like Vulcans and Romulans, where they're like the same but different.
Well, here's the thing. So, how old is Cad Bane?
Oh well, our chat. That was our chat when we were doing the Boba Fett stuff. They were saying that he's too old or whatever, that he shouldn't be alive, or at least should be much more frail. He's like,
according to this, they live hang on. Wait, their lifespan is their lifespan is about 70 years.
Well, I mean, clearly it's true. I mean, look at him.
Yeah, he is about 70 and he dies, doesn't he?
That's true. The lore holds up.
They all get stabbed by Boba Fett.
All right, video time.
Oh,
you guys, I know the Discord's aware of this one.
On it. I'm there.
Look,
what?
I didn't want to bring him back up, okay? But it's a 1-minute video. All right.
Who is this?
1 minute. I'm tempted to try and force everyone to just listen to the minute and then crawl up into a cave and die, but
Okay.
at the same time, you know what? If you want to pause, you can. This is our old friend, the arcane analyst. Yeah,
Oh god.
he's got
Arcane
some opinions to
analyst?
share.
Oh, the guy who made he makes the shorts, right?
He made
Which
one
video
on-
is this, Smaller?
So this one is called Heimerdinger's Broken Characterization. 1 minute
Okay.
analysis.
Oh,
Alright.
that's a hefty claim.
Arcane is indeed back. We've been jumping through a lot of eras, okay? So here, I'm sorry about this. I really am. But ultimately, like, I've been forced to. I couldn't not do it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
That was
Next
great.
video.
Okay, yeah, next.
So Watch Together does not want to show us this. Apparently. What do I do?
Okay, so I was noticing
Just reload it. It's
Is it...
No. Okay, let's try.
Alright. Here we go.
something about Heimerdinger. This is a character we're told is a scientist, but they never show him doing science. We're told, or he implies to us that he's
why is it
altruistic.
like that?
It's for mobile.
So vertical
Shorts.
and pillory.
YouTube Shorts thing.
It's,
Is that
they-
how shorts have to be in this aspect
Yes.
ratio?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Oh, I thought
Yeah,
they were
it's,
just
it's,
pretty
it's
short.
designed for they're designed for mobile.
Yeah.
I'm so
Oh.
surprised that took precedent over what he said, Rex.
Heimerdinger doesn't do any science, but you weren't paying
know.
any attention because you were focused
I was
on
paying
that.
attention. I was distracted by the weird.
See, I was better.
visual.
I was better faith. I
was
said that
paying
it took
attention, I was
precedent.
distracted. Okay.
Yeah, it's like it's
Okay.
it's. I just see something that looks weird, and because the light hits my eyes before the sound waves, my brain gives it precedent.
You know what? I would imagine that the light waves hitting your eyes at comparable, like that. It is a distinction without a difference with how close. in
No, it's
proximity all
way
of these
different.
things are.
No, it's way
I know
different.
it
Rags
is way
felt
different. I
the
know it is
eon
way
between
different.
How far are you from your monitor?
Huh?
Well, it doesn't matter how far away you are. It's light. It's going to be moving faster than
And
Hey,
do-
no, if
dogs
you're
are
far
particularly
enough-
good
if
with
you're far
sound, you know?
enough.
If you're
Yeah.
far enough, it will.
I'm like 16 miles away from my monitor right now.
Yeah, even then, it will still be basically instantaneous.
No,
Compared
no,
to-
not at all. No, there's going to be a big difference between sound and light.
Wait, hang on.
No,
16 miles.
You're 16 miles
no.
away.
You misunderstood. I'm saying 16 miles away for a light perspective is going to be meaningless. For sound, it's going to be significant.
Yeah,
Sound-
because
to
we're
be
talking about
honest,
the
at that
difference
point,
between.
you
Right, is it
probably
coming
can't
from?
hear
for
it.
me.
Are you hearing it from speakers from 60 miles away, or have you got?
Well, yeah, exactly that. But even no. But the point
Yeah.
is that even if you were hearing it, like
They're very far away.
if you were watching it from 16 miles away, but you had your speakers on, the speed at which light moves would be such that it basically would be faster. I'm pretty sure still. Because
Yeah, light would
that's how
the light
fast
would definitely be
moves.
faster than sound. Yes.
Well, I know no light is always faster than sound. What I'm saying is, like, even
Yeah.
if you have the sound stuff next to you and you were like 100 kilometers
Yeah,
away,
aren't
the
there-
light would get to you faster.
There are mediums that light can move through that slows it down, right? So there might be something that
Oh, yeah,
that
I'm-
slows
well, I'm
it down
underwater right
enough
now.
that it's slower than sound.
Yeah.
Well, not
cream.
that
Hot
well, that's
cream.
not going to do it. But
Yeah.
doesn't it take like hundreds of thousands of years from light to get from the center of a star to the outside? Any
Hundreds
physicists
of
in
years,
chat back me
sorry.
up.
We've got a
Or
lot of
debunk me.
physicists in chat, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Nothing takes hundreds of years in the solar system in terms of moving. It's like nothing at all, I think.
Nothing
Thousands,
takes
I
hundreds
thought.
of years for moving. What?
What are you talking about?
What do you
Like
mean?
for light in the solar system, like anywhere from any direction at any, like the solar system isn't big enough for it to take.
Keep
you
saying
say
yes, it does.
hundreds of years. Doesn't
Chat
it
says
take
I'm
hundreds-
right.
The light or the energy that's produced within the sun. What
So
specific?
the energy.
Now
You
I'm
said the light that's
confused.
produced. The light that's produced in the sun. It takes. How long now?
It takes anywhere from
Because
4,000
I think
4,000
our
to
solar system
millions
is about
of
half a light
years.
year long.
It takes anywhere from 4,000 to millions of years from a photon from the center of the sun to leave it.
No, everybody's because people are saying 8 minutes. It takes 8 minutes from the surface of the sun to Earth.
No, yeah,
We're talking
that's,
about from the center of the sun to the surface of the sun. How long does it take? I don't care. If you don't care, that's fine. We're invested.
I don't care.
No, you know what we need to do?
I
We
like
need
this
to,
one in
we need to
comments
talk
is
about
like,
how we need to
Stop
we need to
now, I
berate that
don't
person.
care.
We need to berate that person for ruining the day of everyone watching this stream.
Well, that was what because Oh yeah, that's right. Wasn't that what that? That was right.
Cease this discussion, for I do not care.
Listen, okay? Anything to delay this take. I can see that's why
Alright,
this is
so, like,
happening.
Let's
Now
get
I've
back to it.
forgotten anything that's been said. I remember the visuals because light is faster than sound, but I'm gonna have to roll it back so that I can rehear the words that were
Rags,
spoken.
I'm gonna
This
be
is
honest
1
with
minute
you.
analysis.
I think your brain was
What?
protecting you, okay? And the fact you've rolled it back, your brain is like,
My brain
"No."
always protects me. My brain doesn't put me in danger.
I think you'll find that that is more than possible because you've just done it.
Definitely not.
Put yourself in danger.
Definitely not.
Get
We are
ready
so
to
ready.
enter a coma, Rags, okay? I'm just saying.
Safe as a bug in a rug.
They're not safe there.
Snug as a bug in a
That's a
rug.
cute
Yeah, they
phrase.
are. They're snug.
What if the
in
house is on fire,
those
Rags?
rugs. Huh?
What if the house is
Then
on
the
fire?
rug will insulate them from the spooky
What
flames.
if the rug's on fire?
Oh, I drove by a house just the other day. I think it was actually yesterday, and
Wow,
it had burned down.
changing the goalpost.
The goalposts
Why did you burn down that
burned
house,
down.
Greg?
The
We
goalposts
didn't.
have
We just
burned
noticed
down.
that it had burned down.
Okay.
We just noticed the house had burned down. And it's like, oh man, that's not good.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
So I was noticing something about Heimerdinger. This is a character we're told is a scientist, but they never show him doing science. We're told, or he implies to us, that he's altruistic, but
They never show him doing
I thought we
science.
wanted to
That's not
play
even
it all the
true.
way to the end.
It's up to you guys.
Well, like the whole minute?
Okay. Oh, I thought that's what we
Well, that's not fair use, is it?
Well, it's because it's designed to be like a shot in the arm or something.
Okay, well, we'll
I don't
pause it
know.
then. He does do science, though. Don't we see him like actively sort of working with like?
Well, what does it
Jason
mean
stuff?
to do science, Fringy? Because I don't think we
Yeah,
see him put a
'cause-
potion into another potion,
Well,
do
sure,
we?
but that
Yeah,
doesn't
we
mean
don't
that
we
he's
don't
not
see him
doing
use
science.
test tubes.
Yeah.
So he's not doing science.
He,
and what
he
is it that
clearly
he's
seems to understand things that are told to him of a scientific, area, and he takes a deep interest in observing scientific
He's,
processes around him and experiments around them. And he is also in charge of
He's like the head of science.
what the college. Yeah, he invented science.
he's
He's in charge of all science.
the scientific
CEO of
pillar of
science.
Piltover.
He's the CEO of science.
He always has opinions of scientific matters. He always offers his perspective and
it's
has. I mean,
Well,
the
it's like
implication of the statement is that he doesn't do science. It's like, well, he definitely does. You just don't see him do it explicitly in like a lab with potions and stuff, which I think is irrelevant.
Yeah, it's not like that we're told, hey, this is Heimerdinger, he does science, and then he just never does. It's that we can infer that he does science based on his interactions with other characters.
He has a laboratory. He's familiar with all of the repercussions of this different pieces of tech. He inspects their tech several times to approve it.
Well, I mean, why are we pretending that they're... Because, like, a head researcher in a team is not necessarily going to be the person who's, like, in the lab pouring all the stuff into the test tubes, but he's still a scientist.
Well, you know who we
He's
do
still
see doing
ultimately-
science? It's mainly Victor and Jace. I
Mhm.
wonder why that is.
Yes.
Probably because their inventions are revolutionary at this point in time. And they're more so forefront characters. It's like, so weird thing to say, but what is this in favor of? What character? What point are we making about this character?
but they never show him doing anything to help people.
We're gonna rewind that. Oh boy.
They never show him doing anything to help people.
Well,
That's just
He's
wrong.
altruistic, but they never show him doing anything to help people.
He
said
helped Echo.
He's supposed to be altruistic, but he's never shown doing anything to help people. So episode
he helps
2,
Echo.
he saves Jace from being expelled from Piltover.
Yeah, like
He didn't have to do
people, and at the forefront of his mind when it comes to all of the science is protecting people.
His
It's not
safety,
actively
yeah,
going
it's
out and
helping
saving
people.
people's lives.
Yeah.
It's trying to prevent bad
Yeah,
things
his-
from happening. That is
His
literally
characterization
caring about
is
the
that
welfare of
he's
people.
quite possibly the most altruistic. He just doesn't have enough information to be effective.
Yeah, the things that he does from his position of authority helps a lot of people, particularly in terms of safety. Now,
I don't-
that's where the discussion comes in
We,
of how helpful is he. But
We talked about this in our coverage, but I don't think it's an accident that at the beginning of episode 4, he describes the Stanwick Padidley or whatever, as a person who cared more about progressing everybody and, fixing to be a great world rather than his own, legacy. Which, to me, is supposed to probably foreshadow Heimerdinger's fate in this, being that he's fallen completely from his high stature and power and position all the way to the bottom of, quite literally the bottom of society. That's where Echo and his people are, and he's probably going to help them quite a bit, and it's going to have cost him basically everything prestigious, but that's not important. So I think it's pretty weird to say that he's also highlighting that, like, the show is trying to tell us he's altruistic, but he doesn't help anyone. It's just like, huh. Interesting take, but alright. What else we got? That's the first two.
We're told he's this great leader at Piltover, but they certainly never show him doing a good job leading. And we're told he's immortal.
They never shown doing a good job leading.
I would actually argue he does a pretty great job of being a leader that's not suitable for this council. They're all people who are willing to fuck him over. He's not willing to fuck anyone over.
Yeah, how do you make this is a guy who seems to have devoted a lot of time to this show, but he gets a lot of very, very, very basic facts about the show. It's like he totally missed them. What was he watching during all this time?
That's what I mean. Like, the idea
To
that
state all of these things like a machine gun so confidently, and they're all wrong.
he's a very chill and normal dude, and he wants everything to be done securely and safely. And it's not about, you know, in a like what could be implied that he gets it done on his own timeline or something. He's just worried that when it's uncontrolled, it'll result in damage, which is like illustrated over and over again throughout the show, as well as his history. Like, I don't see how that would be evidence of his poor leadership or him getting screwed over. Not exactly fair, because he never thought that they would backstab him, so yeah. But we've established now that he's a poor leader, poor character in terms of altruism, and a poor scientist when we're told the opposite for all three. It's like, man.
Immortal, but we're not exactly shown him living forever either. So
What?
I'm gonna replay that. Hang on. I'll replay it. I'll replay it.
we're told he's immortal,
Oh, fuck. Sorry. God, this one's special.
but we're not exactly.
Oh, fucking, why would it go back? There we go.
We're told he's this great leader at Piltover, but they certainly never show him doing a good job leading. And we're told he's immortal, but we're not exactly shown him living forever either.
Okay, so you can never show anyone living forever. That's just not possible. You can't do that.
Is this
so we'll
a
skip over that.
joke?
Second,
Is
they
this
don't
a
say
joke?
he's so they don't ever say he's immortal. They say he lives for a long ass time.
What is a better proof than telling us he was here when the city was founded?
Everyone in the city readily accepts this information. They state it to be true. It seems to be true. He's the founder of the city, and it's a fully fledged functioning city. I'm so confused. Yeah, I'm with
Wow.
Jay. Is this a joke?
That's a great question.
Like,
Some
but
people are
the
asking if
only-
this is April Fool's. It is not.
They don't show him living forever. Of course not, you nitwit.
Well, so, to be fair, if they had a flash forward and everyone's dead and he's sitting there really old, and he says, man, 10 billion years ago is when stuff happened, that would have mean they're telling the
Unreliable
truth.
narrator.
Right now, seems like they could be lying to us. That's what I think.
Let's feel my best guess is like my best faith guess is that it's just something that he threw in because he thought like, yeah, of course, like he just threw it in because it fits the pattern, but he knows it's not a serious example. Like
wants to
it fits
establish-
his pattern of they tell us this thing, but they don't show it.
Yes,
and he knows
he
this one
wants-
isn't serious. That's best faith.
He wants to establish a pattern that the show tells us things about Heimerdinger, but does not show that reality. That's what he's trying to do, so that he can then make his next point, which is...
So what's going on? We all know the rule. Arcane knows the rule. Show, don't tell. So this is an interesting twist, but the way it works is actually very straightforward.
Hang on.
Show, don't.
There's not like a scene where it tells you all of these things about Heimerdinger. These are things that you can infer from his like this is such a poor. Okay, show don't tell doesn't. Oh god, like to show
First
that
off,
someone
not
is
a
a
rule.
scientist. I mean, yeah, not a rule, but like to show that someone is a scientist, you don't need to put like an insert shot of them doing science, right? Because that's almost like following the letter of the advice without understanding the spirit of it would be right. Oh, this guy's a scientist. How do we show that, right? Well, we can't tell the audience, so let's just before he's introduced, let's just show like 30 seconds of him doing science, and then he arrives at the scene.
So we know he's a scienceman. It's
Yeah,
it's
so that we
locked
know
in.
he's a
You can't.
scientist.
He's fucking. What do you think? It was all a meme that they all think he's the science guy, and he made a bunch of things that work, but it was all a joke. Like he wasn't actually doing
like-
it. Like
And then like the equivalent is like to have a natural scene where it comes up. It's like, oh, have you done any science recently? And I like a natural scene where it's incorporated into the dialogue and it becomes clear and the audience can infer this character is a scientist. He knows what he's
Isn't
talking
he
about
called
when it comes to
Professor
science.
Heimerdinger?
He is called that, yeah.
So,
Oh,
like,
so yeah, so
Professor
the fact that that's
Heimerdinger.
his title as a professor, which is not something you can just call yourself.
Well,
I
I was
mean,
going to say, like,
can.
you can't. You can maybe establish that he's not a scientist from when we see him onwards or something with crazy. But, like, I'm assuming we can't deny it's in stone. His science is what helps Piltover go from being not a city to the current way it is. Like, surely you can't deny that. Like, otherwise that means everybody's under a false impression. Did he just steal everyone else's work? Also, what is the rationale here? Like, how does that work?
So show don't tell is honestly just a poor translation of naturally integrate the important information into the story.
That's a better phrasing. Yeah, it's just not as catchy as show don't tell. But to be fair, Jay, what is his point? Let's see what it is. You don't know what it is yet. You'll wumbus.
So this is an interesting twist, but the way it works is actually very straightforward. Show, don't tell makes story elements feel real and authentic. Tell, don't show makes them feel fake and inauthentic. Normally, why would you want that? But here it
Not
works perfectly.
necessarily.
Well, so yeah,
You're
anyone who's
taking this
familiar
world too rigidly
with EFAP's
without,
work, we've covered
nuance.
this before. We think show don't tell and tell don't show. Throw it all out. It's not as simple as that. It's a nice rule of thumb at best.
It's built on top of, I mean, I feel like it is. I feel like it's a mistranslation of just naturally integrate the information into the story. If you're writing a story where a character would say the information, get them to say it. If you're writing a story where you would see it and as a part of the thing that you're doing, then put it on screen.
It points you in the right direction in the same way as give your protagonist most of the influence for guiding the plot. You're like, do I have to? You're like, no, but it's a reliable way to get the audience invested in the action of the events, I suppose.
Because like, take like a fucking novel, right? Obviously, in that instance where the information is being communicated to the story via prose, you are telling the audience some things. It is the nature of what you tell them, rather than simply don't tell them things. It is infer information through events and don't just tell them what they need to take away, right?
Dude, you're repeating your points. You're reminding me of books.
Hey.
And you mentioned books too, so
Jay
stop talking about those foul things.
Goddamn book.
We here hate books. Boo!
Books can suck my dick.
Down with books.
Down with books.
Authentic.
That sounds like a good
Normally,
book.
why would you want that? But here it works perfectly. Why? Because this is how you write hypocrisy. It's how you write a fraud. And that
Oh,
really?
This has got to be a joke.
We're getting to
This
the
can't
point
be
now.
real.
Here it is.
That's how they want us to feel about Heimerdinger. We're supposed to feel like Jason and Victor are the real geniuses here. They're the ones who really want to help people. And this guy
This
is a
video
fastest
has
prime celebrity scientist.
520,000 fucking views.
Heimerdinger is a past his prime celebrity scientist.
Oh no!
What the fuck? And you know, we saw his evidence. He had 4 pillars to support this. One of them was absolutely fucking batshit insane. The one is like, if you're so invulnerable, how come I haven't seen you live forever? Like, what? And then of course there's he's not doing enough science. He's not nice enough. It's like he's a fraud. You're like, wow. Like you're a reporter designed to do a hit piece on him.
Whose reputation has outgrown his abilities. He's introduced us as the mentor archetype, and mentors are supposed to have these qualities. But by never showing any of them, we become conflicted about whether
He does show mentor qualities. He gives really good advice several times, as well as good quotes, as well as good stories. He's literally mentoring Echo by the end of the show. He mentored Victor. He mentored Jace. Why do you think they know all they know?
Everything he says is wrong in this video. Like every fucking sentence.
How are you making these claims? One of my favorite scenes is where Heimerdinger is trying to provide some comfort to Victor when everyone knows Victor's dying. Like, just desperately trying to work with him. The idea is like, yeah, he's a fraud, celebrity scientist. Like, the fuck's happening?
Jesus
I don't understand, like, this video is so mean to Heimerdinger, who's, like, such a beloved and lovely character. I don't understand how it didn't immediately get more hate. Like, I'm not saying...
People love this video.
I don't understand how this passed everyone's smell test. Like, this... If I was making this video, like, if I genuinely had watched Arcane and come to the conclusion... all of these conclusions about Heimerdinger, and I wanted to put that to my audience in a video, I would be going, okay, the first thing I need to do is be really careful because I'm playing with fire here. Like, I need to be careful how I present these points because people are going to get mad about this. And he's just gone straight in with it. He's a fraud. Fuck him. He's a piece of shit. Overwhelming. I don't understand. I feel like this is making me reevaluate my understanding of the world and people's perceptions and like.
It's got over half
How
a
is
million
this-
views, and people adore this video, and everything in it is just full of lies. It's so fucking. It's so fucking depressing. Like,
dude, I'm more
basic
willing to believe
information about the show.
that he's been watching so much Arcane. He's like torn himself into pieces, connecting things together that are just. It's like that board of information from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where he's just like, I figured it out. Heimerdinger is a fraud. And you're all just like, huh? Where? What? Why? And he's like, he's not even that old.
That he can live up to that, and by the end we see that he can't. So that's 3 out of the 4. Immortality seems to follow this pattern, but it doesn't actually fit into
It's
the
not
straw.
immortality. Why would you throw an immortality into there? It was totally arbitrary. There's no reason for that to have been in there.
Sorry, what was the ending there?
He's introduced us as the mentor archetype, and mentors are supposed to have these qualities. But by never showing any of them, we become conflicted.
Also, this was reversed.
The immortality thing was there. The immortality thing was there so he can plug one of its other videos.
Oh.
And by the end, we see that he can't. So that's 3 out of the 4. Immortality seems to follow this pattern, but it doesn't actually.
This fucker spent 12 minutes editing a video and lying for a minute so that he could get half a million views. We're doomed.
I just don't know how he came to conclude all of this. It's insane. Like
it's like he clearly didn't watch the show. It's
you're
basic
scientist,
information.
Huh? You're not doing much science for a scientist. You're an immortal, huh? Don't see you living forever. What? Yeah, so I saw that
depressing.
By chance in my recommended, and I was like, you are not serious. This is not an actual argument,
It's a
is
joke
it?
video. It's gotta be a joke video. He's just
Yeah,
farming
but
clicks
it's not,
or
though.
algorithm or.
So
How can you watch?
I got us. Don't worry, we'll leave Shani, I think his name is, alone now. He can go ahead and make some more videos. However, I've got something completely different for you guys. A short from YouTube about Arcane. Thought I'd
No, we already
switch
did
it up.
one, and it's no.
It's not
the same guy?
Shani. This is a guy called.
Am I stuck in a time loop?
Out of Frame, I think is what it's called. I hate to say it, but all right. The title of this short is Arcane was good. Its characters weren't.
What?
What?
Okay.
So
What?
it is an interesting hook, isn't it?
It's the kind of hook that I just don't even want to explore. I'm just like, if I see this in my recommendeds, I'm like, no, you're wrong. Don't even have to watch the video.
How can I'm struggling to see, like, I don't think I could picture a piece of media that I would describe as good if none of the characters were good. Like, the characters are the lens through which you view all of the other aspects of the story.
Well, let's find out.
If you can't latch onto that, how do you have a good plot or message? Or...
Maybe.
And they have a minute to explain why it has no
I'm
good
sure they'll
characters.
nail it. Come on.
A bold of you.
I'll admit that Arcane ended up being pretty cool, but is no one else a little tired of movies and TV or streaming shows that are primarily centered around essentially bad people? For those who haven't seen it,
bad people? I guess I hope he's
So
got
that's
explained as
the difference
immoral
from
and
saying
poorly
that the
written.
characters aren't good. This is a totally different conversation.
And so, yeah, if then the title means Arcane was of top quality, but its characters were of low moral standing, that doesn't quite ring as cool, does it?
Well, no, that's like, yeah, I guess.
But,
sure.
well, it depends.
A lot of them.
For example, like Caitlyn, I'd be like, exactly what.
I mean, I think a lot of them are just doing their best, right?
I also, that's what I was
teams.
starting with Caitlyn. I was like, she's pretty squeaky clean. I don't think you could be like, oh, well, she's done a few dubious things. Like, no, she's pretty good throughout.
Heimerdinger.
Well, and then I was going to say, but really, if someone went, not going to count Vi, right? She like steals from people and blah blah. And it's like, I mean, how do we what if you commit one immoral act, you're not a good person? You know, like it's a little bit more complicated than that. But anyway, let's see exactly who maybe we're referencing. I don't know, because if it's Jinx, like, yeah, I mean, you got it dead to rights on that one, I suppose.
Arcane opens with a group of kids breaking into someone else's apartment and stealing everything they can. One of the kids, Powder, takes a sack of mysterious blue orbs from an obviously special case, and instead of simply pondering an orb or two when she gets home...
By the way, we're halfway done.
Yep.
We're halfway done.
Yep.
We're halfway, yeah.
She drops one in her hurry to escape.
Okay.
It explodes.
Which is, by the way, just so we're clear, not her fault. That's not a moral act.
You cannot criticize her for that. She had no fucking clue those things were going to fucking explode.
Yeah, the moral act so far is theft, I guess.
Yes.
That is a moral act, yeah.
And you can say as a consequence of her attempt at thievery, there's an
like,
explosion, but the idea that she would have caused this like deliberately in any way, shape, or form is fucked. You can't say that.
Sort of becomes a theme with Powder. Thing is, I kind of hate all...
She accidentally drops orbs.
Well, she does blow up a bunch of them again.
Rags, you're acting in bad faith.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to agree with the
having
video
fun.
maker, all right?
I was having fun.
No, cruel Rags.
Fun is not
You're supposed to be a
I
little
was
fairy.
having fun. She's an orb dropper. She's a filthy fucking orb dropper. Don't defend her.
That really sounds like it means something, man. Like that, I don't know.
Orb
That sounds
dropper.
like... Yeah.
Some
It
horrific sex
just sort of
act.
rolls off the tongue in a way that you fucking orb dropper. Like, man, it just
dropper.
feels like a thing that people would be called.
Yes.
Breaking into my house, dropping my orbs.
Theme with Powder. Thing is, I kind of hate all these kids, and I don't particularly...
He hates Clagger
Why?
too? Like, I guess because they stole from Jace.
particularly love the guy who got robbed either. In the end,
Oh.
while the show's writing is surprisingly good for a show based on League of Legends, there are very few characters I actually
This is
care
an
about
utterly
at all.
worthless.
Yeah,
this
that's
is
you
worthless.
liking
This is
them.
actually this is
Yeah.
a worthless video.
This is a video about your shit taste. It's
The
not
main,
a video
uh,
about how the characters aren't good.
The main thrust of evidence is the opening scene where they rob Jace, and then he even takes the time to be like, I don't even like Jace really either. It's like,
How can you
okay.
argue that Jace is of poor moral standing? I guess there's like...
He got
Yeah.
robbed, the piece of shit.
He has that one moment where he's like, "Hey, fuck you."
His orbs
'cause
were
you-
droppable.
Fuck you if you're from. You can't trust people from the Undercity. And Victor's like, "I'm from the Undercity."
Yep.
And I think that's like the worst thing that Jace ever does is he says something that's a bit. Probably shouldn't have said that, mate.
well, and that's the thing. Like,
Says something that was
they-
simply too based.
are they too human? Is that the problem? You don't like seeing anyone do
Almost
anything
feels that
wrong?
way. Yeah.
Writing is
Doesn't-
surprisingly good for a show based on League of Legends. There are very few characters I actually care about at all, because most of them are just kind of horrible people. Thieves, killers, corrupt politicians. I'd love to...
So what about the ones that
I
aren't?
I cannot help but notice that you simply didn't highlight all of the very morally upstanding people.
It seems
I
convenient,
just
doesn't
couldn't
it?
help but notice that you
Well,
didn't.
He did.
mention
He
all of those
highlighted
characters.
Jace and then didn't say what his problem with him was. He was like, "I don't like him. Fuck him," and then moves on
Well,
from like the guy whose whole
we're
thing
not
is
gonna
like, "I want to
talk
root
about-
out corruption. I want to make technology that helps people. That's the whole point of my life. I just want to help people, get rid of corruption." It's like,
Why bitches got a life for views? I don't get it.
Oh, accidentally killed a kid. To be fair, I don't think you can hold that against Jace morally when, in terms of like, he's under attack, he's desperately trying to defend himself from being fucking murdered, and one of his shots hits a kid like that. I don't know how that would go in a court
yeah, it's not
exactly,
as-
but I mean,
It's not a moral thing, especially seeing how Jace reacts to that having happened.
yeah, it ruins him.
If anything, it shows that he's got a lot of moral conviction that he wants to stand up to, and that he wants to exude.
Yeah, like,
it's very.
If we're judging as
Very
the
telling.
bird's eye audience-y people, then we know that Jace did not want that to happen, and it changes his mind on war, like, entirely. So, call him a bad person after is a bit complicated, isn't it?
Thieves, killers, corrupt...
I also like that the main villain of the whole fucking season is being highlighted here. It's like, see, they're bad people. Like, yeah, he's there's some
the
bad
main
stuff,
villains are
bad.
bad. Yes.
politicians. I'd love to meet someone...
why was the only highlighted piece of evidence in this video? Powder. She dropped a thing by mistake and it blew up.
He spent more time with the orb dropping than the breaking into the apartment, which is usually
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's probably
But
bad, but
That's not actually
consider.
connected to his point.
I know, it's
That's-
almost like incidental. He accidentally sets up the thing that has a moral component to set up the orb droppery, which doesn't have one at all. And then he's just like, "We need to do more. He dropped orbs in the future. He would do." And like, I just.
Oh, and
What
as
is this video?
the super chat just highlighted, by the way, the image he used for politician is toy maker. He's just a guy who says like, which toy do you want to give as a gift? Remember? That's all that guy is. He's not anything else.
I was about to say, who is that guy? I didn't even like recognize him.
Thieves, killers, corrupt.
Yeah, that's just
You
guy
could have picked
who's
a better example of a corrupt politician.
Also, killers
Yeah.
doesn't mean you're immoral. Murderers does.
Yep. Well,
you can be a killer and be a good person.
I'll give it to him. I'm more like, because the funny part to me is like, yes, you use Silco, so I can infer what you mean, but at the same time, why the hell do you use Silco? Like, if you're trying to prove there are evil people in this show, why would show
it's
Emperor
like saying
Palpatine?
there's no good people in
It's like,
Star Wars
yeah.
and exactly Palpatine and Darth Vader and Boba Fett. Oh wait, but he's a changed man now, of course.
Yeah,
but
Rags,
how
he's a
he
good
used to
guy.
be, of course. Yeah, he's a good guy now. I almost forgot. He went on a long journey.
Politicians. I'd love to meet someone in season 2 who's actually worth rooting for. Who's with me?
Fuck off. Just fuck off. Come on, what are you doing?
What are you
What
doing?
is this?
Oh my god.
This clown world that we're in.
Interesting.
Like, it was
So
a bad point
dishonest.
made badly.
It was so dishonest. Like, you can't think of one moral how fucked is your moral compass if you can't watch a show like this and think and notice a good person? How fucked are you? Bizarre shit. That's
Yep.
insane. That's insane. What is it with Arcane and YouTube shorts that are just from the sample size of 2, they're crap.
Unfortunately, our Arcane coverage is not yet over. There's one more. So this one's kind of just
God
funny.
damn it.
It's a comment,
Damn you.
alright? And I think it just has to be appreciated all in one. It's quite a... It's just, I saw it after our Arcane coverage in our comment section, and I was like, what in the world does all of this mean? Free reign. Whoever wants to take it, you go right ahead.
I'll take this one.
Ah.
Oh. Well, I've learned this. Well, I've learned there's something wrong with me. I love Arcane and I love EFAP, but I couldn't listen to these streams. I can't bear all the platitudes. Did you see this part and how this was fantastic?
You missed a word
It just
there.
makes me cringe or think. I know.
That's my favorite platitude.
It makes me cringe. It just makes me cringe or think, well, duh. I guess I just prefer to listen to people criticize with accuracy rather than accurately praise. Anyway, yeah, Arcane is fantastic, but Steffu. This is a very
Arcane
confused
is
comment.
fantastic, but shut the fuck up.
Like,
Yeah,
it's
that
accurately
it was
praised.
important to me.
Shut up. What is that?
Just like, yeah,
So if
it's good, but
95%
shut the
of
fuck
something
up.
is good,
Like, what?
I mean, what?
Yeah, I'm confused by
Yeah,
this one.
So I sometimes think of the
What
comment
do you
section, I think some people write comments not expecting anybody to read it. It's just an expression of a thought they have, however unfiltered,
Right.
however
And then when you read
unrefined.
it, it's like, yeah.
Because I just read this, I was like, this sounds like just, you know this is just feelings floating around. You haven't made the thought yet, but you put it on the page. Anyway, Arcane is fantastic, but shut the fuck up with your accurate praise. Like, what?
It's
Yeah,
bizarre
so,
comment.
guys,
This is the most raw expression of humanity next to
Octopus
bathroom
Man.
stall graffiti.
So of all of the, what is your favorite platitude? Is it like a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, or fortune favors the bold, or OMG, look, did you see this part and how it was fantastic?
That's my favorite one.
Because that's my favorite platitude.
Yeah.
I've always loved that platitude. It's really great.
I don't know, yeah. But if this is just a matter of I prefer it when they criticize stuff, it's like, okay. That
Yeah,
makes
it's
more
fine.
sense.
Yeah, sure. Especially from an entertainment point of view, I see what you mean. But and we did criticize this accurately. There were some things in here that the show kind of faltered a bit, but for the most part, it was praised because it's a very, very, very good show, and there's a lot to praise, and it's good to explain why those things are praiseworthy.
And now we're done with Arcane, okay? We're jumping
Okay.
over
Thank God. I can't take another short.
I realize these probably should have been moved to earlier because it would have made a little bit more sense. But we're going to Halo for just a little bit. And
Yay.
first of all, Halo Infinite. I feel like you're the one that should read
We're
this.
gonna
I don't know. It just
circle
feels right.
around back to Halo.
This is a Steam review of Halo Infinite, or rather, a forum post on there. I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe that. Anyway, let's take a look, shall we?
So, titled "Complaining About Halo Infinite." Is like going to a concert, getting extremely mad because the beer is expensive and the selection too small to get drunk without overpaying, and then complaining loudly about it throughout the entire band's set to people who are too busy enjoying the music and smart enough to know it's a better deal to get drunk at your local dive bar. Except substitute the beer for in-game skins, titles, achievements, etc. Yeah, they might be overpriced in a crappy deal, but the game itself is fun as hell. You don't go to concerts at huge venues just to get drunk. There are better options for that. This is a very confused, a very confused. Like, what is the sentiment that I'm
Analogy man strikes again.
Well, it's a pretty poor analogy because what is the substitute for the game? A different game, like a completely different game. I can't play Halo Infinite and then not get all of the microtransactions and the battle pass content. So like that's just stuffed.
Yeah, so the equivalent here would be going to a concert where you're not allowed to drink, right? Or without paying. You know, you can't get drunk beforehand. So a concert where they're talking about the beer is extremely expensive at a concert, right?
Yeah.
Well, you should just go somewhere cheaper to get drunk first if you want to get drunk at the concert. Well, that doesn't work. Because this concert is one where if you don't drink their beer, you can't
have
drink
to
anything.
drink it at their venue. Yeah, exactly.
This is
that's
saying,
a completely valid criticism.
Band. Yeah, this band is great. I love this band. Every time they release an album, it's got all of these songs, and there's a lot of great variety to the songs. And man, it's just been great. I love this band so much. Oh, the band's got another concert that they're doing. Sweet. I'm gonna go to the concert, and I go to the concert, and it's free admission. Wow, that's amazing. Oh, the band only has 2 songs that they play, and they're gonna keep playing these 2 songs over and over and over again. It's like, yeah, they're pretty decent songs, I guess. Sure, that's cool. There's only 2 songs, and the beer is super expensive, and all of the merchandise is
everything is super expensive.
Really, really overpriced. And normally the things you get for free at other concerts, I have to pay for them here. So that's kind of not too good. And also, I could have swore there was a lot more people at this concert a while ago, but I guess it's just a few of us left. And they're still playing the same 2 songs, but they say in a few months they'll have a 3rd song. So that's neat, I guess. There, that's your analogy. Fuck off.
And so was it, yeah, go somewhere else to get drunk. He said play a different game with extra steps, basically. Just, yeah, fine. Yeah. We'll take your analogy, just be like, fine. We'll do what we're all doing, which is playing other games.
Nobody's playing it.
Yeah, simple as that. I like the emotes here, a clown brain.
Clown brain.
Yeah, I guess he was having a lot of fun, and he wanted to talk about how much fun he was having, but everyone was like, fuck this game, it's bad for this reason, that reason, this reason, that. You know. Now, this has been brought up here and there, so I figure we may as well pop it on to make sure it was covered by us. The quote in relation to why it is that good old Master Chief has indeed removed the helmet and is continuing to remove the helmet. Here it is.
Pablo Schreiber on finally unmasking Master Chief in hashtag Halo the series at GetFandomGaming. In order to know a character, you kind of have to take the helmet off. It's not like in The Mandalorian where there's a rule by a deadline bit.ly/3NK5YSP.
Do they think we can't get to know the Mandalorian?
Yeah, there's so much to this.
It's a rule.
There's so much that's wrong with this.
Or the fact that there is a rule means that we can get to know him with the helmet on. That's how it works. If there's a rule, then it works in terms of storytelling.
Well, no, the rule is something that they made up.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's wrong on multiple levels. In order to know a character, you don't have to take their helmet off. You can absolutely communicate character with a faceless person. It's been done many times.
Especially if you have a voice and a body. Holy shit. Do you know how much power you have?
By the way, this applies to robots. who don't
It
have
applies to
the
robots,
ability to
yep.
express their face, right? They just have a static face, like Legion
Mhm.
from Mass
Oh,
Effect
name
and
a
things like
single
that.
character that's a robot. You can't.
Like
Legion's a really good
Tali,
example.
fucking Tali Zora Naraya. She wears a fucking mask the whole time. We don't know who the hell
Wally's
she
only
is.
got like eyes. He doesn't really have a mouth or anything. It's entirely in the eyes. But I
Who-
mean,
who's-
yeah,
So it's
Marvin the
her-
Martian. Marvin the Martian only has eyes.
Who's everyone's favorite character from Rogue One again? Yeah, the fucking robot.
Yeah.
If
And I
you
mean-
have, if
Yeah,
this is
does he have a
such
static face?
And also, like,
so, yeah.
unless
eyes
this is a
move.
criticism, well, unless this is a criticism of the Mandalorian, it must be necessarily. You must necessarily be implying that we can't get to know
No.
who Mando is.
No, there's
He
a rule.
says
this
there's
statement.
he says that there's a rule, so it's okay.
Yeah,
so
So
if
they
what
there's
I
a
made a
rule that you
rule.
can't
so
take the
let's put
helmet
it this
off.
way. What I think happened is he realized, oh shit, that's kind of like an underhanded insult to a show that we've often said that we've drawn some level of inspiration from.
Yeah.
Well, no, Mando, it's okay. I think that's what
because
happened.
there's a
here.
rule that they made up for that show, totally arbitrarily, that doesn't even make sense. It's a
What's that?
stupid rule, and they made it up.
And it's just awkward. You're implying that we don't know who Chief is in the games, like that we've got nothing on him, because we never see his face ever. I mean, you don't see Samus's face throughout like the vast majority of Metroid games.
But to be fair, Fringy, they haven't played the game, so how would they know that?
Wow, yeah, true.
That's what many people are mentioning. They're talking about this fucking weird guy in that Star Wars movie, the CP3,
Oh,
6,
C3PO,
whatever. Nobody really
All
knows
right.
who that
Well,
guy is. They forgot.
I thought you were gonna say
RD,
Darth Vader.
RD,
Yeah, what about Vader?
2D, right?
Okay,
R2.
If people are going to talk about the characters of the OT, no one's going to mention Vader or C-3PO. What can you even say as traits of those two? None. They had their masks on like the whole time almost.
I mean,
Black and
R2D2
yellow, black and
doesn't
yellow.
even, he can't even like speak. He just goes bloop 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 boop. But yet,
No,
Well,
none of them have
you know,
characters.
this, you know,
fucking
you know, this is
puppet.
really. I'm really frustrated as well because I've just realized that a medium I really enjoy is fucking audio drama. Like, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
see,
what's it like to enjoy a media that doesn't have characters, Jay?
Oh, it's great. I hate characters.
I like.
Well, the thing about that medium as well is that the main thing that you can't really do in that is well, visuals. But one thing that I find really doesn't work when they try to do it is action-based stories because you can't see any of it. I prefer the the more slowly paced, atmospheric, character-based stuff, and that's character-based. So yeah,
It's just
Someone in
statement.
Someone in chat said Isaac from Dead Space. However, in the first game, Isaac just doesn't have a character. He's not a character. He's a vessel for the player, essentially. Things happen
wouldn't use
around
him as an
He
example,
Hey,
doesn't-
hang on a second. What about us?
Well, I was doing the Isaac thing, right? So in Dead Space 2 and 3, he starts taking his helmet off a whole lot more, and they actually like make him a character who has thoughts and perspectives and things. So not a good example to use Isaac from Dead Space because in the first one, he's not a character.
You guys, a lot of you in chat have probably seen my face, but the rest of us here.
Well, it wouldn't matter if
Yeah,
they'd seen our
most people don't
faces
know
at
what
this
I mean.
point, because the whole point he's
Well, yeah.
making is that he's going to have the helmet off during dramatic scenes, right?
Wow. Well, then just that. It's off frequently.
But like, because obviously, if we'd seen his face static in an image for years, and then we see the whole show with it on, it's not like someone would say, "Oh, well, I know that's what he's talking about." It's like, no, he's talking specifically about taking it off all the time.
Yeah.
So what does this mean?
But like,
where there's a rule, as if his point about writing is subverted when a writer decides that they don't want to do it. It just completely undermines everything he just said.
Absolutely. Because this is just an offhand comment that wasn't thought through very well to defend a decision that was made in a show that was filmed a while ago.
And he
you
probably
can't
knows
change it.
all the fans did not want this for Master Chief.
I'm sure that he does know that, yeah. But it's not his choice.
No. So I don't know. Yeah, that is the justification for this when we all know very well that. And funnily enough,
It's a lack of imagination.
it's not Mando's helmet that makes him not have character.
No, it's that he isn't a character.
It's like he's an idiot, loser, fool. mask or not, helmet or not.
Oh, and for the record, we're not saying
Those-
Isaac has zero character in Dead Space. The fact that he takes action would characterize him. It's just that it's not really
Yeah,
worth
like
comparing
he-
him to someone like C-3PO.
Isaac in Dead Space 1 is virtually characterless. We're talking like bare minimum so that a story can happen kind of thing. They specifically talked about how in Dead Space 2 they were gonna humanize him more, give him like speaking lines, and because remember he doesn't have speaking lines in the first game. He goes
He's
and
silent.
ouch a lot, but he doesn't like have any lines, right? He's very blank in that sense.
Yeah.
And they went out of their way to Dead Space 2 and 3 give him a character, and you know. Also, the Dead Space remake's looking damn good.
I hope so.
Visually.
I feel like you and I will both jump on that, right, Rex?
Absolutely. Dead Space is one of my favorite games. I love the Dead Space series, so
Yeah.
I'm very happy to see that it's getting a remake that at least looks very impressive. So we will see how that goes, because Dead Space graphically it's all right. It's it's aged okay. So we'll see. I'd love to go back to the Ishimura with modern graphics and all that delicious lighting and shadows. And I'm ready. I'm
Nom, nom,
so
nom.
ready. Nom,
Is
nom, 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 nom. I'm
everyone
gonna eat it
familiar
up.
with Gal Gadot's cringy line from the on the Nile, that thing? No one's-
Yes, of course.
And all the champagne on the Nile.
So I
Or
was
to
gonna say
fill the
I probably don't
Nile.
need to play it, but I saw this underneath it and I was like, huh, it's just funny to think about this as a comment.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
So can we, as a collective, finally agree that Gal Gadot is one of the worst actresses currently out and has no right being in any movie, let alone being a lead? Basically true.
Like
However, consider, she is hot.
That's true.
It's just so strange, right? Because there's like a collective sort of refusal to admit she's a. Because remember when we did the arc for DC, or rather like the first half of it, second half coming eventually. The one thing that we like got straight away from Wonder Woman, the first one, was wow, her delivery for several lines, you know. And then of course there's some fast forwarding to Justice League where she's got some famously bad ones. Yeah, there's not. I'm not aware of any movie where she can deliver lines believably. She always comes across as though she's reading them from a page, and she never gets like inflections right. She just sort of blurts them out. And a big part of it is
text-to-speech robot.
she's
Who's been given the
stone-faced.
beta on inflection.
She's often
Yeah,
stone-faced. And the only explanation we can come up with is that she's been taught to be stone-faced. She's a model. That's how it works. But not when you're acting. You need that shit to move all over the place.
Someone in chat said she isn't that hot, Rags. Listen.
I mean,
she is
you are.
hot.
That is delusion. Like,
Post
I
face pics. Post face pics.
I understand that it's subjective, but let's be fucking clear. Gal Gadot is fucking smoking hot. All right.
That's the thing, like you don't have to want to bang Gal Gadot, right? Like that's allowed. Like no one has to want to be like to think that she is hot themselves, right? But you can't point at someone who is conventionally very attractive and be like, nah, they're not though.
Hey, look,
she's
just have to
very,
sell
very-
it. Some
she's
people don't find it hot,
definitely
alright?
hot,
They've all got a taste.
Definitely hot.
Some people are just it's not it for them, you know, and that's fine. Moving on, got a video that people wanted us to just check out because it's kind of funny because it kind of relates to how we've covered videos and stuff. But this video is called "Ad Transitions Are Getting Weirder."
Ad transitions are getting weird.
We may never know what truly happened on that fateful Thursday the 11th. But what we do know is that Dylan faces a lifetime in a dark, cold cell, an existence in an empty rectangle of a room, a lifetime in a dark, square space. Design a website that suits your needs.
That's
Is this
nice.
the guy
I like
that
that. Very good.
every video starts like every video essay starts like this?
I think so. He's done a lot of parody stuff, but that's great.
That's the guy who also did the Hassan parody ones.
Oh, the streamers from the 70s and 50s and stuff, is it?
Yeah.
That would make sense. But yeah, ad transitions are getting weird. Some of them are really clunky. I was actually made fun of in the recent Goodell bit. Was
Dude.
You ever think about gravitational physics or something like that? It's just like no, but okay.
If I ever think of an ad transition like that, I'm doing it. Like,
You can do it, and it doesn't even have to be real. I've done 2 or 4 ads. I think I've done pretty much 1 per Goodell and 2 on EFAP.
I think it's the rare context where it's funnier if it's real.
So the next topic. I don't know which one of you should read this one. This is a tweet from good old Movie Bob. He's the next topic.
Oh boy, this really is a multimedia medley. All right, let's click this link just so I make sure I get the whole. Okay.
I'm gonna
like
make it.
Kurosawa, I make mad. All right, tasty cooking isn't always pretty cooking. This double vacuum sealed marinade bag contains an entire chicken that's been fridge marinating in a mix of 3 different hot sauces, sriracha, and hot taco seasonings for 5 days. Tonight I roast with savory sausage stuffing. Fingers crossed.
I just like the bag that he just
the bag.
Things
It's
into.
like it's with duct tape.
It looks like a serial killer's storage for a head.
You weirdo. Do you not have a Tupperware container? And you said this hasn't been in the sink for 5 days?
So the fridge. He's been marinating it. It's preparing it for cooking, Rags, okay?
That's the chicken bag.
That's the chicken bag, yeah. Rags was the one that was confused, Jay, not me. I understand it. This is all very straightforward.
Yeah, it was just, I guess it was odd because it was in the sink and
It seems so appealing. His bag of chicken
is the duct tape. It looks like some sort of like a medical blood bag maybe you'd find in a video game. Some post-apocalyptic sort of like, oh yeah, this is a health kit. This will give you 30 health points. And you're like, I'd never use this in real life, but in video games I can't feel it or smell it, so it's okay.
Now to appreciate this back and forth. And I saw it, I was like, is this real?
Lol, you're obese. You're not a person. Wave.
If you call someone fat, you're not even like, not even the meanest. Like, lol, you're obese. Just like, all you got. All right, but it's like you're not a person. It's like, oh shit, we cracked this up.
Look at movie.
Use the wrong yaw.
Image of his.
You did use the
yes,
wrong
he's
yaw.
an intelligent man. Yeah.
Denying
That's the only thing I can focus on in this image. I can't see any other aspects of it.
He gets
looks
angry
like
on Twitter. To be
like
fair, this is pretty tame for him, actually.
He looks like a weird Pixar person.
I can kind of see that. Okay. Oh, it's a shame that he's not here. He may have. He's okay. We'll have to do a different one. Oh. I suppose we could do this one, but we're gonna have to do it quick. Okay. The idea here, and you're gonna have to.
Okay.
If you can boot up the stream, you guess you can see it. But we gotta choose what would Movie Bob have rated these movies. It's called Quib Gift: The Great Movie Bob Quiz. All right, but there's a decent chunk of them, so we're gonna have to go quick. Okay, have to go quick.
Okay. Okay, gotcha.
So if you get the stream up,
okay, let me press live. Let me click.
Our first one is Eternals. What did he rate Eternals?
Ooh, 9. He gave Eternals a 7.5.
I was gonna go with 8. Do we average out to 8 then, or?
I guess average out to 8.
Okay. Shang-Chi.
Well, it depends on what the other. What depends on what the other. What did you say, Jay?
I said 9. So
we
gotta
can
be fast.
Yeah, so we can go with 8.
Shang-Chi.
Yeah, we'll settle with 8.
I'm
gonna go with another 7.5.
I'll go with 7.
Probably, yeah. I can say 7.
I guess we'll call that 7 then.
Go with 7. Yeah, go with 7.
Venom: Let There Be Carnage. I'm gonna say
4.
6.
I guess I'll just go mid 5.
All right.
5 it is.
Kong and Godzilla fighting. What's that one?
6.
I'm gonna go with 8.5.
I was gonna go with 7. So should we call it 7?
7
'Cause
then.
I think I could see him
yeah, it's a good
arguing that
average.
like this movie knows
Good
what it
average.
is, sort of thing, you know.
Yeah.
Army of the Dead.
7.
I'm gonna pass on this one. I don't know enough about Army
God,
of the Dead.
it's so awful. Even I'm like, come on, movie bombers have hated it too, right? I'm gonna go 5, call it even, so we'll go with 6, I guess.
Yeah, I go with 6.
Wonder Woman 84.
Even.
Oh, I could see him
ooh.
loving
I
it.
could see-
That's
I
the
could see him
thing.
That's
defending
what I'm
this.
thinking. I'm
8.
gonna say 8.
All right. I'm actually gonna settle for that too. I feel like that's fair. Mulan.
7.
How do we all have like this movie mob sense where we're all basically on the same page?
I'm assuming we're all assuming on Mulan that he felt the need to defend this one too.
Yeah, he felt that he needed to defend it, but he didn't go too hard on it because, like, he does acknowledge that it has issues. But 7 is a good score for a film that he's defending, but he doesn't want to pretend it's perfect.
Next is The Call of the Wild, which is the Harrison Ford doggo movie.
No idea.
I didn't even know you would have seen it, so I'm just gonna go with like a 5. I don't know. Do you give one, Rag? Sorry, what was it?
Jay, well, I said 4. Jay, would you say above 5 or below 5?
I don't know. I know nothing about this movie.
Rate it
neither.
anyway. All you have to go on is
That's
it's Harrison
5.
Ford and a dog. Oh, so we got 4, 5, 5. So I guess it's 5. Dr. Dolittle, starring Robert Downey Jr.
6.
I'm gonna try and go for a low one here and say 3. I feel adventurous.
Think so?
Yeah, I feel
Ooh.
like he's got to give some low scores, right? So I'll go with 3 as well.
You know, I'm gonna change mine to 5. So
Sorry,
if you,
I
we're
just
at 4
stepped
then?
out for a second. Movie Bob said to someone, "You're not a person."
Yeah, well, they called him fat. Come on.
So, calm down.
Dude, he wanted to genocide all of Republicans or conservatives.
What is this? What's this rating system that we're doing here?
We're guessing
we are-
Movie Bob. We're actually halfway through, so now we're gonna have to average out 4 votes. Okay, so what did Movie Bob give Rise of Skywalker?
I have to pass on this one because I know what he gave Rise of Skywalker.
I'm gonna say, I think
Was it high? I'm trying to remember. Was it 9?
I can imagine him giving this a high one because he's kind of
Like a wild card. I think he did.
One is
say-
low, Rags.
I'm gonna say 7.5, 7.5.
I'm gonna go with 9. Frankie, what have you got?
Well, I said 2, but now I'm not sure.
I'm almost certain it's a high number. The thing is that's because
I'm
I'm a little bit biased, so we can average it out if you want. Call it like 5 or 6, I guess.
That's
or...
what we've been doing, yeah.
Sure.
We'll just call it 6. 1917.
7.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go with 8.
I feel like
I'm gonna go
what
with
his
9. I think
Ooh.
I
even
feel like he thinks
is
it's
like,
very
this is just
good, but he thinks that like, oh guys, come on, don't go crazy with it.
What do you reckon?
You know,
Frankie?
Yeah, I'm thinking he'll give it a 6.
I think
Ooh.
he'll give it a 9. I think this is one.
We
that
got
he'll
6,
actually
7, 8,
commit
9,
to
which
being
puts us at what? 7.5, which would be 8 then?
7.5.
Yeah, go up to 8.
All right.
That's fine with me.
Joker.
Yeah, I think he actually would.
Ooh, I could see him being mean to Joker.
ooh.
I can't remember the score I gave
3,
this.
3
It's
or
gonna be a
4.
2.
4.
3.
2.
I'd go with 5, so we'll
Pretty
go
4.
That'll be 4
4?
then.
Okay.
Average out, yeah.
Yeah.
Godzilla King of the Monsters.
Well, I'll probably give it like a 6 or a 5.
Yeah.
Let's do a 5. I'm gonna do a 5.
I'm happy
It's got
with
all
the
that
5.
human
I'm happy with
stuff.
5. Oh.
Yeah.
5, 5,
Well, I
5,
guess
7.
that still averages that. I guess I'll happily give it all to you as a 5.
Yeah, I think it's still yeah. Captain Plank. You probably rated this like a
9.
fucking 7.
8.
Yeah, I think he thinks it's a 7.
Okay.
I said 9.
Oh, so 7, 7, 8, 9, which means 8. All right.
I think
I
8.
think
Yeah.
so.
8. Yeah.
Aquaman.
I'm gonna go 5. No, I'm gonna go 6.
I'm gonna.
I'm gonna go 5.
I'll say 6.
6.
6. The 6s have it. Ant-Man and the Wasp.
5.
4.
I'll say 5.
I think I'm on a 4.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything for him to latch on to here, but nothing for him
Yeah.
to hate either.
Mm-hmm.
Solo.
6.
2.
8.
I guess
No,
I
he's
go.
only
Maybe,
eight.
no, 7. I think 7. I think you probably like this one, but not a crazy amount.
I think I was gonna go with 6 or 7. So
All right, I'll seed it to like a 7 then.
we doing wait.
Well,
So
if we're doing, I'm 6. We got a 2, 6, 7, and
oh, I said 6 or 7. So should we just call it 6?
Oh, we'll go 6 then. All
well,
right.
we could drop it to a 5 because of the 2.
Well, it seems like
No,
Fringy
I'm
doesn't want to
happy
stick to the 2.
to
I
a
don't know.
6. Yeah.
All right.
Black
I think
Panther.
I think I have a different impression.
I mean,
you gave
7,
that like a
10.
9, right?
Yeah, like a 9
this
or
will be the
10.
one I choose 10 for. I think.
I think, yeah, probably 10.
Wouldn't be
We got 2
surprised.
10s. I'm
I'm
7.
happy with the 10. Yeah.
You put on
You
a
maybe
9 then.
maybe he docked points for like the CGI in the second half.
You would. I feel like we're
Because I
getting.
know he has to
it's-
give it something.
It's gotta be 9 or
positive.
10, right?
You can put it at a 9. Yeah, if you guys are that high and I'm the low ball at 7, then just give it a 9.
All right.
Okay, we'll go 9.
Baby Driver.
Yeah.
I
7.
imagine he really liked it.
I'll give it an 8. I think is what he would do.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say 7. So
8.
we got 2 7s, 2 8s. So give it to 8.
Resident Evil: The Final Chapter.
I have no clue.
Huh. Well, let me.
We're at
in the
5.
mind
I
of
don't
movie
know.
is that what? Well,
How
let's.
about-
It's the. I'm trying to. My thought process is
I
if
go
I'm
with a
movie,
3.
what do I latch onto as my thing, right?
5. I feel like he didn't hate it, but he didn't like it either.
I feel like he wouldn't
So I
want
feel
to
like
praise
it's a
this
5.
too
In a
much, but he
movie
also wouldn't
like
want to just shit
this-
all over it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. In my mind, Movie Bob doesn't see this as a movie. Maybe he sees it as this is like a fun, silly movie that
Mhm.
doesn't have anything to say, which for him will put it a little bit above average, I think. Because it's not a movie with like any fucking message. So it's like a popcorn crunchy movie, which I think for him would be at a 5 or 6. So I'm gonna say, ooh, I'm torn between 5 and 6. What are you guys at?
I think I'm on a
Mm.
4.
I was gonna say 5.
I think I'm. Yeah, I'm happy to just call it a 5 because I'm
average out at a
cascading
5.
between all those numbers. So
Ghostbusters: The Whammon One.
8.
Like
8.
Yeah.
Yeah,
8.
I'm happy with 8. Yeah. Sausage Party.
I
Even
think
though
I'll
it
go
does
with a
star
3.
food, I'm gonna go with 4.
Yeah, I'll be happy on
Yeah.
4. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let us see what happens. That is all the questions
Ooh, I'm
done.
so excited! I'm so excited! Oh man,
Is
because we haven't covered him in a while, so I hope I'm not rusty on my movie Bob.
Well, these are all
Empathy.
like old movies though. So like if he's changed, then
Sort of.
that would
He
throw off
hasn't
our movie
changed.
Bob sense.
He hasn't
Maybe-
changed. If anything, he's
Maybe
gotten
there are
worse.
ways. Well, that would be a form of change, the Rags. I don't mean like if he's
suppose,
improved. I mean if he's changed in any way at
If-
all,
I'm
that would
saying
throw
if
off
he's
our
changed,
movie
it
Bob
would be
sense for the
worse.
older movie Bob.
I don't think he's changed. I really don't. I don't think he has a personality that will allow him to change.
It would be cool if they gave you.
I assume there are ways in which he changes, but they don't affect the core
mean,
that
he
we
get
know to
larger.
be movie Bob.
It would be cool if this gave you points based on the proximity to the correct answer. But let us go through. We have.
All right.
We said Eternals was an 8. Turns out it was an 8. Nice.
Oh, nice.
We said
Look at us
Shang-Chi
go.
was a 7. Turns out it was an 8. Incorrect.
Okay.
Oh, pretty good.
We're very
Nice.
close.
We said Venom was
Yeah.
a 5. Gave it a 6.
Oh,
close
we're doing
again.
pretty good.
I think we're
Yeah,
doing
we're
pretty
doing
good so
well.
far. We said 7 for Godzilla vs. Kong. We were correct. What was the 7?
Look at us fucking go, man.
right.
Army of the Dead, we put
Okay.
at 6. His answer was 7.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
Not bad. Wonder Woman
Nice.
84, we said he'd give it an 8. The correct answer is 4. I'm surprised.
Oh,
wow.
that one didn't.
That is
That one
a
didn't
surprise.
slip by him. He
Yeah,
noticed.
Yeah, he noticed.
He noticed Wonder Woman 84.
We said 7 for Mulan. It was 6. Pretty close.
Man.
Oh, one off. Nice.
Yeah, close.
We went with 5 for the fucking Harrison Ford Doggo movie. It turns out it was 8.
8. Holy shit.
Yeah, I guess maybe that movie's
Wow,
real good. I
I'm
don't know.
legitimately surprised. I'm legit surprised.
should-
I don't know
We
anything
should
about
watch
it.
it based
Oh.
on movie
commercial.
Bob's recommendation.
Doolittle, we gave a 4. Turns out it was 3.
Oh,
Yeah,
close
close.
again. Nice.
Rise of Skywalker. We guessed
Ooh.
6. It was 8.
Oh, what?
What?
Why?
He gave it an.
Why?
He gave an 8.
He
I
gave
don't
Why?
know, man.
Rise
I
of
don't know how to
Skywalker-
explain
I
this
know
to
that
you.
because I keep
Was he
referencing
memeing?
films that he's given Rise of. No, basically his entire video is on the crux that guys, calm down. It's not that bad.
Okay.
But it is, though.
It's not
It's
that bad,
fine.
8.
Well, no, his conclusion ends with, guys, you're overhating this. It's really not that bad. It's fine. 8 out of 10.
Okay, 1917. We said he'd guess 8. He gave 7.
Wow, we
Okay,
are
still
real
one
close.
off.
Joker, we said 4. He
close.
gave 4.
Low, yeah.
Oh,
Yep, we knew it. He couldn't like that. You're
So,
not allowed
hang
to
on, just
say
to be
that one's
clear,
good.
The Rise of Skywalker is better than 1917 and Joker.
By 4. Yeah.
Godzilla King of the Monsters. We said he'd give 5. He gave 10.
what?
That's our
gotta be a
first
meme.
full-on
That's
miss.
gotta be a meme.
I'm curious
We
if that's a meme answer, because, like, King of the Monsters is definitely worse than Godzilla vs. Kong for the aspect of insanity, from what I understand, and monster fights. Like, so I don't know why he would rate this 10.
I'm sure he has a justification
my-
for it. I imagine he just says, like, something like, oh yeah, Godzilla vs. Kong, it was, like, embarrassed to be a monster movie, but this, it knows it's a monster movie and it knows
embraced
it's
it.
stupid.
That's what my thought process was. The first one, he's like, oh, it's just meh. And we get some monsters here and there, but it's mostly human crap and it's dumb. And then the next one comes out and it's like, this knows what it's trying to be.
Captain Plank. We said he'd give it an 8. He gave it a 7. Oh, just
Oh,
close.
man, so close.
Off by 1.
Aquaman. We said he'd give it a 6. He gave it a 6.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, ding, ding, ding.
Ant-Man and the Wasp. We said 5. He said 6. Damn, dude.
All
I think
right.
we've done
Damn,
really
close.
well.
Yeah.
We're doing
We
really
only have,
damn
like,
good.
we have one miss, and that's it.
Like one, yeah,
Like,
because
so far.
the other, when you're off by 1, it feels like it should be a win, honestly.
Yeah.
And the dog movie, I
we've
haven't even
been off
none
by
of us
more
have
than
seen,
one.
So
Anything other than that. And to be fair, that is the outlier in his scores, because, like, he gave the other Godzilla movie the thing that we expected him to.
Yeah. Solo.
yeah.
We guessed he'd give it a 6, and he did.
Okay. Oh,
Yay.
nice. Yeah.
Black Panther. We said he'd give it a 9. He gave it an 8.
Racist.
Oh, so close. We had the right workings. We
Wow.
just didn't have the right answer.
Very close.
Baby Driver. We said he'd give it an 8. He gave it a 7.
Wow.
Another close
We're
one.
nailing this,
Seriously,
though,
we know
like-
him really well, apparently.
For how little we actually cover him, we do know him shockingly well.
We said he would give Resident Evil Final Chapter a 5. He gave it a 5.
God damn.
Oh, we nailed it. And we thought that one would be tough.
Ghostbusters the Whammon one. We thought 8.
Okay.
He gave it a 6. Damn.
Oh, 2 off.
I mean, still, I'm
Two
genuinely
off.
surprised. I would have thought you would pump those numbers. I didn't think you'd give it a 6.
No,
I'm
I'm really
am
surprised.
Yeah, we're
So
still
we
on
can
the correct side
confirm-
of 5, though.
Rise of Skywalker is better than Ghostbusters 2016.
Yes. And Sausage Party, we
Both
said he'd
of
give
them
it
are better
4.
than Joker.
Gave it a 7.
Oh,
A 7, really? Wow,
Wow.
he really does like food.
I guess so.
So we have 2 pretty big misses, and then 1 small miss, and then the rest were, like, within 1. So I'm very happy with that.
I think that if we're within 1, I'm happy to count that as like a right
Yeah.
answer.
And I think if we count all the ones we were within 1, we got, like, close to a fucking winning just
I
golden
would say
score.
How many questions were there?
yeah, we did really well.
I think we only
did
got
really
3
well.
wrong.
There were
like,
22.
by any scale.
We did. So we got
We did
19
damn
out of
good.
22.
Oh, that's an
We
A
know we
plus
got better than he
easily.
did.
Gotta be.
Mhm.
I absolutely believe that if Movie Bob took this quiz, we would do better than he did.
Dude, we could tell you what Movie Bob would rate a movie if he's never even seen it.
Within the accuracy of 1 point.
Yeah.
we will be able to tell you. To be fair, a lot of my considerations about his ratings were just what these movies were culturally rather than what's in them.
Yep. Yeah.
Yes,
Exactly.
that's a huge
'cause-
part of what my guesses were. Is like what message can he kind of attach himself to, and what in it is a message he wants to that repulses him.
We know his priorities. We know, culturally what happened. Relating his priorities to that. We know the kind of thing that he's also gonna if a movie is really popular, I think that tones down in his score, and if it's really unpopular, it tones up his score because he is a contrarian. He does the thing. No, you know what he's doing? He's basically doing the thing of when you see that a thing is like has like 1 out of 10, you think it's actually a 5, but you give it a 10 to balance out the score. That's like definitely what he does. But he does. I don't think he realizes that's what he's doing. I think, but like that's the only way he can say, yeah, Rise of Skywalker, it's fine, not that bad, 8.
Also, I can use the loot. I'll be right back. Keep
Damn it.
talking about Movie Bob while I'm gone.
Well, we gotta wait until everyone's here for the next bit. So now we just gotta talk more about Movie Bob, I guess. Yeah, go ahead.
You think he's happy?
He looks happy in
think
his
he's
little
happy?
Twitter picture, doesn't he?
Sure, but is that a true
I think he's
reflection?
probably angry.
Do you think that would be
Well-
a good way to describe Movie Bob?
He had that tweet once where he
Yes.
said, Republicans stole my future from me, and he was referring to us being
Yeah.
on Mars with robot legs and stuff.
I think
What,
that,
that,
like-
that because Republicans got in, that it was less likely that we were going to be on Mars with robot legs.
If we got all of the non-Republicans in, we would have colonized Mars by now fully, and we would have
I
all
mean,
been transhumanists.
But like the problem, I mean, that's like it seems like generally it's hard to get governments invested in long-term projects like space because it's hard to deliver results for that in 4 to 8 years.
Well, okay, that's your theory. He's said many times it's about stupid people.
That is
and if
my
we
theory,
get-
but you know what? I would wager that I have much more of an investment and interest in space exploration than Movie Bob does.
No,
maybe
so
not.
he's already explained it. He said that if we just got rid of stupid people, we'd probably be okay.
What do you mean, got rid of them? What does that mean? Get
Well,
rid of them?
Kill all the
Like
conservatives.
if they weren't around anymore.
That's what he suggested. If we just got rid of the conservatives, Thanos snapped the
Can you help me out?
conservatives.
Because I feel like I've seen that tweet, but it's at this point kind of a haze. What did he say specifically?
I think he said, like, just do what Thanos did, but with conservatives.
Why would he say that? And like post that on a
Why
public
would he say it?
platform?
Because he thinks that'll save the world.
How does he not have the thing that stops him? Like, wait a minute, that's pretty fucking evil. Like,
Wait a minute, am I Palpatine? Like, what's happening?
man, he needs to, because when he says something like "Republicans stole my future," that feels like I always find it. I don't know, man. Like, give yourself a little bit more agency in life. Like that, if the political party gets in that you don't like it's not you. I don't know. Like, just find a way to keep moving forward.
Well, no, right. You've got to. I feel like if you're going to make a claim like that, you've got to talk about what policy did they enact that actually affected you, and what were the tangible effects of that policy,
specific
right?
policies, not just vague generalities. But also, like,
Because I don't.
you gotta get used to
let's
this.
go, Fringy. If the Democrats had been elected consecutively for the last,
16
however
years,
many,
I guess it would have been.
yeah, right, we would definitely be on Mars with robot legs, right?
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah,
not.
At least, okay,
Wait,
at
what do you
least
mean?
the robot legs. We would have gotten the
At
robot
least
legs.
the robot. Well, we're getting the robot legs. The robot legs are happening no matter what. We're definitely going to get the robot legs.
Yeah, we
As
would have
for
had them by now.
colonizing-
We would all have robot legs, but we don't, do we? So there.
I mean, but like, does Bob, like, is he really invested in robot legs? Like, is that
What's
something that
interesting-
really matters to him?
Who
What's
isn't?
interesting to me is like the people that seem most interested in colonizing Mars are like the Elonites, and they generally seem to lean conservative in my experience.
So I'm just going to say, like, I'm way more interested in the moon than Mars at the moment. Mars is really far away. It's going to be incredibly difficult logistically to go
Yeah.
there to maintain a moon base.
Well-
No, base a Mars base. The moon's right there. Really,
Venus is also more practical than Mars.
Venus is more practical than Mars for like
Hmm.
certain aspects, but like obviously we can never go
Well,
on the surface of Venus.
Yeah.
Oh, with that attitude.
Wow, people are
Establishing
bragging
a
that they got
base,
their
it's
robot
much
legs
more,
already.
It's much more practical.
What, like in terms of an orbital base?
Yeah.
There's no protection from radiation on the moon, though. There's very little on Mars too. Mars has an incredibly thin atmosphere.
Yeah, you need to live underground on Mars.
Mars has
Like
a
a
really
goblin?
fine dust that's filled with a lot of dangerous chemicals. You got to deal with those Martian storms. On the moon, the main thing you got to worry about is asteroid impacts. But if you build in a cave or something, that's always an option. And also, the moon is super rich in resources that may well prove to be useful to us in the future. I think the main one is aside from like rare earth metals, is helium-3 that's like theoretically going to be useful in fusion if that's possible.
Another thing about Venus is there are so correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, chat, but if you have an orbital base, there is the correct layer in the atmosphere. You have got livable temperature, the correct atmospheric pressure, and it is non-toxic. That's the one I'm least confident on, but I think it's non-toxic. But so if you had an orbital, just a floating habitat in that level of atmosphere, if there was, say, a leak, then some just gas would leak in, but there wouldn't be any effect, like any ill effect beyond just losing oxygen very slowly. Effectively, you would have a habitat on another planet where you could open a window if you wanted, but you'd have to close it before the air. But the air wouldn't be sucked out or anything. Correct pressure.
Hmm.
You sure about that?
The one I'm not sure about is non-toxic. But that's frankly the least important one. If you've got the temperature right and the pressure, then a leak. Okay, then you've got some toxic stuff inside that you don't want to breathe. But ultimately, that makes the leak incredibly easy to plug. The leak isn't catastrophic. The leak isn't ripping apart your habitat or anything. It's not sucking out all the air incredibly quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the pressure difference that causes that.
Jay, would you like to read this next one? Mainly
Sure.
because I want to see if you can get through the whole thing
Next
without
one.
breaking up. With laughter. I don't know. I think I may have shown you this before, but whoever's seen this before, it's fun to see it more than once. There's a subreddit called Confessions, and some people just post stuff there. I don't know if it's real. I certainly hope it is.
Okay.
And, yeah, someone just posted the little thing, and just give it a little read. Just give it a little read.
I remember this. You showed me this.
I like to creep around my home and act like a goblin. I don't know why, but I just enjoy doing this. Maybe it's my way of dealing with stress or something, but I just do it around once every week. Generally, I'll carry around a snack and creep around in a sort of crouch walking position making goblin noises. Then I'll walk around my house and pick up various different trinkets and put them in my bag while saying stuff like, "I'll be having that," and laughing maniacally in my goblin voice. Trinkets can include anything from shit I found on the ground to cutlery and other utensils. The other day I was talking with my neighbors and they mentioned hearing weird noises like what I wrote about, and I was just internally screaming the entire conversation. I'm 99% sure they don't know it's me, but God, that 1% chance is seriously weighing on my mind.
I so very much hope this is true. I can see it right now. I can see.
Oh, this is absolutely true.
This was written by Mauler. Mauler lurking around after he turns off EFAP, just
being a little loot goblin
with a little rucksack.
Don't knock
Someone
it till you
needs
try
to draw
it.
that.
So this is the kind of thing I would do alone, but the thing is, I would only do it once. I would be like, I would just get in a weird mood, and I would pretend to be a goblin alone in the house. I would absolutely do that once, but I never make a habit of any of those weird little things I do.
It's such a weird, specific thing that it just feels like it has to be real. Please be real.
No, I fully 100% believe this. This feels like God, chat. You guys. So there are people in chat who just do weird things sometimes when you're alone, right?
Everybody does weird things, probably to some extent, that are unconventional when they're alone.
Things that there is broadly no reason for you to do.
Just because you feel like it.
Yeah, just like, oh, I'm alone. I can go, and no one can.
Or be a goblin, you know?
No one will say anything.
Like a goblin.
It's just a goblin is a funny word. It just is. Like
I remember realizing.
Funny word. I love it.
I remember realizing once I was alone in like a house that was like really a long distance away from anything. So not only could I be weird, I could do it as loudly as I chose.
There's a reason why
I just made the loudest sounds I could.
Can you imagine if someone just, I don't know, they thought they were alone and they just screamed for some reason?
Just like they're playing a video game and went, ah! Like at the top of their lungs.
Well, I've done that.
What? But what? Just because you thought you were alone, or just?
Well, I didn't. I wasn't even playing a game. I didn't have a reason to it. I was alone. I mean, I believe I was. I still do believe I was alone. In I can't remember what context.
Could
What
have been
reason?
a little
Must have been
goblin
like a
hanging around. Yeah.
Must have been on a holiday somewhere secluded or something, right? Where I had, for whatever reason, been left alone in the accommodation, and I was just like, I will make the loudest noise I can. And I did, and it was very fun.
Well, I mean, there's usually the awkward thing. I don't know. Do you guys talk to yourselves like sometimes?
All the fucking time. All the goddamn time.
I don't feel so alone now. The good.
What I'll do is I'll have like an internal monologue and like a conversation I'm imagining will like appear in my brain. I'm like just imagining a conversation between like two people or myself and another person, and then for some reason I'll just say one of the lines of dialogue myself.
I do that sometimes. Sometimes I do that in environments where other people
test out voices a lot. Does that count as talking to yourself? I guess it does.
I guess so.
No, there needs to be a level of weird delusion to it, I think, to make it talking to yourself.
It's always something like that's just like vague and makes no sense out of context. Like, I'll just be walking around, right, and just in my house, and I'll be going, he will never expect that, and then I'll just carry on with my business.
Yeah.
Well, something I've noticed is sometimes
I get it.
I'll like for whatever reason, I'll be thinking of dialogue and the stories that I'm never going to finish writing, and I'll just start saying it when I'm meant to be thinking it. It's just a little bit awkward. But it's, hey, look, all right, it's when the internal monologue leaks into the real world.
Well, I've been doing a lot of my thinking about my vampire stories recently, so a lot of them are recently about blood and vampires.
Well, I'm sure that bodes well.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's genuinely. I've just read the real one. I have a real example. I was thinking through a conversation of the two characters might have in this world, and the only thing that I said out loud was, "I need blood."
You just wanted to hear yourself say that you need blood. Sometimes there's something blood. I don't know. Sometimes just being able to say something out loud.
I like to imagine that the FBI agent or whatever was just like, okay.
The FBI agent.
It's like the rookie cop's like, isn't that enough? It's like, it's not enough. We need more. We have to wait. What else to say?
I don't think I've ever heard Jay and Friggy interact before. You must be new here. What are you talking about?
What do you think it's like Frodo and Legolas, where the only thing that Legolas ever says to Frodo is "and my bow,"
yeah,
and my bow, and that's it, and they just never say anything. They're around each other for most of the movie, but they just never speak.
Like Legolas shows up at the end, he's just like, "Oh man, yes, yeah,
oh dear, it's you."
Yeah.
What's weird about that to me is that they said this in the chat of a stream that we've both been on for
several hours.
For 7 hours.
And this is putting past all of the other times that we've interacted over the course of years.
You were in all three of the arcade ones
together.
There was a whole meme about how Jay was on for like every episode in a row for a while. Like, what? I guess Friggy wasn't there for those ones, you know?
Well,
anyway.
we also have done other stuff together outside of EFAP, but I guess that's less relevant.
Nope.
Or just like hanging out in a conversation.
But they didn't hear it.
Shut up, shut up. If I can't hear you, it's not illegal.
You've been on my channel a few times. I've been on your streams a few times.
Well,
you
let's
know.
put it this way. We don't need to rationalize. Like, you're just wrong. Like, whoever said that.
They might be right. They said they don't.
Well,
no, they for all we know, they're right. All they said was they don't think they've ever heard us interact before. Maybe
I guess that
they've just missed it.
They just jumped in right now. Like, they just jumped in at this very moment. They're like,
the guy's like, this is my first EFAP episode. What?
Talking to themselves.
It would make sense.
Well,
I guess
they just
coincidentally.
True. They're just coincidentally like fans of both our channels, and this is their first EFAP episode.
Maybe, yeah. Fringy Simpsons reference. You already got. Oh, it's not Go. You just got it. It's Homer.
Sweet.
Doing his taxes. What was it that Flanders said, "Oh, taxes pay for like rainbow, sunshine, and people who just don't feel like working." God bless him.
That's a great Flanders quote.
Yeah, wow, and then the part when it's like, it's the last day, they're all getting their taxes, and it's like, why did you leave your taxes until the last day? Krusty's like, "'Cause I'm an idiot." Happy. It's like, of course, not everyone is an idiot. Some of us sent our files to our accountants months ago, and then Kent's accountant, "Oh, does anyone have a calculator?" Just there with all of these papers.
One of my favorites is that, like, it's just Homer going, "Look at these morons, I did my taxes over a year ago."
I did them last year.
Anyway, you guys ready for the next part?
Yep.
Oh, don't worry, it's not the whole video.
Eternals, far from the greatest Marvel movie.
Where is timestamperoo? 3:30. Okay. This was shared on the Discord, and I was like, that's pretty funny. I'm gonna throw it into the medley. So this is a part of someone's review of Eternals. Alright, here we go.
Okay.
As much as I wanted to say this movie is a masterpiece, there is just some stuff that doesn't work, and I would definitely change some things. And that's why I'm going to explain how I would make Eternals the greatest Marvel movie. I got you there, eh? First off, I'm not a screenwriter. I'm sick of people who haven't written a script in their life thinking that they could do better than established filmmakers with years.
Wait. Hang on.
What?
So that feels like
The interesting part isn't here yet, but
I don't see how these two statements can be.
Yeah, because this is a shit point.
He's clearly about to deliver the line. He's clearly about to deliver the line, but I'm gonna do this for this reason. No, but I think, there's no.
But special pleading.
These two statements can't coexist. I could do better, but I hate it when people think that they could do better.
Well, it's a really easy sentiment for someone to express. Well, of course, like you, some random person, can't write better than a screenwriter. It's like, well, maybe you could. I don't know. Maybe you could.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't think you've ever been
especially when we're looking at
so quit criticizing.
Especially when we're looking at what's being pushed out of Hollywood at the moment.
I thought you were going to highlight the fact that he said he's annoyed at people who think they can do a better job. When he's highlighting on screen, someone saying, please remake it. And they haven't specified here who should do it. They just said they want someone to remake it.
Of which, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Which is kind of a different thing.
That's just saying, I don't like it, please try again.
Which, yes, I think the most popular one for that was Season 8 of Game of Thrones. I actually thought maybe there was a chance they would do it.
Now I'm thinking about something. I remember when Mass Effect 3 came out and everybody hated the ending. I remember a video, it was Colin Moriarty when he was working at IGN, that like he disliked the sentiment of "I didn't like it, make it again" as like an expression of a perspective. That like you should kind of just accept the story that you've been presented because it's what they wanted to do. I feel like that's another one of those like instantly agreeable ones where it's like, well, no, like I think it sucks. Yeah, that was your idea, and that's cool and all, but I hate it. Like,
well, it literally happened. If there were people out there who despised all of the extended universe content, they're like, I hate where Luke has gone, I hate where Leia has gone, please do it again. Then they go, we've decanonized it, we're releasing movies. Be like, oh, sweet, we get another chance. And that person was probably really happy with the result. But you see what I mean? Like, there's a sense of what is canon, what is it. It's totally, Disney could have done it. They could have decanonized all the sequels and said, we're going to do them again. They could. You know, like the idea that it's too offensive or unreal or just like, come on, it's the story they made. It's like,
I guess there's a sense that it's capitulating, right? That you've compromised the artistic integrity by capitulating to popular demand.
What do you think Disney would do
created this divide between fans and creators, like we're supposed to be at odds with each other, that kind of thing.
If a wizard came up to Disney and said, if they remake the sequels, it'll be guaranteed 10 trillion, I'm pretty sure they'd do it.
Yeah, of course they would,
Absolutely,
but that would just be because of money.
I wonder what their price would be, but if they said, like, you've got to decanonize the sequels and remake them, and I will make sure they end up being, you know, super profitable.
Surely, it would just be whatever can confirm the net profit. Because, right, the reason that they don't remake every movie they've ever made is that they know that, like, after the fucking 10th remake of the same movie, that people probably wouldn't go out for it anymore.
You say that.
Like, the 10th...
But if the profit were, let's say, 10 million, and it's like, is that worth the compromise?
So if they realized that all they had to do was release a new remake of fucking Lion King every year, then they would. And if that was a very profitable strategy, then of course that's what they do.
Well, but there's a certain amount of profit they're looking for, right? Like, that's kind of what I'm saying. I wonder what the price would be to make them do it, because they have to weigh up the image of being like, yes, we're decanonizing our work because people hate it.
Ultimately, the image is something that is just another factor for profit, right? That
yeah,
and also, So yeah,
so they'd have to weigh it up.
If they thought, because I mean, they put the concentration camp in the credits of their Mulan thing. I don't think they thought that would do well for their image. I thought at best they thought no one would notice.
And to clarify, someone could be like, well, why wouldn't they just do the alternate timelines to shit? Be like, this is an alternate episode. I was like, well, so as part of the deal, they are forced to, decanonize. That's like the requirement.
Well, are they going to do the same thing? It's like, this is Legends now?
Sure,
or are they literally going to say this doesn't count?
Actually, fuck it, yeah, let's go hardcore. They go, no, they don't exist in any way, shape, or form. We're scrubbing them from fucking existence. If you have the Blu-rays, good luck. They're not going to be on any streaming service. That's all you got. They're going to erase them from history. Yeah, I wonder how much profit to be promised would make them do it. I don't know.
At that point, they'd be stepping on actors, right? They'd be.
Well, there's within their rights to do it, right?
That. Oh yeah, they are.
This is what I'm saying. There'd be I'm sure accountants everywhere would be like, okay, you got to weigh up the fact that you're going to do this. This wizard has said what, 50 million profits? Like, I don't know. I don't know if that'll be worth it in the long run for all of this.
Can we buy the wizard?
Anyway, funnily enough, that's so yeah, he said that. I'll roll him back a little bit as well. Let's see where he goes.
Marvel movie. I got you there, eh? First off, I'm not a screenwriter. I'm sick of people who haven't written a script in their life thinking that they could do better than established filmmakers with years of experience. If I was in charge, I would explain every single thing to the audience.
Oh, that's
and
yours.
Nothing to the imagination.
Yep.
Some people don't grasp how.
Mystery boxes are great writing, guys.
Why do you feel like you have the right to criticize Mauler's capacity to give suggestions on writing either?
Yeah, he screenwrote a fucking video.
Well, it's so weird, right?
Because we do this, right? I hate the idea that people think that they can tell established critics who have been at it for years that they can do better.
Yeah, I've been criticizing for before you were born, boy. You can't be doing this. Yeah, let's not go down that road. But also, you have no idea how many stories I've written or screenplays I've given out. I could be under a fake name. Could be ones I kept to myself or pushed around to different people of high positions. It could be that some of them have been made into movies. How would you know for sure? And if I revealed that to be true, if I said, guys, turns out I'm Michael Bay, and you're like, whoa, would you then be like, oh, I really respect your filmography, dude? Like, no. You'd be like, oh, you made. Man, do you hate Transformers? Like the show? I'd be like, no. I had a lot of fun making them. It's such a bad argument, and it's so weird. It's out of left field. I very rarely do any kind of script editing in my videos, and if they usually tweaks to a scene to only to prove you didn't have to do the contrivance or you didn't have to do the poor dialogue. I'm trying to be like, look, you could do this that achieves this and this. Like I oftentimes want to be able to maintain the scene as they intended, just to try and prove that it's possible. It was because if you remember, a lot of people will defend certain bad writing as being like, well, what else can they do? Like they're stuck here or something. There's a lot of that for Rise of Skywalker, right?
We have a lot of imaginationally stunted people, you could say.
I'd be disappointed if you were Michael Bay. Well, that's kind of my point. I don't think it increases my pedigree.
It's just an outlet. It's just an outlet for Mauler who wants to make those movies, and it's just for funsies, Get it out of his system.
I would explain every single thing to the audience and leave nothing to the imagination.
It's definitely not my preference.
He's zooming in. Yeah, he's zooming into the angry white man because that's what you are.
That's me. I'm Hux.
People don't grasp how hard it is to make anything, and that it's only easy
to
critique.
Yeah, it's kind of like how you don't grasp how hard it is to make a long form critique of TLJ, I guess.
Yeah, you suck.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of fair, but at the same time, I usually try and focus on writing, and I try to avoid saying, like, nobody put any effort into any part of the production. Jesus.
That's absurd.
Yeah,
it's really impossible to say that about any film. It feels like pretty much with every film, you're always going to have people who are working incredibly hard.
Yeah. We often lament the fact that a lot of these graphic artists and CGI magicians and musicians and all these people makeup and costumes. They pour their heart and souls into these projects, and then they hire some fucking clowns to write the
So
script, and it's all for nothing.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Wondering,
Oh, go for it. Go for it.
I'm specifically wondering who he has in mind. What is he saying all of this?
Me.
I'm not sure. Well, I guess.
Wait, are you sure?
So you specifically referenced me. I figure that me is one of the people at
Wait,
least.
Did he show you a video? Or?
But I mean, I guess it feels like he.
Did you not see that bit?
A lot of the
Don't worry,
really
my last
talented, a lot of the really talented like creators who we sort of recognize, like. I mean, it's a common one from Jackie Chan, right? You're not going to go around to every theater and explain how hard you worked and how it took too long to get this shot, so you gave up and did something else. Like, you're not going to go around and I was rewatching the Bungie stuff. Something that God damn, I've totally forgot his name. Oh, I can't believe that Jones, Jason Jones, where he just talks about like. At the end of the day, nobody really cares like how hard you work. They don't care if it took you like an hour, if it took you like 6 years, and I think he said like 6 years and 20 gallons of blood. Nobody really cares how hard you worked at the end of the day. All they care about is like what you've created. It's kind of an attitude that's super important to have when it comes to creating anything, because it just puts things into perspective. Like, I'm sure people appreciate hard work, obviously, and people don't want to shit on somebody who they know has worked really hard. But at the end of the day, they are receptive to good material and bad material more so than they are receptive to your hard work.
Well, you know what we see a lot. We see people dismissing something as like soulless and made without heart and just like a
you know
corporate
what? I think
product.
John Watts probably worked really hard on Spider-Man.
Yeah, we see the opposite. We see people saying love has clearly gone into something. Even when they don't actually know anything about the particular creative process that went on behind the scenes, and are assuming because it is a product of quality that it must have been a high effort venture of passion. But ultimately, if they found out that it wasn't, that wouldn't change their opinion of the quality of the piece, right?
And I think it's worth mentioning as well that we could be flippant with the concept, but like we could actually be like, look at these costumes, the amount of effort that went into these, and then the little costume designer is like, oh, that's like me on. I did that in a couple minutes. Like that's just some older stuff. I threw it together. Like honestly, this is one of my lowest effort projects ever. And we're like, oh. And then we could review a script and be like, Jesus Christ, could they put any effort into this? And the guy's like, I worked for 5 years on it, but yeah, like it can be used as a sort of flippant remark, but ultimately, if you were to like absolutely have us nail down whether or not we believe someone worked hard on an entire production and how does that factor into judging it, we would just be like, well, we try not to think about whether or not they put effort in, right? But at the same time, if we notice something that's really good, that is one of the formats for appreciating it. That's just, it seems natural.
Well, I mean, I think I have a perfect example right now from earlier in the stream. As I imagine, a shit ton of really hard work went into the Skywalker saga. But if we saw it without the context of knowing that it was crunched to a deadline, we probably wouldn't assume that.
Yeah, well, like the really bad CGI in Black Panther, the people who made that probably worked fucking hard, and that's how it ended up.
I have no doubt, yeah.
Oh, because that was another crunch deadline one, right?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. And it's really sad, because you're just like, yeah, because it looks like piss, and it will forever, because that one's not getting updated.
It got rushed, yeah.
Yeah, and at this point, it's probably not worth it to update that, the cost versus benefit.
Well, I mean, unless they release like a Black Panther special edition down the line or something, right?
Yeah.
Well, it'll be like, some extra footage, some updated effects, that kind of thing.
Yeah, Jay, you fool. This is my video, but he's cropped out my name, I guess.
I saw. I had to scroll back and a look. Yeah.
George, I would explain every single thing to the audience and leave nothing to the imagination. Some people don't grasp how hard it is to
have
make
no imaginations,
anything, and it's only easy to criticize once the finished product is already there. So yeah, I'm not saying this would make the
What
film
else
perfect,
are we supposed to criticize?
It's a pretty common complaint that Eternals would have worked better as a TV series instead, and I agree. I think more screen time would have allowed these characters to...
So it feels really weird to me that he had that spiel, and now he's talking about the better format for this film. And it's like, so you're already breaking your own rules.
Well, he's done the disclaimer, right? And he's just saying, well, it's not that I definitely know better, like 100%. It's just, this is my opinion and what I would do, right? Which sounds like as a disclaimer, all that does is say I don't have 100% confidence in this as like myself being a god, you know. It's essentially positing to the audience I have a reasonable amount of confidence in my ideas, not an unreasonable
But
amount of
Muller
confidence.
does not.
which-
It's like, oh, all right.
well, yeah. So it's
he
like
wants everything explained, no mystery. I was just sitting like, why
There's
do
a
people say
reason-
that? Is that all he got?
there's a reason that I don't make these kind of claims in my video unless I'm doing like a joke. Because like, yeah, I don't want to do a disclaimer. It's like, yeah, I'm actually being reasonable and other people aren't. I'm not being unreasonable. I'm being reasonable. Just put that in your head before you watch. I'm being reasonable.
Yeah, I guess he got a couple people being like, why? Why with the pot shots? And so he put a little comment on the video to explain the situation. All right, nice and easy.
Okay.
My issue with Mauler isn't that he criticizes movies. It's his style of long-form criticism. He nitpicks so
that in
hard
quotes.
beyond exhaustion. Yes, because that's how I describe my work. Exhaustion, and people only eat it up because it reaffirms their opinion that Last Jedi bad. He also made a 10-hour response to a woman who said she didn't like Joker, which is pathetic.
Whatever could he
I really-
be referring to? That thing
I
he
re-
definitely watched.
Hang on. I have to make an edit to this comment.
It's such a fucking shitty reality that so many people believe that talking about a woman's bad opinion is just not allowed. What the fuck is
Women
that?
are just allowed to have bad opinions, which is an interesting view you have on women, but okay.
Well, we don't know where the emphasis is in this particular comment, right? You know, maybe.
Why
good
mention
faith,
she's a woman at
he's
all?
just saying, well, because that is the noun in the
stop.
sentence. He
Well,
could have said person.
Someone, yeah.
He
Why
could have said
why woman? Because you know, with everything you've seen about this, the fact that Jenny is a woman is incredibly relevant. It's always because the pathetic part is obviously trying to evoke that it's a woman has an
he probably
opinion.
thinks it's relevant. I think he thinks it's relevant, but I wouldn't say that we can confirm to this that it's the crux. I think he might think that, yeah, this will help. You know, this will just make people, you know, slightly more on side as they're listening to what the actual point is.
Well, there's so many key parts, right? It's the fact that it's 10 hours.
We can't know.
The fact that you're responding to someone saying they simply didn't like a thing, and then I'm pretty sure a woman is very deliberate in that sentence.
Yeah,
Because,
I mean, I assume it's deliberate.
yeah, it's just like it's not even a man they're responding to.
Well,
it's a woman.
Which means they hate women.
This is
Same as everyone.
this is the edit that I wanted to make to the comment. Here it comes. Ah, there we go.
Yeah, to a woman.
That would be funny.
woman.
So, yeah, I don't know. I would just... So if you were at the call right now, he'd be like, look, 10 hours is excessive. And then we would just do a couple examples, things here and there, explaining there's more that's discussed, blah, 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 until he concedes the 10 hours, fine. Then, if he actually tried to argue you shouldn't be doing it to women, but you can do it to men or something, I don't think he would want to try and argue that, because it would fall apart in seconds. Then he would have to be like, all she said was she didn't like Joker. And then I'll be like, I've cited every time. She said the movie's message was don't take your medication, or something along those lines, when she was guessing the theme. That is a shit opinion. I should be allowed to criticize it, okay? Simple as that. And that's an example of many things she says about the movie. Her video on Joker was really bad. It's not about whether or not she likes it. I don't care if she dislikes it. That's fine.
Like the whole like it's bad because it's a response to a woman thing is something that loads of people will say, but no one will actually argue, because as soon as they try to make a point in favor of that position, they have to think about it, and it's like, hang on. No one actually tries to argue that it's worse to respond to her because she's a woman. People will,
because it was never an argument to begin with.
People will occasionally argue that you only went after her because she's a woman, and then you have to just point them in the direction of all the very clear evidence that that's not the case, and then they have nothing.
I mean, I can never convince them, but the reason I went for the video is because Joker was a new movie. A lot of people were enjoying it. Some people weren't. A popular creator has a video tearing it down. And I was like, let's cover it.
let's see what she has to say. And I even think I said that I've liked a decent amount of Jenny Nicholson's videos in the past. So, like, all I can see is that my failure was to respond to a woman. That's because if it were a guy, if it were like Nostalgia Critic, or even, you know, like someone that's got a better reputation, fucking, I don't know. If it was Critical, if it was Moist Critical doing that, pretty sure the ripple effect, it still would have been there. I think chat would have been upset with us, but you know, it wouldn't be remembered. It would just be among many.
It's also just very clear, deliberate wording, right? Because like, he also made a 10-hour response to a woman who said she didn't like Joker, right? So that could be phrased of like the podcast episode where he covers Jenny Nicholson's Joker video is 10 hours long, but that doesn't sound as punchy. It's just very. I mean, it's
I know what you mean.
Pretty much dishonest wording, really.
Well, to be fair, he might have been told this. That might be his only
Well, yeah, that's
exposure to
true.
it, which is probably likely, to be honest with you. I mean, remember, like,
He ain't fucking watched it.
you know, Chud Logic, when I was just like, let's just have a chat, I was just like, there's just so many things that you would know about us that are not anything you would have confirmed, and I think that's not his fault, it's not anyone's fault, really. It's the reality of how we do information as a civilization. There's a lot of things that the four of us right now probably assume to be very true that aren't at all. The varying degrees of importance, of course. What I'm referring to more so is things that we're told to be true, we don't check. We're just like, oh yeah, that's that. I know that. And then they're like, it's not that. And you're like, it's not that? For example, Cad Bane species. Somebody told me that, and I confidently said it to you guys, and it's like, that's not true. It's like, fuck. Whoops. It's, yeah, I guess, because I believed it to be true, which we do with a lot of stuff. Whenever you see, like, a factoid in an article header, I think all of us are willing to be like, that's true then, right? That's true?
I mean, maybe not so much anymore. I feel like
I think
a
it's
lot
gotten
of
worse
us
over time.
have got rid of that instinct now. An article headline is now worth nothing in my mind.
Yeah.
That's because we're not idiots.
It can be very difficult to reason people out of a position that they did not reason themselves into. They latch onto something, and that's just the way that it is, and they can hold on to it. Some people are just like that, and it's unfortunate.
Yeah,
Some
I don't
people
know,
are
man.
full of pee.
I would hope the video was more appealing than just to the people who already disliked The Last Jedi. Obviously, the point of it was to be far more definitive about just why I think it failed to achieve what it was trying to achieve, let alone whether or not it's just inconsistent, and that's my metric for thing being bad. But a lot of people have just said over time, it's just like, all the videos are, you're just repeating this bad over and over again, and people love it. It's like, alright. So, this comment found its way onto our coverage of a certain Spooderman. A certain Spooderman who can't find his way home. Take it away,
Oh my goodness.
anybody.
All right, let's see. This is Tamax the 10th. He is the latest in a long line of Tamaxes. For the first 40 minutes, I thought the EFAP was everyone just ironically claiming to have liked this film. Then it slowly dawned on me that you guys must have been paid quite a bit for this EFAP. I thought it was horrible, and I'm wondering how much Disney and Sony finally paid you guys to sell out and praise an awful film. I guess everyone has a price. Just curious what that final price was.
Like a meme troll comment, or
I think
What is the
people...
film? Sorry?
Spider-Man No Way Home.
Ah.
So it was 100K, but it was split between anybody who appeared on the podcast and spoke positively about it. So it was,
Yeah.
you know, split in lots of ways. But yeah, when Sony and Disney contacted us, I was just like, I mean, why not? But
Might
I
as
made
well,
them agree
yeah.
that it couldn't be for longer than literally today is the end of the contract. So we can now speak freely about Spider-Man No Way Home. You guys want to go ahead?
Oh, it's
Terrible, very
terrible.
bad.
It's horrible. I hate it.
You know
I,
who actually has the right idea about that film is Tomax X.
You guys should like and subscribe to Tomax X. He knows what's up.
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
a smart cookie.
I feel like we went over a lot of the flaws of the film, you know?
Yeah.
And we even specified we felt one of the characters was dramatically assassinated. Which is not something we take lightly, it's just that there's a hell of a lot of character work in it. Oh.
I like how it couldn't just be that we liked that movie.
Yeah, and we spent many hours explaining in anal detail why we felt the way that we did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I guess I just find it funny that it would be like, oh, you like this movie? Sold out. Like, what the... What a bizarre conclusion to jump to.
Well, yeah, like, so...
Go back to your Snyderverse buddies, whoever
Didn't
the
you
fuck
average out a
came.
5 out of 10? Yeah, we did. I think.
Even if we all had an
Thanks, guys,
extremely
like
bad take on something, I don't think that
yeah, that's more
the
likely
assumption would
than-
be that we were paid.
Yeah. That's just funny to me, that's all.
This next one is it's mainly looking for clarification, and I figured when I saw it that I guess it could be worthwhile because it kind of relates to the adaptation stuff. That was a big boy last media medley. This is the only instance of it this time. I just thought it'd be interesting to I'll go over it and hopefully explain anything, but you guys can chime in if need be. This is on the Reddit. I said, while doing super chats for EFAP 164, this is the hypocrisy of EFAP, by the way. Moore said there wouldn't be an EFAP breakdown of the Netflix
What is
Cowboy
it?
Bebop because he hasn't seen the anime and feels unqualified to talk about it. Now, before carrying on, I would want to make sure I qualify that to be unqualified in my head can mean a bazillion things. And in this instance, I was talking about having a passion for the original and being able to explain where they're going wrong with the adaptation, because that is what a lot of viewers would be invested in, and that's not something that I can fit the bill for. However, I am qualified to watch the TV show on Netflix and talk about whether or not it's working, in the same vein that I'm doing with Halo. Though I don't care, because I haven't watched it, and I certainly wouldn't end up caring about this new one, from what I'm gathering. So that's what that means. But going on, they say, the problem, in the exact same episode, he, Fringy, and Metal broke down Dune 2021 without having read the Dune novel. By his own logic, wouldn't that mean he's unqualified to talk about the film? I don't feel the same way about the Dune movie because it's been adapted before, and I haven't read the book, sure, but I can at least talk about the movie. In that instance, I felt like it's a sci-fi movie, and a lot of people are looking for everyone's general opinions. I don't think people were looking specifically for how good of an adaptation it is, or rather, only that. People were also looking to see how well it stood on its own, from what I was gathering, and I have a level of passion for, like, fantasy, sci-fi, all that stuff, more so than I did, whatever that looked like, Netflix's Cowboy Bebop. I was like, Dune looks cool. I liked Denis Villeneuve's look and style. I was just curious about how his script would go. And I think I did give Dune a positive rating overall. I enjoyed it. I will be watching the next one. So, yeah, I assume that's clear. But it goes on. This has been bothering me since BVS EFAP movies. Mueller and crew will go on and on about how piece of media has to stand on its own, which I agree with. But then he'll allow Meme Repository to put in edits of Supam. Does that sound something? Supam, the anime series? Superman, I'm supposed to...
Superman, the animated series, maybe? Yeah.
To showcase that Lex Luthor is Lex Luthor as a way to shit on the BVS Lex. The point here, and we've gone over this before with Meme's edits, he's just showing an alternative as far as we're concerned, not why you've adapted poorly, but it can double up as that. Remember, we don't mind people talking about whether or not something's faithful. That's okay. And we will talk about it if we're aware of the source. For example, if they make a BioShock movie or show based on the first game, you can bet your ass we're going to talk about whether or not it was faithful. But we're also probably going to talk more so about whether or not it's actually any good. In the same vein,
probably.
I imagine when we do the Halo episode, we're going to talk about how they've deviated from the original lore. I won't be, but they will be. And then that's probably going to help inform how they've got missteps if you looked at the thing in isolation. This is something that came up with Game of Thrones and the Taisha plotline. Many in the chat will know what I'm talking about. They only took pieces of it, and so it got butchered because the story doesn't stand on its own until you have all of the pieces. So you can see how they did it by adapting poorly it led to the thing not being able to stand on its own. I can see how you might get confused, but ultimately we're still talking about whether or not it stands on its own. Lex Luthor, fucking terrible in BVS. And it's like, would you like to see a Lex Luthor from Superman the Animated Series to see how Lex Luthor could have been done? And at the same time, it does appeal to those who wanted to see that Lex Luthor adapted properly, whether it's accurate to the comics or accurate to the show, whatever. Hopefully that makes sense. It says, I just really like him as an actor. However, the problem isn't that the BVS Lex is a gender-bent Alice from Batwoman. The problem is that his plan makes no sense. When I went to see BVS, which I'm pretty sure we went over a lot,
oh yeah.
When I went to see BVS, the theater owner didn't sit me down and have me read all Superman comics and watch S-TAS in its entirety. I had to judge the film on its own merits. That's the same for me. I have no real stuff to work with for Lex Luthor. I just knew that he was a powerful guy, really. Just like EFAP constantly says we have to, you do not have to do that. But you're gonna need to if you want to talk about whether or not it stands on its own. Like, you need to not just appeal to the source. Because that's how you judge films objectively. You can be, you can appeal, you can strive to be objective when talking about how faithful it is if you've defined faithfulness as basically just being how close do you match the source. I think you can probably try and do that with as little bias as you can try to. There's got to be like,
you have a standard that you're judging something off of.
Yeah. Trying to be objective is just a matter of trying to remove whatever biases might be fucking up your viewpoint, that's all. And so you could talk about adaptation, or you could talk about whether or not it stands on its own in terms of consistency. It gets memed a bit, but like, we're all aware of trying to talk about something while removing our own feelings and talking about what we perceive to be the craft, or we've agreed upon with others to be the craft. If I made a review of Lord of the Rings films and only talked about how they differed from the books, that would be subjective, because not everyone in my audience might have read the books. So not necessarily. You could, in a very robotic way, be like, this is the dialogue from this scene, and this is how they changed it in the film. This is, you could talk about whether or not the spirit is maintained, or whether or not the information that's given between characters is changing. What I'm saying is, you could do that, and then the other extreme is like, you go, Tom Bombadil was in the books, he's not in the films, and I don't like that. Bad. And it's like, well, that's not very helpful as an argument. We're going to want a little bit more. So there's still a sliding scale as far as I'm concerned with that. But again, it would still be all in the realm of adaptation rather than whether or not it stands alone as a product. And one of the ways to sort of look at this is if a lot of people ripped into the Spider-Man trilogy, like by looking at its accuracy, you just want to ask them the hypothetical. How do these films do if Spider-Man never existed outside of these films? There was no content at all except these films. Now, it can be hard to imagine that for a person, especially if you're like really, really into Spider-Man. I understand that, but that's a possibility to answer, right? Like, how do the sequels do if you pretend for a moment the OT doesn't exist? I shouldn't have used that example because people are going to get confused. It's the same continuity. Adaptation isn't. But at the same time, that what I'm trying to express is that could be difficult to do. Like, how do I think of Luke in TLJ without knowing him from the OT? It's like, well, yeah, could you? And what result do you get? I would argue that those films fall the fuck apart regardless of the OT. But when they're using the OT as continuity to benefit themselves, they also take all of what rules were established in the OT, and thus you can judge it against how they're contradicting them as well. Okay, wait. I had assumed Mola didn't like the adaptation argument because it's entirely subjective and he's all about objectivity. I'm actually fine with people talking about whether or not something's faithful. It's just dependent on whether or not I can do it. Like, if Rags and Free talk extensively about how faithful Halo is, I'm mostly just going to be listening and being like vibing, just being like, yeah, I don't know what a prophet is really, but sure. Like, what does he do? All I know of him is from Halo Wars, and he fires a big laser. He's the boss of the bad guys, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, and I've only picked up bits and bobs from having played Halo, but I'm more than fine with people having that discussion. I'm definitely not like anti it, but I can see how that may have come across, because there will be times where I just couldn't give less of a fuck, right? Like, and I think everybody has that sometimes and sometimes not. It just depends on that, if that's the conversation. But I guess when you assume, you really do make an ass out of you and me. All I ask is the EFAP crew is if they'd be consistent with this judgment. I posted something similar on the Mueller upload, so between this post and the comment, Mueller will be able to respond. Hopefully that explains it. I don't know if you guys have anything else to add to that.
No, I think that was very thorough. The reason we do something in one scenario is not necessarily the reason we do it in another scenario.
Yeah, if you want us, because like we didn't talk about how well Hill House was adapted in our coverage of that, but it's just because none of us care about the original work. None of us really know how well it was adapted. All I've been told is it was poorly adapted. Like, all right. If someone out there makes a video exclusively going over how poor the adaptation is, or the adaptation is, I don't think that's a waste of work, and I don't think it's exclusively subjective. I think they're going to describe a lot of things that are, you know, just reality. They'll be like, this is this, and it's not this in the show. This is not faithful, like by descriptions they give, and that's totally fine. Do you want me to put that on screen, Jay?
Yes, please.
Here it is. Kind of summarizes everything we just went over.
Basically, if we were to sum it all up, yes.
We say this every time it comes up, and that's okay. We're gonna have to talk about that again sometime. Because we always do. It's a complicated one. We're like the only people on the internet, I think, that have this sort of view when it comes to trying to judge everything. But yeah, all right. We're closing in on what you could call the end here.
Oh boy!
But we still got some fun idea I had. It was totally my idea. It wasn't because I was watching things that happened on Jay's channel and realized, oh, that would be neat.
Hey.
So you know, it shouldn't take too long, but I feel like we should all just have a go. You guys have heard of Akinator before, yes?
Oh.
No, I haven't.
Akinator is a little game. Dude, I first played this in high school. Like, this is an old boy.
Oh.
The idea is he's a little internet genie. And what he'll do is ask you a series of questions, and once you answer them enough, he will try and guess who you're thinking of. So you put someone in your head, and
Like
so
a reverse 20 question or something, or
yeah, I'll go first to give you an example, right? But if you get the stream up, he says, does your character really exist? Which, Jay, I'm gonna need help. What does that mean if you know? What does he ever really exist? Because if it were me, it'd be yes, right? But
yeah, so like, are they a person in reality or in fiction?
Fiction, or
so,
yeah, I
yes.
assume that's what they mean.
The character a girl.
So who are we asking?
No.
Who are we
This is
answering
me.
questions for?
We're trying to get him to guess Mauler, all right? Because he knows YouTube personalities. So we'll see what happens. Is your character from YouTube? Great question. Yes. Is your character American? No. Character British? Yes. Character known for Minecraft gaming? No. Does your character live in Canada? No. Is your character in the Sideman crew? No. Does your character live with their parents? That's going to be one of them you hit don't know, because that's not really something that... I don't think that's entered my channel at all. Does your character have a gaming channel? That'll be a no, right?
I think it's a no.
Yeah, I guess the
I would
gaming
say
channel would be a specific one,
no.
right? So no.
Is your character white? Yes. Unfortunately. Is your character linked to music in general? I'd say no. Character linked with sports? No. Character have superpowers? Well.
Yes.
Kind of. I mean, it depends on the law.
The funny thing about Akinator to me is that we've already established that you're a real person from reality, and it's still asking if you have superpowers.
Yeah, it's not perfect.
That's really going to narrow it down.
Well, look what he just asked me. Is your character a YouTuber? It's like, yeah, I kind of... Yes. Your character play Gmod? Not really, no. Character from Tokyo Ghoul? No. Character use swear words? Yes. Character over 27? Yes. Character guitar player?
Feet?
No.
Oh.
Associated with Nick Jonas? No. Linked with cars? Definitely not. Is your character dressed like a maid? No. Is your character completely hairless? I mean, it's with the mask, you can't, like...
I think that people are either going to click no or don't know to this one.
Probably don't know. Does your character rage often? I guess so. With the titles.
Unbridled rage.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay,
People
so
could I think people will probably click probably not for hairless, to be fair.
it believes I am Danny G from Smethwick, Birmingham.
What the fuck is Danny G from Smethwick, Birmingham?
Smethwick sounds like a
Smethwick,
Wumbo
Birmingham.
place.
It
Welcome
sounds
to
like a Wumbo
Smethwick.
person. It's a person. Oh, that's all Smethwick over there.
We'll give him another because what you do then is you go, no, that's not me. And he's like, continue, sure. The character wear red. A little bit
You're a red
sometimes.
tie.
Yeah. So does that count enough? Do you reckon, or?
Yeah, I think so.
So yes. Character have a YouTube silver play button. Yes. Your character hide their face. I suppose you'd call it hiding. I don't.
Yes,
It's not really hidden, but sure.
Hide.
Does your character wear a bandana? No. Character a clown? No. Are you linked with speed? No. Between 20 and 25. Didn't I just say I'm older than 27?
You did, so...
Is your character no PewDiePie? No. Character of red eyes? Yeah. Your character of numbers in their name?
Very close.
My name sometimes has a 93 in it.
93, yeah.
So, what should I say for this one?
That's confusing, actually.
I don't know.
Don't know.
Actually.
We'll go with don't know.
Well, the thing is, it's not going to give like it might, it's going to expect mixes of different answers for some different for
Because
questions.
I'm thinking of if it's drawing it from my YouTube channel. I'm pretty sure I'm called Mauler on there right now, so it wouldn't be numbers. But
URL is Mauler93.
Oh, well, don't know is fine.
If you say I don't know, you don't have to commit one way or the other.
Does your character use guns? Not really. No. No, it's more tentacles. Your character linked with cinema? Yeah. Your character have over 400k followers on TikTok? No. Character of purple hair? No. Character from Austria? No. Felt like we were getting somewhere there. Oh, film critic? Yes. Oh, he got me. There you go.
I think when I did this on my channel, it got you quicker than this.
Yeah, you got him in the first round, I think. But there you go. Akinator guessed me. Good job. So who would like to go next? I'm guessing it's not Rags.
Guess not. Wait, so like, where's the?
I feel. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I want to do this right now. I've already been on my channel,
Okay. Do you want to do it, Fringy? There's a
I
chance.
I would rather not.
I imagine it's not going to work, but sure, we can give it a try.
All right. Is your character real?
I don't know what that means in the
Well,
context.
Jay
of me.
said it means that they're not from like a.
I think Fringy, do you exist?
Well, I do exist, yeah, as far as I'm aware.
We're gonna go with
Unless
yes.
this is
All
all
right.
bullshit. Yeah.
Is your character male?
Yeah.
Is your character a YouTuber?
Yes.
Is your character American?
Nope.
Is your character Indian?
Nope.
Character British?
Nope.
Your character have a gaming channel?
You
know, Twitch kind of counts, doesn't it?
Gaming channel, I guess, but like, in part.
The fact that he asked if you were a YouTuber implies to me that he's asking if you have a YouTube channel additionally that's gaming, which you don't. So
I know, that implies so. I don't really know. Not yet, anyway.
I assume no is the correct answer. Is your character Muslim?
Nope.
Does your character live with their parents?
I think that's an unknown.
Well, which I don't know. Is your character Asian? Man, I'm trying to get around the whole planet.
No.
Oh, ooh, it's loading. Is your character Australian?
Ah,
Oh.
yes.
Your character swear a lot?
Yeah, I guess I swear enough that it probably counts as a lot.
Is your character part of a comedy duo? That's interesting.
I guess if you count like Felix the the plush koala, but I doubt that counts, right? So
I
guess
don't
it'd
know.
probably be no.
I'm scared. Should we say don't know?
Maybe say don't know.
I wouldn't want to send Akinator in the wrong direction because I don't know if he's aware of.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Does your character perform on stage?
No.
Unless he interprets the internet as a stage, but yeah, let's say no.
Mhm.
Your character linked with video games?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Is your character dating their student?
There is no student.
So the answer is no. Does your character play Fortnite?
No.
No.
Well, I mean, I played it once, like several years ago, but I don't think that counts.
Does your character have a beard?
No.
Your character from Toontown Online?
Nope.
Is your character linked with the color blue?
No.
Does your character hide their face?
I guess it counts. Well, Yeah, because I think canonically in my head there is a face underneath that Plague Doctor mask.
All right, we'll go yes.
A bird.
Does your character live in Romania? Didn't he ask if you live in
No,
Australia?
they asked me if I'm Australian. The
I'm
answer
surprised.
is no.
This thing has been going for like 2 decades or some shit. And it's still asking questions like that. Is your character a historian?
No.
Oh, is your character known for Minecraft gaming?
Nope.
Does your character play video games with a group?
Sometimes.
Hmm.
Not really, so, like, maybe probably not. I mostly just play games on my own.
They probably not. So he's guessing you're Code Bullet, the YouTuber.
I mean, that's not correct, so I guess I'll have to try again.
Alright, let's see what else he's got.
To be fair, you do have a similar vibe to Code Bullet.
Yeah,
I don't know who that is.
He makes really good videos.
Yeah, he's great.
Okay.
Does your character want rent?
Want rent? Like, do I want to be a landlord or something?
I have no clue what this means.
I mean, I guess no, not right now anyway.
Do you want rent free?
Is your character...
What kind of question is that?
Is your character an adult man?
Yeah.
Alright. Does your character have over 10k TikTok followers?
Nope.
I realize now that this is
TikTok.
probably filled with TikTokers, isn't it, this database?
Probably.
Does your character have black hair?
I mean, that wouldn't be like a...
You
I
don't know?
do, but I don't know that would, like, count
I
as
think
a...
I think people are going to answer it for you in real life.
Right. I'm
And
not
I
even
think people
sure
are probably going to guess that you have black hair.
Well, naturally. Well, maybe, like, probably.
Well,
Maybe
because...
I guess the problem is that, like, the fringy character, that's something that you never see.
I was gonna say, probably better to go for don't
characters.
know, because you really don't know what.
Yeah, probably don't know.
Yeah. Is your character rather round?
No. No. The art doesn't imitate life in this case.
Fringy be like, I'm round and want rent.
You be rent.
Round renter.
Does your character have any children?
No.
Does your character have very dark skin?
I mean, I have dark skin, darker than, like, a white person, but I don't know. I feel like that's a non-factor with the character, so I don't know what, like, that...
Actually, that's true, because this Fringy the character, you wouldn't call green
I
dark
feel
skin,
like people are gonna be counting. Like, I think that people are gonna be imagining that, I think people are gonna be imagining their picture of what they imagine you to really look like under the mask.
But
I think that's what people are gonna be doing.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm pretty sure, like, there are still people who are consistently surprised, by that, so...
and also just, there's plenty of people that could just
It's not
answer it
the
as though
character, yeah.
they're saying the Greenman, so...
They're saying I don't know.
Yeah, say
that
don't
one
know.
green- Yeah, I'd say don't know on that one.
Does your character change their hair color?
No. What is this?
Is your character a frog?
Yes.
I mean, it's probably going to be yes, right? Like, it has to be to fit into the... It's not
Presumably.
true. It's not true, but it's probably got to...
I don't know where this is going to
Probably
take us. Does your character live with friends?
No. Or unknown, I guess.
Does your character play Just Cause 3?
I played Just Cause 3. I think I uploaded a video once that was Just Cause 3. I played it. I played Just Cause 3 and I uploaded a video of it on YouTube.
Should we go with yes then, or?
Yeah, maybe that's the thing that's good. That's an oddly specific question. I wonder if that's gonna narrow it down.
Turns out you're Martin Cytopads, the frog.
Well, I feel like it's been totally thrown off because my answer yes, the frog.
It never gets thrown off by just one answer, I think.
Yeah,
it just
true.
looks at statistically what people generally give.
Yeah, he does give up
And that's why it
eventually.
works.
So, is your
Well,
character
you
linked
gotta
with the
try again.
sea?
No.
Is your character a senior citizen?
No. No.
Is your character a member of Robust?
I don't know what... No.
I was
That's
gonna say
what
no.
that is.
Does your character use swear words? Yes.
Yeah, but I thought we already answered that.
We did, yeah. I guess just ask again in case you got questions wrong or something. Was your character born in Australia?
Yeah.
Is your character
But
associated
they'd already
with...
asked me if...
Is your character associated with fashion?
No, I don't think so.
Is your character a member of the Wild Wild Pussycats?
No.
Alright. Now you know it's true, guys. Is your character part of the AMP squad?
No, none of these sound familiar.
Is your character linked with the color red?
No, I thought it hasn't asked about green yet for some
No.
reason.
Does your character have a nickname
Even though
linked
you're
with
from-
animals?
No.
Does your character have more than one
What?
channel?
Yes.
Ah. Is your character an internet meme?
Yes.
Yeah.
You, yeah.
Should I even don't know for that just in case? I don't know.
I don't know, yeah.
Does your character have a tattoo on the back of his head?
No.
Does your character wear a mask?
People probably answer probably
Yes.
not for that question, surely.
Does your character have a body?
Yeah. What am I, a floating cloud?
head, yeah.
Does your character play Rust?
No.
Does your character live in Australia?
It's already asked that. Yes.
Are you watching your character right now?
I mean, I guess I've got my screen pulled up. So I'm watching
I don't know
my little...
what he's thinking when he's asking that.
Yeah,
you know?
maybe like...
Yeah, how
don't
could
know.
that
I
how
don't
could
know
that
what
help?
means.
How
How
could the
does that
information?
help?
Yeah, yes, I am. Okay, cool.
I don't want to send him the wrong direction. I'm just going to say don't know for that one.
Yeah,
Does your
probably
character have
safe as
brown
well.
hair? We don't know. We answered this before.
Don't know. No.
Does your character play Ark Survival Evolved?
No, haven't played that.
Your character linked to the Call of Duty franchise?
I don't know what links would be. I guess I've talked about Call of Duty before, but I feel like that's not a link. So
I guess it would be
probably
like
not.
if people associated it with you like
I
heavily.
doubt. No way. No way.
All right. Does your character sometimes wear a mask? What? Yes. Is your character a hair color, a mixture of red and brown? Oh.
I thought we already said that that's like no or unknown.
It has guessed you are Faceless, the YouTuber.
Well, that's incorrect as well. I feel like this is not going to work.
He usually does give up eventually, but if we just say no to continue, name, who are you thinking of? It was Fringy. Ah. Hopefully we help the database.
Pringy.
Well, after playing it on stream in front of 2,000 people, you're probably entering the database pretty soon
to
as
be
well.
fair,
People try to guess.
You are in the database, apparently.
Oh, okay.
I
Just
guess
didn't fucking...
the factoids aren't exactly. Anyway, well, so Jay, you said you didn't want to because you can actually find Jay playing this and looking specifically for Jay on
Wouldn't
on
it be
Jay's
Dubious
channel.
Sanity? No, it'd be Fringy. I have the Fringy... My channel is Fringy on YouTube.
Fringy.
Rags, would you like to play?
Oh, nah, it's all right.
I'm amused by it. It's a very. I wonder if if it's ever been updated. Do you know if it has, Jay? Because it seems about as shit as it was back in the day. Like,
I swear I remember it used to be better than it is now. Because I feel like people must have fucked with it. Where, you know, like Cleverbot used to be better than it is now, because enough people discovered it that they gave it really shit answers, and it learned from them.
Well, all we've got left now is one more little screenshot that was posted in the Discord from someone in Europe. I don't know, but they screenshotted this, and I read it, and I was amused, so I decided to pop it on here. You guys want to well, you know, it's up for anybody. You go right ahead. Anybody who wants to.
Oh, this guy.
Okay, so they've said in response to Theo, I don't think anyone, as far as the eye can see, understands the essence of character development or the essence of stories. Nor is there anyone on this planet who understands game design except myself. Therefore, I don't think there's anything useful in the Critical Drinkers videos. What he proposes isn't mind-blowing. It's still boring and
I feel like it kind of peters off at the end when we go past that nobody on the planet understands game design except myself. You gotta put that up on screen. You gotta.
All right, it's on the way. We got some incredible artwork from the fans. It's I don't know, what could you say other than exquisite? I would argue.
It rent.
This is me in the future when I become a landlord, the lord of the land, with all of your property belongs to me. I'm
Come
the
out
fat
of
cat
the apartment.
king.
I can't
You're all
get
my
in.
serfs, and I own everything. I own everything.
Yeah,
And hey, look, in this country, all right, that's not like that's going to be impossible.
I did not mean
Look at
to
me.
distract too much there because we did that quote. Sorry.
Sorry,
Did-
yeah.
was it-
The only person who knows game. What makes someone say that? Like,
So
what?
this is a crazy person. This guy, he has mentioned EFAP before. He is a crazy weirdo.
Well, who is he?
He's,
think,
he's some YouTuber who
people have
thinks
shit him
that
before. He's the one that
just-
said there's no such thing as bad graphics. I think
No such
Yeah,
thing.
he's
because he
I
said like a
mean,
pixel.
Pixels.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Well, that's true of every aspect of a game, then.
That's true of every aspect of existence and reality. If you want to go
Well,
that far, right?
If you wanted to go that, I don't know why you would find that enlightening, because it's just like, oh yeah. So what about colloquially? Are there anything such thing?
Well,
It's like, what do you
it's
think
just,
everyone's referring to collectively when they say bad graphics versus good graphics?
Yeah, like on a universal scale, the universe doesn't recognize good or bad graphics, but I mean, like, people, when they make broad, general, qualitative statements collectively, there's some value in that. I mean, it's complicated, right? Like, what looks nice and doesn't is super duper complicated. Because why is it now that, for instance, there's like a developer who made a Bloodborne for PlayStation 1, to where, like, PlayStation 1, that if you asked 10 years ago, it'd be like insane really bad graphics, that now that's become a style again, kind of in the same way that 8-bit and 16-bit is a style.
Yeah, but yeah, he's people have shared different strange things that he's said over time in the Discord, and when I saw this one, I was just like, or is there anyone on this planet who understands game design except for myself? It's like, okay.
He's the guy who thinks that you stole, Mahler, you stole all your TLJ critique like from him. Like you got the idea for it all from him.
Oh.
We've
channel now, and he's
briefly
got a
talked
very-
about him before. He is a crazy person.
On this channel, he's got a very popular Force Awakens video and a very popular Rogue One video, both titled "This is the worst movie of all time," but about their respective films.
Yeah. Well,
one
has
of
he-
those has got to be incorrect.
Did he have one for TLJ then?
No, he has a video called "Update on My Last Jedi Review" and no Last Jedi Review.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm working through Force Awakens gradually, but I doubt his videos are as long as is even one of mine longer than his. And what I'm saying is that it's a good chance I've got some extra stuff in there. So don't you worry. But I would have honestly, like, I know how it sounds, but
He's got an hour long. He's got a Last Jedi video.
the
Wait,
biggest.
yes? Where is it?
Yeah, it's in his videos on the third line.
The
have a look.
9 months ago.
I would
Last
argue the
Jedi is
biggest
worst movie of all
inspiration
time.
for the TFA video
so he does.
would have been ER.
I missed that.
Man,
that update went like that. There was 3 years in between that update and that video.
Oh hey.
The update is 2 months.
Wait,
Unless he had another
hang on.
update.
No, he has a video called "Update on My Last Jedi Review," and it's from 4 years ago.
Oh, so this when he says update on the Last Jedi review 3 years later, and that was 2 months before it came out. So man, he really is letting us know that it was coming.
Well, that's nice.
It was coming.
How come when I mouse over his video, it plays your? Well, when I mouse, because you can mouse over videos and it plays the little preview. It's your video. It's your Tarkin talking to.
Oh, it
Poe
is.
thing.
Was he like responding to it or something?
I don't know. It's just a preview. It's that clip.
Okay. I was just gonna say that, like, I I checked out a metric ton of people's reviews across like the entire sequel trilogy for the TFA project. I was invested in seeing what it was that TFA did, you know, that worked so well, because obviously it worked on me as well. And it was super interesting to gather all of the sort of reasoning. I'm actually looking forward to getting those final parts done someday, because there's a lot of stuff to do with the coverage of it once I get through the actual movie. It's gonna feel weird. You guys are gonna go back from being in the summary of the plotline portion to the conclusion, where there's gonna be all kinds of shenanigans happening. But I've said before, and I'll say it again, I'm pretty sure it's even mentioned in the video, that the ER's video was the one that completely changed my mind on Force Awakens, and it felt a little like, wait, how the hell didn't I see all of this? When you watch someone, like, go, hey, you know how, like, nothing makes any sense in this movie? And it's like, huh.
Well, for me, TLJ was that sort of, it kind of just changed my perspective. That was the movie that sort of got me to think about things a lot differently. Because before that, I was kind of normie when it came to movies. And then TLJ happened, and I don't know, it just changed my perspective, and it just
I think all it was with TLJ was that there was something that was really felt wrong with that film that was hard for me to hone in on when I first saw it. And I think even when I first saw it, I was like, that was good. Like, you know, that kind of reaction.
Walked out of the theater confused, and I drove home in silence. And I was like,
and I think
what
I think it was just a matter of working through that. And I think it was because I remember that even like in the early days, I made a video. I think it was like what you like versus what is good or something. That was like the broad topic, and it was just highlighting that I always felt that there was a distinction between a preference versus you know, something that you could hone in on in the game itself, like a separation, a distinction between your personal feelings on it versus like a more, I guess, describe it as something that. Because I think the point of the distinction between, I guess, like your feeling on a game versus what you think of it overall as its quality is, can you present a perspective that if somebody doesn't know what your preferences are, they can still find value in it, rather than just, well, I liked it and these are the things that I like, so I liked it. It's not super helpful for everybody.
Yeah.
What?
I clicked on his TLJ video, and this is like the first thing that comes up.
Stages of male
I played it without audio.
boldness? What?
I played it without audio. I have no idea. I just clicked that Last Jedi video, and this is the frame I was confronted with.
Man, that's a rabbit hole then. Well, yeah, I was just interested by the fact that he refers to himself as already pissed about his stats game design. I didn't know that there was all this stuff, like, to this degree. Okay. This feels like a back up slowly sort of situation.
Well, it feels like it's a sponsor, but his channel doesn't get reviews reliably enough that I don't imagine that people would want to sponsor his videos. I don't imagine he'd be getting offers.
We're still looking at Give Me Rent, Fringy? Of course you are, because I am eternal. I am all seeing, all knowing, all consuming. I am everywhere, looming. When you're walking down, like in Moon Knight, when we were talking about how he was in the little hallway and Khonshu was there, that's me. But in reality, in the real world, just me, just saying, give me rent. Like that. Saying it like that. Give me rent. Just following you. And then, of course, because I'm very circular, there's a lot of dong, 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 like thud sounds. You hear me coming, but you can never see me until I'm right next to you saying, give me rent.
Yeah, you're the one that's after
the Omni
Friggy.
Yeah, something like that.
Friggy's just around the corner at the end of No Way Home.
Funny. I think what I like about the image as well is that for some reason my hands are green. My hands are not green. I wear gloves. My character wears gloves.
Green gloves?
And they are grey. No, they're grey. I wear a. If you would know this if you read my comic or looked at some of my art.
Oh, so there's no other gloves you ever wear that could be green, I guess.
Ever. I don't think I've ever drawn my character with them. They are. I wear a green button-up shirt, a light green one, and then I wear a dark green vest, and then I wear a brown coat that has like a little hood for it, just for me.
I notice you guys do this, particularly Fringy. You'll describe things as little,
Yes,
when there's just
I
not
often.
really anything little about them.
Yeah,
you
but
know?
saying little makes it sound quaint.
Yeah.
Like a cute little. I figure
Yeah,
that's kind of why you do it.
exactly.
Like, look at him with his little feet. You know,
Yeah,
that's sort of yeah.
that's how I would describe the Fringy character as lots of little things, even though I'm not small by any stretch of the imagination. I draw Fringy with green skin once because he said he's green. No, the mask is green, and there is green as primary colors in the design. But the Fringy character, I'm pretty sure is a human being. I just haven't decided yet.
I went and I watched that Last Jedi video for about a minute. And the quote that we're confronted with at the beginning is, there are a lot of plot holes in The Last Jedi, but to fix them wouldn't be a meaningful priority, because to fix bad movies, you don't go and fix every plot hole. Logical consistency and cohesion isn't what makes a movie entertaining. What makes a movie entertaining is great ideas and plot twists.
Great ideas.
Now, let me get that accurately again, because I want to.
I mean, there's plenty of plot twists in TLJ.
So it doesn't need logical structure. Coherence isn't what makes a movie entertaining.
So the problem is that it's
great ideas for character arcs and plot twists. That's what makes a movie entertaining.
I mean, that's such an interesting. I'm pretty sure there's a book series. I don't know what's called. Someone in chat will know. The book is like explicitly was the author. Well, the book is about it was an author got challenged, like, this is a terrible idea that he came up with, and then I actually want to talk on this topic without having to weave and navigate through like this weird comparison that's going on here. The book was a terrible idea as a premise for like a story, and the guy said, like, you write a story. Is it called Codex Alira? That probably is the one. That it exists because it is a terrible idea. It is like a terrible shit idea that that the author decided to take on to tell a good story. I haven't read the book, but it's like you can start with a really bad idea and turn it around, and you can start with an amazing idea.
It's a 6-book series now, apparently.
Well, it's execution. That's like, it's all about how you execute the idea, not just having one.
I want to know what the premise is. Well, there's a television series.
Is there? Right. The point being that ideas are cheap. It's all about what you make of the idea, how you use it.
Yeah,
because I mean, of course, you can have a great idea, but if the prose sucks and the characters are flat and don't make any sense, and like nothing is following logically, then it doesn't really matter that you started with something cool. It's easy to come up with a cool idea. It's harder to make it into something.
I would never pretend to know what will guaranteed entertain everyone. It's just, that's not something that. And if someone said, so you don't think coherence and coincidence-free and plot hole-free narratives will be entertaining then? There's no guarantee? I'd be like, no. Entertaining an audience is complicated.
Entertaining can mean anything, yeah. And conversely, you could present a film that's like phenomenal that just doesn't really interest me that much.
Yep.
It's entirely possible. It's not an irreconcilable problem of like, what about that bad film that you like? Gotcha. It's like, it doesn't...
Or what about that good film that no one cares about? It'd be like, well, yeah.
What about it? That doesn't change anything.
The whole scale
a film
exists.
could be beloved by nobody and be good.
Mm-hmm.
A film can be loved by everybody and be terrible.
Yeah, that's it for the Multimedia Medley 2.
And we're not getting any super chats done today, are we?
We are past 8 hours, which is...
You were meant to talk about Lego for an hour. It took 3.
What a bunch of chads.
Yeah. Lego went a bit longer than was intended, but
you needed to get it off your chest. I could tell.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You needed to just let that out into the ether.
It's okay.
The universe.
Well, I mean, I'll just uninstall it right now. There is no reason why that should be on my hard drive. Bye bye.
You have besmirched my hard drive.
I'm set free.
I'm offended that it's on there. Get going. Boot. I imagine we'll get a super chat sometime in the future. We'll be like, they really did a big update and the game's all weird, and I'll be like, that's fine. I hope it's good now.
Good for you.
But yeah, so I suppose the plan will be that we're gonna try and do the Hassan remaining ones on Wednesday, and then we do these ones. And I know it's like, wait, but now they're flowing back the other direction. We have a ploy in place that will very likely end the super chat wars as time goes on. So do not you worry.
A secret weapon.
A Death Star. Oh no, I gave it away. Fuck.
We'll be able to kill 5 super chats at once with our laser beams from outer space.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I hope you had fun with this crazy set of topics, as well as
very
crazy takes that range from all over the world about all kinds of things. Because we're from all over the world, as well as the people we're talking to. Ain't that great?
It's okay.
Super Chat Wars. Hey, I don't know what to call it, and we were just kind of like, Star Wars has been around for this whole stream, kind of in different ways. Okay, best I got. Back to the super chats. What are the films kind of reference?
The soul of EFAP, really. It's Star Wars.
But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out, and thank you so much for the kind donations and the company. Is there anything you guys want to say? Oh, there's probably something that wants to be mentioned, right? Yay!
Oh gosh.
Do you mean the thing?
I just remembered it before considering hitting the end button. My goodness, it's too close.
So you guys have got you EFAP audience. You've got your Rags plush, and you've got your Mauler plush. You can now round out your collection with a little J plush to be friends with them both. Go same place, makeship, JXE plush. You can give that a little Google, or I imagine there might be a link appearing in chat if I'm quicker.
You can literally kick J.
You can literally kick Jay. That's true. I also have on my chest of my plush the timestamp of my longest video, which is actually an hour longer than Mauler's longest video. Could you believe it? Hey!
Wow, it's
hey!
competitive in here.
You're angry about the truth? Is that what's going on?
Bring, take the rent.
Take his rent. Take the rent from
and
his
of
video.
Course, I come with a rhino for milking.
Naturally. Yeah, link is at the top of the description. Go nuts. And you've only got 12, well, a little over 12 days left. Terrifying. And,
spooky.
Yeah. Suppose it's a cute little one to add to the collection. I assume a lot of people here have the drinker one, too. So they can all get merry while watching movies, playing games, or just hanging out. But yeah, I suppose that's that. That link, description. Rags, Fringy, is there anything you guys want to say before we go out?
Oh, I don't think so. I guess not.
No, I got nothing. That's it.
All right. Well, thanks so much for joining us. We shall see you Wednesday, more than likely. If not before then, I guess, because I'm on Real BBC. So I'll see you that on Tuesdays. Yeah, good night, everybody, and goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone. Good night.
Night.
Toodaloo. Bye. See ya. Ciao. Goodbye.
Poop.
Let me say poop.
I did say poop.